Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the Lord of the Wind and his Animagus changed everything. Here is short summary. At just 9 years old, Harry unlocks his Animagus form, a phoenix, and discovers a power that could change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 7-year-old Harry was running as fast as he could but knew that Dudley and his friends were bigger and faster than himself. I need to get away somehow, he thought in panic, remembering how he had managed to just vanish from the spot and appear on the school roof a few months ago. However, he had no idea how he had achieved his stunt at that time, and knowing that he had been in a lot of trouble afterwards, he feverishly wished to flee from his cousin in a way that enabled him to stay hidden from everyone. A mere instant later, the scenery in front of his eyes changed. Taking a look at his surroundings, he realized that he found himself on top of a high tree. To his utter surprise, his vision had expanded greatly, and he noticed that his arms were full of feathers. Green feathers, he thought in disbelief. Is that my body? In bewilderment, he looked down at himself, only to confirm that his skin had been replaced by feathers and that he was standing on 2 orange birds' feet. I'm a bird now. How's that possible? He wondered in absolute confusion. Harry spent a while looking over the houses and gardens in the neighborhood, noticing that each of them looked very small from his spot on the tree. He hesitantly flapped his wings, not sure how much he would be able to move his newly found body without tumbling down from the tree, and found himself enjoying the slight breeze which the movement caused on that hot summer day. When he carefully turned his neck, he saw that his feathers were not all green. From the corners of his eyes, he could see beautiful orange and white feathers on his back. The colors of my bird body are cool, he mused, wondering if he was able to fly. However, seeing how high the tree was, he decided to be on the safe side. The problem is, he thought, how to get down from here. It's not as if I was able to climb down, or a bird's able to climb. Not sure about the matter, he remained quiet and pondered his situation. I wished me here, he finally recalled. Maybe I can just wish me back down from the tree. He hesitated for a moment, however, decided that it could not hurt to try, and wished himself down onto the ground. To his surprise on the one hand and relief on the other, he found himself standing on the ground in front of the row of trees in the Dursleys' back garden. All right. Now I need to wish me back into my human form, he thought. Harry had not really expected that it would work so easily. However, all of a sudden, he was standing in the garden in his usual human form. Will I be able to wish myself to become a bird again? He wondered as he slowly returned to the Dursleys' home. It would be so cool. I could learn to fly. I'd really like that, he thought, as he entered the kitchen to face his aunt's wrath. Where have you been, you lazybones? Petunia hissed at him, as soon as he opened the back door. Hurry up and make dinner. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry replied, and obediently began with his chores, all the while his thoughts wandered to the beautiful bird which he had been earlier. During the following months, Harry often used the time when he was alone in his cupboard to change into his bird form, feeling absolutely delighted that it was so easy. I should go outside and try to fly, he thought one day, knowing that his relatives had gone out for dinner and would not be back for a while. He made his way through the back door into the garden and changed into his bird's form, which only took seconds since he had practiced so much. He stepped onto the grass, realizing that it was very difficult to walk on his bird's feet. Maybe flying is easier, he thought, and hesitantly flapped his wings, slightly shivering at the cold breeze it caused. All right, I'll try once more, he thought anxiously. All birds can fly. This time he tried to lift his feet from the ground as he flapped his wings and managed to fly a few meters, before he crashed into the ground. Ah, that was because I tried to touch the ground with his feet, he thought. Okay, now I'm going to try a bit higher, he decided, and tried again. This time, he managed to fly around the garden, realizing that it was a lot of fun to fly. He flew over the garage, over the street, and even over Mrs. Fig's garden, before he returned once more to the spot from where he had started. That was absolutely cool, he mused, suddenly feeling tired. I better get inside and go to bed, he decided, and changed back into his human form, before he reached for the handle of the kitchen door, only to realize that it had been locked while he was out enjoying his flight. Oh no. What am I going to do now? He thought in shock, beginning to panic, thinking that he might be forced to spend the whole night outside. As it was the beginning of December, it was fairly cold. Maybe it'll be warmer in my bird's form. Harry thought in exasperation and transformed again, when a sudden idea struck his mind. I can try to wish myself back into the cupboard, Harry thought, and as he concentrated on landing in his tiny room, he flashed into his cupboard with a gust of wind accompanying him. Wow, this is brilliant, he mused as he changed into his human form and let himself sink onto his mattress in exhaustion. During the following weeks, Harry often used his newfound power and flashed himself out in the garden at night when his relatives had gone to bed, or even during the day, when he knew that the Dursleys were away for a few hours. He became more and more used to transforming and flashing, although he noticed soon that it was very tiring to wish himself from one place to another. One day, Petunia stuck her head into the cupboard, handing Harry a list. Here's a list with your chores. We're going away over the weekend. See to it that you finish all the chores before we return tomorrow night. With that, Petunia left, heading straight out the front door. Shortly after, Harry heard the sounds of the car driving away. Oh cool, I have the whole weekend for myself, he mused happily, glancing at the list in his hand. I'll just go flying for a bit, and then I'll begin with my chores, he decided, placed the paper on his mattress and transformed into his bird form. He flashed out into the garden with a small gust of wind and lazily stretched his wings in the beautiful sunshine, enjoying the first warm sunrays of the early spring. All of a sudden, a voice penetrated his ears. Oh my, aren't you a beautiful phoenix? A phoenix? Harry queried, looking around in surprise. Glancing in the direction of the voice, he saw a garden snake slither over the ground just in front of him. It was dark gray and had a small pattern in different shades of brown. You're beautiful as well. I'm not really a bird though. I'm a boy, but I discovered last summer that I can change into a bird, he trilled happily. I'm sorry, little one, but I can't understand you, the snake hissed, causing Harry to give it a curious look. I can only understand other snakes. Harry gave the snake a sharp look, and instants later, he instinctively changed into the form of a snake. Can you understand me now? He queried as he curled up in order to get a glimpse at his own body. Black with a green pattern of leaves, he noticed absently while he wondered how and why he had managed to become a snake. Oh yes, now I can understand your words but I don't know how you're able to change between your forms. I've never seen anyone like you before. Which your normal form? The snake queried in a gentle voice. I'm a boy, Harry replied in a small voice, only to add to himself, and a freak. Ah, you must be the small boy that always does the chorus here, the snake replied. I do not envy you with such a horrible family. Very well, I have to go and search for food. I have to feed my babies I'll talk to you later. Okay, Harry agreed, knowing that he had to begin with his chores anyway. It was nice to meet you, bye now. I wonder if I'll be able to change into more animals, Harry mused as he let himself sink onto his mattress after a long day of chores. I'd love to speak with the tabby cat sometime, who often comes and sits on the wall behind the garage and seems to be watching my every move. Unbeknownst to Harry, the tabby cat, which often spent her Saturday mornings observing the Dursleys' home, had watched the phoenix arrive just in front of the back door, transform into a snake and finally change into a small boy with absolute amazement. However, on this day, Harry was too absorbed in his musings about changing not only into his phoenix form but also into other animals to notice her. To Harry's disappointment, he did not have a chance to change into his bird form whenever the cat was sitting on the wall, because either Petunia or Vernon were always nearby, watching him do his chores. It was at the beginning of the summer holidays that Harry accidentally burned the meat he was supposed to fry for lunch, causing Petunia to shout at him and hit him with the hot frying pan on the head, before she left him crying on the floor and decided to take Dudley out for lunch. Harry remained sitting on the kitchen floor, gripping his achy head with both hands, barely noticing that the tabby cat had left its position on the wall and was standing in front of the back door, sternly looking into the kitchen. Maybe I'll feel better in my bird form, he mused and transformed. That was stupid. My headache is better now, but I should have gone outside before changing, he soon realized as he struggled to walk on his bird feet, stumbling and landing on his stomach after every second step. I just can't get used to these feet. He groaned inwardly as he finally reached the open back door and jumped outside. Still feeling a little dazed, he remained next to the door for a while, turning his head until it came to rest on his back feathers. After a few minutes of resting and recalling the earlier events, he felt better and at the same time became very annoyed at his aunt's behavior. It was bad of me to not take better care and burn the meat, but did Aunt Petunia have to hit me with the frying pan? He thought, suddenly feeling his stomach grumble. Realizing that Petunia had forgotten to give him any chores to do during her absence, he allowed his phoenix instincts to take over. He took off into the air and flew a few rounds around the garden, just barely above his aunt's beautiful flower beds, not realizing that the flowers obviously didn't like the swirling blasts of wind every time he beat his wings. Suddenly, Harry's attention was drawn to the wall as he heard a soft voice. The tabby cat was sitting on the wall once again. Just a few meters separated it from Harry, and it was craning its neck to watch him with interest. "You better stop doing that," the cat admonished him gently, pointing to the flower beds, which Harry had just left behind. "Otherwise, you'll be in a lot of trouble." Harry made a soft landing right in front of the wall and looked back at the flower beds, realizing in horror that they looked as if a storm had just passed over them. "Oops, I'm sorry. Would you mind not telling my aunt, please?" he asked hesitantly. "I'm sorry, but I can't understand you," the cat informed him, and Harry had the impression as if her stern expression slowly stretched to a small smile. Instinctively knowing that he would be able to change into a cat like he used to transform into his snake form from time to time when he wanted to communicate with the garden snake, Harry concentrated on changing his phoenix body into the form of a cat, sighing in relief as he noticed that he managed to transform smoothly. A fine coat of black fur had replaced his green wings, and Harry tentatively took a step on his cat's feet, before he tried to jump up onto the wall. Unfortunately, his body, which was not used to the unknown form yet, failed to reach the wall, causing the small cat to fall back onto the ground, where he came to lie on his back. The tabby cat shook its head in exasperation, as it jumped from the wall and gently nudged the smaller cat back on his feet. "If this is the first time you changed into your cat form, you have to practice a bit, before you try to jump onto walls," the gray cat scolded Harry lightly. "I guess you're right," he replied in a small voice. "Thank you so much for rescuing me." "Is my assumption correct that you're Harry?" the cat queried, throwing him a questioning look from her eyes that had strange quadratic markings around them. "Yes," Harry replied in surprise. "Why?" He slowly trailed off and looked anxiously at the tabby cat, feeling grateful that it apparently decided to remain on the ground with him. "I am an Animagus just like you, although I'm only able to transform into my cat form, while you seem to be a multiple Animagus and a natural Animagus on top of it. My name is Minerva McGonagall, and I'm a teacher at Hogwarts, which is the magical school that you're supposed to attend in 3 years' time. Your parents were my students, and I knew them very well. I've even knew you as well when you were a baby, Harry. That's why I've been coming here to check on you sometimes on the weekends." Harry was too stunned to say anything and merely looked at the other cat in amazement, trying to completely understand her explanation. However, the thought of, "she's only coming here because of me," penetrated his mind, causing him to feel more cared for than he had ever experienced before. "Well, I better clean up your aunt's flower beds," the cat said gently, and Harry observed in disbelief as his new friend changed into an older woman. In spite of the summer heat, she was dressed in what seemed to be a long, green coat, and she wore her brown hair tightened into a tight bun. The woman waved a stick, and the flowers straightened, looking even fresher than they had appeared before. With another wave of her stick, the grass was freshly cut, and Harry threw the woman a grateful look, knowing that he would have probably had to cut the grass during the next few days, but she just saved him a lot of time on that chore. "That was brilliant. Thank you," he breathed, looking at the tall woman in absolute amazement. "You're most welcome. You'll be able to do magic like this in a few years' time," the professor said, soothingly, after quickly transforming back into her cat's form. "You must be careful though. You seem to be a wind phoenix, and every time you fly or flash you cause quite a whirl of wind around yourself." Harry and the professor spent the whole afternoon talking, before Harry had to hurriedly transform back into his phoenix form and flash into his cupboard when he heard his aunt and cousin entering the house. Over the following few months, Harry often recalled his conversation with the cat professor, as he called her to himself since he couldn't remember the name she had told him. I am a wizard. That's why I can transform into animals, and that's why the Dursleys call me a freak, he realized, wondering if it was true what the professor had told him, that he was supposed to attend her school when he was 11. The Dursleys will never allow me to go to that school, he thought sadly. A fortnight before Christmas, Harry's and Dudley's class at the primary school held a Christmas party for the parents and pupils. Their teacher took the opportunity to decorate the hall with the pictures of Christmas scenes, which the children had painted, and Harry noticed in amazement that his picture was the very first picture in the hall, so that it caught everyone's eye first. He looked proudly at his picture that showed himself together with Father Christmas, who was holding a present in his hand. Maybe I'll get a present this year, Harry mused in desperation, staring at the present in Father Christmas' hand. All of a sudden, while he was still looking at the picture, Father Christmas leaned down to Harry, gently handing him the present. Unfortunately, Harry's final touch to his picture that made the person's move caused the spectators to panic. 30 minutes later, Harry found himself back in his cupboard with a very sore backside and head, his uncle's enraged voice still ringing in his ears. Boy, you are to never do freakish things in our presence again, you ungrateful little urchin. I'll just flash away, Harry thought, and transformed into his phoenix form, wishing himself to flash to some place in the magical world, of which the cat professor had told him, where he would find people who would not hate him because of being a wizard. Seconds later, he felt a huge wind come up, which became faster and faster. Harry reappeared right in front of a huge door that chose exactly that moment to be flung open. Unfortunately, the storm Harry had brought with him caused the door to open so fast that it hit the phoenix full force. Ouch! Harry trilled at the sudden pain, unconsciously flinching back as he saw himself in front of black human legs. He backed up slightly, ning a bit at the pain the small movement caused his sore head, until his ears took in a soft, silky voice. Are you all right? The tall man, who was standing in front of the phoenix and was dressed completely in black, asked softly as he crouched in front of the obviously hurt bird and gently held his hand out for the phoenix to step on it. He must be a wizard, because he's wearing similar clothes to the cat professor, Harry mused and hesitantly stepped onto the man's hand. Did you get hurt when you hit the door? The man asked again, causing Harry to slightly nod, wincing as it caused his head to hurt even more. It's all right, sir. My head hurts a bit, but I'll be fine, he trilled softly. Unfortunately, I can't understand you. Are you the familiar of anyone living nearby? I've never seen you around before. No. Harry carefully shook his head, just a little bit, and thought, I want the man to understand me. How can I do that? I don't want to change back to my human form. People are much nicer to me if I'm in my phoenix form. He threw the kind man a helpless look. How can I make you understand, sir? I don't know. The man remained pensive for a moment, before he decided, I'll take you to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore has a phoenix, and he might be able to translate. Do you agree? Harry once more nodded slightly, and the man raised his hand towards his shoulder, motioning the bird to step onto his shoulder. Harry looked around at the moving paintings to both sides of the corridor in fascination. Like in my picture of Father Christmas, he thought while the black wizard carried him into a huge, round room that looked like a very old office. This is a fantastic room, Harry thought, startled when he suddenly saw himself face to face with a very old wizard, who looked like Father Christmas in his picture that he had painted earlier that day. Harry Potter suddenly, a voice penetrated Harry's ears. Hello, little nestling. Come onto my perch and introduce yourself. Only now, Harry noticed the phoenix that was sitting on a perch next to the Father Christmas person's desk. Won't I hurt the man if I flap my wings? Harry thought anxiously and threw the tall man a grateful look when he gently placed him onto the perch, before he began to explain to the headmaster and his phoenix how he had found Harry. You can only speak to the human one if you bond to him like I'm bonded to the headmaster, the other phoenix, who introduced himself as Fox, advised him. The snarky one is not too nice, but he has a good heart, and it'll be good for both of you to have each other. I'm sure, because I've already known him for many egg turns. Hogwarts is a good old place to put your nest in. We always get as much in our beaks as we want, and I'd love to have a friend to play with, even if you're still a nestling. All right then, what do I have to do? Harry queried, feeling very excited at the prospect of having a friend, even if only in his phoenix form. I hope you'll stay my friend. I shouldn't tell anyone that I'm human, he decided, turning his eyes to the two wizards, who were talking animatedly. You only have to think. I want to bond with the black and grumpy one, Fox instructed Harry, who closely followed the humans' conversation. Albus, I don't need a familiar, and I definitely do not want a feathered rag like yours, the tall man sneered, sounding very annoyed at the thought. Ah, just ignore him. He's always like that, but he'll get used to you, Fox said firmly, motioning Harry to bond with the tall wizard. I want to bond with the Unis man, who was still very nice to me, Harry thought, and all of a sudden he felt very happy, although he couldn't really place what had happened. You look much happier. I guess you're bonded now, Fox stated, smirking. Severus, I believe that you don't have a choice. Your familiar seems to have chosen you and already bonded with you, the headmaster said, and Harry noticed that the old man's eyes began to twinkle happily. Tell him that you're a wind phoenix and your name is Gowith, Fox instructed the younger phoenix. Don't forget to address him as professor unless he tells you otherwise. Gui ha? Harry asked in disbelief, trying to pronounce the difficult name. Of course, you need a proper name if you're bonded to a Hogwarts professor. Gowith is Gaelic and means wind. Yes, the pronunciation is Guiha, Fox confirmed. Hello, Professor. My name is Gowith, and I'm a wind phoenix, Harry said obediently, causing the professor to step in front of the perch. Very well, Gowith. I am Severus Snape, he said in the soft, silky voice he had used with Harry earlier. Severus, I suggest that you take Gowith to your quarters then, the headmaster spoke up, before he called, Twinkle, Cicero. With a small pop, two funny creatures appeared in front of the professors, bowing so deep that their ears flapped over the floor. What can Cicero and Twinkle do for Master Professor Dumbledore, sir? One of them queried. Harry stared at the two creatures in amazement. Never before had he seen such beings. The left one is Twinkle, the headmaster's house elf, and the other one is Cicero, the elf of your familiar, Fox informed him quietly, causing Harry to throw his new friend a grateful smile. Twinkle, this is Gowith, Professor Snape's new familiar. Please help Cicero to install a perch for him and instruct him how to care for a phoenix. The headmaster ordered his elf, who bowed and nodded enthusiastically, before the two elves left with a small pop. They seem to be very funny, Harry mused. I already love being here. Very well then. Gowith, I suggest that we retreat to my quarters then. By the way, you were hit by the entrance doors quite fiercely. Are you hurt in any way? Severus queried, looking piercingly at his familiar. Harry squirmed under the professor's sharp look. My head still hurts a bit, but it's not bad, other than that I'm fine, he admitted in a small voice, not wanting the man to think of him as a nuisance if he admitted how much his head hurt. All right. I'll give you a headache potion. I just have to consult two friends who might know more about birds and possible doses of potions I can give you, as I am unfamiliar in how I can treat a bird. Severus replied and invited Harry to step onto his hand once again. You don't know how much of a headache potion I can give Gowith, do you, Albus? He turned back to the headmaster. I'm sorry, Severus. I can't recall Fox being in need of a potion, Dumbledore replied gently, popping a lemon drop into his mouth. That's because I always speak to Twinkle if I need anything. The elves have a wonderful healer, Misty. She has already helped me several times, Fox informed Harry, who cast him a grateful look and quickly translated for the professor. On their way out of the office, Harry heard his familiar mumble something like, Lemo. Drops can't cure everything, Albus. Harry was already drifting off to sleep when the tall professor finally arrived in front of a door that was guarded by a stern-looking man and a huge snake. This is Gowith, my familiar, the man shortly introduced him to the wizard in the picture, before he said in a smaller voice and apparently without any context, Lily. Oh, what a beautiful phoenix. A wind phoenix I suppose, the wizard said approvingly, and the snake seemed to agree. He looks nice, the snake hissed, causing Harry to throw her an appreciative smile. Now if you don't mind letting us in. It's already quite late, Severus said impatiently, causing the door to open instantly, revealing a huge, round room that was built around a fireplace and was surrounded by bookshelves, which reached from the floor to the ceiling. Harry looked around in absolute amazement. This room is just wonderful, he thought as the professor nudged him to step onto his new perch, which the elves had set up in front of the fireplace. Cicero. Severus called his house elf, who appeared in a blink and to Harry's surprise did not bow like the elf had earlier in the headmaster's office. Fawkes told Goward something about Misty healing him when he had health problems. Misty is Poppy's elf, isn't she? Yes, Master Severus. Misty is also the healer of all the elves, and she is very good. Shall I fetch her? Yes, please. An instant later, Cicero returned with another elf in tow. Severus shortly explained to Misty what had happened, and Misty turned to Harry. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm just going to check on you, she said gently, before she waved her hand over him. Harry could feel a tingling sensation pass over his body, but it was over in a few seconds. He has a concussion, Misty explained to Severus. He must rest, and you have to keep him warm. Give him a spoonful of the normal headache potion every 6 hours. I come back to check on him in 2 days' time. Turning to Harry, she continued, you must not fly or flash for a week, only rest. I will see to it, Severus promised and thanked the small elf, who gently laid her hand on Harry's head to pet his head feathers. Feels good, Harry mused as Misty let quite an amount of healing magic flow into his body. Before the house elf even popped away, he was already fast asleep. When Harry woke up in the morning and lazily opened his eyes, he saw that Severus was hovering in front of his perch, apparently considering if he should wake him up or let him sleep. Oh good, you're awake, Goward, the professor said softly. I need you to take your potion. All right, Harry agreed sleepily and obediently opened his beak, so that the professor could empty the teaspoon he was holding in his hand into his beak. Unfortunately, Harry had never before taken any medicine whatsoever, and his phoenix instincts took over, making him gag at the foul taste as soon as the cool liquid hit his tongue. Before Harry knew what he was doing, he had already spat more than half of the liquid out. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've never taken potions before, and I was too surprised at the taste. I didn't mean to do that, he hurriedly apologized and quickly swallowed the rest of the liquid, hesitantly throwing the professor an assessing glance. Oh no, and Fawkes told me he was the one brewing the potions, he suddenly remembered, feeling even worse at the thought. He will be so angry, he thought, anxiously waiting for the explosion that was sure to come. How dare he, was Severus' first reaction as his new familiar had the gall to spit the potion out he had just spoon-fed him. However, as the bird began to apologize, he couldn't help taking pity at the innocent creature. Very well, it's not my fault if you're suffering from a headache, he finally stated, raising an eyebrow at the clearly shocked bird. Yes sir, I'm sorry sir, the phoenix apologized once again, casting him an anxious look. Harry Potter. It's all right. Don't do it again, Severus replied. Now, my first morning class is going to begin soon. Under normal conditions, I'd take your perch with me to my classroom, so that you could watch. However, since Misty ordered you to rest and told me to keep you warm, I suggest that you remain here in front of the fireplace for today. These rooms as well as the classroom are in the dungeons, and your place here in front of the fireplace is the only warm spot around, he said thoughtfully. That's all right, sir, the phoenix replied, still sounding sleepy. It's not light outside anyway, so I'll sleep some more. Very well then, I'm going to leave the doors ajar, so that you can call me if you need me. However, only disturb my class if it's absolutely necessary. I'll return to check on you between classes. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, the phoenix turned his head onto his back and went back to sleep. He must be feeling better, Severus mused as he recalled that Hagrid had told him only sick birds slept with their head forward, when he had helped him look after a sick owl before. Last night, he didn't turn his head backwards. Severus headed to his classroom, groaning inwardly at the thought of having to teach the first-year Slytherin and Gryffindor class. These Weasley twins top all the mischief makers have had before, he thought. On the other hand, both of them are more adept at potions than the rest of their family combined. The potions master absent-mindedly observed his students brew an easy healing potion but couldn't prevent his thoughts from returning to the beautiful bird that was currently occupying his perch in the living room. I still can't understand why a phoenix would want to bond with me, the greasy bat of the dungeons, especially as I have the dark mark. I thought phoenixes were pure birds, only able to bond with good people. A small voice at the back of his head spoke up, "You are good, Severus." You made a mistake, due to the circumstances, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Otherwise, the Phoenix wouldn't have bonded with you. Severus let out a long sigh, before he told the annoying voice, "Oh, shut up. What do you know? If I had been good, maybe I'd have managed to keep Lily at that time. Apart from that, it's not as if I needed such a good-for-nothing familiar like the headmaster's anyway." "Oh, I'm sure having a familiar will do you a lot of good," the annoying little voice still had the gall to counter. "It sounds like the headmaster," Severus mused, suddenly looking up as he was pulled out of his thoughts when a small explosion shook the classroom. Harry abruptly jerked out of his dreams when the professor began to shout, "Weasley and Weasley, detention with me tonight." He lazily stretched his legs and his wings and began to trill a soothing melody, instinctively knowing that it would help to calm his familiar. By the time the professor came to check on him between classes, his mood had lightened considerably. "Is everything all right, sir?" Harry asked softly. "Oh well, there are always dunderheads, especially among the Gryffindors, who don't understand that you can't play pranks on your classmates while brewing potions," Severus replied, shaking his head. "Thanks to them, I have to supervise their detention tonight instead of spending the evening here with you." With that, the potions master headed back to his next class. "I'd love to learn how to brew potions," Harry mused. "It's probably a bit similar to cooking. Too bad I can't tell my familiar that I'm human and can cook meals. I won't be able to cook or brew in my Phoenix form." "I'd love to see your classroom, sir," he told the professor when the man returned from dinner. "I don't feel cold anymore. Please, may I come with you?" "All right," Severus replied, sighing. "We'll take your perch with us then," he resolved, inviting Harry to step onto his right hand, from where he led him towards his left shoulder. "I like this spot," Harry mused. "It's warm, and his hair has the smell of herbs. No, we don't need the perch. I'm sure I'll find something to sit on," he trilled quickly, knowing that it had to be inconvenient for the man to carry his perch through the rooms all the time. "Very well then, if you're sure," Severus replied. "Don't pick at my ear, Gowith," he scolded him lightly, gently moving the Phoenix's orange peak away from his ear. "Now, where do you want to sit? Is the back of that chair agreeable with you?" "On top of that shelf, please," Harry decided, turning his beak towards a shelf that was full with extremely interesting-looking ingredients. "That's too dangerous," Severus decided and placed the bird on a higher shelf, which was half empty and only held books instead of glasses with frog eggs and other potions ingredients. Harry happily made himself comfortable on the shelf, watching in amazement as two identical-looking boys entered the classroom and immediately pulled his familiar into a discussion. "Professor, we're sorry, we only wanted to give a small payback to one of the Slytherins who, they're too funny," Harry mused, letting out a small giggle. "What was that?" one of the boys asked the other. Anyway, Weasley and Weasley, Harry couldn't help chuckling at the professor's voice. "I love his voice. It sounds so soothing," he mused, "but it's funny if he seems annoyed, as long as he isn't annoyed at me." "There is something strange in this classroom tonight, Professor," the twins said simultaneously, glancing around in surprise. "Nothing is strange," Severus snarled. "Anyway, you're going to prepare the ingredients for this potion for me." He pointed to a recipe that was laid out on a table. "Now, get to work." Harry watched in amusement as the twins began to gather the requested ingredients. However, it soon became boring and he turned his head onto his back to take a short nap. Unfortunately, his nap was interrupted soon afterwards, when one of the twins accidentally dropped a glass that hit the floor with a loud bang. "Sorry, Professor, but there's a green ball of wool or something on your shelf," one of the twins said. "And it's moving," the other completed the sentence, causing Harry to look down from his shelf and chuckle again. Severus smirked as realization set in and sneered, "The green ball of wool, as you so eloquently call it, is my Phoenix familiar Gowith, and now continue with your work. You can deem yourself extremely lucky that I cast an unbreakable charm on the glass with the shark's fangs you just tried to break. Otherwise I would use your fingers as potions ingredients instead." "They're too funny," Harry trilled in a small voice and proceeded to closely examine the books nearby. A beginner's introduction to the fine art of brewing, he read with excitement, realizing that his eyesight was much better than it was in his human form. "That sounds very interesting. Would Severus mind if I read a bit?" He carefully used his beak and his right foot to open the book and was soon completely engrossed in his reading. Only when the twins were finished with their work and looked up, beginning to laugh aloud at his sight, the professor noticed what he was doing. "What do you think you're doing, Gowith? I do not wish to see any dog ears in my books. Are you able to read at all?" "Yes, sir. I love to read, and I promise to be very careful," Harry trilled anxiously. "Please, sir, let me continue. This book is so interesting." "What did he say, sir?" the twins asked simultaneously, causing the potion's master to throw them an irritated look. "He is doing something that you should remember to do from time to time, reading a book. Now clean the dirty cauldrons over there, and you'll be dismissed." The twins obediently set to work, glancing up to the shelf, on which the phoenix was completely engrossed in his reading, from time to time. "He seems to be very alert. We should try to coax him into playing pranks with us," George whispered to Fred, causing the twins to chuckle in anticipation. Severus followed their looks with amazement. "I didn't know that birds could read," he thought in surprise. "Oh well, a phoenix is not a normal bird, of course. I thought parrots were the most intelligent birds with an intelligence of 5-year-old children, but 5-year-olds wouldn't be able to read a potions book. Maybe phoenixes do have a higher intellect than parrots. I have to ask Albus if Fox does as much as read books," he decided, noticing that the bird was very careful when he turned the page with his right foot. "Well, as long as he treats my books well, I don't mind him reading. The more he knows about potions, the more possibilities we have to lead halfway interesting conversations." Severus was pulled out of his thoughts when the twins appeared in front of him. "Finished, sir," they informed him in their most annoying way of talking simultaneously. "Very well. Get out of my sight then," he said, dismissing the dunderheads in anticipation of a peaceful, quiet evening with his new familiar. "I'll quiz him to see if he understood anything he read," he thought, smirking as he called the phoenix. "Gowith, the detention is over. Shall we go home?" Harry looked up in confusion, only to notice Severus hovering in front of the shelf, ready to take him back onto his shoulder. "Oh, sorry, sir." After a quick glance on the page number, he closed the book and accepted the invitation onto the potion's master's shoulder. "Shall we take the book with us to the living room? You might be more comfortable on the table than on the shelf," Severus queried. "Oh yes, please. Thank you, sir," Harry replied with a happy trill. Severus let himself sink onto his favorite armchair in front of the fireplace, placing the book on the table in front of him, before he brought his right hand in front of the bird's feet to move the phoenix, so that he came to sit on his knee and they could better see each other. "Very well, let's see if you have understood what you read," he sneered, causing Harry to squirm anxiously and finally quickly flash back to his perch, causing Severus to throw him a confused look. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry trilled and quickly released himself, before he returned to the professor's knee. "All right, sir." Severus sighed in relief at the bird's thoughtfulness and in exasperation at the same time. "Gowith, you must remember that you're not supposed to flash or fly for the time being. Tell me if you need to return to your perch, and I'll take you there." "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." "Very well then," the professor began thoughtfully. "How do you know if an herb is magical or non-magical?" "You either know or you won't be able to tell the difference before you cook. Brew it." "Correct," Severus said approvingly. "When is the only time in the month moon fern takes on its magical qualities?" "Early in the morning after the full moon, sir," Harry replied eagerly. "And why is it essential that it has its magical qualities?" "Because only then it works in healing potions," Harry replied, letting out a huge yawn. "Oh, I believe someone is ready for bed. Let's see if you properly managed to take your potion this time." "I mustn't spit it out, Harry repeated to himself as he obediently licked the liquid from the spoon the professor offered, noticing with amazement that his headache that had been lingering the whole evening vanished in the blink of an eye. "I love potions," he mused as his eyes drooped and he drifted off to sleep within seconds. Severus fetched the potions journal and retreated to his favorite armchair, fully intending to spend a quiet evening, when the fireplace flared and the headmaster stepped through. "Hello, Severus. I just wanted to see how you get along with your new familiar." "Oh, he is already asleep," Dumbledore stated in surprise. "Yes, he is not completely well. He has a concussion, and he probably tired himself out, because he spent the whole evening reading a potions book," Severus replied, smirking at the headmaster's surprised expression. "Your phoenix reads books?" he finally asked in disbelief, absent-mindedly popping a lemon drop into his mouth. Gowith told me he loves to read, and when I did a quick pop quiz with him, he managed to flawlessly answer all questions, Severus replied, feeling strangely proud at his intelligent familiar. Fox would never do as much as look at a book, Dumbledore said in a regretting tone. He asked me if he could come and play with Gowith, by the way, do you think? Severus sighed. Gowith is not allowed to flash or fly for the rest of the week. Apart from that, I'm sure he'd love to play with Fox. I took him with me to the potions classroom for the Weasley twins' detention this evening, and he was chuckling and giggling at the twins' antics all the time, until he discovered the book, which he decided to read. Oh well, I'll send Fox over in the morning then. Maybe he can teach Fox to read instead of doing nonsense all day. Today, he managed to hide my lemon drops behind the bookshelf, and I was about to take the flow to Hogsmeade to buy more, when the Sorting Hat told me where to find them. Fox will do better not to put ideas into Gowithy's head, Severus replied sternly, shaking his head in annoyance. However, Fox couldn't think of anything better than to plant ideas into the smaller phoenix's head. I have a fantastic idea, Gowith, Fox told him when Severus was teaching his last morning class. However, we have to find a charm first, but since my old grumpy one told me you can read, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's flash to the library. I'm not allowed to flash at the moment, Harry replied hesitantly, causing Fox to chuckle. All right then, grab my tail feathers, carefully, and I'll take you with me. With that, the phoenix flashed away in a small wave of flames. Wow, this room is just wonderful, Harry breathed, looking around in absolute amazement. You really seem to love books. What's so interesting with them? They're just old parchments, Fox replied, fluffing his feathers in ignorance. I just love to read. Now, what are we looking for? Harry asked impatiently. We need to know a duplicating charm in order to make many chocolate frogs out of just one, Fox explained. While you find the charm, I'll flash to Honeydukes to get the chocolate frog. Wait, Fox. How am I supposed to get the books out of the shelf, and how do I know where to look for the spell you need? I have no idea where to find that. Nor do I, Fox admitted thoughtfully. Oh well, then I have a better idea. In fact, I am bonded to one of the house elves. Tony is still a nestling, but he often helps me do mischief, and he has even interpreted for me once when I wanted to speak with one of the students. Since I'm bonded to him, he can understand me, and of course he knows human talk as well. Do you know the Weasley twins? Harry queried. They seem to be very funny. I'm sure they'd love to play a prank with us. All right then, I'll call Tony, Fox replied. Tony. A small elf appeared in the blink of an eye. Hello Fox, hello Gowith. Hi Tony. We need your help in order to prank my old grumpy familiar. Can you help us find a duplicate charm or help us talk to the Weasley twins? Tony wills be happy to helps you talks with the twins, Tony replied softly, and his brown eyes began to shine happily. Lunchtime is just beginning. Do you want me to pop you to them? If you stay on my shoulder you'll be invisible with me. I wills only turn visible for the twins, Tony promised, smiling when Fox and Harry jumped onto his shoulder. An instant later, they found themselves in a classroom. Where are we? Harry asked in surprise. The Transfiguration classroom, Fox whispered back. Beware of the teacher. She's a strict old bag and not as easy to prank as the old grumpy one. Harry Potter. Oh, the green ball of wool from last night, the Weasley twins chuckled at their sight, and Harry listened in amazement how Tony translated Fox's idea to the twins. Meet us in the small alcove next to the entrance hall right before dinner, the twins instructed them. We'll try to find the charm until then. The two phoenixes, the elf and the two first years met shortly before dinner, and the twins confirmed that they had found the charm and had already tried to practice it on their homework. We hope that's the charm you meant, they finished together. I think so, Fox replied and instructed them to wait while he checked if the headmaster's office was empty. The old grumpy one is attending dinner. Let's flash into his office. While the two phoenixes flashed, Tony popped the twins. Together they pointed their wands at the chocolate frog that Fox had placed on the headmaster's desk and cast the spell, which they had practiced earlier, causing a second chocolate frog to appear right next to the other one. Now you have to cast another spell, Perpetuo, Fox instructed them, and Tony quickly translated. The twins obediently cast the spell Fox had told them, and Harry observed in amazement as the two chocolate frogs multiplied. An instant later, Dumbledore's desk was completely covered in chocolate frogs that tried to jump away, causing a complete chaos. "Let's get out of here quickly," Fox chuckled, and the small group hurriedly left the headmaster's office, returning back to the alcove next to the entrance hall. "That worked very well. Thank you for the good laugh I'm going to get during the next few hours," Fox chuckled. "You're welcome, we'll always be ready to play pranks with you," the twins replied after Tony translated Fox trills. "We'll make sure to think about something else," Fox promised with a mischievous grin on his face. With that, the group split up, and Fox took Harry back to Severus' quarters. "Well, Gowith, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? I'll go back now, but I'll come and tell you about Albus' reaction later on," Fox promised, only to return 2 minutes later. "May I remain here with you for a while, Gowith? The headmaster will probably return to his office soon, and I'd prefer not to be there when he discovers the chocolate frogs. They are everywhere, jumping along his desk, on the bookshelves, on the torches. Oh well, just everywhere. The office looks like after an explosion in a sweet shop. Even Sofo, the sorting hat, is covered in chocolate. I tried to eat one of the frogs, but I couldn't, because new chocolate frogs keep jumping down from the shelves and even from the ceiling. That sounds like trouble. Of course you can stay here," Harry replied as he lazily stretched his wings and made himself comfortable on his perch. By the time Severus returned from dinner, he found his familiar deep engrossed in a conversation with his friend. Both phoenixes were wearing extremely innocent expressions and were chuckling mischievously. "I wonder what kind of mischief they got themselves into," he mused as he fetched a pile of parchments from his office, settled down in his favorite armchair. However, it wouldn't take long for him to find out how his familiar had spent the day. Only a few minutes later, Dumbledore's head appeared in the fireplace. "Severus, can you come and help me for a moment? This is a complete mess." "You better feign being busy," Harry trilled urgently, causing Severus to give him a thoughtful look. "I'm sorry, Albus, but I've just been called away to a fight in the dungeon corridors," he said hurriedly, glad that he had just been crossing the room to fetch Gowithy's potion when the headmaster had looked out of the fireplace. "Oh, I see. Never mind, I'll ask Minerva then," Dumbledore replied in understanding and cut the connection off. Severus spun around to face the phoenixes, raising an eyebrow at Harry. "Thank you, Gowith, for saving me from whatever it was. However, I'd like to hear an explanation," he said sternly, causing Fox to let out a few quick trills. "Tell him that it was not your fault. It was the twins and I," Fox trilled, chuckling. No. Fox instructed someone to find a charm that made a chocolate frog duplicate, and they cast it at a chocolate frog in the headmaster's office, and now his office is full with chocolate frogs. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry admitted in a small voice, throwing Severus a hesitant look. "I just hope he won't throw me out," he mused, terrified at the thought. "Please, sir. I only watched, and I promise not to allow them to do such a thing to you," he added, panicking. Someone cast a multiple self-duplicating charm on a chocolate frog in the headmaster's office? Severus repeated in disbelief as an image of Albus drowning in chocolate frogs crossed his mind. That's exactly the right prank to play on Albus, he thought as he tried to give the two phoenixes a menacing glare but failed miserably, not able to suppress the grin that crept onto his face. "Thank you, Gowith, for preventing me from going to help the headmaster," he finally said, causing Harry to chuckle in relief at the professor's reaction. "Oh well, I'll go and have a look. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Gowith," Fox trilled happily and flashed away. "Pity that we can't see the result," Harry mused aloud, causing Severus to silently agree. "I need to grade some parchments. Would you like to continue reading? Later on, I have to go to the Slytherin common room to check on my students." "You may accompany me if you wish," Severus suggested, and Harry agreed happily. "Sir, can we speak about what I read afterwards again? I loved that we did so yesterday," he asked in a small voice, causing Severus to give him an appreciative nod. "Of course we can do that, and if you have questions, you may ask me at any time," he replied softly. "I'm glad to have Gowith as familiar. He matches my character so much more than Fox would," he mused as he gently took the phoenix from his perch and sat him onto the table. remembering that he wasn't allowed to flash or fly yet. During the following days, Severus and Harry became quickly used to each other, and Severus couldn't help feeling happy at the Phoenix's presence, although he would never admit that to anyone, not even to himself. As soon as Misty allowed Jade to flash and fly, the bird began to follow Severus into his office, his classroom and even his private lab. However, the Phoenix always asked shyly if it was all right to follow him, and he used to occupy himself by quietly reading potions books. Only when Severus talked to the bird, his familiar became very chatty, and his orange beak never stood still. Whenever Severus' time allowed it, they sat together for a quiet time after dinner, during which they spoke about what Harry had read that day, and Severus realized soon that his familiar was not only very interested in potions but also extremely intelligent. During the whole week until the beginning of the winter holidays, Severus and his Phoenix familiar that attended his potions class reading books on the top shelf were the main topic among the students. At breakfast right before the students returned home for Christmas, Professor McGonagall turned to Severus in exasperation. "Severus, the whole school is talking about you and your wonderful familiar. Don't you think you should introduce him to us as well? Please bring him with you when you attend dinner tonight." "Jade is a very nice Phoenix, even if he seems to be very young," the headmaster threw in. "Severus, as usual during the holidays, I want you to at least attend dinner in the Great Hall, but you're very welcome to bring Jade along. I'll bring Fox then. He seems to be quite fond of his new friend." Very well, Severus agreed and quickly excused himself to return to his quarters and spend a quiet day in his potions lab. Harry made himself comfortable on one of the ingredients shelves and craned his neck to glance into the cauldron. "What are you going to brew, sir?" he asked curiously. Severus let out a long sigh. "Lemo. Drops for Albus for Christmas," he explained. "I'd prefer to brew something else for him, even if it has to be sweets, but he always wants nothing but Lemo. Drops." Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he turned around and walked along the ingredients shelf, intensely glancing at the labels. Finally, he replied slowly, "I think I have an idea, sir." "Harry Potter? Really?" Severus queried, looking at his familiar in disbelief, causing the Phoenix to chuckle. "Why don't you brew an assortment of several kinds of Lemo drops? You could mix one other ingredient in each type. For example, give them Lemo and blueberry flavor or Lemo and ginger or Lemo and frog eggs or something." Seeing that Severus' expression had become thoughtful, he elaborated, "I mean like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The Weasley twins told me about them the other day." "That's a fantastic idea, Gowith," Severus commended the Phoenix. "I'm not sure about the frog eggs, but I can imagine using blueberries or ginger. We could even try chocolate or whiskey." Chuckling, the Phoenix chose a few ingredients and placed them onto the working table, causing Severus to raise an eyebrow. "Do I understand you correctly? You want to help me brewing by fetching the ingredients for me?" Harry let out a happy trill, and together they busied themselves brewing a special assortment of Severus and Gowithy's every flavor Lemo drops. Apart from several kinds of berries, ginger, chocolate and some kinds of liqueurs, they used pepperoni, licorice, mint leaves and cinchona, which gave the drops a slightly bitter taste. "Gowith, what would you like for Christmas?" Severus suddenly inquired as he slowly stirred the yellow liquid, causing Harry to throw him an anxious look. "Oh no. I can't tell him that I never received anything from Father Christmas because I'm not a good boy," he mused, terrified. "He can't even know that I'm a boy at all. What am I going to do? I don't need anything, sir. I am very happy to be here and to be able to brew together with you, sir," he finally replied hesitantly. "I love reading your potions books. I don't need anything else." "Very well," the potions master said, smirking as he already had an idea. Harry watched in amazement as the professor slowly poured the 10th type of the yellow liquid into the drop's form, chuckling as Severus said with a disgusted expression, "That should suffice." Severus and his Phoenix turned potions apprentice spent the rest of the day brewing ginger nuts and numerous kinds of essence that could be used in tea for Severus' colleagues. "Thank you for your help with the ingredients," Severus said to his Phoenix as he cleaned the workspace, causing Harry to let out a delighted trill. "Now I believe it's time to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Would you like to come with me and have dinner together with my colleagues?" Albus promised to bring Fox along as well. "Yes sir, all right," Harry agreed happily and jumped from the ingredients shelf, landing right on the professor's left shoulder. "Oh Gowith! Don't give me such a fright," Severus complained, smirking as he gently ruffled the phoenix's head feathers. "Feels good," Harry mused, gratefully nibbling the ear that was next to his beak, until the professor gently pried the beak away from his ear. "When are we going to give the presents to your colleagues?" he asked as they made their way towards the Great Hall. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and the day after is Christmas Day," Severus explained softly. "Cicero will place the presents into my colleagues' rooms tomorrow night." "He is really nice to give his colleagues Christmas presents," Harry mused. "Pity that the Dursleys hated me so much. Otherwise, they could have given me something for Christmas, when Father Christmas chose to ignore me." He was quickly pulled out of his sad thoughts when Severus opened the door to the Great Hall. "Hi Gowith!" Fawkes greeted him happily, causing Harry to take off from Severus' shoulder and fly over to his friend's perch, making himself comfortable next to the fire phoenix. Harry slowly let his eyes wander around the table, where about a dozen teachers and 2 small students were assembled. "Come here, Gowith, so that I can introduce you to my colleagues," Severus called him in his soft, silky voice that made Harry obey automatically. He once more settled on his familiar's shoulder, looking friendly at the teachers Severus introduced to him. "This is Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor," Severus continued, causing Harry to throw the older witch a terrified look. "Oh no, that's the cat professor. She knows who I am," he realized, seeing that the woman was observing him with interest. "I just hope she won't tell Severus the truth." Unable to speak with anyone but the man he thought of as his familiar, Harry looked pleadingly at the Transfiguration Professor. Apparently sensing that he didn't want to be discovered, McGonagall said gently, "Nice to meet you, Gowith. Severus, you're having a wonderful familiar. You should deem yourself very happy." Harry threw the female professor a grateful look, noticing that she returned a comforting smile, while Severus' cheeks turned just a little bit pink and he mumbled something that sounded like "feathered duster." As the professor continued to introduce his colleagues, he noticed that his phoenix had a very hurt expression on his face. "Gowith, I'm sorry I said that. I can assure you that it was only because the situation was so embarrassing. I do not think of you as what I said. Please forgive me." The professor's voice suddenly penetrated Harry's head, causing the phoenix to make a small jump in surprise. "What was that? Mind thinking?" he queried in disbelief. "Yes, Gowith," Severus silently communicated. "All right, sir, and yes, I understand. It's all right," Harry trilled gently. Suddenly, small sparkling flames engulfed his body, and he realized that Fawkes had flashed away. "Sorry Nestling," the older phoenix excused himself, and Harry saw that he had landed on the headmaster's arm and walked down to the man's hand, craning his neck until his beak reached the professor's plate. "This is delicious, Gowith," he trilled as he happily munched a few peas. "Fawkes is very naughty," Harry mused, but the peas and carrots that were on his familiar's plate looked extremely appealing too. "If I flash, it'll become a bit stormy here though, so I better fly." He considered and carefully flapped his wings as not to startle the professors, before he flew to Severus' shoulder. "This is definitely a comfortable spot," he mused, loving the small hideout between the professor's ear and the curtain of black hair. Seeing that Severus brought a fork full of carrots and peas to his mouth, the phoenix craned his neck, staring longingly at the vegetables. "Do you want some?" Severus asked incredulously, causing Harry to let out an affirmative trill. The professor took the teaspoon that was meant to be for the dessert from the table, filled it with a small amount of vegetables and brought it to the phoenix's beak, causing Harry to carefully pick a piece of carrot, followed by a few peas. "That was delicious, Severus. Thank you," he trilled, causing the professor to lightly incline his head. "Your phoenix definitely has better manners than Fawkes," the tiny professor, whom Severus had introduced as Professor Flitwick, commented, causing the other teachers to agree and Harry to hide in his familiar's hair, feeling very embarrassed by the attention. During the rest of the meal, Harry remained quietly in his spot, thinking about how his life had changed since he had left his dark cupboard only 2 weeks ago. "Gowith, would you like some of this fruit salad?" Severus' voice brought him out of his reverie, and he saw that the professor held out a spoon with a small piece of pear for him. Harry happily took the piece and let out a delighted trill, causing the professor to share his complete dessert with the bird. Later in the evening, Harry racked his brains over the question what he could give his familiar for Christmas and finally decided to ask Fox, knowing that the older Phoenix always had an answer to his questions and often good ideas. Fox did not disappoint Harry. "I'll help you, Gowith. Let's flash into the forest and pick up some berries, which he can use as potions ingredients." The older Phoenix trilled when Harry asked him in the morning. Fox called Tony and instructed him to bring them a box that was divided into several parts and was adequate to keep fruits in it, before the two birds flashed into the forest that was a paradise for all kinds of berries. Harry was deeply engrossed in carefully picking berries from the bushes without accidentally harming them with his beak, and only when his box was full did he realize that all the berries Fox picked up wandered into the older Phoenix's beak. "They're absolutely delicious," Fox trilled. "Now that you're done with your errand, you should try some as well." In the meantime, Severus entered his living room, wondering why it was so quiet, until he suddenly realized Gowithy's absence. "I wonder where he went so early in the morning," he mused, feeling slightly disappointed to have to eat his breakfast without the bird. Not that he would have admitted the fact to anyone, not even to himself, but he was enjoying the time together with his intelligent and funny familiar. "I can't believe that I've only known him for 2 weeks," he thought. "I've become quite used to him, and I must say that he is an agreeable familiar." After a tiny breakfast, Severus pushed his plate away and proceeded to sit in front of the fireplace, engrossing himself in reading the newest Potions Monthly that had only arrived the day before. However, he couldn't help his eyes wander to the table, where Gowith used to read his books, realizing that the sound of his Phoenix carefully turning the pages with his right foot was missing, making the room strangely quiet. "I'm getting soft and sentimental," Severus thought in annoyance and decided to brew a potion. However, he noticed soon that even his potions lab missed a green feathered ball that was sitting on the ingredients shelf. "Now, I really have to get a grip on myself. My Phoenix has gone for a flight this morning, he'll be back soon, and there is no need for me to go nuts because of it," he scolded himself. However, when the Phoenix still wasn't back at lunchtime, Severus stepped to the fireplace and called the headmaster to inquire if he had seen his familiar. "Harry Potter, oh Severus, why don't you join me for lunch?" the headmaster said pleasantly. "Fox has been gone since the early morning as well, so they're probably together. Bad weeds grow tall, they'll be back before we know it. It's not as if I was worried, I was merely wondering where he went without informing me beforehand." Severus sneered and accepted the invitation for lunch. When he returned to his quarters afterwards, Gowith and Fox were both sitting on Gowithy's perch. Seeing the professor step out of the fireplace, Fox let out a trill and flashed away, causing Severus to throw Gowith a curious look. "I'm sorry, Severus. We flashed into the forest to eat a few berries, but I ate too many and I felt a bit sick to my stomach. That's why it took us so long to come back," Harry explained in a small, quiet trill, causing Severus to give him a sharp look. "Are you feeling better now? If not, I can give you a sip of a stomach-calming potion," he offered and quickly summoned a phial, seeing that Gowith merely shrugged. "How could I be so stupid to eat so many unripe berries?" Harry mused, recalling how sick he had felt in the forest. His stomach had emptied itself many times, before it finally settled down enough, so that Fox could flash them both back. As soon as they had arrived in his familiar's living room that was empty to his relief, Fox had called Tony and handed him the box with berries, instructing the small elf to give it to Severus for Christmas with a small note stating that it was from Gowith. Harry carefully licked the lime-green liquid from the spoon the professor held out to him, sighing in relief as he felt the potion kick in. "Thank you, Severus. That's much better," he trilled gratefully, before he turned his head towards his back and relaxed. "I wonder if he'll like the berries and if I'll get something for Christmas, although Father Christmas never gave me anything before. Maybe as a Phoenix I'm better than I was as a boy." On Christmas morning, Severus woke Harry up when it was still dark. "Gowith, I know that it's still early and dark outside, but we should head to the Great Hall for breakfast," he said softly, lightly pressing his hand against the Phoenix's feet. Yawning, Harry accepted the invitation and slowly made his way to his favorite spot on the professor's shoulder, allowing himself to be carried to the Great Hall, where Fox was already sitting on a perch next to the head table. Harry looked in amazement at the huge Christmas tree right next to their perch. It was decorated beautifully with little stars that were twinkling all around the tree. From its top, Snowflakes were falling down that never reached the floor, and its bottom was surrounded by piles of presents. "This is beautiful," Harry mused, unable to take his eyes off the tree. He was still absent-mindedly picking at his breakfast, which Cicero had provided for him in a small bowl, when Severus rose from his seat and fetched a present from under the Christmas tree that he brought over to the perch. "Just to show you what it is," he explained in his soft, baritone voice as he magically attached a piece of wood to the perch, smirking as he took in the two phoenixes' questioning looks. "It's a book holder, which will allow you to comfortably read a book on your perch if you want." "Wow, that's absolutely cool," Harry trilled happily, looking at the book holder in awe. "I love it. Thank you so much, Severus." "You're welcome, Gowith," Severus replied, and his colleagues noticed a rare smile play on his lips as he resumed his seat at the table. Harry couldn't believe his luck as he received Phoenix treats from the headmaster and all the other teachers except for Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor head called him over when everyone else was engrossed in unwrapping their own presents. Harry hesitantly flew to the other side of the head table and shyly landed on the back of her seat. "Come here, Jave," McGonagall said gently, motioning him to sit on her shoulder like he always did on Severus. When he obeyed, she whispered into his ear, "Originally, I wanted to give you a Transfiguration book. However, I figured that it would be strange for a phoenix to be interested in Transfiguration, so I decided on this book here. However, if you ever feel you wanted to learn about Transfiguration, just pay me a visit. I promise not to tell anyone." Knowing that he couldn't talk to the cat professor, Harry merely gave her a nod and smiled, before he jumped on the table and carefully opened the colorful wrapping with the help of his beak and his right foot. A few minutes and some effort later, he pulled out a thick book, Hogwarts: A History. "It's one of my favorite books," McGonagall said gently. "I hope you'll find it interesting." "Thank you very much, Professor. I'm looking forward to reading it," Harry replied happily, letting out a glad trill when Severus immediately relayed the message to the cat professor. "So many presents," Harry mused happily, letting out a series of pleasant trills, unconsciously attracting everyone's attention. "Your familiar seems to be very pleased with his presents," Professor Sprout said, smiling, and everyone laughed as Harry nodded, before he shyly nestled into Severus' long hair. "Don't pull my hair, Gowith," Severus scolded him lightly. "Otherwise, I'm going to bind my hair so that you can't hide anymore." "Yes sir, sorry sir," Harry trilled back in a barely audible voice. "I love his hair," he mused, "because it smells of herbs." Harry spent the rest of the day completely engrossed in his new book. Severus, who was sitting in his favorite armchair reading as well, couldn't help chuckling when Fawkes arrived for the third time to invite Gowith, probably to some kind of mischief, and Gowith shook his head just like the first and second time and declared, "Sorry Fawkes, but I'd love to read some more." Fawkes let out a series of trills, which Severus couldn't understand, but when he was finished and flashed away, he left Gowith chuckling in obvious amusement. "What did he tell you?" Severus asked curiously. "He said he'd come back tomorrow morning, because he wants me to prank Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat. I haven't met her, but she seems to be very annoying. He said she angered the students remaining over the holidays when they came back from building a snowman today." You don't mind me help Fawkes prank her, do you, sir?" Harry added hesitantly. "No Gowith, I don't mind you help Fawkes play harmless pranks, but you may not harm anyone, and I do not wish to hear complaints about you," Severus replied in a stern voice. "Don't tell anyone I said so, but for once I have to agree with Fawkes. That cat is an annoyance." "I promise not to harm anyone," Harry replied firmly. "I'm glad to hear that," Severus said, ending the topic, and suggested using the remaining time until Christmas dinner to utilize some of the fruits that he had received from Gowith to brew fruit chocolates, wondering if the prospect of brewing sweets would be able to pull Gowith away from his book. Harry agreed immediately and happily followed the professor into his private lab. "I don't know if phoenixes eat such things," Severus explained as Harry fetched the requested ingredients from the shelf, "but dark chocolate with blackberries is delicious." "I like chocolate frogs more," Harry replied, shaking his head in disgust as the professor gave him a small piece of chocolate to try later on. He quickly flashed back to his perch to drink some water to get rid of the bitter taste. In the morning, Fawkes came again to invite Gowith out, and the phoenix, who had been reading his new book, agreed immediately. He let out a few happy trills to Severus and followed Fox to the entrance hall. "What are you going to do?" he asked curiously, noticing that Fox was carrying a bucket with one of his feet. Fox chuckled. "Let's flash outside and gather a bit of snow in the bucket," he replied, grinning mischievously. Together, the two phoenixes grabbed some snow, putting it in the bucket. That's going to take ages, Harry thought in annoyance, wondering if he could let Fox in on his secret. "Fox, can you promise me to not tell anyone if I tell you a secret?" he asked hesitantly. "I promise, Nestling," Fox replied, throwing him an expecting look. "I can change into other animals," Harry admitted hesitantly. "Shall I try to change into an elephant to help you fill the bucket?" "That's a brilliant idea," Fox commended the younger phoenix, causing Harry to concentrate on changing into an elephant. At first, he struggled a bit to keep his suddenly large and heavy body on his 4 feet and to use his nose to collect the snow, but after a few tries he managed to fill the bucket with snow and ice in the blink of an eye. As soon as Fox let out an appreciative trill, Harry quickly changed back into his phoenix form. "That was brilliant, Gowith. How can you manage to change into other animals?" Fox asked in amazement. "I don't know." The smaller phoenix shrugged helplessly. "I just realized that I can do it when I wanted to communicate with a snake and a cat before. I can't change straight from one animal into the other though. I always have to go back to my phoenix form first." Glancing at the bucket in front of Fox, he asked, "What are we going to do with the bucket, by the way? I had to promise my familiar that we don't harm anyone with our pranks." Fox chuckled. "You don't have to do anything. Just leave it to me. While you were busy, I caught a mouse to lure her in our direction. We'll have to search her first though." "Oh. Can you perhaps change into an animal that's able to open the entrance door?" Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Fox, but I have no idea. Can you flash inside with the full bucket?" "No problem, Nestling. Let's go. Maybe you can transform into a cat and watch the corridor. I'm going to hide in the alcove here. If you come and inform me when she's near enough, I can turn the bucket from within the alcove. She won't be able to see us inside here." Harry obediently changed into a cat and impatiently paced the entrance hall, waiting for the other cat to arrive. Finally, he saw the cat coming down the huge staircase and hurried back to Fox, noticing from the corner of his eyes that the other cat followed him. He had just transformed into his phoenix form, when Fox emptied the bucket over the cat, covering it completely in ice and snow. However, to his horror the cat immediately transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Oh no, the cat professor," Harry realized, groaning inwardly. "We'll be in so much trouble." He quickly changed into a fly and, noticing that he had difficulties keeping himself in the air, settled on Fox's back feathers, right before Professor McGonagall looked into the alcove, throwing Fox an angry glare. "You're into your usual mischief again, aren't you, Fox? Albus will hear of this," she said furiously, before she stepped back and pulling her wand to cast a drying spell and a cleaning spell at herself. Harry watched the professor turn back into her cat form and dash away, before he let himself slide down to the floor and change back into his phoenix form. "Thank you for not giving me away, Fox," he said gratefully. "I'd be in so much trouble with my familiar." "That's all right, Nestling," Fox trilled happily. "Albus won't mind me playing a prank on Minnie. I better go and tell him, before she arrives in his office though. I'll see you later, Gowith." With that he flashed away. "That was a close thing," Harry mused. "I wonder what Mrs. Norris looks like. Anyway, I have to be very careful, especially as the cat professor knows who I am and that I can change into various animals, and she is really nice. I wouldn't want to get her angry at me." Thinking of the interesting book the cat professor had given him for Christmas, Harry decided to flash back to continue reading his book. "Hi Gowith, you're early," Severus greeted him, looking up from the desk in his office, where he was grading tests. "Did you have fun?" "Yes, but I came back, because I want to continue reading my book," Harry trilled softly as he made himself comfortable on his perch, causing Severus to throw him an appreciative look. Harry's book was so interesting that he felt very grateful towards the kind cat professor. "I'd really like to go and talk with her, but how can I manage to do that? I can't speak with her at dinner, because she doesn't understand me, and I can't give myself away by changing into a cat or worse yet a human. But I don't know where her office is, so that I can't simply just stop by to visit her. He pondered the thought for a few days, before he finally had an idea. I can either roam the castle in my cat form or ask Mrs. Norris. According to Fox, she knows everything in the castle. Would you mind if I went flying? He asked Severus one morning as he was sitting on his perch, lazily stretching his feet and wings. Of course not, Severus replied in surprise. In the afternoon, I'm planning to go to Hogsmeade, because I need to buy a few ingredients at the apothecary. Would you care to join me for the walk into town? Yes, I'd love that, Harry replied enthusiastically, recalling that Fox had told him Hogsmeade was very interesting. Can you think to me even if I'm not with you? I mean, in case I lose track of time, could you alert me when you want to leave? Yes, I'll be able to use telepathy to you wherever you are, Severus replied, smiling. That's good, Harry replied, sighing in relief as he concentrated on flashing to the entrance hall. He changed into his cat form and hesitantly walked up the grand staircase, remembering that the cat professor had come down the same stairs the other day. It would be nice to explore the castle some more anyway, he mused as he absent-mindedly climbed up the stairs and suddenly found himself trapped as one of the charmed steps gave away, causing him to stumble and get stuck with one of his back legs. Ouch, that hurt, he realized, finding that he couldn't get his leg out anymore. He was just about to panic, when he remembered that he could easily change into something else. I need to be smaller, he thought, once more transforming into a fly. Harry had just made his way away from the trap step in his fly form, when he saw the cat professor dash down the stairs in her cat form. He quickly changed back into his cat form and called out after the professor, Professor McGonagall, please wait a moment. However, the other cat turned around and upon noticing him growled, what do you think you're doing here? Harry was too much in shock to reply immediately and his leg still hurt a bit. However, the other cat came back up the stairs and sat in front of him in a threatening position. I'm sorry for intruding your space, Harry said timidly, trying hard not to panic. I wanted to visit the cat professor, but I don't know where her office is. Who are you, by the way? I am Mrs. Norris, the older cat replied, and Harry had the impression as if she was very stuck up. She looks a bit older than the cat professor, although she has the same gray fur, he thought. No, the cat professor is a tabby cat. Only the color is similar, he corrected himself, and the cat professor has squares around her eyes like her spectacles, and this cat here hasn't. All right. I should be able to keep them apart the next time. Excuse me, but could you perhaps show me where the professor lives? Then I promise I'll try to stay out of your way, Harry said hesitantly, wondering why the older cat seemed to be so hateful. She is not a real cat, Mrs. Norris growled, but I'll show you, little one. You seem nicer than her. With that, the older cat dashed away. Harry did his best to follow her, until Mrs. Norris stopped in front of a portrait. That's McGonagall's office, she said in a slightly friendlier voice, causing Harry to thank her profusely. You're welcome, little one, she replied and hurried away. Harry hesitantly looked up to the portrait, noticing that it consisted of a sternly looking man, who had a phoenix sitting on his shoulder. Maybe I'll be able to speak with him, he thought, quickly transfiguring back into his phoenix form in expectation. Good morning, he trilled hesitantly. Can you understand me? Of course we can understand you. Do you think we're stupid? The man growled, causing Harry to anxiously fluff his feathers. Don't be afraid, my boy, the phoenix on the man's shoulder trilled. Godric is just a bit moody lately. Who are you and what do you want? I'm Gowith, Harry replied, relaxing somewhat at the phoenix's friendly tone of voice. I'd like to visit the cat professor. Minnie, a cat that turned into a phoenix wants to speak with you, Godric shouted towards the other side of the door, and Harry heard the cat professor's voice order him to open. The door opened, and Harry hesitantly flew into the office, landing on the back of a chair. Hello Jade, how nice of you to visit me, the cat professor greeted him gently, causing Harry to let out a few soft trills. Unfortunately, I'm not able to understand you in your phoenix form. Could you please transform into your cat form or your human form? Of course, sorry, Harry trilled and remembered to jump down to the floor, before he changed back into his cat form, frowning as he noticed that his leg still hurt a bit. Good morning, Professor. I'm sorry for intruding your office without invitation, he said politely, causing the tabby cat to shake her head. No Harry, I'm very glad you came to visit me. Ever since I saw you here at Hogwarts the first time, I wanted to tell you to visit me, but it wasn't easy without giving you away. Thank you so much for keeping my secret, Professor, Harry said gratefully, and for the wonderful book you gave me for Christmas. I absolutely love it. The other cat chuckled. I'm glad you like the book, Harry. Let's sit in front of the fireplace. There it is warm and more comfortable. Harry hesitantly followed the other cat into her living room, realizing that his leg still felt strange. What happened to your leg, Harry? McGonagall inquired. You're limping. Harry chuckled a bit. It's nothing. I was stupid and got trapped in one of the strange steps on the huge staircase, that's all. Oh, that happened to me once, and I know it hurts. Can you change into your human form, so that I can have a look at it? In your human form, it's probably only a scratch, which I can mend right away. Before Harry could even think about the matter, the fireplace just behind them flared and the headmaster's head appeared in the flames. Hello, Minerva. Oh, you're having a visitor. Harry Potter. Harry watched anxiously as the cat professor changed into her human form and explained, Yes, Albus, that's Nero, one of Arabella Fig's cats. He seems to be quite intelligent and Arabella asked me to teach him some things about the magical world. Oh, very well. I'm sorry for disturbing your feline conversations. I merely wanted to inform you that I'm off to the ministry now, Dumbledore replied gently. Bye Minerva, bye Nero. Harry sighed in relief as the headmaster's head vanished from the fireplace. Thank Merlin I didn't change into my human form yet, he thought as he observed the cat professor wave her wand at the fireplace. Don't worry, Harry. I just shut the fireplace off, so that no one can disturb us while you're in your human form, she said soothingly, before she called out to the portrait, Godric, I want to be undisturbed for a while. Okay, Harry said softly and transformed back into his phoenix form and from there into his human form. Feels strange, he mused, noticing that his right knee hurt. Is this the first time you changed back since you came to Hogwarts? McGonagall asked softly, taking in that Harry was still dressed in the rags that he had always worn at his relative's home. Yes, Harry replied hesitantly. All right. Can you show me where it hurts? My knee, Harry replied, carefully rolling his much too large trousers up. Oh, I believe that, McGonagall said softly and waved her wand at the scratches on Harry's knee, healing them quickly, before she transfigured Harry's clothes into dark blue trousers and a red jumper with a design of a black cat with emerald eyes. Wow, Harry said amazed as he observed the scratches vanish from his knee. Can you do healing magic like Professor Hufflepuff in the book? No Harry, McGonagall chuckled. Mending a few scratches is about the only healing magic I know. Would you like some tea, or do you prefer to be in your cat form? I don't mind, Harry said slowly. She is as nice as she is as a cat, so I really don't mind, he thought to his own surprise. The professor motioned him to sit at a small, round table and tapped her wand against the wood twice, causing 2 cups of tea and a plate with biscuits to appear. Please help yourself, Harry, McGonagall said softly, taking one of her favorite ginger biscuits. That looks delicious, Harry thought and hesitantly helped himself to a small chocolate wafer. Now Harry, you should know by now that I'm going to keep your secret, however, I'll always be here if you need help, McGonagall spoke up in a soft voice. Would you mind telling me how you ended up as Professor Snape's familiar? Seeing that the cat professor was throwing him a curious, but in a friendly way, interested look, Harry hesitantly explained about the picture that he had drawn at school and how everyone had reacted to it. Then I remembered that you had told me I wasn't a freak but a wizard, and I just wished myself to be with someone who was a wizard and would be able to understand and perhaps even like me. Harry tried to recall what he had been thinking that night. Oh, I understand, sweetie, McGonagall said gently. Harry, that was a very wise decision and very strong magic you used to come here to Hogwarts. A small smile stole itself onto Harry's face, and he continued, It always becomes a bit stormy when I flash, but at that time it was very bad, and somehow I crashed against the entrance doors just when Professor Snape was opening them to see why there was such a storm, and then he took me in, because I was hurt and had hit my head on the door. Then Fawkes told me to bond with him. I see. Do I understand it correctly that no one except for myself knows who you are, Harry? Before Harry could reply, they heard the portrait open, and an angry voice penetrated Harry's ears. How dare you shut the fireplace off, Minnie? Shocked, Harry immediately thought of transforming back into his phoenix form. However, McGonagall calmingly laid her hand on his arm and said, "It's all right, sweetie. That's only Madame Pomfrey. She is my best friend, and she'll definitely keep your secret." She tapped her wand against the table once more, and another cup of tea and more biscuits popped up. Harry saw a woman in white robes, whom he had seen at dinner in the Great Hall before, come over to the table. "Oh, you have a visitor," she said gently, giving Harry a curious look, before she let out a small gasp and asked incredulously, "Harry? Harry Potter?" "Yes, madam," Harry said in a small voice, anxiously averting his eyes to the floor. "Oh, I guess there is some kind of secret involved," Pomfrey guessed, chuckling. "That's why you shut the fireplace off. I had to put up a small fight with Godric, but my healer's password gets me through any door. So he had to give up." McGonagall sighed. "Poppy, I know you'll keep this to yourself. Harry is Jade, Severus Phoenix. He is a natural multiple animagus. Harry came to visit me in his cat form this morning and only turned human to have tea with me." She quietly told her friend how she had spoken with Harry in the Dursleys' garden and had told him about the magical world and Hogwarts and how Harry had ended up in the castle. Madame Pomfrey turned to Harry, who hadn't yet dared to look up. "Harry, don't worry. I am used to keeping secrets, and I'll keep yours as well. Professor McGonagall was very concerned about you all these years, and she has often told me how your relatives treated you. I am really glad that you could escape and come to Hogwarts. Professor Snape is a very good person, and he was your mother's best friend." Harry slowly moved his head up and shyly looked at the kind witch. "Thank you, madam," he said gratefully. "I really appreciate being here. It's always warm, I'm allowed to eat whenever I'm hungry. I received Christmas presents for the first time in my life. I have a friend for the first time, and Professor McGonagall mended my knee earlier. No one ever did such a thing for me before. I am very happy here." "I'm glad to hear that, sweetie, and if you ever have problems, you can come to me at any time," Madame Pomfrey said softly, before she turned to McGonagall and asked in a much sterner voice, "How dare you miss your checkup, Minnie?" McGonagall raised an eyebrow at her friend. "I'm sorry, Poppy, but it completely slipped my mind. I'll come to see you after my conversation with Harry." "Very well," her friend growled and sipped her tea. "Harry, you said you had a friend at Hogwarts. Might that be Fawkes?" McGonagall queried, her voice slightly laced with suspicion and disapproval. "Yes, madam," Harry replied softly. "He's a good friend, and he is always very funny. I really like him." McGonagall sighed. "Well, the headmaster apparently approves of your friendship. He told me he was going to offer you a self-refilling box of Phoenix treats if you managed to teach Fawkes how to read." "Really?" Harry asked in surprise, chuckling at the thought. "I don't think Fawkes is interested though. I offered to teach him the letters before, but he said he didn't want to learn how to read." "I'm afraid that Fawkes is not interested in anything but causing some sort of mischief," McGonagall said, shaking her head in annoyance. "The other day, he threw a whole bucket of ice and snow over me when I was roaming the corridor in the first floor in my animagus form." "Oops," Harry thought, and before he realized what he was doing, he explained, "I don't think Fawkes wanted to hit you with the snow, Professor. I think he wanted to play a prank on Mrs. Norris, because she had somehow angered some students." "Did Fawkes tell you that?" McGonagall asked incredulously. "He should know my animagus form by now." "Oh no. Should I tell her the truth?" Harry wondered, thinking feverishly of a reply. "Oh Minnie, leave Harry in peace." Madame Pomfrey quickly came to his help. "It's not his fault if Fawkes likes to play pranks." "Gowith, where are you?" "I'd like to leave for Hogsmeade in a few minutes." Severus' voice suddenly penetrated Harry's mind. "Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go back to Severus' quarters. He just thought to me that he wanted to leave for Hogsmeade, and he offered to take me with him," Harry quickly explained to the adults. "That's fine, Harry. Don't worry. Thank you for your visit. I really appreciate it. Come back and visit me whenever you can," McGonagall replied in a soft voice, smiling at Harry's clear excitement. "You should be able to flash straight into this room or into my office." "Thank you, madam. I'll try the next time," Harry replied gratefully and hurriedly stood up from his seat. He changed back into his phoenix form and flashed home. When he arrived on his perch, He saw that the professor was already wearing his warm robes and was waiting for him. "I'm sorry for being late, sir," Harry trilled to the man, who shook his head. "No problem, Gowid. You're not late at all. Do you want to sit on my shoulder, or do you prefer to fly?" "I can try to flash both of us to Hogsmeade, sir. Fox told me that he can flash up to 4 people, so I should be able to flash you," Harry trilled hesitantly, throwing the man a questioning look. "I don't mind either way. However, it might be good to try it out. It could come handy in case I need to go to Hogsmeade or somewhere urgently," Severus replied thoughtfully. "All right then, please grab my tail feathers," Harry instructed the professor and concentrated on flashing to Hogsmeade. Instants later, they found themselves on the main street in Hogsmeade, and Harry looked around with interest, until the professor's voice pulled him out of his reverie. "You did that very well, Gowid. Now, are you going to travel on my shoulder?" he asked softly. "Yes, sir," Harry trilled and did a huge jump, failing miserably to land on the tall man's shoulder. "That was not high enough," Severus chuckled, quickly extending his arm for his familiar to step on. "You're too high," Harry giggled as he resumed his favorite place on the potions master's shoulder. "Please remain on my shoulder while we're in the apothecary," Severus instructed the phoenix. "The shop is full of dangerous potions and ingredients, and you could hurt yourself badly. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," Harry trilled back obediently, snuggling deep into the curtain of silky black hair. As much as he loved watching the professor brew, being at the apothecary was extraordinarily boring, and Harry soon began to clean his feathers, finally ending up with his head turned into his back feathers, drifting off to sleep. He nearly fell off the man's shoulder, startled when Severus suddenly turned around and strode out of the shop. "Let's pay the bookshop a visit," Severus suggested, causing Harry to agree immediately. "Please once more remain on my shoulder. You may not jump onto the bookshelves or open books with your beak and your foot as you do it at home. If you see a book that interests you, you can tell me. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied softly, looking at the shelves they passed with interest. Severus finally stopped walking in front of a shelf with children's books. "Would you like to read a children's book? Or do you prefer something the students at Hogwarts would have to read?" "I don't think we need any more potions books though," he said dryly, causing Harry to chuckle. "I'd love to read something about transfiguration or charms," he mused, "but how can I explain that to my familiar? Perhaps I could read something about magical herbs, so I would know how and where to search for something in case you need an ingredient," he suggested thoughtfully. "That's a good idea, Gowid, but you'll find many books about potions ingredients at home," Severus replied, turning his head in surprise when the phoenix suddenly left his favorite place to walk down his arm until his beak nearly touched the shelf in front of them. "Animagi through the ages," Harry read with interest. "That sounds very intriguing." "Why would an animal want to read about animagi?" Severus asked in disbelief. "Do you know what animagi are at all?" "Yes, sir. Fox told me about it. I know that Professor McGonagall is a cat animagus," Harry replied carefully. "But well, you're right. There should be more interesting books," he corrected himself in a light tone, not wanting to risk giving himself away. Finally, they settled on a book about magical animals and walked back to Hogwarts, Harry contentedly sitting on the potions master's shoulder with his new book in his beak. "This seems very interesting, and perhaps I can even learn something about phoenixes that I didn't know yet," he mused as he made himself comfortable on his perch. "Gowid, would you like to assist me in the lab for a while?" Severus' voice interrupted his thoughts. "The students are going to come back tomorrow, and I still need to brew a few portions for the hospital wing." "Yes, of course," Harry trilled happily and flashed into the lab to lay out the ingredients for his familiar. "I'm glad the students are going to come back. They're a lot fun, especially the funny twins. It's only a pity that I can't communicate with them. Fox did well to bond with Tony, but should I bond with an elf too? Well, it probably won't hurt to bond with an elf. I'll ask Fox tomorrow," he decided and concentrated on assisting the professor. As expected, Fox didn't only have advice to which elf Harry should bond with, he was also full of ideas for new pranks when the students returned to the castle. "Gowid, Tony has a best friend, Nina. She is his age and they're inseparable. You should bond with her. I'm sure we'd be able to have a lot of fun together with the two elves," Fox suggested when Harry asked him. "That sounds good, Fox. What do I have to do in order to bond with him?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Him? Nina's a girl, Gowith. You just bond with her like you bonded with your human familiar. Fox replied in a slightly impatient tone. Sometimes, you behave as if you were one of those stupid owls and not a phoenix. Remember, we're the kings of the magical animals. You need to be a bit more self-confident. Now, shall I call Tony and ask him to bring Nina along? I don't think you behave like a king of the animals, playing pranks and getting yourself being caught all the time. Harry mused but realized that it would be wise to keep his thoughts to himself. Yes please, he replied, uncertainly fluffing his feathers. 10 minutes later, Harry was bonded to Nina, who was the same age as himself, and Harry found her very cute. Nina smiled happily as Harry sat on her shoulder and carefully nibbled her large ear. That tickles, she giggled, gently stroking the bird's head feathers. Fox, I know that smug expression on your face, Tony suddenly spoke up. Don't tell me you're already planning mischief again. The students have only been back for a few hours. Fox let out a series of happy trills. Oh, I have a superb idea for a prank to play on the students at the next Quidditch match. Does any of you know when it'll be and who's going to play? The first match in January should be Slytherin versus Ravenclaw, Harry remembered from what he had read in Hogwarts. A history. What are you going to do this time? He queried, groaning inwardly at the prospect of being pulled into another prank. Fox smirked. Are you able to transfigure objects into other things? He asked Tony, sighing as the small elf unsurely shook his head. Very well then, you'll have to help us talk to the twins again. No problem, Fox, Tony replied eagerly, before he translated to Nina what Fox had said. Are you sure the twins want to play another prank? Harry asked incredulously. If they're caught, they'll get into a lot of trouble with the cat professor. For you it's much easier, because the headmaster doesn't scold you for playing pranks. Fox chuckled. No, he'd rather give an award for a good prank. But believe me, Nestling, I know the way they are. Students like the twins love playing pranks, especially ones against the other houses, you'll see, and we're all going to have so much fun. As instructed by Fox, Tony explained the Phoenix's idea to the Weasley twins on the following day. Both of them were delighted at the thought of playing a prank on the whole school. The only problem is that we don't know how to do that, they replied, exchanging questioning looks. I can help you search the library if you want, Harry offered hesitantly, and when Nina translated, the twins eagerly nodded. Yes please, Gowith. The library is huge, and we have no idea where to search. During the following 2 weeks, Harry met with the twins in the library every day after their last afternoon class, to help them skim the books for the spell they would need. Finally, it was Fred, who found the needed spell. Here, we can use this one, he said excitedly. Yeah, but where do we get you can ask the house elves, Harry threw in, before he remembered sadly that the twins couldn't understand him. Seeing that the twins were throwing him curious looks, he feverishly searched his mind for an idea, other than calling Nina, who had surely better things to do than to translate for him. Suddenly, an idea struck his mind. Harry let go of the book and walked over the table to where Fred had left his school bag. He caned his neck, and his beak wandered inside the bag, producing a quill and a small piece of parchment that was lying around. He took the quill into his right foot and began to write in barely legible letters, elves. He can write, Fred said to George. I can't believe it. But he's right of course, George replied dryly. The house elves will be able to help us. Harry chuckled, resolving to let the twins in on his secret one day. I really like them, and it would be so nice if they were my friends even when I was in my human form, he thought, pondering if he could ask the cat professor if she thought he could open up to the boys. She must know them well, because they're in her house. The day of the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin was a very cold, but sunny day, and the grounds were still covered with snow. As reluctant as Harry had been when Fox had informed them about his prank, he couldn't help feeling extremely excited in anticipation of the fun they were going to have as he settled down on Severus' shoulder. Even Severus seemed to sense how excited his familiar was and threw him a questioning look, before he asked telepathically, Is everything all right, Gowith? Yes. I'm just excited, because I've never seen something like this before, Harry replied and continued to clean his feathers, absent-mindedly pulling a streak of black hair through his beak. 20 minutes into the game, the unexpected happened. The Slytherin beater beat the bludger, letting out a small shout, and the whole school observed in shock as the ball exploded. A red liquid spread all over the boy and his fellow players who had been nearby. While Madame Hooch blew her whistle, some of the students apparently began to panic and the teachers hurried onto the grounds. Dumbledore announced in a huge voice, "Don't panic, students. Please remain seated." At the same time, the players, who were covered in the red liquid, realized that it tasted really good and began to share the remainder of the watermelon that was shattered over the snowy ground with the rest of their team and the Ravenclaws. The whole school looked incredulously at the scene. Realizing that the incident had obviously been a harmless prank, Madame Hooch pointed her wand at the remaining watermelon, turning it back into the bludger, before she blew her whistle once more, causing the players to hurriedly mount their brooms again. After the short interruption, the following 2 hours remained uneventful, until the Slytherin Seeker managed to catch the snitch that turned into a mushy peach as soon as the Seeker closed his hand around it. Slytherin wins. Madame Hooch announced and transfigured the peach back into the snitch. Stupid Gryffindor pranks, Severus mumbled as he returned to the dungeons with a chuckling phoenix on his shoulder, unaware of the fact that his familiar was going to find out more about Gryffindors and their pranking nature in the near future. One day, very early on a Sunday morning, Harry was roaming the grounds in his phoenix form when he saw the Weasley twins sitting near the lake, completely engrossed in something that looked like a blank parchment. "I bet they're planning mischief," Harry mused as he observed them for a few minutes. He chuckled when a thought crossed his mind. Concentrating on a low branch of the tree right next to the twins, he flashed, causing the two boys to look up in confusion as the small whirlwind reached them. "Hi Gowith, be careful," Fred said, feverishly holding on to the parchment. "Yeah, you nearly caused us to lose our treasure to the giant squid," George agreed, glaring at the phoenix. "I'm sorry," Harry trilled in a small voice, shyly averting his eyes to the lake. "Well, remember that we can't understand you Gowith," George replied, before he turned to his brother. "Why don't we ask Gowith about the parchment? Maybe he knows more about passwords than us." His brother agreed and explained how they had nicked the parchment out of Mr. Filch's office. "It's completely empty, but it's speaking to us. It told us it deemed us worthy as successors of the Marauders, whatever that is, but that we had to find out the password. Do you by chance have any knowledge about passwords?" Harry shook his head, looking curiously at the parchment. It looked as if it was several years old and had been frequently used. Maybe Fawkes knows something, he thought. "We found it in Filch's office, in a drawer with the sign, 'Extremely Dangerous Objects,' and it was right on top," George threw in, pulling Harry out of his musings as he held the parchment right in front of the phoenix. "Reveal yourself. We can sense one of our own blood of our midst. You must be the rightful owner of our brilliant work." The parchment suddenly began to speak, causing Harry to look at it in shock. "What?" the twins blurted out simultaneously, staring at the phoenix with interest and disbelief. "Moony, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail demand that you reveal your true form," the parchment repeated in a firm voice, causing Harry to squirm. "What am I going to do?" he pondered, trying not to panic. "I can't transform here on the grounds, where the whole school would be able to see me." He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the twins confer and finally pull their wands. While Fred transfigured a leaf from the tree into a quill, George took another leaf and transfigured it into a small parchment. The twins held both objects out to Harry. Harry sighed and flapped his wings, causing the twins to step back to give him space. Letting out a grateful trill, he flew down to the ground, where he accepted the quill and began to write unsteady letters on the parchment. "Come." Harry handed Fred the quill back and took into the air to fly towards the entrance doors, where he waited for the twins to open them, before he led them through a few small corridors to a rarely used side corridor. Taking a few steps backward to have some space, he transformed into a parrot. "A parrot?" the twins blurted out simultaneously, staring at him in disbelief. "Can you understand me?" Harry queried. "Yes. Now is that your real form?" "No, but before I show you my real form, you have to promise that you won't tell anyone about it," Harry replied firmly, causing the twins to laugh with a mixture of amusement and confusion. "I am human, but I'm a natural multiple animagus. That's at least what the cat professor told me." "The cat professor?" Fred blurted out, laughing. "How fitting," George chuckled. "So she knows about your true self. Who else knows?" "Professor Snape." "No." Harry shook his head. Only the cat professor and her friend, Madame Pomfrey. Now, do you promise? We promise, the twins replied eagerly. Do you need a wizard's oath, or is a word from prankster to prankster enough? Harry chuckled and transformed into his human form. Hi, he said, suddenly feeling very shy in front of the twins, who were a whole head taller than him. I'm Harry. The parchment, which Fred was firmly holding in his hands, suddenly came to life. I sense the air of the Marauders, it announced in apparent eagerness. I'm sorry, but what are the Marauders? Harry asked hesitantly. Moony, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail are the Marauders, and you're obviously Prongslet, the parchment replied in an even voice, before it proceeded to tell him the activating and deactivating passwords. Let's try it out, the twins said impatiently, causing Harry to chuckle. Well, I'm going to change back. Don't forget to keep my secret, please. We'll do, the twins replied simultaneously, before Fred motioned George to cast the password. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, George told the parchment that all of a sudden began to display hundreds of thin black lines. It's a map of Hogwarts, the twins breathed. It's yours actually, Harry. Would you mind us keeping it for a while? A small smile flashed over Harry's face. I can't use it at the moment anyway. You may keep it, but it would be nice if you could give it to me when I'm going to become a student next year. Will do, the twins promised, before they let out a huge gasp, causing Harry to instantly change back into his phoenix form. Oh sorry, Gowith. We didn't intend to frighten you, George said softly. We just saw that Dumbledore is pacing his office. This thing here seems to not only be a map of Hogwarts, but it apparently displays where everyone in the castle is at the present time. Look here, Fred shouted in excitement. We're here, Fred Weasley, George Weasley and Harry. Potter? He asked incredulously. Oops, sorry we didn't realize who you are, George said, chuckling. We really have to take care of this map in order not to give you away. By the way, Gowith, Fred threw in. Our little sister has a huge crush on you, even if she has never met you. Oh well, can you lead us back to some more known passages please? You can't leave 2 handsome first years like us lost in some lonely passage now, can you? Harry chuckled and slowly made his way back to the entrance hall, where he let out a happy trill and flashed back home. Fortunately, the twins kept his secret, and Harry somehow felt glad to have 2 new allies who knew about his true identity. I just hope I'll be able to hide it from Severus at least until I'm old enough to begin Hogwarts, he often thought. Maybe the cat professor would help me, so that I didn't have to return to the Dursleys, but I like living with Severus, and I wouldn't want to stay anywhere else. On a dark and stormy day in April however, Gowith caused an accident that nearly caused him to be thrown out at least of the professor's private lab forever. Severus was busying himself with the Esnopia potion, which was a fairly dangerous potion that he had invented a few years ago. If properly ingested, the potion worked against several kinds of pox like the dragon pox, the basilisk pox or the Grindylow pox. However, if applied straight to the skin, it had the opposite effect and could be life-threatening to the person affected. As usual, Harry read the recipe and collected all the necessary ingredients from the shelf and placed them on the work table for Severus. Afterwards, he settled on the shelf and observed Severus brew, craning his neck, so that he could look into the cauldron. He noticed in surprise that Severus decided to wear safety gloves just to be sure that no drop of the potion hit his hands. An hour into the brewing process, the potion suddenly changed from light orange into dark green. Unaware of the contented expression on Severus' face, Harry jumped out of his skin, startled, and stepped forward in panic to get a better look at the bubbling liquid, completely forgetting about the fact that he was sitting on a shelf. From that instant onwards, everything happened very fast. Severus looked up startled when Gowith, who had been patiently watching him brewing, suddenly fell from the shelf. Of course, the bird didn't hit the floor, because his phoenix instincts kicked in right in time and he managed to flash away and reappear on the shelf. However, during the few seconds Severus was distracted and glanced over to his familiar's activities in shock, he neglected to stir his potion, which didn't take the neglect well and exploded all over the potion's master. Unfortunately, this happened so fast that Severus didn't realize what was happening until it was too late to hide under the table. Harry watched in shock how the professor was hit by the potion. Oh no, now he'll become very sick just because of me, he thought horrified as he glanced at the prone form on the floor. He quickly flashed down to the floor to get a good look at the professor and ask him if he should call help. "Severus, are you all right?" he asked, beginning to panic when the professor didn't reply but remained unconscious. "Is he dead?" he wondered, terrified. Noticing that the man's robes looked as if they were burning, but not with fire but with dark green bubbles, Harry forgot about all his precautions and instinctively transformed into his human form. He hurriedly pulled the robes off the professor's limbs, only to look at the man's skin in shock. He is completely covered in pox. At least his arms, he noticed, terrified, feverishly thinking what he should do now. Phoenix tears, Harry suddenly remembered. The healing magic of Phoenix tears might be able to heal the pox. But how can I manage to cry at once? He quickly changed back into Gowid and leaned over the professor's arm. To his surprise, the tears came instinctively, and Harry carefully made one drop fall on each pox, noticing in relief that the pox vanished completely from the professor's skin. It took him quite a while and he was exhausted when he finished with the man's arms. He might have more pox under his clothes, he thought, but I don't dare undress him. I'm going to call Madame Pomfrey. She'll be able to handle this. Feeling very contented with his decision but still horrified, because Severus was still unconscious and that because he had disturbed his familiar while he was brewing something so dangerous, Harry flashed straight into Madame Pomfrey's office. "Gowid, do you have new potions for me?" the healer asked gently, looking up from her paperwork. Harry shook his head and carefully glanced around, causing the Medowitch to understand. "Oh no, not here," she said quickly. "Come with me." The Phoenix jumped onto her outstretched arm and allowed himself being carried into Poppy's private quarters. "Now you may change back," the healer said softly. Harry let out a happy trill and flew down to the floor, where he quickly transformed into Harry. "Madame Pomfrey, I need your help," he blurted out quickly. "Severus is unconscious, maybe even dead. I don't know, but it's my fault. I healed the pox on his arms, but there are probably more under his clothes." "Calm down, sweetie. Nothing is your fault," Poppy said soothingly. "Where is Severus?" "In his lab. I can flash you, if you grab my tail feathers," Harry replied urgently and changed back into Gowid. Instants later, he reappeared in the potions lab with the healer in tow. Pomfrey quickly stripped Severus down to his underwear and turned to Harry. "I'm sure healing him with Phoenix tears must afford quite an amount of magic. Are you still feeling well enough to continue with the rest of his body?" Harry nodded eagerly and proceeded to cry on the professor's stomach, faintly noticing that the kind witch continued talking to him and reassured him that Severus would be fine. By the time he had made all the pox vanish with his tears, he felt absolutely exhausted and was glad that the Medowitch woke the professor and explained everything to him. Fortunately, Severus was in too much a daze to question why Pomfrey knew exactly what had happened. Harry sighed in relief when the professor was in his bed with the order to stay there until the following morning. The healer had seen herself out, and he was back on his perch and able to sleep. He was just about to drift off, when an unsettling idea struck his mind. "I still have to apologize to Severus," he suddenly remembered. "Will he be very angry? Will he allow me into his lab ever again? What if he throws me out completely, because of putting him into so much danger?" Harry suddenly realized that he couldn't sleep without speaking to his familiar beforehand. "Will he mind if I flash into his bedroom?" he wondered, but deciding that things probably couldn't get any worse, he flashed into Severus' bedroom. To Harry's surprise, Severus was still awake and was reading a book. "Gowid," he greeted him astonished. "I'm sorry for intruding in your bedroom, Severus. I only wanted to apologize for putting you in so much danger," Harry trilled quietly. "It was not your fault," Severus replied astonished. "It was. I was so shocked when your potion suddenly changed from orange to green that I fell from the shelf and managed to distract you." Severus threw the bird a surprised look. "Madame Pomfrey said you stumbled and fell off the shelf, but well, she couldn't have known exactly since you can't communicate with her." "Yes, sir, it was my fault, and—" he hesitated for a moment, before he continued, "I can understand if you won't allow me into the lab again, although I love to assist you very much." Severus let out a long sigh. "It's still my own fault. I shouldn't have allowed myself to become distracted. On the contrary, I have to thank you for saving me from a dangerous illness. Madame Pomfrey told me that you healed me with your Phoenix tears. Thank you, Gowid." No problem, sir, Harry replied softly. Good night, sir. Good night, Gowith, Severus replied softly. Harry flashed back to his perch, feeling much better. Thank Merlin, I went to apologize. I'm so glad that he isn't angry at me. With this happy thought he drifted off into an exhausted sleep. The remaining weeks of the school year passed relatively uneventfully, although it was far from being boring for Harry. Fox, with his infinite ideas of playing pranks on everyone, involved Harry in his mischief every now and then, and even if they were not just planning something naughty, the two phoenixes spent much time together flying over the grounds or through Hogsmeade. One day, Harry and Fox were sitting on a tree near the lake, watching the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice, when Harry suddenly blurted out, "Is he stupid or what? The one over there is supposed to catch the snitch, isn't he?" Fox chuckled. Yes, that's the one, but he's looking for it. It's not so easy to catch the wingy one that's on the run. Harry groaned in annoyance. There, right next to the teacher's stands. Shall I go and catch it for him? Fox chuckled again. You can try, Nestling. Have fun, I'll be watching. Harry threw Fox an uncertain glance. Will I be able to catch it? I don't even know if I can hold in my foot. It might be a bit too large. He unsurely voiced his thoughts to Fox, who let out a snort. Are you a chicken or a phoenix, Nestling? Of course your feet are big enough to grab that annoying little thing. Now go on. I want to have some fun. Well, for you it might be funny, but I'll get into trouble. You won't, Nestling. Look at the dark clouds. The thunderstorm is going to begin in a few minutes at the latest. They'll be glad and grateful to have the snitch back in time, Fox replied, looking upwards. Harry followed his gaze, realizing that Fox was right, as usual. He thought in annoyance and flashed over to where he had seen the snitch. He grabbed it with his right foot that was indeed large enough and flashed again, reappearing right where the seeker was flying. With a happy trill he handed him the snitch and flashed away. Only instants later, the first thunder could be heard and the captain of the Quidditch team called the team together. Thank God you caught the snitch right in time, he commended the seeker, who had been flying above his teammates, so that none of them had seen the phoenix intervene in their practice. Let's hurry inside. The thunderstorm is going to begin any minute now. Fox and Harry observed the Quidditch team retreat inside the castle. It must be so much fun to play Quidditch, Harry mused. Maybe I'll be able to play in a house team when I'm going to become a student here. That would be so cool. Gowith, is your familiar at home right now? Fox asked just when the first raindrops began to fall. No, the twins' older brother Percy has detention with him for failing his potion and blowing up a cauldron, Harry replied, smirking. Serves him right. The twins always say that he's a git. Shall we flash back? Yeah, let's do that. Serves him right. He is very stuck up. I don't like him. Back on Gowithy's perch, Fox trilled, by the way, Nestling, when are you going to tell them the truth? The truth? Harry asked, nearly falling from his perch in shock. How stupid do you think I am, Nestling? I've been alive millions of egg-turns, and I know that you're not a phoenix by hatch. I can sense several animals and even a human in you. Harry sighed and hesitantly told Fox the whole story of how he ended up at Hogwarts, before he begged him to not give him away. Fox rolled his eyes. If I wanted to give you away, I'd have done so back in the old Grumpy One's office. Why would I? It's good to have a Nestling nearby, especially considering the cats here in the castle. Oh, sorry Gowith, the old Grumpy One is calling me. Bye. Harry remained on his perch like in a trance. Fox is full of surprises, he thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Even during the school time, Fox and Harry had made it a habit to attend at least dinner, sometimes even other meals, in the Great Hall together with the teachers, and the students had much fun with this arrangement since it gave them the opportunity of watching the snarky head of Slytherin feed his familiar with a spoon every now and then. On a Friday evening shortly before the beginning of the summer holidays, the Weasley twins hesitantly approached Harry just when dinner was over. Gowith, can you meet us here tomorrow morning after breakfast? They asked, causing a mischievous smile to appear on the Phoenix's face. Harry nodded eagerly and let out a series of happy trills. I'll be here, and I'm looking forward to it. Can they understand you? The cat professor asked in surprise after the two first years had returned to the Gryffindor table. Harry shook his head. No, only Severus can understand me. No, Minerva. Since he is bonded with me, I'm the only one who can understand his babbling, Severus replied, smirking as Harry feigned a pout, which he expressed well enough in a trill for everyone to sense. Oh, I think someone needs a few extra Phoenix treats, McGonagall chuckled, causing Harry to fly around the table and land on her shoulder. Hello, sweetie. Well, I meant Severus had to give you a treat, but if you're here, she quickly pulled her wand, pointing it at her spoon that was seconds later replaced by a piece of chocolate in form of a cauldron. Here, Gowith. If I remember correctly, you like chocolate. Harry nodded eagerly, carefully taking the chocolate cauldron into his beak. Be careful, cat professor, which is what Gowith calls you, or I will make him eat chocolate in form of cats, Severus threatened, observing his familiar munch his cauldron with gusto. After breakfast on Saturday morning, Harry flew over to the Gryffindor table and landed on Fred's shoulder. Can you flash us to the 3rd floor, so that no one will be able to follow us? Fred whispered into his ear, causing Harry to agree immediately. The Phoenix jumped down onto the back of Fred's chair and flashed away as soon as the twins had grabbed his back feathers. Do you have the map? Harry queried, curiously glancing around. Apparently knowing out of the situation what Harry wanted, George pulled the parchment out of his robe pocket and activated the map. It's all right, Gowith. No one is around, he announced. After a glance on the map just to be sure, Harry transformed into his human form. Hi, he said shyly. Hello, Gowith, the twins replied, deciding to keep that name even if Harry was in his human form to prevent themselves from accidentally calling him Harry in front of others. They excitedly explained that they had discovered a secret passage that, according to the map, led to Hogsmeade. Making sure once again that no one was nearby, the 3 boys climbed down behind the one-eyed witch into the secret corridor and walked towards Hogsmeade, where they carefully left the passage through the cellar of Honeydukes and stepped onto the main street, looking around in awe. Only when Harry saw Severus and Minerva stand a few meters up the street, he remembered that Severus was chaperoning a Hogsmeade visit on that day. Quickly, let's flash away, Harry hissed to the twins, before he transformed into Gowith and flashed back to Hogwarts as soon as he noticed the twins were holding on to his back feathers. Thank you, Gowith, you saved us from an excruciating death. At the hands of our head of house, the twins thanked Harry profusely when they arrived back on the 3rd floor corridor. After a glance at the map to confirm that they were alone, Harry once more transformed into his human form. They didn't notice us now, did they? He asked anxiously. No, at least we hope not, the twins replied, exchanging a quick look. By the way, Gowith, would you mind teaching us how to become Animagi? Harry frowned. I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to do that. I just think of my Phoenix form, and then I change. But I saw an interesting book in the bookshop, which I wanted. Sadly, I couldn't explain to the professor why I would need such a book. The twins laughed. Of course not. Why would a Phoenix need a book about Animagi? Fred chuckled, glancing at his twin brother. But we have a huge library here, George agreed with his brother's unspoken suggestion. I can skim the professor's bookshelves when he is in class next week, and if I find a book on Animagi, I'll read and tell you about it, Harry promised. Since probably no one knows this hidden corridor, we could meet there and practice if you want. That's a good idea. I wonder if we can choose into which animal we want to change, Fred said thoughtfully. I have no idea, but I'll look it up. What animal would you try if you could choose? Harry asked curiously, quickly turning into his Phoenix form when he saw on the map that Mrs. Norris appeared at the end of the corridor. During the following weeks, Harry feverishly searched Severus' bookshelves for a book about Animagi, but he couldn't find anything. However, when he met the twins on a Saturday shortly before the beginning of the holidays, he told them excitedly, I found something in one of my familiar's potions books. It's an old potion that makes it easier and faster for someone to change into an animal. It makes you change once, so you exactly know how your body is supposed to look. So you can't choose your animal? The twins asked simultaneously. The book didn't say that. Maybe it's only a suggestion for the most likely Animagus form, Harry replied thoughtfully. The potion doesn't seem too difficult, and it should only take an hour and 7 minutes until it's finished. So I could help you brew it, for example when the professor is in a staff meeting. That would be cool, the twins agreed immediately. Since there was no staff meeting, of which Harry knew early enough to alert the twins, before the end of the school year, the twins decided to skip the leaving feast and instead head to the potions classroom to brew the potion together with Harry. After a glance on the map, Harry changed back and instructed Fred to help him prepare the ingredients and George to look at the map all the time. When he finally began to brew, George watched him closely to assure that he did everything correctly, while Fred closely observed the map. It's easy to watch the map. If anyone wanted to come here, he or she would have to descend all the way from the entrance hall, Fred said, slowly beginning to relax. No, Harry replied firmly. Severus could also come through the flow, so you have to make sure that he doesn't walk towards the fireplace in the Great Hall. However, the three children were lucky and managed to brew their potion undisturbed. Harry bottled 2 vials of the potion and instructed the twins how to magically clean up the workspace, explaining that he had often enough watched Severus but of course hadn't tried to do any magic except for the Animagus transformation yet, especially since he didn't even own a wand. This looks as it was before, George finally stated, and Harry agreed in relief. Shall we go and try the potion? Fred suggested, glancing at his wristwatch. We still have time. All right, grab my tail feathers, Harry instructed the twins and transformed. An instant later, they found themselves in the hidden corridor. I wonder what their Animagus forms are, he mused as the twins downed their potions. When they began to transform, he couldn't help laughing. Gray parrots with red tails that resemble their hair, he inwardly chuckled and changed into his phoenix form again. Can you understand me? He asked hopefully. Yes. Wow. How cool is this? Well then you have to practice changing during the holidays, Harry trilled. You're lucky, because you can watch each other to see your exact form. Very convenient. The twins enjoyed being parrots and were disappointed when they automatically changed back after a certain time that seemed much too short. Oh, the leaving feast seems to be over, George spoke up after a glance on the map. We need to go back. Harry nodded and turned his back to them as an invitation to flash them to Gryffindor, and he was back in the potions master's quarters right in time, before the professor returned home, looking forward to a quiet evening with his familiar. Thank Merlin no one saw me, although I changed into Harry several times today, the Phoenix thought as he jumped onto Severus' shoulder, knowing that Severus had become very good at stroking his head feathers. However, his luck was not going to last through the summer holidays. One day during the holidays, Professor McGonagall called Severus after breakfast, asking if she could borrow Gowith for a few hours. Of course, if Gowith doesn't mind, Severus replied in surprise. I'd love to visit the cat, Professor, Harry trilled happily, causing Severus to smirk and translate to his older colleague. Well then, can you flash into my office, Gowith? Minerva queried, causing Harry to nod and flash straight away. Unfortunately, he managed to land in the middle of the professor's desk, causing a few piles of parchment to get mixed up in the small whirl of wind that accompanied him. Oh, I'm sorry, he trilled, horrified. It's all right, Gowith. No one is here, and you can transform into Harry, Minerva said gently, while she rearranged her parchments with a flick of her wand. Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his human form. I'm so sorry, Professor, for making a mess on your desk, he apologized profusely. No problem, Harry. Tell me, have your relatives ever taken you to the zoo? Harry threw the teacher a surprised look, before he slowly shook his head. No, Professor, they've never taken me anywhere. I always had to stay with Mrs. Fig, when they took Dudley to places. Noticing that he was rambling, he slowly trailed off. Very well, sweetie. I thought we could make a trip to the London Zoo together. What do you think? I'd love to go to the zoo, Harry replied enthusiastically, throwing the cat professor a happy smile. All right then, can you flash us to the apparition point in Hogsmeade? Do you know where that is? Harry nodded. Yes, Professor, I've flashed Severus there before. He quickly changed back into Gowith and flashed to Hogsmeade, from where Minerva apparated them straight into the London Zoo. Wow, this is so cool, Harry thought happily as he glanced around in amazement, seeing himself face to face with a penguin. We'll have so much fun here. However, Minerva was going to realize soon that it wasn't the best of all ideas to take a multiple Animagus to the zoo. Minerva and Harry stood in front of the penguins, watching them being fed for a while. Well, shall we go and see what other animals there are? Minerva asked gently but suddenly noticed that Harry wasn't standing next to her anymore. "Harry?" she asked in confusion, glancing around in shock. Harry observed the penguins and noticed that there was a smaller penguin standing behind the others that couldn't manage to catch even one fish. How unfair the bigger ones are, he thought, and without properly thinking about the matter transformed into his phoenix form, flashed behind the penguins and changed into a penguin, feeling very happy when he succeeded in catching a fish. He carefully held the delicacy in his mouth and laid it in front of the smaller penguin's feet, telling him that he caught it for him. Only when he saw that the other penguin was happily devouring his meal, Harry transformed back into his phoenix form and returned to Minerva's side. "Oh, thank Merlin. There you are, Harry. I was so worried when I couldn't find you," Minerva said, sounding very relieved. Harry quickly told her about the small penguin, and Minerva couldn't help smiling at Harry's kindness. "That was very kind of you, although I'd appreciate it if you told me in advance." "I'll do the next time," Harry promised sincerely, causing Minerva to sigh in exasperation at the imagination of Harry transforming into a skunk, tiger or llama. Apparently sensing that the cat professor didn't approve of him changing into animals and visiting the animals in the enclosures, Harry refrained from transforming again. Only when they came to the chimpanzees, he asked hesitantly if he could transform and play for a few minutes, because the chimpanzees had such a nice playground with swings and slides. "Yes, you may." Minerva reluctantly allowed him to go, knowing that the child deserved to have some fun after his horrible childhood. It took nearly an hour until Harry returned, but he was very excited and happy, and Minerva chuckled inwardly at the boy's sweetness. "All right, Harry. There are only the snakes left. However, we're only going there if you promise not to transform into a snake." "I promise," Harry replied, giggling, and after a first shock when Minerva gently took his hand, he slowly relaxed when she continued to hold it while they walked over to the snakes. They stood in front of the snake's enclosure for a few minutes, and Harry began to talk with one of them, until he suddenly heard a well-known voice shout, "Dad, look what the snake is doing." He felt himself being pushed onto the ground and watched, terrified, as his cousin pressed his hands against the glass in an attempt to communicate with the snake as well. "Come, Harry, let's go," Minerva said and kindly helped him up from the ground. "Yeah," Harry replied absent-mindedly while he concentrated on Dudley and the glass that separated the snakes from the visitors. When Minerva quickly pulled him away and around the next corner, the snake slithered along and hissed, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Harry replied softly, just before Minerva apparated them back to Hogsmeade. "Professor, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put my cousin behind the glass," Harry quickly apologized, feeling very bad towards the kind professor, who had taken him for such a nice excursion. "Are you very angry, Professor?" Minerva shot him a quick smile. "No, Harry, I'm not angry. You did accidental magic, which was not your fault. If it had been anyone else, I'd have helped them escape, of course, but since it was your cousin, who always bullied you, I just decided to get away with you as fast as possible. It was your cousin who started everything anyway." Harry sighed in relief. "Thank Merlin. I wouldn't want her to be angry at me. I really like her. Thank you so much for taking me to the zoo. I absolutely loved it," he said gratefully, absent-mindedly observing the giant squid play in the lake. "You're welcome, Harry. We can go to other places over the holidays, for example to a playground, if you want," Minerva replied softly, suddenly getting aware of the fact that Harry was still in his human form, although they were slowly walking up to the castle. "Harry, you need to transform back into Gowith quickly," she said urgently, causing Harry to change forms in the blink of an eye. Thank Merlin the cat professor noticed it. "I completely forgot," Harry realized in shock at his own carelessness. A few minutes later, he flashed back into Severus' quarters, thinking that it was a bit sad he couldn't tell the man every detail of his adventure. "I'll still tell him that we were in the zoo," he mused as he searched the living room, the potions lab and even the office for Severus, who was nowhere to be seen. Sadly, Harry sat on his perch and waited for his familiar to come home. Where can he have gone? He thought impatiently as the hours passed and there was still no sign of the professor. Suddenly, Harry heard a series of harsh coughs coming from the professor's bedroom. "Oh no, is he sick?" He mused and quickly flashed into the bedroom. The professor was curled up under his covers. His face was even paler than normal, while his cheeks were deeply flushed, and dark rings were surrounding his eyes. Strands of his normally straight long hair were stuck to his sweaty forehead. Not sure how he could help the professor, Harry tried to assess if he was awake, although his eyes were closed. "Severus?" he asked tentatively. Severus slowly opened his eyes halfway and mumbled hoarsely, "Gowith. Thank Merlin it's you and not all the other birds again." "Other birds?" Harry asked in surprise, wondering if the twins had somehow been able to transform and make their way into the professor's quarters. "There were owls and a dove and a parrot and... Look, there is still an eagle. Over there, at the window," Severus croaked. "I think you're delirious, sir. Did you take a potion, or do you at least know what's ailing you?" Harry asked, slightly beginning to panic. Why does he have to fall ill just when Madame Pomfrey is away for a week? What can I do to help him? He thought feverishly. Should I ask the cat professor for help? "Need the flu potion," Severus mumbled, throwing his covers away, only to reach for them again an instant later. "Of course, I'll fetch it," Harry replied and flashed away. "He needs one of the strong fever reducers as well," he mused as he skimmed the shelf with the potion's files and finally flashed back with 2 files. He held the flu potion out for Severus, but the professor merely pointed to the charmed window and mumbled something like giving it to the eagle, so he might finally go away, before he once more began to fight with his covers. Harry helplessly listened to the professor's rambling, before he finally made a decision after getting a glimpse into Severus' eyes that looked glassy and sick. "I need to change into my human form and nurse him back to health. He is too ill to help himself," he realized, "and I can't call the cat professor, because it's already midnight." Harry carefully placed the files on the night table and transformed. Picking up the file with the flu potion, he pressed it against the professor's lips and said in a soft voice, "This is the flu potion. Please swallow, sir." To his immense relief, Severus obediently swallowed the potion as well as the fever reducer, and finally drifted off to sleep as the potions kicked in. If Harry had been afraid that the professor would realize who he was, his fears faded into concern when he noticed the heat the man was radiating even after taking the potions. He carefully laid his small, cool hand on the professor's forehead. "I need to cool him down," he thought, and hurriedly fetched a bucket of water and a small towel from the bathroom. Harry spent the next few hours trying to cool the professor's hot face. From time to time, he glanced at the time that was displayed at the ceiling with a permanent charm, knowing from the book about healing potions and their effects, which he had read a few weeks ago, that Severus would need his next dose of potions after 4 hours. "Maybe the potions would be more efficient if I added a few phoenix tears," he mused and changed back into Gowith, before he flashed into the lab, carefully uncorked a phial with the potion for the wizard's flu and let 2 tears drop into the phial. Then he repeated the process with the fever reducer and flashed back into the bedroom. Back in his human form, he gently shook the professor's shoulder, noticing that the man slightly flinched back at his touch. "Severus, you need to take your next dose of the potions," he whispered and carefully pressed the first phial against the man's lips. Severus obediently swallowed both potions, before he sighed in relief. "That's much better," he mumbled, "thank you." Glancing at Harry, he corrected himself, uttering incredulously, "Potter. No, I must still be delirious, it's even getting worse." Seeing birds was still better. To Harry's relief, the professor drifted back to sleep right afterwards. That was dangerous, Harry mused as he continued to bathe the professor's face with a cold, wet towel, before sleep claimed him as well in the early morning hours. Severus woke up, feeling much better. How strange, he mused as he listened to his body to assess his condition, before he even opened his eyes. "I remember that Gowith gave me 2 doses of the flu potion, but I should need at least another 2 to recover. Or could it be? He is a phoenix, and he healed me before. Maybe he added phoenix tears to the potion. That would explain why I feel so well already." He tentatively opened his eyes to see if the eagle had finally vanished from the window. However, while the eagle was gone, a small boy was sitting on the chair next to his bed, fast asleep with his head resting on the edge of Severus' bed. What the? Severus' thoughts went haywire. There was a boy during the night. Apparently, it was not because I was delirious. But Gowith was there as well. One thought connected to the other, making him finally realize, Gowith is an Animagus. But Potter? He thought in shock. Potter in his Animagus form is my familiar? He is Gowith. He only transformed into his human form to look after you during the night, before he fell asleep in exhaustion after healing you. He must love you very much to give up his secret in order to make you feel better, a small voice at the back of his head spoke up. Severus let out a long sigh. Gowith? He asked tentatively, causing the boy to stir and look up sleepily. How are you feeling, sir? Harry asked, rubbing his eyes. I'm fine, thank you. Is it correct to assume that you were so kind as to heal me with phoenix tears? Severus queried, raising an eyebrow at the boy, who hadn't even noticed that he forgot to transform back into his phoenix form. Yes, sir. I hope it was all right, Harry admitted shyly. Of course it was. You healed me. Thank you very much. Is there an explanation as to why you're a little boy and not a phoenix this morning? Severus asked. To his surprise, he felt more amused at the boy's mishap than angry about the fact that the child hadn't revealed himself earlier. Harry let out a gasp and hurriedly transformed back into Gowith. I'm sorry, sir. I have a human form as well, and I only changed in order to cool your face last night, sir. I couldn't do that in my phoenix form. I'm sorry, sir. I should have told you much earlier, but life is so much better as a phoenix, and I didn't want anyone to know. Severus frowned. I have no idea what he's talking about, but I should hear him out, he mused. It would be good to get a bit more comfortable though. Gowith, let's sit in our usual place in the living room, and then you're going to tell me everything. All right? He suggested in his usual soft voice. Okay, sir, Harry replied. In order to give Severus some space, he flashed back to his perch, anxiously fluffing his feathers in anticipation to his familiar's reaction on his revelation. A few minutes later, Severus entered the room, dressed in his usual black polo shirt and trousers he used to wear at home. He sat in his favorite armchair and patted his knee for Gowith to sit on. Come here, Gowith, and explain everything from the beginning, please. All right, Harry trilled and jumped on the professor's knee. He hesitantly told the professor the whole story from the beginning, before he anxiously waited for the man's reaction. So Professor McGonagall has known about it the whole time? Severus queried, quirking an eyebrow. Yes, sir, but I begged her not to tell anyone. Please don't be angry at her, sir. And Madame Pomfrey knows as well, but she only found out because she came into the cat professor's quarters when I was in my human form, because the cat professor had just mended a scratch on my knee. Seeing that the professor was eyeing him deep in thought, Harry couldn't fight his tears back anymore. I'm so sorry, Professor. I really didn't mean to lie to you or to betray you. I just wanted to live as a phoenix, sir, and it was by chance that I ended up with you. But now I've become used to living with you. Please don't send me away, sir. I love you, sir, he sobbed, and the tears were freely running down his green feathers. Stop crying, Gowith. You should know by now how valuable phoenix tears are, Severus chastised him softly. I love you too, and I wouldn't want to miss your company anymore. Thank you, sir, Harry trilled in a very relieved tone, and Severus watched in amusement how the phoenix left his spot on his knee and slowly walked up to his favorite place on his left shoulder, where he continued his sleep that had been interrupted earlier. Severus leaned back in his chair, realizing that he needed some more rest as well, and thought about everything Gowith had told him. Will Albus allow him to stay with me upon knowing his identity? I must speak with Minerva, he mused. She apparently appreciates that he ran away from his relatives against the headmaster's wishes and is living with me. I still can't believe who he is. His father would turn around in his grave if he knew where his precious son ended up. But his mother was your best friend and would be glad that the boy lives with you, the annoying voice at the back of his head threw in. That might be true, and Gowith seems to be very much alike Lily, Severus thought, feeling surprisingly undisturbed by the fact that Gowith was Harry Potter. Maybe he still wasn't completely back to his normal condition. He yawned, before he followed his familiar's example and took a nap in his favorite chair with Gowith, who was slightly snoring, on his shoulder. Harry and Severus were both pulled out of their dreams when the fireplace flared and Minerva stepped out, laughing at their sight. Oh, Severus and Gowith, you look so comfortable napping together, she chuckled, causing Severus to wake up properly. We're recovering from a stressful night, he replied evenly, quirking an eyebrow. By the way, is there anything you needed to tell me? She'd make a good Slytherin after all, he thought when Minerva feigned ignorance and replied lightly, no. I merely wanted to beg you to join Albus and me for dinner tonight. He is in his inventing mood. You know how he gets after eating too many lemo drops. During breakfast, he kept talking about buying a computer and trying to get it to run in the magical world, so that we could use computers and even magically connect them to a network. WizardNet or something like that. I don't know where he gets these ideas, but, let's face reality. We don't have time to help him play the whole day. Severus chuckled, before he sobered. In fact, Minerva, I don't think that the idea is so bad. Somewhere in a Muggle magazine, I read something about databases, and I'd love to have something like that for my potions ingredients. And I believe I have someone who might be interested in assisting the headmaster with his research. He glanced to his left shoulder and carefully ran his slender fingers through the fluffy feathers of his familiar's stomach, causing the phoenix to wake up and turn his head. I'm sorry, he trilled sleepily. Please tell the cat professor good morning and thanks for a great day at the zoo. The potions master quickly translated, before he asked, why don't you transform, so you can speak with Professor McGonagall yourself? While Minerva let out a gasp, Harry threw the professor a hesitant look. Do you really mean that? He asked anxiously. Are you not angry? Severus sighed. Gowith or Harry, whichever you prefer. I believe that we already spoke about the matter, and everything is all right except for the fact that we have to decide if we want to inform the headmaster about your identity or keep it a secret for the time being. This is actually something I wanted to discuss with you, Minerva. Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his human form, hovering unsurely next to the professor, before Severus raised an eyebrow at him and said softly, this is still your home, Jade, even if you're in your human form. Sit down. Thank you, sir, Harry said, smiling, and quickly took a seat, before he turned to Minerva and once more thanked her profusely for the day at the zoo. You're welcome, sweetie, Minerva replied gently, turning to Severus. By the way, how did you find out about Harry? Later, Minerva, Severus said impatiently. First of all, we need to decide what to do with Albus, before he comes through the fireplace by chance to inform me about his newest idea. If we tell him, it might be that he insists on sending Gowith back to his relatives. On the other hand, if he knew, I could apply for the guardianship over Gowith and officially make him my ward, provided that is what he wants. What do you think, Minerva and Gowith? Harry chuckled. If he sends me back to the Dursleys, I'm just going to flash away and come back here anyway, he said matter-of-factly. Harry Potter Severus smirked. That sounds very reassuring. However, maybe today would be a good time to inform the headmaster, considering that he needs someone to help with his newest idea. Gowith, did you by chance hear what Professor McGonagall told me about computers? Harry frowned. No sir, I'm sorry. Dudley has some kind of computer. He plays some kind of games the whole day. The point is that electronic devices don't work in the magical world, but Professor Dumbledore wants to find out how to make computers work here, Minerva explained gently. It could be helpful for cataloging potions ingredients, for example, Severus added pensively. Would you be interested to assist the headmaster with his research? It probably involves much reading of Muggle books about computers and networks. I don't know anything about it, Harry admitted in a small voice, but you know how much I like to read. I'd love to research together with the headmaster. I don't have anything to do anyway. When are you supposed to attend Hogwarts? Next year? Yes, sir. Harry is going to be 10 years in 3 weeks' time, Minerva threw in. Very well then. Shall we call the headmaster, Gowith? Would you like to remain in your human form or transform back? I'll change back, Harry said anxiously and quickly transformed into his phoenix form. That way, Severus and I will be able to talk in private, since Dumbledore can't understand me, and Severus can mind-think to me, he thought, settling down on Severus' shoulder as soon as the potions master returned from the fireplace. An instant later, the headmaster stepped out of the fireplace and made himself comfortable on the sofa. Good morning, my boy. I missed you at dinner last night. Is everything all right? Everything is well, Severus replied shortly, before he continued. I might have someone who is willing to assist with the new toy you intend to acquire. Oh really? Dumbledore asked with interest, glancing at Minerva. Severus cleared his throat. When I was slightly indisposed last night, my phoenix cared for me and healed me with his phoenix tears. However, in order to be better able to look after me, he transformed into his human form, in which he fell asleep later on, so that I noticed that he is not a phoenix but in fact an animagus. Ignoring the headmaster's gasp, Severus continued. The poor boy was neglected and abused at his home, and believe me, Albus, I remember my own abusive father too well to willingly expose a child to abuse. I'd like to become the boy's guardian and keep him here at Hogwarts. Seeing that the headmaster was trying to get a good glimpse at him, Harry nestled deeper into the curtain of Severus' hair, feeling very reassured by Severus' kind words. Dumbledore glanced at his deputy headmistress. Minerva, do you know who the boy is? One of her rare smiles stole itself on Minerva's face when she replied with a slightly threatening undertone, I know, Albus, and I fully support Severus in this matter. The headmaster leaned back in his seat and sighed. Very well then, I trust Minerva's opinion. All right, Severus. I won't send the boy away if you gain the guardianship from his parents. Who is he? Minerva calmingly laid a hand on Dumbledore's arm, before she replied in a soft voice, It's Harry Potter, Albus. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Both of you should know better. Harry has to live with his relatives for a reason. We can't take him away from there, he groaned. That was to be expected, Harry thought darkly, when suddenly Severus' telepathic thoughts penetrated his mind. Gowith, you must transform and tell him what you think. That'll work best. Professor McGonagall and I will help you. Harry hesitantly flew down onto the floor and changed into his human form, anxiously hovering between Severus and Minerva. Come Gowith, you may still sit on my knee, Severus offered and gently laid his arms around the boy as he gratefully accepted the invitation. Harry leaned back against Severus, feeling reassured as the familiar scent of herbs engulfed him. He shyly turned his eyes to the headmaster. Professor, I will not return to my relatives. They hate me, because I'm a wizard. If you send me back, I'll flash away immediately, and you'll never see me again. I'd like to stay with Severus, who is like the father I never had. Please let me stay with him. I promise that I'll help with your research about computers, he said in a small but firm voice. If he sends me back to the Dursleys, I'll return here and live with Severus as a Dalmatian, he decided when the headmaster remained quiet for a few minutes. Albus, I have observed how the Dursleys treated him more than once, Minerva threw in sternly. If you make him go back to that abusive family, I'm going to report the Dursleys to the ministry because of child abuse, and I know that Poppy will support me. She already knows about the matter. Dumbledore let out a long sigh, acknowledging his defeat. All right. You won. Severus, you may keep Harry here, however, you must go to the Dursleys and obtain the guardianship from them. Very well then, Gowith, shall we go immediately? Severus asked. I don't mind, but are you feeling well enough? Harry queried in a soft voice. Minerva frowned. What exactly was wrong last night? She inquired worriedly. Severus had the flu and was running a high fever, Harry explained, causing Minerva to throw the potion's master a sharp look. Well, Harry is right then. You can still go tomorrow. In fact, she chuckled as she recalled the events of the day before. I'm not sure if the Dursleys realized that it was Harry's doing, but they might not be too pleased to see him today. Seeing her two colleagues look at her in surprise and expectance, she quickly explained what had happened at the zoo the day before. Severus chuckled, while the headmaster shook his head. Shouldn't you at least? No, Albus, Minerva interrupted him firmly. I've watched that boy mistreat Harry all these years. I know it might sound rude, but I think it served him well. I'm sorry, Harry apologized in a small voice. Gowith, there is no need to apologize. It was your cousin's fault anyway. You only cast accidental magic, because he pushed you away from the window and onto the floor, didn't you? Severus objected vehemently. Yeah, that's true, Harry admitted. Very well then, let's forget about the matter, the headmaster said pleasantly, slowly popping a lemo drop into his mouth, before he changed the topic. Harry, you offered to assist me with my research about computers. Frankly speaking, I know nothing about computers. I merely found a Muggle magazine about the topic when I rode the London Tube just for fun a few days ago. I'll make Fox bring you the magazine. It's very interesting. Our problem is that we don't have Celtic ET in the magical world, and we have to find a way around that. I suppose that you'll need to find a charm, Severus threw in evenly. After our visit to the Dursleys tomorrow, I'll take Gowith to the Inkpot. Maybe we'll find some interesting books in the Muggle division. Seeing Harry throw him a questioning look, he explained, The Inkpot is my favorite bookshop, and it has a Muggle and a magical division. It's in Muggle London but not far from the Leaky Cauldron. I'd love to go there, Harry replied, chuckling inwardly as he thought, Severus seems to be as keen on the research with the computer as the headmaster. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when Minerva said, "Now Albus, we should go and give Severus and Gowith some rest. They both look worse for the wear." "I'm fine," Severus and Harry said simultaneously, exchanging a quick look. "She called me Gowith like Severus," Harry mused. "Maybe I should just change my real name, so that no one will know who I am, even if I'm in my human form. After all I read in the books, Harry Potter is way too famous for something I did as a baby without even knowing what I did." Sorry?" he asked, suddenly realizing that Severus was talking to him. "Are you all right, Gowith?" Severus queried, and, seeing Harry nod, continued, "I suggest that we ask Cicero to make a room for you, in case you want to spend some time in your human form." "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully, absent-mindedly counting the books on the top shelf of the bookshelf to the right of the fireplace. The headmaster and his deputy excused themselves, and while Cicero and a group of house elves prepared Harry's room, Severus sat in his favorite chair with Harry in his phoenix form on his shoulder. The two wizards quickly talked about Harry's phoenix form and about his life at the Dursleys, and Harry told Severus everything, even that he was a multiple animagus. "You can transform into any animal you want?" Severus asked in disbelief. "Yes, but if I'm in my human form, I have to change into my phoenix form first. If possible, I don't want anyone to know about this though. The cat professor knows of course, and maybe Madame Pomfrey as well. I'm not sure." "Professor McGonagall, Gowith," Severus chastised him lightly, before he promised, "I won't tell anyone about it. Now, shall we go and take a look at your new room?" The phoenix let out a happy trill but remained on Severus' shoulder as the man walked into the room with the blue door that the elves had prepared next to the professor's bedroom, which was the one with the black door. "Wow, this room is absolutely gorgeous," Harry blurted out, taking in the small bedroom that was equipped with a comfortable-looking bed, a desk, 2 chairs, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a huge magical window that covered the smaller side of the room opposite the door. "Is this really my room?" he asked in disbelief. "Of course, Gowith. It's just a normal room, and if you're going to remain here as my ward, you need your own room in case you want to spend some time or even want to sleep in your human form. We can change the colors, and you can put up pictures on the walls if you want." Severus, Harry trilled in a very small voice. "For me, this is not a normal room. Until I came to stay with you, I lived in the cupboard under the stairs. This room is absolutely fantastic, and I love the different shades of blue in which it's decorated. Thank you so much." "You're welcome," Severus replied, gently ruffling the phoenix's head feathers before he let out a sigh. "It's probably already dinner time, and as you heard this morning, I had to promise Professor McGonagall to attend dinner in the Great Hall. Will you accompany me, either in your human or your phoenix form?" "Of course," Harry trilled happily. "I'd prefer my phoenix form though, if you don't mind. Let me flash you to the entrance hall." Still feeling exhausted from being sick the night before and not overly keen on walking all the way, Severus gratefully agreed. "Gowith, I'm glad you still came to join me, nestling." Fox trilled as soon as Harry entered the Great Hall, once more riding on Severus' shoulder. "The old grumpy one told me everything." Fox chuckled as Harry jumped onto the perch, landing next to him. "He said that he'd have wanted for you to grow up with the dark, snarky one, but that Severus would have never agreed to take you in, if you hadn't ended up with him by chance. Albus was very pleased with me for talking you into becoming the snarky one's familiar. You must know that my familiar is a manipulating, old coot," Fox added pleasantly. Harry chuckled. "I didn't understand everything of his trilling, but at least Dumbledore doesn't seem to be angry," he thought, and hurriedly left the perch as he saw that Severus put a few spoonfuls of carrots and peas on his plate. After Harry had flashed Severus and himself back to the dungeons, Severus suggested, "Gowith, why don't you transform into your human form and sleep in your new bed? You can still change back in case you feel uncomfortable." "I don't have any pajamas though," Harry mused. "I only have the clothes I'm wearing, the ones that the cat professor made from Dudley's hand-me-downs." "You don't have to," Severus reassured him, misinterpreting Harry's hesitation. No, it's all right. It's just that I don't have pajamas or any other clothes apart from those I'm wearing, Harry admitted in a small voice, causing the professor to audibly exhale the air. That's not a problem. I can transfigure your clothes into nightwear, and tomorrow, after paying your so-called family a visit, we'll go and buy proper clothes for you, Severus said soothingly, nodding contentedly when Harry accepted the offer and went to sleep in his new bed. Sleep well, Gowith, he said softly as he gently tucked him in and observed Harry drift asleep with a smile playing on his lips. However, a few hours later, Severus woke up by distressed sounds coming from the boy's room. Glancing at the charmed display on the ceiling, Severus realized that it was 2 o'clock in the morning. He hurried into Harry's room, seeing that the child was thrashing around, completely entangled in his bed covers and apparently caught in a nightmare as he was begging his uncle not to hurt him. Severus sat on the edge of Harry's bed and carefully laid a hand on the child's shoulder, noticing sadly that the boy flinched back. Only when he said in his soft, silky voice, "Gowith, calm down, it's me, Severus. No one is going to hurt you," Harry finally quietened and lazily opened his eyes. "Severus," he mumbled sleepily, "I'm sorry that I woke you up." "That's all right, Gowith," Severus replied soothingly and gently arranged the child's bed covers, before he asked softly, "Shall we drink a cup of hot cocoa together, and you tell me what your dream was about?" Harry looked up at him in disbelief, causing Severus' features to automatically soften to a comforting smile, before he stood up from the bed to give the child some space. Harry trailed along with the professor into the living room, where they sat on the sofa next to each other and quietly sipped the cocoa Cicero brought for them. "It was my uncle," Harry finally spoke up in a barely audible voice. "We went to see them because of the guardianship, and he didn't take it well. He beat you until you were on the floor, unconscious, and then he grabbed me," and Harry slowly trailed off as tears threatened to escape from the corners of his eyes. Harry Potter Severus gently laid his arm around Harry's back and pulled him into a light embrace. "Gowith, you seem to have forgotten some important things. First of all, you're a phoenix. If we happen to be confronted with a dangerous situation, you could transform and get away, with or without me, at any time. Secondly, I'm a full-grown wizard. Do you really expect your uncle to be able to harm you in my presence or harm me?" "No," Harry replied, smiling as realization set in. "Promise me one thing, Gowith," Severus continued in a quiet voice. "Believe that I love you and that I will take you back here unharmed tomorrow, whatever I tell your uncle tomorrow." "Okay," Harry replied, feeling slightly confused. When Severus suggested going back to bed, Harry decided to spend the rest of the night in his phoenix form, knowing that he didn't have nightmares when he was a bird. In the morning, Harry flashed Severus and himself to a spot behind the garage in the Dursleys' garden, before he changed back into his human form. They slowly walked around the garage and rang the doorbell. Harry hesitantly tried to hide behind Severus, when Petunia opened the door, staring at Severus in disbelief. "You?" she said with apparent loathing in her voice. "What do you want?" "I suggest that we hold this conversation inside," Severus replied coldly, motioning for Harry to follow his aunt into the living room, where his uncle was sitting in front of the TV. "Dumbledore, the old coot, has ordered me to become this good-for-nothing boy's guardian," Severus began to explain, pulling a few parchments out of his robe pocket. "Therefore, I need your signature here on the guardianship papers." "And why would we allow you to take our nephew in?" Vernon asked in a falsely friendly voice that nearly caused Harry to gag. "Easy, Gowith. Take deep breaths and don't believe anything I say," Severus quickly thought to Harry, before he replied, "because the boy is dangerous. His magic is very powerful and turned out to be evil. You'd be in danger if you kept him." "I don't believe a word," Petunia hissed. "It's your fault that Lily died. You were the one who told her that she was a witch, and now you want to have her son. You're jealous, because she ran away from you with the other boy." "Ah well, why don't we ask him?" Vernon suggested in his false, friendly voice. "Boy, do you want to live with the man?" "Gowith, think Slytherin," Severus quickly thought to Harry. Harry remained quiet for a moment, while his mind tried to process Severus' words, before he simply said, "No." "Well, you heard him. He doesn't want to stay with you," Petunia hissed, throwing Severus a loathing glare. "Oh well, Petunia. If I think about it, leaving him with the man seems to be a good way to get rid of the freak," Vernon said with an evil smirk on his face, causing Harry to inwardly sigh in relief. "Show me these papers. I'll sign them." Harry held on his breath as he observed his uncle put his signature under the guardianship parchment. Thank Merlin, he thought as the parchment rolled up by itself and vanished into thin air. It sends itself to the Ministry of Magic, Severus informed him telepathically, before he instructed him, "Show me your cupboard." "Aunt Petunia, may I fetch my blanket from my cupboard?" Harry asked politely and led his new guardian to his small cupboard. While he fetched his baby blanket, Severus waved his wand around the cupboard in a complicated movement, before he slid the wand back into his robe pocket, smirking mischievously. Thank Merlin, no one mentioned the incident at the zoo, Harry mused as he followed Severus out of the house, feeling extremely relieved at the thought that he'd probably never have to see his relatives again. "Are you feeling up to flashing us to Hogsmeade, or shall I apparate us?" Severus asked in a small voice as they returned to the garden. "I can flash us, of course," Harry, who had just transformed back, replied in surprise. "Hogsmeade, not Hogwarts?" he queried, just to be sure. "Yes, we need to buy clothes for you, Gowith," Severus said firmly and carefully gripped a few of the phoenix's back feathers. An instant later, the wizard and the phoenix found themselves in front of the bookshop in Hogsmeade. Severus took the bird on his hand, raising an eyebrow. "Where do you think we're going, Gowith? We need to buy clothes, not books." Harry chuckled and asked in a small voice, "Should I change into my human form now?" "I think that would be for the best," Severus replied, smirking as he observed the boy transform. Suddenly, he put a hand on his forehead and groaned. "Oh no, I'm sorry, Gowith. I completely forgot that I promised to take you to the Inkpot to look for books about computers. Flourish and Blots is a pure magical bookshop. We won't find Muggle books here. We'll do that either later today or tomorrow morning. For now, clothes are more important." "All right," Harry replied, laughing. "I still have to read the magazine Fox gave me anyway. I only read the first few pages, before I fell asleep last night." Severus sighed. "Gowith, I appreciate your efforts and your readiness to help the headmaster with his research. However, I believe that neither you nor Professor Dumbledore will succeed in making computers work in the magical world in the near future. A possible solution would probably be based on charms. However, you're not even a first year, and even if I assume that you've read most of the first-year schoolbooks by now, you don't have any practical experience, and, frankly speaking, the headmaster is not very adept at technical matters. You might be able to solve the problem, but not now. It'll take you a few years at the least. So please don't get your hopes up too much. It might even be easier for the two of us to find a cure for lycanthropy." Harry chuckled. He had read enough of Severus' books and potions journals to know that such a cure was the dream of every potions master. "I'd love to help with that as well, and of course I know much more about potions than about charms yet." Their conversation was interrupted when they entered a shop, in which Severus bought every kind of clothes he could imagine Gowith to need during the following months, gently reassuring the child that it was all right to buy so many clothes and that it was normal for every child to possess appropriate clothes. When they finally left the shop with several bags of clothes that were shrunk in Severus' robe pockets, the professor insisted to visit another shop and buy parchments and a quill for Harry. "When you're in your human form, you might want to take notes of what you read or write a letter to someone," he explained gently, causing Harry to become excited. "May I perhaps write a letter to the Weasley twins? They found out about me by chance, and I became good friends with them," Harry explained hesitantly, when he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, what did you do at the Dursleys? I mean when you waved your wand in my cupboard." "Ah, that was a harmless spell that conjured a ghost from the magic that was still residing in your cupboard. Your ghost will forever live with the Dursleys, even if they choose to move, and whenever they say anything about you or the magical world, the ghost will tell them what they deserve to be told." "Wow, that's cool," Harry blurted out, chuckling. "Your aunt always hated the magical world. I'm sure she'll appreciate my little prank. As to the Weasley twins," Severus picked up the earlier topic, "why don't you invite them to come over to Hogwarts for your birthday?" Harry threw the professor an excited look. "May I really do that?" "Of course, Gowith. Did you never have a birthday party?" Harry slowly shook his head. "No sir." He remained quiet for a few minutes, while they walked along the main street, before he hesitantly asked, "Is it true what my aunt said about you and my mother? That you were the one who told her that she was a witch?" Severus let out a long sigh. Yes, Gowith, your mother and I were very good friends. We lived nearby, and we played on the playground together ever since I can remember. When we were very small, Petunia used to play with us. However, she was always jealous, because there was something that seemed to connect Lily and me, although we didn't know what it was. Ever since my mother explained to me that I was a wizard when I was 5 or 6, I knew that Lily was a witch. I still didn't tell her. I observed her for another year or two, just to be really sure, but then I told her, and Petunia didn't take it well, especially when I said that she wasn't a witch but just a normal girl. My father was a muggle as well, and we lived in a complete muggle environment. Of course, I was very happy to have another witch except for my mother living nearby. By now they had reached the castle, and right before Severus opened the entrance doors, Harry blurted out, "Severus, is it all right to change back into my phoenix form?" Severus threw the boy a surprised look but nodded. "Of course, Gowith. If you feel more comfortable as a phoenix, you may of course do so. Only the teachers are in the castle though, since it's still the middle of the holidays." Harry quickly changed back and flew upwards until he reached Severus' shoulder, where he happily nestled into the black curtain of silky hair. Severus smiled and ruffled his familiar's head feathers, before he finally opened the door and stepped into the entrance hall. To both Severus and Harry's surprise, the entrance hall was not as quiet as usual. Right in front of the stairs to the dungeons, 2 cats were putting up a huge fight. One of them was a marmalade cat, and the other was gray. "Mrs. Norris," Harry trilled to Severus. Mrs. Norris was clearly winning the fight. "I have no idea who the other cat is, but we should help her anyway," Severus replied. "Okay," Harry trilled. He flew towards the ground and transformed into a cat, before he ran over to the fighting cats, shouting, "Let go of her, Mrs. Norris. What do you think you're doing?" Mrs. Norris didn't let go of the other cat, whose left front leg already seemed to be badly injured, and Harry threw Severus a frantic look, only to see that Severus wasn't where he had been before. "Where is he?" he thought, trying not to panic, when he suddenly heard terrifying sounds from behind himself and noticed that the 2 other cats were looking at something right behind himself. Mrs. Norris slowly let go of the other cat and dashed away, while the marmalade cat remained on the floor, meowing miserably. Strange. Why is she not frightened? Harry mused as he slowly turned around to see what had made Mrs. Norris leave so fast. In spite of knowing that it had to be Severus, he instinctively transformed into his phoenix form at the sight of the huge black cat that was standing behind him.
"It's all right, Jade. You know that it's only me. I'm a lynx Animagus," Severus told him in a soft voice, before he stepped over to the injured cat that was obviously not afraid of him. "Hello there," he said softly. "Show me your injuries. My son and I are both humans, and we'll be able to heal you."
"I know who you are, Severus," the other cat replied, causing Severus and Harry to look at her in surprise. "I didn't know that you had a son though." Harry quickly transformed back into his cat form. "Hello, I am Gowith," he said softly, before he turned to Severus. "Shall I try to heal her leg with phoenix tears?" Severus, still in his lynx form, leaned over the smaller cat and closely examined her leg. "Yes, Gowith, you could try to heal her leg with phoenix tears, but wait a moment. Does anything else hurt beside your leg?" "My head," the marmalade cat replied softly. "I hit my head on the ground when Mrs. Norris was chasing me. I'm Aurora, by the way, Aurora Sinistra. I only became an animagus recently. Minerva offered to teach me, and a few weeks ago I finally succeeded, but I'm not so used to being a cat yet. I only returned from my holidays a few hours ago and thought I could try it out in peace, while the students are away, but then Mrs. Norris caught me." She slowly trailed off. "Very well," Severus replied thoughtfully. "Would you mind me taking you with me into my lab, so that I can properly examine your wounds? It's too dark here, and you seem to be cold," he stated, seeing that the smaller cat was slightly shivering.
"Thank you, Severus. I'm sorry to bother you," Sinistra replied softly.
"You're not bothering me." He transformed back into his human form and gently scooped the cat in his arms. "Gowith, would you mind flashing us to the lab?" Harry changed as well and trilled, "Of course not, let's go." An instant later, Severus was examining the cat on one of the tables in his bright lab. He gently felt around her head, noticing that she had a large bump at one side, before he motioned for Gowith to let a few tears drop into the wound on her leg. Harry complied, and Severus and his colleague observed in amazement how the wound closed completely as if nothing had happened at all. "Your leg is healed, but I don't like the bump on your head," Severus said softly. "It's probably nothing, but you might have a concussion, and in that case it would be dangerous if you transformed back into your human form. I'll give you a headache potion," he interrupted himself when Harry flashed to the potions shelf and returned with a phial. "A spoon please, Gowith." "Thank you." He carefully fed the cat 2 spoonfuls of the light yellow potion. "I suggest that you rest in front of the fireplace for a while, and then we'll see." A short while later, the cat was resting in front of the fireplace, and Harry was keeping her company in his cat form. "Thank you so much for your help," the professor said sincerely. "Do you have 2 Animagus forms?" Harry chuckled. "I'm a multiple Animagus. I can change into any animal I wish. Excuse me, but may I ask who you are?" The marmalade cat smiled. "I am Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor. I've known your father from my own time at Hogwarts. I was a first year, when he was in his 5th year. He never paid me any attention though, although we were in the same house. He is not really my father, but he is my guardian, and he's like a father to me," Harry explained hesitantly. "Can you keep a secret?" "Of course. In real, I'm Harry Potter, but I don't like that name, so I'm Gowith now." The marmalade cat let out a small gasp. "Lily's son. I knew your mother well, Gowith. She was a prefect when I was a first year, and although she was a Gryffindor, she very kindly helped me get used to being at Hogwarts. She was the kindest witch I ever knew, and we were good friends during the 3 years we spent at Hogwarts together." Their conversation was interrupted when Severus entered the living room and transformed into his lynx form. "How are you feeling?" he queried, raising an eyebrow. "Even in his lynx form he manages to do that. I didn't even know that cats had eyebrows," Harry thought, giggling. "The professor seems very nice." "I'm going to go on a small errand. I'll be back in a few minutes," he informed his guardian and changed into his phoenix form. He quickly pondered if he should require Fawkes' help but dismissed the thought and flashed away to where he could sense Mrs. Norris roam an unused corridor. Harry appeared right behind Mrs. Norris, causing her to take a shocked jump at the sudden gust of wind, before she ran away frightened as she noticed the tiger that appeared from behind her. Harry chased her around the castle for a few minutes and finally changed into his human form. "I'll try the spell I read about yesterday. Maybe I'll be able to cast it," he mused and waved his hand in the direction of the gray cat that was cowering in a corner, uttering the incantation. Contented with the result, Harry finally transformed back into his phoenix form and flashed back home, where the lynx and the marmalade cat were still quietly talking in front of the fireplace. Deciding not to disturb the adults, Harry remained on his perch and pleasurably cleaned his feathers, trying not to listen in to the cat's conversation. Finally, Severus deemed the other professor well enough to transfigure back into her human form, and Harry observed in amazement as she changed into a woman with light brown hair that was laced with a touch of orange. She had warm brown eyes and a friendly smile, and Harry liked her immediately. Severus invited his colleague to a cup of tea and motioned for Harry to change into his human form and join them. "Thank you, sir, but I don't want to disturb you," Harry replied hesitantly. "Gowith, you won't disturb us, but we missed lunch, and you need to eat something," Severus told him, pointing to the plate with sandwiches Cicero had brought for them. When Harry hesitantly transformed and took a seat between the 2 professors, Severus queried, "May I ask what the small errand was you were talking about earlier? Did you perhaps go to meet Mrs. Norris?" Noticing that the female professor looked up in surprise, Harry thought, "He already knows me too well." Quickly taking a bite off the sandwich that was absolutely delicious, he slowly replied, "I chased her a bit through the castle as a tiger, and then I tried a spell I found yesterday. It changed her color to neon green." While Professor Sinistra laughed and thanked Harry for giving a nice payback to the evil cat, Severus frowned. "Gowith, can you tell me what the spell was and how you cast it?" Corium Voridis Trafo I think it was. I wasn't sure about the last part, but it worked," Harry admitted in a small voice. "Probably Transformo," Sinistra chuckled. "Do you know how long it will last?" Harry shook his head. "No," he replied thoughtfully, "but there was something." He stood up from the table and stepped over to the bookshelf, only to realize that he couldn't reach the book in his human form. Quickly changing into his phoenix form, he flew to the shelf and with a well-practiced movement carefully pulled the book out and laid it on the table, showing the professors the passage with the spell he had used. When Harry was back in his human form, Severus threw him a thoughtful look. "You don't have a wand, Gowith. Did you just point your hand at Mrs. Norris?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied anxiously. "I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't play pranks, but Mrs. Norris was so mean to Professor Sinistra, so I thought he trailed. In this case I believe it was the right thing to do to the mangy bag of fur, and Mrs. Norris with her green skin is still better off than Professor Sinistra was with her injuries," Severus said softly. "Thank you, Gowith. Now I feel much better because you took revenge for me," Sinistra said, giving Harry an encouraging smile, which he returned immediately. "By the way, do you know why Filch named his cat Mrs. Norris?" Harry asked curiously.
Severus shook his head, but his colleague chuckled. "I don't know if it's true, but during my time as a student here I was told that he had been in love with a girl at his Muggle school. Her name was Nora Norris. After school he proposed to her, but she didn't want him. That's why he is living in the magical world now, even if he can't get along well and doesn't have any friends, and that's also why he named his cat Mrs. Norris."
Severus raised an eyebrow. "I've never heard of that story." Sinistra sighed. "Lily told me that. She was so kind with everyone. She even went to visit Filch when he was stuck in the hospital wing after being hit with a bludger. I remember that well. Everyone else was glad to have him out of the way for a week, but Lily took pity on him." "Lily as in my mum?" Harry asked in a small voice, causing Severus to throw him a sad look. "Yes, Gowith, your mother was a wonderful woman. He seems to have really liked my mum," Harry mused when the other professor suddenly stood and thanked them for their help and hospitality and took her leave. Severus and Harry exchanged a quick look as Sinistra vanished in the flames and the fireplace became quiet again. "Did I say anything wrong?" Severus queried, quirking an eyebrow. Harry frowned and informed Severus about the conversation he had held with the marmalade cat in front of the fireplace. "She told me that she was good friends with Lily. Maybe she misses her too," he said softly. She also said that Severus never noticed her. Perhaps she wanted his attention, but he had only eyes for my mum, he added to himself. Severus muttered something to himself, before he changed the topic. "Gowith, you were going to write a letter to the Weasley twins, weren't you?" "Yes," Harry said hesitantly, causing Severus to throw him a surprised look. "Oh yes. I mean I'd love to have them here for my birthday. It's just, they won't bring their brother, will they? Percy. He doesn't seem to be very nice." He uncertainly kept his eyes fixed on the bookshelf right next to him. Severus sighed. "He is a very eager and responsible student, but frankly speaking I don't like him either. The twins have 2 younger siblings though, but I suppose you want just the twins come to see you, is that correct?" "Yes," Harry said, feeling extremely relieved that Severus was able to understand him so well. "The twins said something that their little sister liked me just by knowing my name, and I don't want that." Severus looked at him pensively, absent-mindedly playing with the stopper of a file in his robe pocket. Finally, the potions master nodded slowly. "I understand. Write your letter, and I'll speak with the twins' parents personally." A thought crossed his mind and he added, "If you don't want them to know your real identity, we should pretend that your birthday is on a different day, the 1st of August for example." "Oh right, that's good. Thank you, sir," Harry replied in apparent relief and retired to his new room to sit at his desk and compose his letter. "I hope the Weasleys will accept that he doesn't want to meet their whole brood," Severus thought. "I better not tell them his real name but just stick with Gowith. I could invite Draco as well, but it doesn't have to be on his birthday, considering that it's his first birthday party and he's not used to have many children around him. Maybe Draco could stay with us for a day or two at the end of the holidays. If I..." "Severus." A timid voice interrupted his musings. "I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but I can't write with that thing. It's getting all messy." Severus looked up at the parchment Harry was holding out for him, an anxious expression on the small face. "Very well, Gowith. Let me show you how to properly use that quill," Severus said softly, forcing himself to remain patient, and gently helped his ward. Finally, Harry was able to write his invitation, and when he showed Severus the result, the professor sighed inwardly. "Gowith, Before you become a student here, we'll need to do something about your atrocious handwriting. You need to practice a bit every day." He raised an eyebrow at the child. "Yes, sir." Harry eyed his hands that were spotting ink blots here and there. "Go and wash your hands, Gowith. We need to attend dinner in the Great Hall," Severus instructed him and rose from his seat to get ready as well. As usual, Harry attended dinner in his phoenix form. "I wonder when he'll feel comfortable enough to join us in his human form," Severus mused as he took his seat next to the headmaster, looking up startled when Aurora sat next to him. As soon as everyone was seated and dinner appeared on the table, Dumbledore looked around and began to speak. "Mr. Filch told me that someone turned his cat green. I'm a little surprised, because there aren't any students in the castle. Does anyone have an explanation on how Mrs. Norris could have taken on a bright neon green?" Harry, who was comfortably sitting on Severus' shoulder, looked up startled but relaxed when he noticed that the headmaster's eyes were twinkling pleasantly. Harry Potter Severus quickly explained what the cat had done to Aurora, causing everyone to stare at him in surprise and amazement. "Yes, Severus and his son Gowith were wonderful," Aurora threw in, smiling. "Thank you very much, both of you." Severus slightly inclined his head towards his neighbor, while Harry let out a few happy trills. "You're welcome." "Why, Severus, I wouldn't have believed you to play pranks on anyone," Minerva spoke up, smirking. However, Severus' expression remained completely blank as he replied, "Minerva, I'd like to speak with you about the matter later on," not wanting to give Harry's abilities of performing wandless magic away in front of everyone. "Maybe she can help me. I somehow have to speak with Gowith about wandless magic and find out if he is capable of performing it in general or if that was a single case, even if it wasn't accidental but planned magic." Unaware of the amused look Aurora shot him, he telepathically communicated with Harry. "Gowith, I'll go and take your letter to the Weasleys right after dinner. Would you like to visit one of my colleagues in the meantime or stay at home on your own?" Harry remained thoughtful for a moment, before he trilled, "I'd love to visit one of the cat professors. I don't mind which one, but I don't want to disturb them." Severus smirked, noticing that everyone was eyeing him in expectance. "I have a small errand to run after dinner, and my ward told me he'd like to visit one of the two cat professors if he didn't disturb you," he explained, causing Minerva and Aurora to laugh. "Aurora and Gowith, why don't you both join me for tea after dinner?" Minerva suggested, smiling when her younger colleague agreed and Harry eagerly nodded his head. After dinner, Minerva motioned for Harry to sit on her shoulder, before she left the Great Hall together with Aurora. Only when they were out of sight, Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his cat form, causing the two witches to exchange an amused look and transform as well. While the three cats playfully roamed the castle, Severus returned to his quarters and took the flow to the burrow. "The least place I'd like to go at this time," as he admitted to himself. "Severus," Molly Weasley blurted out, astonished. "What a nice surprise. What brings you here in the middle of the summer holidays?" Severus cleared his throat. "I'm sorry for intruding," he apologized and began to tell Harry's story without mentioning the boy's real name. "The boy managed to fool you for more than 6 months?" Mrs. Weasley queried in disbelief. "Yes," Severus replied evenly. "However, your twins apparently know more about the matter. According to my ward, they're friends, and Gowith would like to invite them for his birthday. He was a bit reluctant to send his invitation though, because he is not used to having many children around and only wants the twins to visit." "Oh, of course, Severus, I understand that. Although Ron is 10 as well, and Ginny is going to become 9 next month, but I'm sure the twins will appreciate visiting Gowith at Hogwarts. In fact, they're talking about him often enough. They seem to be quite close. If I understood them correctly, he is the one who helped them brew the Animagus potion." "The Animagus potion?" Severus queried in shock, raising an eyebrow. "Oh no, Severus, don't get angry at your son. I'm sure he is a wonderful young man. At least that's what the twins told me. The potion helped them to easily become Animagi. They're both parrots." Severus scoffed. What a fitting Animagus form, he thought, while Mrs. Weasley called Fred and George. "I'll have to exchange a few words with Gowith about the matter. How dare he brew anything without my permission and supervision?" "Hello, Professor." The twins suddenly caught his attention as they stood in front of him wearing expressions of a mixture of mischief and anxious expectance. "Messrs. Weasley," Severus greeted them and handed over the letter. Gowith would like to invite the two of you for a small birthday party on the 1st of August. Fred and George quickly read the letter and exchanged a quick look. Professor, we'd love to attend his party, they replied simultaneously. Hesitantly, George continued, Sir, there is something we'd like to discuss with you in private, could you please follow us into our room for a moment? They finished their annoying way of speaking together. The professor hesitantly followed the twins into their room, suddenly finding himself face to face with a bubbling cauldron. What the, oh professor, that's just a little prank potion we've been inventing, George quickly interrupted the teacher, while Fred fetched a handwritten recipe and held it out to the potion's master. Severus looked at the recipe in disbelief, and Fred hurried to explain, this isn't our first try. We tried to invent something that would kind of numb the taste sense and make someone believe everything tasted the same. We've already run a few tests, and it worked well so far. This one is for our younger brother. He absolutely detests peas, but unfortunately, from tonight onwards everything will have the taste of peas, George added. The effects last about a day. The potion is slightly bitter, but if you mix it into pumpkin juice, no one will notice, Fred explained to the stunned professor. Professor, please don't tell our mother about this. She'd fret and take our cauldrons away, but we have other potions to try out, the twins finished together. Seeing that Severus opened his mouth, giving them a stern teacher's look, Fred added quickly, we promise to be very careful. We won't do anything dangerous, and we won't harm anyone, George promised. We always test the potions ourselves, before we give them to anyone else. Severus couldn't hide a smirk as he remembered his own childhood. Nothing was more interesting than inventing little prank potions, he thought, sighing. You must be careful, he said sternly. The brewing of potions is extremely dangerous. If you have any questions, please come to me instead of trying something out that you aren't sure about. We will. Thank you, sir, the twins promised sincerely and motioned for the professor to take a seat at their desk. There is something we need to show you, Professor, George said hesitantly. He pulled a blank parchment out of his pocket, opened it and quietly spoke the incantation. Professor, we trust you to keep this secret as well. We're merely showing you this for Gowithy's safety, because we don't know if this is the only map that exists or if there are others. Severus looked sharply at the parchment, realizing with amazement what it displayed. Where did you get this? He queried in surprise as he let his eyes wander around the map in search of his ward. We'd like to keep that tiny bit of information for ourselves, Fred said quietly. However, we found out that Gowithy's parents or someone must have made it, because the map accepted him as the rightful owner and taught him the activation password. He merely left it to us because he couldn't use it in his phoenix form anyway. However, that's not what we wanted to talk about, George threw in. Where is Gowith? He is supposed to be together with Professors McGonagall and Sinistra, Severus said thoughtfully, searching the map. I can't see either of them, Fred said, shaking his head. Strange, Severus mused. Where can they have gone? Harry Potter. Anyway, what we wanted to tell you is that the map displays people with their real names, George told the professor. Therefore, Gowith is always shown as Harry Potter. If he doesn't want everyone to know who he is, maybe you should consider officially changing his name. Of course we won't show this map to anyone. Only you and Gowith know about it, but as I said earlier, we don't know if this is the only copy. Severus nodded his understanding. I'll speak to Gowith about the matter. Thank you for alerting me to the problem. I trust the two of you that you won't use this map to harm anyone. Of course, sir, the twins replied simultaneously. Would you like to borrow the map until Gowithy's birthday? The twins suggested, and Severus gratefully accepted the offer. I take it that Gowith knows how to activate and deactivate it? He queried, causing the twins to nod. With that, Severus followed the twins downstairs, where Mrs. Weasley threw him a questioning look. I hope my sons behaved themselves. Yes, we had a very interesting conversation, Severus replied and quickly took his leave, eager to return to Hogwarts and find out where Gowith and his two colleagues were. Severus took the flow to his private quarters and sat in his favorite armchair, spreading the map out on his knees. Where is Gowith? He mused, slowly letting his eyes wander to the Gryffindor Tower, beginning at the entrance hall. There, the Transfiguration classroom, he pointed his finger to a spot on the map, and that's Minerva's office. So her quarters should be behind her office. But there was nothing. Her quarters are not on the map at all. Is that possible? He wondered. Let's have a look at the dungeons. The potions classroom was on the map as well as his office and the Slytherin common room, but neither the dormitories nor his own quarters were there, which brought him to an idea. The twins said that Potter and his friends made the map. They didn't know where the teacher's private quarters were, and they only knew the Slytherin common room for some reason, nothing more. So that's why Gowith, Minerva and Aurora are not on the map. They're in Minerva's quarters. He let out a relieved sigh and relaxed for a moment, pondering what he had heard at the burrow and how he should address the 3 topics, which he needed to discuss with Gowith. After a while, he stepped into the fireplace and made his way to Minerva's quarters, only slightly surprised to find 3 cats curled up in front of the fireplace. He transformed into his lynx form and joined the cats, noticing that Gowith seemed to be fast asleep. "I'm sorry that it took me so long," he apologized, slightly inclining his head. "May I ask what your errand was?" Minerva asked curiously. The lynx let out a sigh and explained that he had to take Gowithy's invitation to the Weasley twins, causing his 2 colleagues to throw him surprised looks. "Now that's interesting, Severus. It's good to know that being a father makes you more communicative," Minerva teased him, causing the lynx to let out a small growl. "Minerva is right," Aurora threw in, chuckling. "You've changed very much during the last 6 months, since Gowith became your familiar. Was everything all right at the burrow?" "You spent quite a time," Minerva queried, carefully cleaning her front paws. "I had a very interesting conversation with the twins," Severus explained, looking at Harry. "Severus, why don't you just leave Gowith sleep? We could all spend the night here if you think he'd be afraid if he wakes up all alone." "That's a brilliant idea," the Marmalade Cat agreed. "Look, Gowith already knows that you're here." Severus smirked. The small black cat had indeed moved closer towards him and was nestling against his fur. "Very well then, I'll accept your offer, Minerva," he replied, suddenly feeling tired as well due to the warmth of the fireplace, and curled up around his ward's small figure. "That was fun," Harry said, smiling, as they walked through the dormant castle in order to refresh themselves in their quarters before breakfast. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Gowith," Severus replied, smirking, deciding to address at least one of the topics they needed to speak about before breakfast. He made the boy sit on his knee and gave him a stern look. "Mrs. Weasley told me that you brew the Animagus potion for the twins. When and where did you brew that potion?" Harry cast his guardian a shocked glance, before he shyly averted his eyes to the floor. "I'm sorry, sir. I brewed it together with the twins in the potions classroom, while you were in a staff meeting. I was very careful, sir, and the twins both helped. One of them prepared the ingredients, and the other was watching if I was doing everything correctly," he explained in a soft voice, taking the wind out of Severus' sails. "Listen, Gowith," Severus said finally. "I won't scold you, because I know that you as well as the twins know a lot about potions and because I'm relieved that you were so careful.
I'm also very proud that you managed to brew the potion flawlessly, son. However," he threw the child a stern look, "the brewing of potions is very dangerous, and since I love you and don't want you to get into a dangerous situation, I don't want you to brew potions again in my absence. Tell me if you want to brew something, and I'll be nearby in order to help you if necessary. Do you understand me?"
"Yes, sir, I'm sorry," Harry replied solemnly, before he asked in a small voice, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask something?" "Of course you may ask whatever you wish," Severus replied, quirking an eyebrow. "Is that the Marauders map?" Harry asked, pointing to the map that was still outspread on the table. "Yes, it is," Severus replied quickly. "I need you to teach me the deactivating spell. The twins lent me the map until your birthday party." "All right. I wonder why it was here," Harry replied and taught Severus the incantations. "Did the twins tell you anything interesting by the way?" Severus smirked. "Yes, they invented a potion that numbs the sense of taste and makes everything taste the same, like for example peas or lemo drops." Harry chuckled at the expression of disgust on his guardian's face. "Are you going to try it on the headmaster, sir?" he queried innocently. "Making everything taste like lemo drops would surely put him into a good mood," Severus replied, chuckling as well. "Very well, you may assist after breakfast." He sighed. "Gowith, Would you like to have breakfast here in our kitchen or in the Great Hall? Here, Harry replied immediately, and Severus called Cicero, who as usual brought so many different delicacies for them that Harry couldn't help laughing. This is more food than I received in a fortnight when I was at the Dursleys. Did Cicero think we had invited McGonagall and Sinistra for breakfast? I like them. They're really nice, and it was much fun to spend the night in front of the fireplace. I'm glad that Dad came to join us though. Gowith, Severus pulled him out of his thoughts. Don't forget to eat, child. If you don't mind talking while we eat, there is something else I wanted to speak about with you. Seeing that Harry threw him an anxious glance, he smirked. No, Gowith, you're not in trouble. When you changed Mrs. Norris Green, you didn't have a wand, but you cast the spell just by waving your hand, didn't you? Yes, sir, Harry replied in surprise. I don't have a wand. Severus nodded. Exactly. This form of magic is called wandless magic, and only certain wizards are able to perform it, either children, who use it to cast accidental magic, or very powerful wizards, who are capable of doing wandless magic at will. Since in your case it was not accidental, I have to assume that you might have this special ability. However, in order to be sure, I'd like to do some tests. Okay, Harry said unsurely, throwing his guardian an anxious look. Severus sighed. Gowith, that's nothing bad. We only need to check the matter, because if you want to do wandless magic, you must be properly trained. Otherwise, it can be dangerous at times, for you as well as for others. Now, on a lighter note, shall we go to the lab and brew the potion for the headmaster? In my human form? May I really assist? Harry asked excitedly. Of course, Severus smirked. If you were able to brew the Animagus potion, this one shouldn't be a problem for you. During the next 30 minutes, they busied themselves in the lab, until a yellowish potion was simmering in the cauldron in front of them. Harry quickly bottled the liquid, and Severus asked Cicero to mix it into the headmaster's meal at lunchtime, letting his house elf in on the secret. Apart from a small lunch break, the two wizards spent the whole day in the lab, brewing potions for the hospital wing. As you probably know, Severus said casually, tomorrow is the 31st of July. But since we decided to make the day after tomorrow your official birthday, Minerva, Aurora and I decided to make a short trip to the seaside tomorrow if you want. Aurora said something that her niece was going to come and probably join us as well. I'd love to go. Harry replied in excitement, and Severus noticed amused that his emerald eyes were twinkling with joy. Very well then, are you ready to go to the Great Hall? It's already dinner time? Harry quickly transformed into his phoenix form and trilled, yes sir. Severus shook his head at his ward's antics, wondering in which form Harry was going to spend the following day. He sent Harry to bed early that evening and spent the next few hours in the potions lab. Harry blinked when his guardian's voice penetrated his sleepy mind. It's midnight. Happy birthday, Gowith. He lazily opened his eyes, noticing a huge strawberry cake, decorated with candles, probably 10, and a phial with a dark blue potion standing on his night table. A potion? But I'm not sick at all, he wondered, when Severus continued to speak. Gowith, you do not have to accept this. This is a blood adoption potion, and these are the adoption parchments. Taking this potion would make you my real son. You'd probably look a bit more like me, and we could change your name to Gowith Snape if that's what you want. I'd like that, Harry replied softly. I'd love to have a real dad, and I don't want anyone to know who I am. Gowith, Severus said in a soft voice, sitting on the edge of the boy's bed, let me warn you. This potion might hurt you, because your features, your limbs and everything might change. You don't have to do this. I'll always be your guardian and even your father if you want me to, even if you don't take the potion. I love you as you are, son. I want to do this, and I want to take it right away, Dad, Harry replied, smiling. Very well. Severus uncorked the phial and held it out for Harry, who quickly gulped down the dark blue liquid, too excited to linger on the unpleasant taste. Lie down, and tell me if it hurts. I can give you a pain-relieving potion, Severus instructed him as he took the phial back and placed another phial with a light green potion on the night table. During the next few minutes, Harry felt extremely uncomfortable as his body stretched and caused his joints to hurt. However, it was soon over and he sat up again, looking at his adoptive father in excitement. What do I look like?
Severus chuckled and conjured a hand mirror, which he held in front of the boy's face, before he gently pushed Harry's fringe up to get a good look at his forehead. That's what I feared, he sighed. Your scar is still visible. He handed his new son the other phial, explaining, I invented this potion for you. However, I'm of course not certain if it'll work, because I couldn't test it.
I trust you, Dad. It will work, Harry said and downed the cool liquid. Yes, your scar is gone, Severus said contentedly. We still need to observe your forehead and make sure that it doesn't reappear sometime. Now you really look like a son of mine, although I'm glad that you kept your mother's wonderful green eyes. With that he signed the adoption parchment, which rolled up and vanished into thin air. Now I'm really Gowith. That's too cool, Gowith said happily and leaned into his new father's embrace. Yes, it is, Severus agreed and gently pushed the boy back into a lying position. It's time to sleep now though. I suggest that we eat your birthday cake in the morning. Minerva, Poppy, Aurora and her niece Luna are going to join us here for breakfast, before we leave for the seaside. All right, Dad. Good night, and thank you, Gowith mumbled sleepily and closed his eyes. I hope Luna is nice. Maybe she can change into a cat as well, was his last thought, before he succumbed to sleep. Gowith? Is that your real name? I've never heard of it, but I like it, and it fits you well, the bee-owned girl who was sitting next to Aurora on the sofa greeted Gowith when he took a seat between Poppy and Minerva on the opposite sofa. Good morning, he said sleepily, eyeing the girl with interest. She seems nice, Gowith thought, inwardly sighing in relief and tuning out the adult witch's exclamations about his new appearance. Gowith, are you not going to eat anything? This cake is very nice, Luna pulled him back to reality. When everyone was finished with breakfast, Minerva produced an inflatable starfish out of her robe pocket, enlarged it to its original size and motioned for everyone to hold on, before she spoke the activating password and the small group was whisked away. That was gross, Gowith thought as the movement finally stopped and he scrambled up from the ground, which to his surprise was covered with sand. Gowith, let's go and see if there are brombylos in the sea, Luna shouted in apparent excitement and pulled Gowith with her towards the edge of the water. Gowith stopped dead in his tracks as they reached the water. Luna, can you swim? He asked anxiously. Everyone can swim, Luna replied matter-of-factly, giving him a dreamy look. You'll see. But you must beware of the brombylos. What are brombylos? And no, I can't swim, Gowith replied hesitantly. Of course you can. Why don't you change into a fish or into a dolphin? Then you'll know that you can swim. Gowith looked at the girl in shock. Why do you know? He trailed off, staring into her silver-gray eyes. I just know, she replied, shrugging as she looked over the water. Maybe we'll find the three-eyed beepy pixie here. Let's go for a swim and have a look. Gowith sighed in relief as Severus' voice pulled them out of their strange conversation. Gowith, Luna, come back here please. We have to walk a bit further down in this direction. There's a magical resort, where a part of the sea is secured and safe even for children to swim, Minerva explained, and the small group slowly walked through the sand. Gowith kept close to his father, feeling slightly uncomfortable in the eccentric girl's company. A few minutes later, they had reached the resort, and while Minerva transfigured his clothes into swimming trunks, Poppy cast a spell on him to prevent the sun from burning his skin. Finally, Severus suggested, Gowith, do you want me to teach you how to swim? I'd love that, Gowith replied, unobtrusively glancing at the girl, who was engrossed in a conversation with her aunt. He quickly followed his father to the edge of the water. By the early afternoon, Gowith could swim, and he was very tempted to change into a dolphin like Luna had suggested. But if I swim out a bit and have any problems, no one can help me, because they can't change into fish, he thought. Gowith, is everything all right? Poppy suddenly asked in concern. You seem to be very absent-minded. Gowith sighed and decided to share his thoughts with the adults. If you remain within the area of the resort, it's all right, Gowith, Severus said soothingly. Okay. Gowith replied and stepped into the shallow water, before he transformed into a dolphin, realizing that it was much fun to swim as a dolphin. Only several hours later, he remembered the others, who were probably waiting for him on the beach. He hurriedly returned to the shore and changed back into his human form, realizing that everyone was looking at him with amusement. I take it you had much fun in your dolphin form, his father said dryly, causing Gowith to nod eagerly. It was so cool, he replied happily. It's much more fun than to swim in my human form. Nevertheless, it's nearly dinner time, and we should return to Hogwarts, Severus informed him softly. Oh, Gowith said in disappointment. We'll come back here sometime, Minerva promised, and then I'll ask you to take me for a ride. I'd love to rest on your back in my cat form.
Everyone chuckled at the impression as they grabbed the inflatable starfish for their travel back to Hogwarts, where they arrived just in time for dinner in the Great Hall. I wonder if Cicero has already given Dumbledore the prank potion, Jade mused as he entered the Great Hall, realizing that it was a strange feeling to attend dinner in his human form for the first time.
Unbeknownst to Gowith, Severus observed him proudly, thinking that his son was just making a big step forward on the way to overcome the Dursleys' abuse, before he introduced him to the few teachers, who had not known that his familiar was Harry Potter, as Gowith Snape. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the headmaster. Dumbledore, who had been clearly enjoying the first few bites of his meal, cleared his throat and spoke up. Does this food taste strange, or is it only my imagination? Everything tastes like lemo. Drops. Gowith had to try hard not to chuckle, when Minerva asked in concern, Are you feeling all right, Albus? And reached over to the headmaster, who was sitting next to her, to feel his forehead. I'm fine, Minerva. It's just, but Albus, why not see it from the good side? You like lemo. Drops, don't you? Professor Flitwick said pleasantly, causing Dumbledore to agree and decide to enjoy his food. Gowith once more nearly blurted out laughing, when Luna said in her high, clear voice, I like lemo. Drops. They make me think of the early morning sun rays flooding a huge field of lemo. Trees in the morning breeze. Somehow, Gowith was glad when dinner was over, and as soon as everyone rose from their seats, he transformed into his phoenix form and made himself comfortable on Severus' shoulder. This is still the most comfortable place in the world, he thought as he lazily began to clean his wing feathers. This was a wonderful day. Thank you, Severus, he trilled softly when they walked down to the dungeons. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Gowith. By the way, do you feel up to brewing a little prank potion for your twin friends? Gowith, who had been on the verge of letting out a huge yawn, quickly stopped himself and said excitedly, Of course. I'd love to prank the twins. Do you have an idea? Severus smirked. Of course. I'm not a potions master for nothing. However, it'll be much more fun if you don't know what the effects will be. You can still assist me. Father and son spent a little more than an hour in the potions lab, and as much as Gowith tried to guess what the effects of the potion were they were brewing, he couldn't figure it out. Nevertheless, he enjoyed himself, until Severus bottled the potion and sent him to bed. The twins arrived punctually for a late breakfast. Wow, Gowith exclaimed, staring at their younger friend in amazement, you look really cool. Thank you, Gowith chuckled and happily accepted the present that emerged as a small assortment of phials and drops. Be careful, George warned him. They're all prank potions. Better not use them on your father or Professor McGonagall. Fred handed him a small parchment. Here is the explanation about what is in each thing. Gowith chuckled in anticipation of the fun he'd have when the twins ingested the prank potion they had brewed for them. It's probably in the food, he thought, and ushered his friends into the small kitchen, before he called his father. However, after breakfast, the twins were still their usual cheeky selves, and when Gowith threw Severus a questioning look, the potion's master merely smirked mischievously. After breakfast, the three friends headed out to the grounds, so that Gowith could try out the broom he had received from his father along with a snitch the headmaster had given him when he came to pay him a short visit in the morning. I need to thank Fox for advising the headmaster to give me a snitch, Gowith mused. Catching the snitch is so much fun. After 2 hours of flying, they landed on the grounds, and Gowith looked at his new watch that his father had given him in addition to the broom. We still have 1 hour until we're supposed to be in the Great Hall to eat my birthday cake. He groaned in annoyance at the thought of being the center of attention. Why don't we go and prank Mrs. Norris? Let's do that, George agreed immediately. Wow, that's a cool watch, his twin brother said, still looking at the watch. Gowith nodded. I love it. The upper half had a dark blue background and was displaying the time, while the lower half with a green back showed where Severus was. Several places like Potions Classroom, Office, Great Hall, Staff Room, other place at Hogwarts, home, and outside Hogwarts, were on the watch, and a small arrow pointed to Severus' whereabouts. Severus is in his office, probably preparing his lesson plans, Gowith thought. I wonder what happened to the prank potion for Fred and George. All right then, let's go and have some fun, the twins said, grinning mischievously. And fun they had. Gowith in his phoenix form flashed the twins to where he could sense Mrs. Norris in an unused corridor. They quickly hid in an alcove, and the twins transformed into their parrot forms, causing Gowith to observe them in fascination. Wow, he breathed, before he flashed just around the corner, where he changed into a cat and made cat sounds that immediately caused Mrs. Norris to follow the sounds. While the neon green cat followed the sounds of the strange cat that kept leading her further into the unused, dusty corridors, Gowith finally flashed back to the twins and changed into a gray parrot, before 3 gray parrots finally appeared above Mrs. Norris, laughing at the confused cat with cackling sounds. Gowith, it's time to come to the Great Hall. Gowith suddenly heard his father's voice in his head, and the 3 mischief makers hurriedly made their way to the Great Hall. To Gowith's surprise, the hall was decorated with hundreds of colorful balloons, and all the teachers who were currently staying at Hogwarts were gathered around the head table. There were 2 smaller tables to both sides of the larger table. One of them was full of colorful presents, while the other seemed as if it was on the verge of collapsing under an enormous cake in the form of Hogwarts. This is so embarrassing, Gowith thought, and felt extremely tempted to transform into his phoenix form and enjoy bits of the cake from his father's shoulder or his arm. However, the thought of the twins, who had only traveled to Hogwarts for his birthday, made him refrain from doing so, and Gowith quietly took the seat between Severus and Fred at the table. The headmaster made the cake float right in front of Gowith, and with a flick of Minerva's wand, 10 candles lit on top of the towers and roofs of the castle, and everyone sang the birthday song for Gowith. Go Gowith, go, the twins shouted simultaneously, and Gowith threw them a questioning look. You have to blow out the candles, his father informed him silently, causing the birthday boy to hesitantly try blowing at the candles to no avail. Seeing everyone look at him in expectation, he quickly changed into his phoenix form and flashed straight to the opposite side of the cake, causing the small whirlwind that accompanied him to extinguish the candles. Well, that was extraordinary, Severus commented him dryly, while everyone else laughed in disbelief, and Gowith flashed back behind his seat and quickly changed back. Lemo. Meringue, the headmaster said pleasantly, the Transfiguration classroom tastes extremely well. I believe the part you're just eating is your office, Albus. Minerva, who had distributed the cake, corrected him gently, and it's not lemo meringue but strawberry cheesecake. Gowith glanced at the strawberries that were decorating the delicious cake and chuckled. What is it that I'm eating? He suddenly remembered to ask. The toilets in front of the Gryffindor common room, the twins replied in a simultaneous sing-song. No, sweetheart. I gave you my office, Minerva said soothingly. When everyone was finished eating, Severus suggested, shall the 4 of us go and brew a potion? You can still open your presents later on. I'd love that, Gowith replied eagerly, glancing at the twins. Oh Professor, you're the best because we'd love to learn. A new prank potion, the twins finished together, causing the whole table to erupt in laughter. They're singing. That's too cool. That's what the potion did, Gowith thought in excitement, resolving to make the twins talk as much as possible during the rest of the afternoon. Who was the evil person, by the way, who made us sing? Weasley and Weasley, you better stop that annoying sing-song in my presence, Severus said dryly, and everyone laughed even more as they realized that the mischievous twins obviously succumbed to a prank by the potion's master. I wasn't aware that we had so musical students, Albus. Perhaps we should invent a new subject, music, at Hogwarts, Minerva suggested with an innocent expression on her face, knowing how many students in her house had been victims to the twins' pranks during their first Hogwarts year. Gowith was still chuckling when they arrived in the potions classroom, while Severus and the twins were discussing the potion they were going to brew, before the twins had to return home. Weasley and Weasley, if you ever tell anyone of this, you'll be in detention for the whole school year, and I'll take more points off Gryffindor than you'll be able to earn until you're newts, the potion's master said sternly as he set up 3 cauldrons. Severus taught Gowith and the twins to brew a simple healing potion, which could be used as the base of several harmless prank potions, and an hour later, the twins happily took the flow home, eagerly discussing in their involuntary sing-song which potion to use on their family first. "Dad, that prank was hilarious," Gowith said, giggling, as they walked back to the Great Hall for dinner. "I'm glad you liked it," Severus replied dryly. "Now, are you up to being the center of attention again?" Gowithy's face fell, and he stopped walking. "Oh no, can I go as Gowith?" Severus slowly turned around to face his son, before he replied in a soft voice, "Gowith, of course you may do as you wish, especially as it's your birthday. However, I'm sure that everyone will be disappointed, because they're happy to have you here. You also need to unwrap your presents, considering that they were all so kind as to give you one." Gowith let out a long sigh. "That's true. All right then, I'll stay in my human form." "Whenever the attention becomes too much for you, you may change," Severus said reassuringly, nodding to himself in relief, thinking that Gowith was making an enormous progress. To Gowithy's relief, dinner was very quiet and peaceful. However, just when Gowith slowly began to relax, thinking that they were soon able to return to their quarters, the headmaster turned to him. "Gowith, I'm considering buying my computer before the end of the holidays. Have you, by chance, read anything interesting about computers recently?" Gowith stared at the old wizard in shock. He had completely forgotten about the matter. "I'm sorry, Professor. I have nearly finished your magazine. However, there were so many other things." "I'm sorry, Albus. I kept my son busy recently." Severus jumped in on the conversation, noticing that Gowith seemed to be unsure and was slowly trailing off. "I was thinking of taking him to the Inkpot tomorrow morning. We'll buy some books that might give Gowith certain background knowledge. Is that all right with you, son?" He thought to the boy, who returned an unobtrusive nod. "Very well," Dumbledore said contentedly. "You're still interested in helping me with the research, aren't you, my boy?" "Yes, of course," Gowith replied quickly. "But for now, leave Gowith in peace and let him enjoy the rest of his birthday." Minerva spoke up firmly and led Gowith to the table with the presents. With many kind hands helping him, it still took Gowith 20 minutes to open all his presents. He received many books: Transfiguration for Beginners, Useful and Funny Charms, An Introduction to Wizarding Astronomy, Magical Beasts and How to Cook Them, and many more. "Magical beasts and how to cook them?" Gowith asked in disbelief. "Oh yeah, Gowith. You don't really cook them. It's just an explanatory book about magical animals and which parts of them can be used. For example, your father would use basilisk eggs or skin for potions," Hagrid explained readily. "Wow, that's interesting. Thank you very much," Gowith said happily, glancing at the last present. It was an envelope. "Go on, open it. It's from me," Dumbledore spoke up gently. It was a voucher for the Inkpot over 10 galleons. "Wow," Gowith said in amazement. "Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. I can't wait for my father to take me there tomorrow." 10 galleons are about 50 British pounds. "But I thought the Inkpot was a Muggle bookshop," Aurora said in surprise. "Is it possible to pay in galleons?" "Yes, it is," Severus explained, "because the owner is a squib, and he fully supports the magical world. He accepts both magical and Muggle money." "That sounds interesting," Aurora replied. "One day I'd love you to take me there, although I can understand that you prefer to be alone with your son when you go there for the first time together." Severus slightly inclined his head in appreciation for her understanding and turned back to Gowith, who had been skimming the book he had received from Hagrid and was just transforming into his phoenix form. "Dad," Gowith trilled in excitement. "I just had a good idea. If you need ingredients from basilisks or something like that, I could just change into the animal you need, so you can get the ingredients." Severus chuckled. "With unicorn hair that might work, but with basilisk skin I'm not sure, because I can imagine that your skin would be young and not coming off if you don't remain in the basilisk form for several months, and I doubt that you'll be able to produce basilisk eggs." "Oh, that's true," Gowith replied, feeling somehow stupid. "Don't worry, son. It's still a brilliant idea, and I'm sure it'll come useful sometime," Severus said for everyone to hear this time, before he added, "Well, I believe that it's time for us to return to our quarters. Good night, everyone, and thank you for such a wonderful party for my son." Gowith quickly added a happy trill, which Severus eloquently translated as, "Thank you for everything." When Severus came out of his room in the morning, Gowith was already waiting on his perch, impatiently stepping from one foot onto the other and back. "Can we go?" he trilled in excitement, causing Severus to throw him a surprised look. "Where?" he asked sleepily, quirking an eyebrow, before realization set in. "We didn't even have breakfast yet, and the bookshop won't open before 10 o'clock anyway. It's only 7. Gowith let out a disappointed, "Oh," and began to meticulously clean his feathers, making Severus chuckle at the bird's antics. "I suppose changing into your human form and taking a shower might be faster and more efficient," he said dryly as he took a seat at the table and engrossed himself in the Daily Prophet, muttering to himself every now and then. Gowith giggled as the words, "silencing that stupid beep," penetrated his ears. "What?" Severus looked up from the newspaper, rolling his eyes. "Oh, tell me that you didn't listen to what I said about Ms. Skeeter." Oh no, I wasn't listening. Are we going to go now?" Gowith asked innocently. Severus rolled his eyes and cast a permanent tempest charm at the ceiling right in front of Gowithy's perch for the bird to read, before he replied, "No, it's much too early, and we need to have breakfast. Come down and change back please." Gowith obeyed and did his best to not drive Severus completely crazy, before they finally left Hogwarts 2 hours later. Gowith flashed them outside the leaky cauldron, and Severus led his son around the corner to the inkpot.
Jade loved the shop immediately. Although it was not small inside, it was very cozy and, what was best of course, it was full with books wherever he looked. Suddenly, he noticed a closed door that was lacking any sign in contrary to the few other doors that were closed and equipped with signs like, "private," or "emergency exit." However, before he could ask Severus where the door led, a high girl's voice could be heard.
"Mum, where does the door over there lead?" "There's no door, sweetie," the mother replied in apparent surprise. "Of course there's a door, and it's different from all the other doors," the girl insisted. "Are you delirious, sweetie?" the mother replied, apparently getting worried as she felt her daughter's forehead in concern. "She doesn't have a fever," she told what seemed to be the father of the child. "I'm fine, and I want to see what's behind that door," the girl shouted, excitedly jumping up and down with both feet. "Her parents are strange," Gowith mused. "Of course there is a door." "Gowith, are you coming?" Severus suddenly called him from the other side of the room. "The computer-related books are here." "I can see the door as well," Gowith quickly whispered to the girl, not sure if she had been able to hear him or not, and hurried to his father's side. "Dad, where does the door over there lead?" he asked and quickly told Severus about the scene he had just witnessed. Severus sighed. "Gowith, you mustn't talk about this here in a loud voice, but that door leads to the magical part of the bookshop. However, only magical people, wizards, witches and squibs, are able to see it. To muggles it just looks like plain wall." "Oh, so the daughter must be a witch, and the parents are muggles? Wow, shouldn't we tell the girl? Maybe she doesn't even know she's a witch. I didn't know until the cat professor told me." Severus cleared his throat. "If she is indeed a witch, she'll receive her Hogwarts letter when she turns 11, and then she'll know, right in time to get ready for Hogwarts." "Ah, but, no buts," Severus said sternly. "You can't tell people here in the middle of the Muggle world that their daughter is a witch. What if they made a huge ruckus about it by denying it and reporting us to the Muggle police because of it? The Wizarding world's #1 rule is to keep the magical world a secret from the Muggles." "All right, I understand," Gowith said sadly, feeling very sorry for the girl. Even when they returned to Hogwarts with a huge pile of interesting-looking books, he still couldn't shake off the thought that they should have spoken to the girl, and suddenly, an idea pushed itself to the front of his mind. "I can flash myself to people," he remembered. "I'll try if I'm able to flash me to her sometime when Severus is in a staff meeting or somewhere, and then I'll tell her everything just like the cat professor helped me." However, during the next few weeks, Gowith was very busy. He assisted Severus in the potions lab to brew an infinite amount of potions for the hospital wing. He engrossed himself in his study about computers, and he spent time with the headmaster informing him about everything he had learned from the books on a daily basis. It was only a few days before the beginning of the new school year that the first staff meeting took place, and Gowith accepted the news with excitement. "Are you all right on your own?" Severus asked, before he left his quarters. "Of course, Dad," Gowith laughed. "I could change into my phoenix form and visit Fox." Severus groaned inwardly at the thought of the mischief the two birds were able to do in the empty castle, but nodded to his son. "Try to not get yourself into too much trouble," he slightly admonished him in a soft voice. "I will, or do you prefer that I brew something nice?" Gowith couldn't help teasing his father, hoping to distract him from the fact that he was so clearly excited to have some time on his own. "You little rascal," Severus said fondly, gently ruffling his son's hair, before he stepped into the empty corridor. It's now or never, Gowith thought, and concentrated on the memory of the girl he had met at the Inkpot earlier that month. With a slightly anxious feeling, he flashed away, feverishly thinking that he wanted to visit the girl. Gowith arrived in what seemed to be a huge hall with white walls and many paintings and other items displayed on the walls and on small side tables. He curiously glanced around, wondering why he had arrived there, before he noticed that the girl he wanted to visit was standing in a corner of the room, deeply engrossed in what seemed to be an antique book that was displayed on a small table. Gowith curiously jumped onto the edge of the table to get a good look at the girl. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and let out a small shout at Gowith's sight. "I'm seeing things," she blurted out in obvious shock. Gowith quickly jumped down onto the floor and transformed into his human form, shyly stepping back to the table. "Hello," he said in a small voice. "Do you remember me? We met at the bookshop a few weeks ago." "Yes, of course I remember you," the girl replied eagerly. "I'm so glad to meet you again. I wanted to talk to you ever since we met there. You told me you could see the door as well. Do you know where it leads? I don't understand why my parents denied and still deny that there was a door. She interrupted herself to catch her breath. "Your parents probably can't see the door, only you can," Gowith quickly threw in softly, "because you're a witch." "I'm not a beep," the girl said indignantly. "Of course not a beep. A witch," Gowith corrected her softly. "I'm sorry. A witch?" the girl asked incredulously. "Are you sure?" "Yes, and I'm a wizard, but you mustn't tell anyone, not even your parents. Where are we here, by the way?" The girl chuckled. "We're in the British Museum," she explained excitedly. "Look at this book. It's from medieval times and it shows." Gowith paused as he suddenly heard footsteps coming near and the girl interrupted herself. "Hermione, are you coming?" he heard a voice call. "Yes, Mum." The girl turned to Gowith. "I'm sorry, I must go. Can you come to me wherever I am in your bird form, or was it by chance that we met today? I'd love to see you again soon." "I can. I'll try to visit you wherever you are tomorrow or the day after," Gowith promised, knowing that his father would surely have more staff meetings during the following days, and hurriedly walked around the corner into the next room in order to unobtrusively transform into his phoenix form and flash home. However, he discovered more books and other items that looked as if they were from the Middle Ages, so that he spent quite a while looking around with interest, before he finally returned home. "She seems very nice. It was a pity that we couldn't talk longer," he mused as he made himself comfortable on the sofa with the computer book he was just reading, glad that his father hadn't returned in the meantime. "I hope they'll have at least one more staff meeting," he thought, noticing that he had felt much more comfortable in Hermione's presence than in Luna's. Unfortunately, Gowith was not able to visit Hermione soon again, because his father discovered just before the last staff meeting before the welcoming feast that Gowith had caught a cold and took him to the hospital wing, where Poppy gave him a potion and kept him for observation, from which he had no way to escape to pay his new friend a visit. As much as he asked and begged and even cried in desperation, the healer would not let him go. During the weekend that lay between the welcoming feast and the first day of classes, Severus' godson Draco came to visit Severus and Gowith. Draco is very spoiled and he comes from a family, for which their pureblood status is very important. Just so you know why, in case he behaves unexpectedly, Severus warned his son, who cast him a hesitant look. "Severus, may I change into my phoenix form?" he asked anxiously. "I wouldn't do that," Severus replied thoughtfully. "Don't you think it would be strange if Draco got to know you as a phoenix, and then all of a sudden, I introduce you as my son?"
That's true. Jade had to admit and decided to retire to his room with a book from the series, The Five Magical Friends. He had received the first book of the series from Aurora for his birthday and had devoured the book, and after hearing this, the other teachers had provided him with more volumes of the series. He was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't even hear the fireplace flare and Draco arrive.
"Gowith, Please you come out here for a moment? Severus finally called him, and Gowith hesitantly stepped into the living room, seeing a blond boy standing next to Severus. Hello, he said shyly. The other boy returned a surprised greeting, and Severus quickly introduced, Draco, this is my son Gowith. Gowith, this is Draco, my godson. Your son? Draco asked with an expression of surprise and shock on his face. Yes, Draco, Gowith is my son. He is of the same age as you, and I hope that you're going to become good friends, since you'll attend Hogwarts together from the next school year onwards, Severus replied firmly. Draco seemed to quickly make up his mind, since he extended a hand and asked, Friends? I'd love to be friends, Gowith replied softly, taking the other boy's hand. Do you like flying? Draco queried, glancing at Severus. I love to fly, and I love to catch the snitch, Gowith said in excitement. Dad, may we go flying for a while? As much as Gowith had been hesitant to meet Draco, as much fun he had flying together with the other boy. They spent hours flying and trying to catch Gowithy's snitch, and both boys noticed in awe that both of them could fly just as well as the other. Only in catching the snitch Gowith was a bit better. Later on, the two boys played wizard's chess, even if Gowith couldn't play well yet, because Severus had only recently begun to teach him how to play. Checkmate, Draco just said for the 5th time, when Severus came over and instructed them to wash their hands and get ready for dinner. Oh Dad, do we have to attend dinner? Gowith asked quietly, causing Draco to throw him a surprised look. Gowith is not used to being in the Great Hall together with so many students, Severus explained. Last night when the students arrived, he was stuck in the hospital wing, and before the summer holidays, he always attended the meals in his Animagus form. You're an Animagus? Draco asked in shock. Gowith nodded and quickly transformed in his Phoenix form. Dad, may I go in my Phoenix form? Severus sighed, glancing from Gowith to Draco, before he said softly, Gowith, I believe that it would be nice for the two of you to attend dinner together. Why don't you sit together with your friends? May we sit with the Weasley twins? Gowith asked in excitement after quickly changing back and, seeing his father nod, told Draco, the twins are absolute amazing. They think of the most interesting pranks. Let's have dinner together with them. Weasley, Draco mouthed, glancing at Severus, who calmly laid his hand on Draco's shoulder. Just follow Gowith, and you'll be all right, he said soothingly. Does he really intend to sit with Gryffindors? Draco asked, horrified, causing Gowith to chuckle. You won't regret it, he replied, chuckling in anticipation. He had already been very disappointed when Madame Pomfrey didn't allow him to attend the welcoming feast, and no one, not even Draco, would be able to prevent him from sitting together with his friends, now that he had his father's permission. Draco grudgingly followed Gowith to the Gryffindor table, taking the seat next to him with an expression of pure disgust on his face. Thank you, Gowith said to the twins, who had gently made space for him and Draco between them. This is my father's godson, Draco, and these are Fred and George, my friends, he quickly introduced everyone. Hello Draco, the twins said simultaneously, before they turned to Gowith in excitement. Do you feel up to play a prank on the whole school? We invented a wonderful potion to prank everyone. Life at Hogwarts seems to be more fun than I expected, Draco blurted out. Can we go and play the prank after dinner? Of course. We only waited for Gowith to play the prank, the twins replied, chuckling. The twins, Gowith and Draco, left dinner a bit earlier, and the twins asked Gowith to change into his Phoenix form and flash them near the entrance to the Gryffindor common room to a spot where the portraits couldn't see them. Gowith complied and George handed him a small file. We need it back when we're in our parrot forms. Gowith, you can join us, but Draco, you have to watch from here if you're not an Animagus, George said, before he and Fred transformed into their parrot forms. Gowith quickly uncorked the file and handed it to one of the parrots. I'm going to remain here with Draco, he said softly, and the two boys curiously watched the twins doing. Do you know what they're going to do? Draco asked curiously, causing Gowith to shake his head. No, I don't know, but their pranks are always great fun. The twins carefully poured the liquid out of the file right in front of the portrait hole, before they returned to Gowith and Draco, and the four boys observed how within minutes a whole wall of some kind of plant grew on the spot where they had spread the potion. Excuse me, Draco whispered, bewildered. What is that? The twins chuckled. That's billygoat weed. The teachers are going to have a lot of fun trying to get rid of it. Now, let's do the same with the other common rooms. We need to hurry up a bit. During the following 10 minutes, the four friends quickly flashed to Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and finally Slytherin. The twins poured their potion in front of all the entrances to the common rooms, but only in the dungeons they once more took the time to watch the billygoat weed grow. Oh, Dad will be so angry, Gowith mused as they observed from a hidden alcove how the first students arrived and stopped dead in their tracks in front of the green wall. We better get away from here, before my dad gets suspicious, he said and quickly transformed, flashing the twins to an alcove near the entrance hall, before he flashed straight into his own room together with Draco. Thank Merlin Dad isn't home yet, he said, sighing in relief as they hesitantly stepped into the living room. Oh, I wouldn't want Uncle Severus to get angry at us, Draco agreed immediately. Shall we play another round of wizard's chess to pretend nothing happened? Gowith agreed, chuckling, and when Severus returned home a few minutes later, the two boys were innocently playing together. Is everything all right? Severus queried. You left dinner very early. Gowith chuckled with an innocent expression on his face. We wanted to prank Mrs. Norris, but we couldn't find her. Who is Mrs. Norris? Draco asked in surprise. The caretaker's cat, and she's an absolute git, Gowith replied in disgust. We've already pranked her several times. At that instant, the fireplace flared and Minerva's face appeared in the flames. Severus, could you please come and help me? The entrance to the Gryffindor common room is blocked. I'll be there in a second, Severus replied, glancing at the boys in suspect. You didn't do anything, did you? He asked sternly. No, Dad, we didn't do anything, Gowith reassured him, truthfully. We only watched, he thought, looking at Draco in relief when Severus refrained from asking more questions. Severus was just about to step into the fireplace, when all of a sudden, the headmaster's voice sounded through the school. All students come to the Great Hall. All teachers to the entrance hall, please. Gowith flashed Severus and Draco to the Great Hall, where everyone was sitting at the house tables drinking cocoa. But we just had dinner, Gowith said, feigning surprise. I'll go and listen to what the headmaster says. Stay here, please, Severus replied and strode out of the hall. Hey Gowith, Fred shouted over to him, go and sit on your father's shoulder, so you can inform us what happened later on. Draco, sit here with us. Draco hesitantly complied, and Gowith transformed into his phoenix form and flashed straight onto his father's shoulder. Gowith, did I not tell you to stay in the Great Hall with Draco and everyone else? Severus lightly scolded him, causing Gowith to feverishly search his brain for a believable response. Well, I thought you might need me to flash you somewhere quickly, he finally trilled. Draco is all right. The twins will take care of him. Severus couldn't help laughing at the thought. The Weasley twins are taking care of Draco Malfoy? I must make sure to let his father hear that, although I'm afraid Draco won't ever be allowed to visit me again. Minerva snorted. Oh well, I look forward to having a Malfoy being sorted into Gryffindor next year, she said dryly. Severus rolled his eyes, and Gowith just opened his beak to trill a reply, when the headmaster began to speak and informed his colleagues that the entrances to all four common rooms were blocked by walls of plant. Plant? Aurora asked incredulously. Shouldn't we be able to get rid of that by incendio, or scourgify? Minerva let out a snort. Don't you think I'd have done that if it was possible? All four common rooms? Slytherin as well? Severus asked in disbelief, before he reminded himself that Poppy had kept him back in the Great Hall and he had only returned to his quarters right before the headmaster had summoned them. Apparently yes. Well, let's head to Ravenclaw and see what we can do about it, Dumbledore decided, and the teachers made their way to Ravenclaw Tower. Gowith observed them cast spell over spell and wondered if the twins knew a solution to the problem, which they had caused. It was nearly midnight when he slowly drifted off to sleep on his father's shoulder, nestled deep into the silky black curtain, and the teachers were still trying to get rid of the billygoat weed. When Gowith woke up, he found himself back on his perch at home. How did I end up here? He mused, afraid that he had missed something interesting. He hesitantly flew down to the floor and transformed into his human form, before he left the living room in search for his father. Severus was in the lab, brewing a potion. Professor Sprout found out that the walls were made from billygoat weed, and I know that there is a potion that should work to get rid of it, he explained. Care to help me prepare these? He pointed to a few ingredients that were laid out on the working table. Of course, Gowith replied and set to work. It was nearly breakfast time when Gowith flashed Severus to the 4 billygoat weed walls, and Severus poured his potion on the floor under the walls, causing them to shrink and finally vanish into thin air within a couple of minutes. Draco and Gowith spent the rest of the day chuckling about the event and planning more possible pranks for their time as students at Hogwarts. Before Draco took the flow home in the evening, Severus promised to speak with Draco's father and ask if Draco could come back to visit him and Gowith again during the winter holidays. From the beginning of the new school year onwards, Gowith mostly joined his father in the potions classroom during class time. Depending on what potion the students had to brew, Severus and he decided if he should brew as well or occupy himself otherwise. Whenever he had time, he continued with his study about computers and met with the headmaster every now and then when he had discovered something, of which he thought it might help them with their research. A few times, Gowith also followed Minerva and attended her first-year classes. However, the Transfiguration professor told him gently that she would not recommend for him to attend any other classes except for potions, because he would be very bored next year when he was going to attend the same classes again. That's true, Gowith replied sadly. I didn't think about that. I thought so, Minerva said softly. As much as I'd love to have you in my classes, I don't want you to become bored next year. However, there is something else, for which I could use your assistance. Of course, Gowith replied in excitement. What is it? Every year, Minerva explained gently, the 4 heads of the houses take turns visiting the Muggle-born children who are going to turn 11, on their birthday and hand over their Hogwarts letter and talk to them and their parents. Most of them don't even know that they're witches or wizards. This year, she sighed, it's my turn to visit all the new students. Wow. Would you have come to see me on my birthday next year then? Gowith asked in excitement. Minerva thought for a moment. I'm not sure, Gowith, because you are not listed as Muggle-born. Your parents were magical, and the Book of All Magical Children doesn't offer any information about a child's upbringing, only about the magical status of its parents. I'm sorry, sweetie, and I'm glad we already have you here. Would you perhaps like to accompany me and speak a few words to the children, who will be your classmates next year? You probably know best how it is to suddenly become aware of being a wizard. I'd love to accompany you, Gowith replied eagerly. When are we going to begin meeting them? Minerva laughed at the excited boy. The 19th of September is the first birthday we have this year. Oh, that's next week. Cool. Thank you for taking me with you, Minerva. I'm glad you're going to join me. Let me warn you though, these visits are not always fun. Some parents absolutely detest us when we tell them that their child is magical. I believe that, Gowith replied sadly, remembering what Severus had told him at the ink pot. On the 19th of September, Minerva and Gowith met right after dinner to visit the first of the new Muggle-born students. All right then, Gowith, are you ready? We'll walk down to Hogsmeade and then do side-along apparition. We still have a few minutes, because I made an appointment with the Grangers at 8 o'clock. Excuse me, Minerva, but how did you make an appointment? Gowith asked curiously. I always go to Hogsmeade beforehand. They have a Muggle telephone booth in the post office, Minerva informed him gently. By the way, the girl's name is Hermione. Hermione. Gowith blurted out, and Minerva observed in surprise how a huge smile appeared on his face. May I quickly flash home and fetch something? He asked urgently. Of course, Minerva replied astonished, carefully arranging her hair back into the firm bun she used to wear after Gowith had left, causing a huge whirlwind. Instants later, Gowith returned with one of his books of the 5 Magical Friends series. He showed the book to Minerva. I'd like to give this to Hermione. I think she likes books. Gowith, do you know Hermione? Minerva queried, giving the excited boy a sharp look. Yes, we met her at the ink pot, Gowith hesitantly explained. All right then, shall we go? Together, they walked down to Hogsmeade, before Minerva apparated them to a small side street. It must be here around the corner, she said, and led Gowith to a relatively large house in a Muggle area. Gowith hesitantly hid behind the professor's robe as Minerva rang the doorbell. After mere seconds, Mrs. Granger opened the door. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Hermione couldn't wait to see you. Oh, I see you brought a student with you. Good evening. This is Gowith Snape, the adoptive son of my colleague. I brought him because he is of the same age as Hermione and will be in the same class if Hermione decides to attend Hogwarts from the next school year onwards. Hermione enthusiastically greeted Minerva, before she stepped aside and saw Gowith. You? She exclaimed in surprise that was instantly replaced by a pout. Where have you been? You promised to come to visit me after you came to see me in the British Museum as a bird. I've been waiting for ages. Mrs. Granger eyed her daughter in concern. I'm sorry, she apologized to Minerva, before she asked, Hermione, are you feeling all right? At the same time, Gowith couldn't help blushing terribly. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice. I was sick at that time and they wouldn't let me go, and since the beginning of the new school year I didn't have a chance. He quickly handed Hermione the book. Here, for you. This is one of my favorite storybooks, he said softly. I'm Gowith, by the way. Thank you, Hermione said gratefully, happily reaching out for the book. It's a magical book. Wow, that's too cool. The adults observed the children's behavior in surprise. Minerva was the first to find words. Gowith, does Hermione already know? Yes, I told her when we met, Gowith admitted in a small voice. Very well, then I suggest that the children go and leave us for a moment, so that I can explain everything to you, Minerva suggested gently, turning to the Grangers. Right, Hermione, why don't you take Gowith to your room for a while? Mr. Granger instructed his daughter. A small pout appeared on Hermione's face, but it vanished after an instant, and the girl pulled Gowith upstairs to her room in excitement. She motioned for him to sit on the chair by her desk, while she made herself comfortable on her bed and demanded, Now, tell me everything. You're a wizard and I'm a witch? So can you do strange things too? Oh right, you can, she corrected herself, before Gowith had even a chance to reply. You were a bird the other time. Why are you here with the professor though? Who are you? Gowith sighed in relief as the girl paused for a moment, and he quickly threw in, as I said, I am Gowith. I live at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Professor McGonagall is a teacher there. All magical children are supposed to attend Hogwarts from when they turn 11. So the professor came to tell you and your parents that you're a witch and invite you to attend Hogwarts from next year onwards. She only brought me, because I'll be a first year as well next year, and I've only known that I'm a wizard for about 2 years. Where is Hogwarts? And what do you learn there, do we? Wait. Hermione, not so fast please. Ask me one question at a time, okay? Oh sorry, Hermione replied in a small voice, before she continued to ask, why are you living at Hogwarts? Gowith sighed. I live at Hogwarts, because Professor Snape, the potions professor, is my adoptive father. Hogwarts is a boarding school, and I'm not exactly sure where it is though. He feverishly searched his mind. Oh right, I think it is in Scotland. Hermione scoffed. How many hours does it take from London by train? If it's Scotland, it should at least take 6 hours or something like that. Gowith hesitantly averted his eyes to the floor. I'm so stupid. Why did I come here with the cat professor? I can't really answer any of her questions. I don't know, because we use magical transportation methods all the time. We apparate, or I flashes when I transform into my phoenix form. Wow, that's cool. Hermione looked at him in amazement. Can you show me? Can you change into your phoenix form? Gowith quickly transformed and let out a happy trill. With a small whirl of wind, he flashed to the other side of the room, before he changed back. That is absolutely brilliant, Hermione beamed. Will I learn how to change into an animal at Hogwarts? I think so, but as far as I know only the older students learn that. I can only do it because I'm what they call a natural animagus. Can you keep a secret? I swear, Hermione replied sincerely. I can change into any animal I want, but I don't want anyone to know, because that's not normal. Only my father and the cat professor know. Do you have a cat as a professor? Hermione asked curiously, causing Gowith to slap his head at his own stupidity. Oh no, sorry. I only call Professor McGonagall that because she is a cat animagus. Ah, all right. Now tell me, what subjects do you have at Hogwarts? Potions, transfiguration, charms. Hermione. They suddenly heard Mr. Granger call his daughter. "Come please. The professor wants to leave." "To leave?" Hermione mouthed, terrified. "Oh no!" Without even waiting for Gowith, Hermione stormed downstairs, shouting, "No, don't let her leave yet. I have so many questions left." When Gowith followed her into the sitting room, he noticed that Minerva was not on the verge of leaving. The adults were sitting in comfortable-looking chairs, talking animatedly. Mr. Granger smirked. "Well, I just thought that was the quickest way to get you down here. Ms. Granger, your parents have approved that you attend Hogwarts from next year onwards, if that is what you wish," Minerva said gently. "Do you have any questions?" "Oh yes, many," Hermione replied and began to ask as much as she could ask without taking a breath, causing everyone to laugh. Minerva and Gowith spent several hours answering Hermione's questions, and it was nearly midnight when they finally returned to Hogwarts. Gowith promised Hermione to write to her, so that she could use the same school owl to write back. He also offered to accompany the Grangers when they wanted to go shopping at Diagon Alley to show them where the entrance was, since he had already been there a few times after accompanying his father to the Inkpot. "I see you already became friends with Hermione," Minerva said, smiling when they walked back to the school from the apparition point. "She seems to be a very nice girl. But when did you go to the British Museum?" Gowith sighed uncomfortably. "Minerva, could you please keep this to yourself?" he asked in a small voice and hesitantly explained how he had wanted to tell Hermione that she was a witch just like Minerva had told him a few years ago. "You must be more careful, Gowith. You can't just flash into places like a museum, where many people can see you, and transform in front of the people," Minerva scolded him lightly. "If you ever plan such a stunt again, please come to me and inform me beforehand." "All right, Minerva. Will you please not tell Severus?" Gowith pleaded in a small voice. "I won't tell him if you promise to be more careful. Thank you," Gowith said, relieved. When Gowith woke up in the morning, the sun rays streaming in from the charmed window alerted him to the fact that he had overslept. A glance at the Charmed Tempest display at the wall next to his pillow showed him that it was 11 o'clock. "Oh no. How could I sleep in so late?" he groaned inwardly, when a well-known voice made him become even more annoyed. "Good morning, lazybones. Get up, it's nearly lunchtime." "Hi Fox," Gowith replied, sighing in anticipation of whatever Fox had planned. "You're making yourself rare, nestling, much too rare," Fox trilled accusingly. "I believe it's time for a good prank. We haven't played one in ages." "Are you sure?" Gowith chuckled, raising an eyebrow in a very Snape-ish manner. "Oh no, don't tell me you were involved in that great one, and you didn't invite me to participate? Never forget that I'm an old, experienced prankster." Gowith chuckled. "I'm sorry, everything happened so quickly that I didn't have a chance to call you. Now, tell me, what have you planned now?" Maybe I should keep it to myself," Fox huffed, causing Gowith to roll his eyes at the Phoenix's antics. "Very well then, let me get up and get ready in peace," Gowith replied, knowing that Fox was nearly bursting to share his plans with him. "Ah, you're just mean. I need you for my fantastic new prank. You don't have to get ready. Just transform into your nestling form and we'll be ready. We don't have much time." Gowith sighed and transformed. "Now, what is it you want me to do?" Fox chuckled. "It's nearly lunchtime, and I want to play a prank on the whole school," he began to explain, just when Severus entered the room. "Good morning. Gowith, are you finally awake? That's good. I was getting worried," he said to his son, torn between amusement of seeing that he was together with his Phoenix friend and a tad of concern about what the two Phoenixes might do together. "I'm fine, Dad. Sorry for worrying you. Is it all right to go for a flight with Fox until lunchtime?" "If you don't get yourself into trouble," Severus replied, raising an eyebrow. "I won't," Gowith promised, resolving to tell Fox to play his prank by himself. "Let's go," Fox trilled in excitement, causing Gowith to sigh. "I'm sorry, Fox, but I really shouldn't get into trouble now," he replied hesitantly, fluffing his feathers in anticipation to his friend's reaction. "Oh please help me, Nestling. I need you to be there for the prank. You don't have to do anything," Fox said, throwing him a pleading look. "You heard my father, and I really don't want to get into trouble." "Oh well, what is it?" Gowith asked, realizing that Fox wouldn't easily relent. It's a spell that Godric Gryffindor once played on the whole school, and it was much fun. Let's flash to the entrance hall. We don't have much time. Gowith obediently flashed and transformed back into his human form according to Fawkes' request. The Phoenix called Tony, and the small elf appeared in the blink of an eye. Tony, I need you to cast a spell for us, Fawkes informed him and asked him to wave his hand over the entrance doors to the Great Hall and told him an incantation to speak. As Tony complied, Gowith asked suspiciously, Fawkes, what does this spell do, and why did the spell have my name in it? That was the Fidelius charm, and you're the secret keeper, Fawkes informed him, chuckling. It means that no one can find the entrance doors and thus enter the Great Hall, except for those whom you tell where the entrance is. The poor students will have to take their lunch elsewhere, I'm afraid. Thank you, Gowith. That will be a lot of fun, especially as the teachers will be able to get into the hall from the back entrance, which the students don't know. Oh my! Gowith groaned in annoyance as Tony popped away quickly. Fawkes, we better get away from here quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in so much trouble. Ah, but we can hide in an alcove and watch, Fawkes objected, and Gowith changed back into his phoenix form, hiding in the two mischief makers' favorite alcove. Soon, the last morning class was over, and the first students began to head towards the Great Hall. However, everyone stopped dead in their tracks in the entrance hall, frantically searching for the entrance to the Great Hall. Oh no, Dad! Gowith groaned inwardly, seeing his father step up the stairs from the dungeons. Fawkes, I'm going to fly for a while. Will you come with me? He whispered and quickly flashed out onto the grounds. The two birds flew over the lake for a while, enjoying the beautiful sunshine, when all of a sudden Severus' voice penetrated Gowithy's mind. Gowith, wherever you are, come to my office please. Oh no, Gowith realized at the stern request, he knows. Fawkes, I have to flash home. I'm in trouble, he quickly informed his friend and flashed away. Unfortunately, in his panic about how angry his father might be, he didn't concentrate enough and managed to land on a shelf with potion files, unintentionally kicking several files from the shelf upon his arrival. Gowith flew down to the ground in shock, noticing in relief that none of the files were broken. Apparently, his father had cast an unbreakable charm on them. Dad, I'm sorry, he trilled quickly, glancing at Severus, who quietly gathered the files and replaced them on the shelf. It's all right, son. Fortunately, I have the habit of using safety precautions for the files I store in my office or the classroom, Severus replied, smirking. Now, take a seat. There is something I need to discuss with you, he continued in a very business-like tone. Do I need to transform back? Gowith asked cautiously, making himself comfortable on the back of the chair in front of his father's desk. I need to be very careful, Severus mused. He just finally became used to feeling comfortable spending the time in his human form. If I make him transform now in order to scold him, he might have a huge relapse. He cleared his throat, before he replied in an even voice, No Gowith. As long as you remain in a form, in which we're able to communicate, I don't mind. Thank you, Gowith trilled, feeling strangely relieved to be allowed to remain in his phoenix form for what was sure to be a dressing down for the prank Fawkes had played on the students. Severus let out a long sigh and slowly brought his index fingers up to his face to massage his temples in a faint attempt to get rid of the building headache. Gowith, he began slowly, 3 weeks ago, I didn't say anything, although it was obvious to me that you, Draco and the twins left dinner early, and no one else was missing dinner, who could have played the prank with the billygoat weed. However, he sighed again, as much as I can imagine that it is funny to prank the whole school, I do not wish my son to be involved in every prank that is being played at Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Gowith blurted out, horrified, anxiously fluffing his feathers, while his thoughts went haywire. I believe that you're sorry, Gowith, and I know that none of the pranks were your idea. However, this was a bit too much in a too short time. It was bad enough for the students that they couldn't return to their dormitories the other night, but today, they came from their last morning class, probably hungry and thirsty, and couldn't enter the Great Hall. As much as I'm impressed by the prank, I don't think that it was much fun for anyone. He shot Gowith a sharp look. I assume that someone cast the Fidelius charm on the entrance doors to the Great Hall? Yes sir, Gowith replied in a hardly audible voice. Fawkes ordered Tony to cast it. With you as the secret keeper I assume? Severus queried, unconsciously playing with a cork that had mysteriously found its way into his robe pocket. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Tony. Severus called the elf, who appeared immediately, glancing anxiously from Severus to Gowith. Please accompany me to the Great Hall to reverse the charm you cast on the entrance doors, the potion's master instructed him sternly. I am sorry, Master Severus, but Tony is not knowing the incantation, sir, Tony replied, horrified. I will teach you the incantation, Severus said in a much softer voice. Gowith, can you flash us please? 10 minutes later, the charm was cancelled, and Severus and Gowith were back in the potion's master's office. I'm so sorry, Gowith began to sob. Will you tell Professor Dumbledore that I was involved in the pranks? I won't tell the headmaster, Severus replied thoughtfully, and there is no need to waste your valuable phoenix tears on this. However, I believe you will understand that I still have to punish you, so that you remember not to play a prank the next time. He raised an eyebrow at the phoenix, who anxiously fluffed his feathers and averted his eyes to the floor. Severus sighed. I really don't want to punish Gowith, he thought, especially as at least these last 2 pranks were not his fault. However, I want him to stop playing pranks before he becomes a student and really gets into trouble. Severus finally summoned a headache potion from the shelf and turned the phial in his hands as he said thoughtfully, during the following week beginning on Monday, you will serve detention in the evening with the 4 heads of house and Madame Pomfrey. Instead of me, Professor Sinistra will supervise one of your detentions. I shall fix the schedule with my colleagues later today and inform you. Right after dinner in the Great Hall, you will approach the teachers and follow them for your detention. During class time, you will stay in the potions classroom. However, you will not brew anything but merely watch the students brew. Yes sir, Gowith trilled in a subdued voice. I'm sorry sir. Now Gowith, Severus continued in a much softer voice, are you up to joining me in the potions lab for a while? I need to brew a healing salve for the hospital wing, and I thought that you could perhaps brew a birthday present for Professor McGonagall. Her birthday is in 2 weeks' time. I'd love to do so, but what could I brew for her? Gowith asked uncertainly, still feeling bad about having disappointed his adoptive father. How about an assortment of ginger nuts with different types of chocolates like in our every flavored lemo? Drops? Severus suggested, raising an eyebrow at the phoenix that thoughtfully stretched his legs and wings. Gowith jumped down onto the floor and slightly hesitantly turned back into his human form. He quickly walked around the desk and stepped next to his father, laying both arms around the man's middle. Severus realized in surprise that Gowith pulled him into a light hug. He must be really shocked about the punishment, he thought, horrified, and gently pulled his son close. I love you, Gowith, he whispered, carefully pushing a few errant strands of hair from the boy's face. Love you too, Dad, Gowith replied, and Severus observed how very slowly a small smile appeared on his face, replacing his former, apprehensive expression. Father and son spent the whole afternoon in the potions lab, until they had to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Dad, do I have to attend dinner? Gowith asked hesitantly as he diligently cleaned his workspace. Yes, Severus replied shortly, throwing the boy a sharp look. May I go in my phoenix form? No, noticing that Gowith still was not his usual cheery self when they approached the entrance hall, Severus stopped and turned around to face his son. Gowith, relax. No one knows about the matter. But you will tell all your colleagues, won't you? I have to serve detention with them, Gowith replied in a barely audible voice, causing Severus to sigh inwardly. Gowith, I won't speak about the matter during dinner. I will tell them later on in private, and I will insist that the headmaster punishes Fawkes adequately. You may sit at one of the house tables and enjoy yourself. Gowith grudgingly agreed. You won't tell them that it was the twins who played the other prank, will you? He suddenly remembered to ask. Of course not, Severus promised. Thank Merlin he doesn't know that I did a similar thing to the boys' washrooms in Gryffindor 20 years ago, asking Cicero to spread wing woodseed, he remembered, smirking at the thought that no one ever found out who had been responsible for the prank. What is so funny, sir? Gowith asked quietly when they entered the Great Hall, causing Severus to smirk again. Oh, I just decided what the twins' next detention will be, Severus lied and lightly patted Gowithy's shoulder. Now join the Dunderheads and eat your dinner. I'll be watching you. Much later, when he was in bed and Severus tucked him in, Gowith queried in a small voice. "Dad, will you tell me what you were planning for the twins' next detention?" Severus smirked. "I'm going to make them clean spider legs as potions ingredients," he replied dryly and pulled Gowithy's covers up to his chin. "Good night, son. Sleep well." "Night, Dad," Gowith mumbled and tiredly closed his eyes. Severus brushed a key on the boy's forehead, observing how a small smile played on Gowithy's lips as he drifted off to sleep. He quietly knocked the light and returned to his office, glaring at the pile of parchments that were waiting for him. He had just reached for his red quill, when someone hesitantly knocked at the door. It was the Weasley twins. "Well, speaking of the devil," he thought, throwing the twins a menacing glare. "What are you doing here after curfew?" he queried. "We're sorry, Professor, it's about Gowith, sir." The twins began their usual, most annoying form of dialogue. Inwardly sighing in annoyances, he was tired and still had to grade tests. Severus motioned the twins to take a seat and tried to remain patient at their antics. "He told us that he was assigned detention because of playing pranks with us and with Fox. But he didn't even do anything when we played the prank with the Billy Weed. We only asked him to flash us, nothing more." "It was us, sir," they finished together. "And today, he told us that he tried to refuse but Fox insisted that he participated." "I know that," Severus replied patiently. "However, I want him to comprehend that he will be punished for playing pranks, and believe me, if I heard that he was actively involved in a prank, his punishment would be much harsher." "Well, seeing that you're so concerned about Gowithy's welfare, I suggest that you serve the first evening of detention together with him. It will take place on Monday evening and will be with Madame Pomfrey." Seeing that the twins were throwing him terrified looks, he drawled, "Messers, you can deem yourselves very lucky that I won't inform your head of house who managed to fool the entire school for a whole night the other day. Otherwise, your punishment would be much more severe and probably even involve your mother. Good night and get back to your common room, before I have to take house points." After the twins fled from his office, he added quietly, 10 points each to Gryffindor for standing up for Gowith. On Monday evening after dinner, Gowith and the 2 second years slowly made their way towards the hospital wing. Poor Gowith, not even a student yet and already having to serve detention, the twins sighed. "We already had detention with Pomfrey last year, and she made us clean bedpans the whole evening," George informed Gowith. "Oh well, at least we're together. I have no idea why Dad assigned you detention, but I'm glad he did," the smaller boy replied in a small voice. "He did because of the prank with the Billy Weed, but he didn't even take house points. On the contrary, he gave us 20 points. That's at least what McGonagall told us when she came and asked why." "And why was it?" Gowith asked curiously, when he entered the hospital wing behind the twins, expecting to see the floor full of dirty bedpans. However, the healer stepped in front of them, smirking. "3 students. That's good. I have just the right thing for you to do tonight." The 3 boys exchanged a worried look and with a feeling of foreboding stood in front of the bed right next to the office, where the healer motioned for them to wait. Mere seconds later, Pomfrey returned from her office with a life-size dummy. "Most of your teachers do not know even the simplest diagnostic or healing spells," she informed them. "Therefore, I'm always glad if I have students willing to learn a few easy diagnostic spells. Since you haven't taken your owls yet, I am not allowed to teach you any healing spells. Therefore, we'll try a few diagnostic spells. Nevertheless, you must not cast them on any person without a reason. Do you understand me?" Seeing the 3 boys nod, she pointed her wand at the dummy's head and said the incantation, Temperaturam Revelo, causing green numbers to emerge from the tip of her wand. "With this spell you can take a temperature. It isn't as easy as it looks, so you'll need to practice for a while." The twins eagerly pulled their wands, causing Gowith to back up a bit. "I don't have a wand," he thought, remembering what his father had told him about wandless magic earlier. In front of Poppy and the twins it should be all right though. Unaware of his predicament, Madame Pomfrey instructed them to begin practicing. "I'll be back in a few minutes, and if you manage to get a somewhat accurate result for the dummy's temperature, I can show you the easiest diagnostic spell as well." The 3 boys began to practice the spell, realizing that it seemed to be difficult indeed. Gowith tried to cast the spell by pointing his hand at the dummy's head, ignoring the twins' gasp. However, it took him more than a dozen tries, until he managed to make numbers appear at all. For the twins, The spell had worked after only a few tries. However, none of the displayed numbers seemed to be accurate, as they all differed each time they cast the spell. Gowith! Poppy suddenly exclaimed as she returned from her office, only now realizing that he didn't have a wand. I'm sorry. I completely forgot that you don't have a wand yet. Why would Gowith need a wand? The twins laughed as he once again pointed his hand at the dummy. Gowith, does your father know that you're capable of doing wandless magic? Yes, he knows, but he said I shouldn't tell anyone, Gowith replied in a small voice. I can't get a proper result though. Each time it's different. The Meadowitch smirked. Well, I told you that it's difficult and affords some practice. Look at the twins. According to them the dummy must be dead, either with a too low or too high temperature. Now, do you want to try a diagnostic spell? Pomfrey made the three boys practice for 2 hours, before she suggested, you may come back to practice whenever you want, however, I think it's enough for tonight. Why don't you sit in my office and have a cup of cocoa? With that she ushered them into her office, where Misty, her personal house elf, had provided cocoa and biscuits for the three boys. Gowith and the twins profusely thanked the healer and spent the rest of the evening until curfew talking, joking and drinking cocoa in the healer's office. Detentions can be fun, Gowith mused as he flashed back home. I hope my other detentions will be as much fun as this one. A pity that the twins won't be with me. However, when Gowith had breakfast in the Great Hall in the morning, sitting next to the twins at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George told him that they had to serve detention together with him for the rest of the week. Why? I thought Dad had only given you detention for last night, Gowith replied in surprise. The twins chuckled and George explained in a small voice, on our way back from our detention last night, we met McGonagall, and we thought she'd be the right object to practice the spells Pomfrey taught us. Unfortunately, she didn't take it too well when Fred got the result that she had Alzheimer's. Your display of her temperature, barely above the freezing point, wasn't much better, Fred replied, laughing. Anyway, she told us we had to join you for your detentions for the rest of the week. Wow, that's absolutely cool, Gowith thought, throwing the twins a sympathetic look. Dad told me I had to serve detention in the greenhouses tonight. When the three boys entered the greenhouse after dinner, they were surprised when loud Riverdance music greeted them. Gowith apprehensively followed the twins through the greenhouse. Music? The twins threw him a disbelieving look. Are you sure that we have detention here tonight? My father said so. Did you ever serve detention with Professor Sprout before? He whispered apprehensively, causing the twins to chuckle. Yes, once, they replied, grinning, because we exchanged some plants with others. That gave our poor classmates green pustules which we didn't know of course, they replied with innocent expressions that made Gowith roll his eyes. We had to repot plants the whole evening. It was very boring, and the plants were disgusting. The professor was busying herself with a few plants, however, upon seeing the three boys, she greeted them and handed them pink ear muffs.
Please put these on. I want you to help me with the mandrakes, Sprout instructed the boys. This year, they're having a bad year and just don't want to grow. Therefore, we need to take the smallest plants out and make them dance to strengthen them. Confirming that the boys were wearing their ear muffs, she waved her wand at one of the plants that looked like a small clown and made it dance to an old-fashioned waltz that was playing on a charmed gramophone.
That sounds like great fun, Gowith thought and carefully waved his hand at a small mandrake. It took him several attempts, before the plant finally obeyed and danced together with those of the professor and the twins and rocked back and forth to the rhythm of the river dance. After 10 minutes, we give them a rest and take a different plant, the professor explained. Please be careful to completely cover the roots with earth when you repot them. The mandrakes were standing in a line, tap dancing to their heart's content to the Celtic rhythm. After laughing for all they were worth, the twins decided to take it a step further and unobtrusively exchanged grins, before Michael Jackson's Thriller blasted from the gramophone and soon the mandrakes were dancing around like zombies. Finally, Professor Sprout decided that it was enough and released the three boys, who were talking animatedly. That was great fun. I think I love detentions, Gowith said on their way back to the entrance hall. Well, I don't think we're going to have much fun with Professor McGonagall whenever we have to serve detention with her, the twins replied simultaneously, causing Gowith to throw them an uncertain look. I think she was a bit harsh to give you 4 days of detention just because of practicing to cast a diagnostic spell on her, he said softly. Well, we cast the spell in front of a whole group of first years, when we met her on our way to the common room last night, George said, snickering at the memory. She seemed to be very angry. We can be glad that she didn't assign us detention with Filch or your father.
My dad conjured a small dummy for me and allowed me to practice for a while, but I didn't manage to cast either spell properly, Jade admitted, before he separated from the twins and walked home, eager to tell Severus how he loved detentions. I wonder what the cat professor is going to make us do. I heard that dad makes students clean dirty cauldrons, but even that's not so bad. What can be worse in the Transfiguration classroom? He mused as he hesitantly entered Severus' private lab.
You love detentions? Severus asked in surprise. That will at least help you through the rest of the week. Well, tomorrow evening you will serve detention with Professor Sinistra. Do you know where her classroom is? Yes, Dad, she invited me for tea when she had a free period after lunch the other day, and she showed me all of her models of planets, Gowith replied, sighing. Maybe detention with her will be a bit boring, he thought to himself, although I like the professor. Now, I believe it's time for you to go to bed, Severus said gently, observing Gowith rub his eyes. All right. Good night, Dad, Gowith replied immediately, suddenly feeling incredibly tired. Are you sure that you don't want me to help? I'm sure. This is going to be finished in 13 minutes, and by then I expect you to be in bed. Gowith hurriedly left the lab, only to stop dead in his tracks as he saw Fox sitting on his perch, helping himself to some of the phoenix treats Cicero had left for him in case Gowith wanted to spend some time in his phoenix form. Hello, Fox, Gowith said in surprise, unintentionally startling the phoenix. Hi, Gowith. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble, Fox trilled with an expression that didn't show much regret. The old grumpy one instructed the house elves not to give me any more of my favorite phoenix treats until Christmas. So I hope you don't mind I took a few of yours. Of course not, no problem, Gowith said quickly. He also forbade Tony to help me with any pranks, Fox continued, and unfortunately, the bond between Tony and the old grumpy one is older and stronger than the one between Tony and me, so that he'll have to listen to him.
I'm sorry to hear that, Jade replied. I'm not allowed to play any pranks either, and I have detention for the whole week.
Oh well, I'll have to ask the twins then. You said they were parrots Animagi, didn't you? In that case, we should be able to communicate. That's cool. I think we'll be in for a lot of fun then, Gowith replied with a strange feeling of foreboding. Good night, Fox. I have to be in bed when my father finishes his potion in 10 minutes, so I better get ready. Good night, Nestling. I better leave too, before he catches me here and tells my familiar that I ate your treats. Thanks by the way, they were delicious. You're welcome, Gowith said, chuckling as he retired to his room. On the following evening, Gowith and the Weasley twins slowly made their way to the astronomy classroom. The teacher was resting in her cat form in front of the fireplace, causing the twins to look around curiously. No one here, George stated contentedly. Do you see the marmalade cat in front of the fireplace? Gowith whispered. That's the professor. He quickly changed into his cat form and sat next to the professor. Good evening, Professor. We came here for our detention. Detention? Oh right, there was something, Aurora replied thoughtfully. I completely forgot about it. Normally, I don't supervise detentions, but I agreed to it when your father asked me last week. Ah, and that is what Minerva meant when she told me that the twins would accompany you tonight. Oh well, let's see. First of all, we need to transform back, she said and slowly changed back into her human form. Sometimes, she seems a bit off, just like her strange niece, although I still like both of them, Gowith thought, before he transformed back as well. Good evening, boys, Aurora greeted the twins. Good evening, Professor, the twins replied, looking at the professor in expectation. Please polish Jupiter including the moons without magic and memorize them, Professor Sinistra said thoughtfully, causing Gowith and the twins to groan inwardly as they confirmed that they had understood and set to work. Seeing that the professor took a seat at her desk, George whispered, Does any of you know a cleansing spell? Since Gowith doesn't need a wand to cast spells, she won't know if he uses magic. I have no idea of such spells, Fred replied thoughtfully. What is it that Mum whispers all the time when she's cleaning our rooms? I don't know, but cleaning Jupiter and the moons doesn't seem to be so much work, Gowith replied matter-of-factly, causing the twins to let out simultaneous snorts. Do you know how many moons Jupiter has? 62? Oops. Oh well then, let's get to work. Right. She told me that when she showed me her planets, he faintly recalled, wondering what could be so interesting about them. The three friends quietly worked for nearly 2 hours, talking and joking while they polished the moons that weren't very dirty anyway. Gowith was just polishing the 62nd moon when another tiny moon popped into existence. Professor Sinistra and her stupid self-updating Jupiter model, he thought to himself, glancing at the twins, who came nearer, looking at the new moon with interest. Well, it's new and not dirty anyway, Fred said matter-of-factly, chuckling at Gowithy's annoyed expression. Professor, we're done cleaning, he called out to the teacher, who came and inspected their work. Well done, boys. Now go on and memorize them. All 63? George asked in horror. 62, the professor corrected him. Yes please. No, number 63 just arrived a few minutes ago, Fred informed her, pointing to the new moon. Oh, they must be working overtime again at the observatory in Hawaii, the professor replied, inspecting the newest addition to the model with interest. Gowith and the twins grudgingly sat down on the floor under the model and began to read the names of each of the moons, trying to memorize them. When the professor returned to her desk, Fred began to whisper. Gowith, can you cast sleeping spells at us please? I don't know. What's the incantation? Gowith replied uncertainly, and won't she know that I cast a spell? No, it'll look as if we had fallen asleep, George replied reassuringly, and the incantation is, Somnus Naturalis. I'm not exactly sure about the wand movement though.
Oh well, I'll try, Jade whispered and began to try casting the spell at Fred.
20 minutes later, Fred finally succumbed to the spell, causing Gowith and George to sigh in relief. All right. Now I probably know how I have to do it, Gowith whispered and waved his hand at George, causing him to fall asleep as well. I wonder if this works on myself too, Gowith thought, trying to wave his hand at his own body in vain. Oh well, I'm tired enough anyway, he decided and lay down between the twins. The extreme efforts of casting wandless magic over nearly half an hour had made him so exhausted that he drifted off to sleep in the blink of an eye. When Gowithy's mind turned back to awareness, he heard his father's voice and that of Aurora. He lazily opened his eyes, still feeling extremely tired. Thank Merlin, Gowith. You gave us quite a fright, Severus said softly. Are you feeling all right? Yes, of course. I'm just tired, Gowith mumbled sleepily, barely noticing that Severus scooped him up onto his arms. I'm sorry, Severus. I have no idea what made the children so tired, Aurora said worriedly. I merely made them clean the Jupiter model without magic. At least I was able to easily wake up the twins, and they were awake enough to return to Gryffindor on their own, but I don't know what's wrong with Gowith. I'll ask Gowith in the morning, but I'm sure it's not your fault, Severus replied in a soft voice. Good night, Aurora. With his son on his arms, he strode back to the dungeons, resolving to cast a few diagnostic spells on his son. When Gowith woke up, his father was sitting on the edge of his bed, reading a potions journal. To his surprise, the rays of what seemed to be the late afternoon sun streamed into the room through the charmed window. Oh no, how long did I sleep? He thought as he sat up. Hi Dad, Gowith mumbled sleepily, wondering why Severus was watching him sleep. Welcome back to the world of the living, Severus replied, raising an eyebrow at the child. Congratulations. You managed to sleep 18 hours straight. The last afternoon class is just over. What? Gowith asked in shock, causing Severus to smirk. Your detention with Professor Sinistra must have been extremely exhausting. Can you tell me what happened that caused you to deplete your magic in the way you did, while you were supposed to clean the Jupiter model without magic? We didn't use magic on the model, Gowith replied quickly and hesitantly told his father about the sleeping spell. Please don't be angry at the twins, he added in a soft voice. I didn't feel up to memorize 63 names of Jupiter moons either. I understand, Severus replied firmly. Nevertheless, you have depleted your magic, which can be very dangerous. It can cause you to become very ill and can even lead to the complete loss of your magic. Wandless magic affords a lot of magic, especially for someone as young as you are. If you don't manage to cast a spell after a few tries, you need to take a break before you try again. I believe Madame Pomfrey already told you so the other day, when you were in detention in the hospital wing. She was not very pleased when I asked her to check on you to confirm my diagnostics earlier. Yes, she told me that, Gowith admitted in a small voice. I'm sorry, sir. I completely forgot about it. Severus let out a long sigh. Please be more careful the next time, he said sternly, and you must not do any magic for the rest of the week. Is that clear? Yes, Gowith replied miserably. Now, if you feel well enough, you may get up for dinner and for your detention with Professor McGonagall. However, if you feel unwell or get a headache, which might be possible because the pepper-up potion and the headache potion Madame Pomfrey spelled into your system are going to wear off sooner or later, you must tell Professor McGonagall and come home. Do you understand me? Yes, sir, Gowith replied, feeling his stomach churn at his father's stern voice and the thought of having detention with the cat professor so soon. When Severus stood and left the room, he dragged himself out of bed and quickly took a shower, hoping that the hot water would help him to become more alert. After dinner, Gowith anxiously followed Fred and George to the Gryffindor Tower. What is detention with Professor McGonagall like? He asked the twins, who told them that they had no idea, because the Scottish Lioness rarely supervised any detentions herself. Normally, she sends people to serve detention with Filch, Fred explained. Yeah, I've never heard of anyone serving detention with her, George agreed and hesitantly knocked at the door to the professor's office. They did not have to wait long before McGonagall let them in and motioned for them to take seats around her desk. The professor laid 3 piles of parchments in front of them and handed each of them a quill. Please answer these questions as precisely as possible. You have 1 hour. Gowith looked at the first parchment in shock. It held seemingly random questions about the magical world that were written in very accurate handwriting. Is that a test? Do I have to know all these things even before becoming a student here? He thought, terrified. Mr. Snape, are you feeling all right? McGonagall suddenly asked, giving him a sharp look. Yes, Professor, Gowith replied in a small voice. Then you better set to work, the teacher said sternly. You have 50 minutes left. Excuse me, Professor, is this a test? George suddenly asked. McGonagall sighed. No, these are questions, which I received from a Muggle-born girl, who is going to become a first year next summer. Gowith and I visited her the other day, and when I invited her to visit us here for Gowithy's detention tonight, apparently she had nothing better to do than to send back this pile with questions. She's going to arrive with a portkey at 7:30, which is in 40 minutes. Hermione is going to come here tonight? Gowith asked in disbelief, and his expression turned into a huge smile at the professor's nod. She is a friend of mine, he told the twins, before he turned back to the questions and tried to answer as many as he could, unaware of the fact that the twins were whispering to each other. By the time Hermione recovered from the experience of her first portkey travel, Professor McGonagall seemed to be alone in the office. However, as soon as Hermione had greeted the professor, she blurted out, "Wow, these parrots are wonderful. I didn't know that people in the magical world were keeping parrots as pets." McGonagall gave her a sharp look, before she asked crisply, "Parrots?" "Yes, I know that the bird in the middle is Gowith," Hermione replied in surprise, pointing to the 3 birds that were occupying the back of a seat at the professor's desk. "Hello, Gowith. I'm so happy to see you again, and I have so many questions to ask you. I've read in Hogwarts a history that ghosts, dwarfs and giants are teaching at Hogwarts. Is that true?" And McGonagall efficiently interrupted her tirade by instructing Gowith and the twins to transform back into their human forms as soon as she overcame the first shock of seeing her second-year lions in their Animagus forms, causing Hermione to quickly change the topic to the Animagus transformation. The rest of the evening ended just as it had begun, with questions over questions, and Gowith inwardly sighed in relief when the portkey took Hermione back 2 hours later. She is really nice but very tiring, he thought, yawning. Gowith, are you awake enough to walk back to the dungeons, or do you want me to take you through the flow? McGonagall asked, pulling him back to reality. I'm afraid that you must not transform into your phoenix form, because your father told me that you're not allowed to do any magic. Is that magic? Gowith asked in surprise. The twins chuckled. How did you think you were able to transform? Fred asked curiously. I've no idea, Gowith replied, but I thought because I'm a natural animagus. He slowly trailed off, realizing that it probably sounded stupid. I didn't think of that before, but it must be magic that makes me change into animals, he realized. I'll walk, he told the professor and left the office together with the twins after thanking McGonagall profusely for inviting Hermione for his detention. Today is our last detention, Gowith thought when they headed to the Charms classroom on Friday evening. Good evening, boys, come in, the tiny Professor Flitwick greeted them enthusiastically. Today, I'm going to teach you a charm, which is a little difficult, because it has to be performed wandlessly, but since I heard that you already managed the Animagus transformation, I think that you might be able to succeed. With that, the professor conjured a dozen small, colorful balls. This is the juggling charm, he explained as he mumbled an incantation and began to juggle 5 balls, causing Gowith and the twins to watch in excitement. At first, you will try with only 2 balls, Flitwick said with eagerness, handing everyone 1 red and 1 blue ball, before he taught them the incantation. The 3 students watched in amazement how the balls began to move on their own as the professor spoke the charm and began to slightly move his hands. I'm not supposed to do magic, Gowith mused, but nevertheless followed the teacher's instructions. Remembering what his father had told him, he tried a few times and then waited for a few minutes, while he observed the twins trying to do wandless magic. This is very difficult, because you cannot use your wands. Please be patient, gentlemen. If you manage the charm with 2 balls, you'll be able to use more balls. It's not more difficult, Flitwick explained, apparently noticing that the boys were slowly getting frustrated after an hour of inefficient tries. Gowith was the first to be able to juggle the 2 balls, and Professor Flitwick handed him 3 more, one by one, looking proudly at the boy, who was juggling all 5 balls. It was nearly curfew when the twins managed the charm and began to play with the colorful balls. Excuse me, sir, Fred began to ask, will it be possible to use the same charm? George continued, for other things than balls? A huge smile spread over the professor's face. Yes, of course, you can juggle with quills or apples. Just be careful that you don't hurt anyone. Well done, boys. Now it's after curfew though, and we have to finish this detention. Seeing the twins' disappointed faces, Gowith could not help chuckling. I really like detentions, he thought, in spite of feeling absolutely exhausted. I can't imagine walking down to the dungeons now though. Maybe I'll feel better in my phoenix form. With that, he transformed, realizing that he felt indeed slightly better. He jumped onto Fred's hand and slowly walked up to his shoulder, where he made himself comfortable while the twins left the Charms classroom. Hey Gowith, what's wrong? Are you tired? Fred asked and gently began to pet his head feathers. Oh right, he wasn't supposed to do magic, George suddenly remembered. We better take him home, before he does anything else stupid. Right. Didn't Gonny tell you that you weren't supposed to transform? Fred asked, shaking his head as the twins turned to the staircase that led to the dungeons. You're the right ones to talk. You're not doing anything but nonsense the whole day, Gowith thought and chuckled inwardly, thoroughly enjoying the lift. Only when they reached the corridor in front of his father's office, he flew down to the floor and transformed back into his human form. Thank you for the lift. It's all right now. Good night. Good night, Gowith. Oh, and when you meet Hermione the next time, you might give her something to do by teaching her the charm we just learned, the twins instructed him, chuckling, before they turned to leave the dungeons. Wow, that's a brilliant idea, Gowith mused and began to ponder when he would be able to secretly get away to meet the girl as he absent-mindedly entered his father's quarters. When Gowith returned home, his father was sitting in his favorite armchair, reading a potions journal.
Good evening, Jade. How was your detention with Professor Flitwick? He asked, giving Jade a sharp look. Jade let himself sink onto the sofa, trying to suppress a yawn. I'm sorry, Dad. I had to do magic, but I was very careful and took a lot of breaks. Professor Flitwick taught us a juggling charm. He gave each of us 5 balls, and we had to juggle them. It was so much fun. Looking at the boy's excited face, Severus somehow felt unable to scold the child for doing magic. Well, at least you were careful about the magic, he said finally. I suppose that you're very tired now. Why don't you go to bed and sleep in tomorrow? It's Saturday anyway. I think I'm going to do that, Jade agreed, before he hesitantly asked, Would it be alright if I spent the night in my phoenix form? I think I'd feel better as a phoenix. The transformation takes a lot of magic, too, Severus warned him but accepted the boy's decision. Jade changed into his phoenix form. May I rest on your shoulder for a while? He trilled softly, causing Severus to hold his hand invitingly in front of the bird's feet. Thank you. Jade trilled and made himself comfortable behind the curtain of black hair on his favorite spot. Within seconds, he was fast asleep. During the next weeks, Jade tried in vain to find an opportunity to flash to Hermione. Somehow, Severus and his colleagues seemed to worry that he might deplete his magic again, and they were watching him like hawks. This is really annoying, Jade thought one day as he walked behind his father to the Great Hall for dinner. On the other hand, it's great to have someone be concerned about me. The Dursleys never cared what I did, if I ate something or if I was healthy. My life has completely changed during the last year, and I love being here having such a considerate family. Suddenly, he had an idea. If the cat professor allowed Hermione to visit me for my detention, perhaps Dad could invite her to come over for Halloween. He had never experienced Halloween before, but since the middle of October, the students' conversations more or less revolved around the feast that was going to take place on Halloween. When he talked to the twins about the matter, they agreed immediately. Suddenly, George chuckled and suggested, let's put on a juggling act for everyone at Halloween. But instead of balls we're going to use something else, his brother added, giggling. Over the second half of October, Jade and the twins busily practiced the acts for their show. They always spent the hour between the last afternoon class and dinner in Gawathi's room practicing the juggling charm as well as a few other spells, which they intended to use. Fortunately, Severus easily agreed to invite Hermione and made Jade write a letter, to which he added a portkey with explicit instructions how to activate it. Hermione's reply arrived on the same day, stating that she would love to visit Jade over Halloween. After dinner on Halloween, the Great Hall suddenly turned completely dark apart from a very bright spot on the head table that was occupied by 3 relatively large birds. Suddenly, the 3 birds, 2 African gray parrots and a winged phoenix, jumped onto the floor and transformed into 3 boys. Still remaining in the spotlight, each of them pulled 5 colorful balls out of their robe pockets and began to flawlessly juggle them. After a short while, the balls turned into oversized lemo drops, and the boys continued juggling, until the lemo drops suddenly magically arranged themselves to a necklace that moved in a small zigzag line back to the head table and finally came to rest around the headmaster's neck. Thank you, my boys, Dumbledore said gratefully as he unwrapped one of the drops and popped it into his mouth, before he began to offer the sweets to his colleagues. Under huge applause, each of the boys pulled 4 snitches out of their robe pockets and once more began to juggle the golden balls that were moving their wings up and down simultaneously. All of a sudden, the boys each removed one of the snitches they were juggling and threw them into the air, where the color of the snitches suddenly changed to yellow. The yellow snitches raced towards the Hufflepuff table and bounced off every Hufflepuff head on the left and right-hand side of the table. When they had completed their maneuver, they sped back to their guffawing owners. Having seen their plan come to fruition, the 3 boys turned their trusty snitches blue and sent them to terrorize the Ravenclaw table. As soon as the snitches returned, they turned them green and efficiently repeated the process for Slytherin, all the time laughing. Not willing to spare their own house, red snitches were sent out to dance on the Gryffindor table, spilling pumpkin juice and scattering plates in all directions. After the red snitches returned to the 3 pranksters, all of the snitches were sent far into the air. Right under the charmed ceiling, they exploded in a huge firework display, and while the attention of the whole school was turned towards the ceiling, the 3 friends quietly hurried back to their seats. Jade, that was absolutely fantastic, Hermione, who was sitting between Jade and the twins, said in excitement. How did you manage to juggle 5 balls at once? That's not difficult, Jade replied in a small voice. There's a juggling spell for that. It's not a spell, but a charm, Fred corrected him lightly, causing his twin to chuckle in expectation. Hermione, let Jade teach you the charm, George beamed, or we can try to teach you together. Jade, if your father doesn't mind, we can practice in your room after breakfast tomorrow. Otherwise, we can use an unused classroom. I don't think my father will mind, Jade said hesitantly. Dad said that my friends were always welcome to visit me in my room, he recalled. Wow, that's too cool. Oh, please teach me the charm. I can't wait to be able to juggle, Hermione said enthusiastically, absent-mindedly playing with a candy that the twins had placed on the table in front of her. We will, the twins replied, chuckling. All of a sudden, Jade felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to unconsciously flinch back as a soft voice told him, "That was a fantastic display, Jade." Automatically turning his head towards the voice, Jade groaned inwardly. Luna Lovegood was standing behind Jade, giving him a dreamy look. Thank you, Jade replied in a small voice, torn between feeling happy about the praise and being uncertain how to behave in the eccentric girl's company. Hey, young lady, why don't you join us? Fred asked gently, and the twins made space for Luna to sit between them and Hermione. Thank you, Luna said, and a vague smile spread over her face as she introduced herself to Hermione. You're Muggleborn? She asked with apparent interest. I'm so happy to meet you. I have many questions about the Muggle world, if you don't mind answering them. Oh no, I'd love to talk with you, Hermione replied eagerly. I have a heap of questions about the wizarding world. I'm going to stay with Jade until tomorrow evening. Are you a student here? No, Luna replied sadly. I'll only be allowed to attend Hogwarts in 2 years' time. I'll be in the year after Jade. And you? I'm already 11, and I'm going to be in Gowthy's year, Hermione said happily. He and the twins promised to teach me their juggling charm tomorrow morning. Will you still be here then? When Hermione and the twins found out that Luna was going to stay with her aunt over the weekend, they invited her to join them in the morning, and the 5 children met in Gowthy's room after breakfast. While Hermione and Luna practiced the wandless charm, the twins and Jade tried out several variations of their acts. Jade, we need to ask your father if the 2 of you can come over to the Burrow for dinner sometime on Christmas, and then we can make a show for our family. I'm sure our siblings would love to see this, the twins suddenly said, just when the potions master appeared in the doorframe to call everyone for lunch. My aunt was right. He's really sweet, Luna said to Jade just when they reached the Great Hall, leaving Jade to wonder, who is sweet? Fred. George. She can't mean Dad now, can she? The 5 friends spent the rest of the day in Gowthy's room, alternately answering Hermione's and Luna's questions, until Severus came and motioned them to follow him. Where are we going? Jade thought in surprise as his father led them to the end of the small corridor in their quarters, which ended at a painting of a huge cauldron. As soon as Severus touched a small bunch of herbs that were being added to the cauldron, the painting moved sideways, opening the way to a narrow, old staircase. A hidden staircase in our quarters. Jade thought in disbelief as he followed his father and his friends upstairs. The narrow staircase seemed to drag on infinitely, before the small group finally stepped out into the fresh air, only to find themselves in a small herb garden on top of the roofs of Hogwarts. Wow, this is really high, Jade mused as he looked around in absolute amazement. They were surrounded by small towers and parts of the roof. There were only 2 small openings in the roof that allowed the view onto the grounds and the lake as well as into the opposite direction. Oh, there are a few villages. Is one of them Hogsmeade? Hermione asked curiously, causing Severus to quickly explain about the villages they could see from their spot on the roof. Now, why I brought you here, he finally finished his monologue, is not only because I thought that you were in dire need of fresh air, but because I could need some help harvesting the lichens. Seeing 5 pairs of eyes staring at him questioningly, he smirked. You probably don't know what lichens are. They often grow at strange places like cemeteries. However, what we're looking for are magical lichens. They grow on the roofs of magical buildings. The more magic a building contains, the more powerful the lichens are. He stepped to one side of the herb garden, from where they could easily oversee and reach a part of the roof. Pointing to a strange kind of dark green plant that looked a bit like moss, he explained, magical lichens are used in healing potions. Their extract is red or even purple if harvested from places with a strong magic. Severus conjured several small containers and asked, would you mind scraping the lichens from the roof? The 5 children agreed and were soon engrossed in finding those that had the strangest formations. Is there no magical spell to harvest them? Hermione asked interestedly. No, Ms. Granger, if you used a spell to scrap them from the roof, their magical power would be destroyed and they would be useless as potions ingredients, Severus explained gently, before he resumed collecting herbs from his garden in small containers. Jade and his friends thoroughly enjoyed their small excursion and were chattering in excitement when they finally climbed down the long staircase. 777 steps, Luna breathed. I thought it was much more. The potions master chuckled. Be glad that it's a magical staircase, otherwise it would even take more steps to climb up from the dungeons to that part of the roof. The following weeks passed relatively uneventfully, until excitement began to build up in the school as the Christmas holidays approached. When everyone began to speak about nothing else but the holidays and what they were going to receive for Christmas, Jade began to twist his mind about what he could give Severus as well as Minerva and Poppy. It was only a few days before the beginning of the holidays, when finally a good idea popped into his mind. In the afternoon, Jade flashed to the hospital wing to pay Madame Pomfrey a visit. Madame Pomfrey, he said hesitantly, do you have a minute for me? Of course, Jade, the elder witch replied gently. What can I do for you? I need your help, the boy blurted out in excitement. I thought about what I could give Dad for Christmas, and I just had an idea. If I transformed into several magical animals like, for example, a basilisk or a unicorn, could you harvest potions ingredients out of me? The healer stared at him in disbelief, before she replied thoughtfully, oh well, it wouldn't be a problem to cut a bit of unicorn hair, but I don't know about basilisk skin or such. I don't want to harm you. She remained pensive for an instant. Jade, do you know Hagrid? She asked finally. Yes, but not well. Dad introduced him to me, but he doesn't know that I'm a multiple animagus. Jade, I know him quite well, and I can assure you that he will keep your secret. I suggest that we meet with Hagrid and Professor McGonagall. I'd feel better if she was with us just in case you had any problems with your transformations, and Hagrid knows more about magical animals than I. I'll contact both of them and ask when they have time. Come back tomorrow before breakfast. All right. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Jade said gratefully, sighing in relief as he flashed home. On Sunday morning after breakfast, Jade told his father that was going to meet the Weasley twins. His best friends knew about his plan and had promised to remain in their common room. Jade flashed to the hospital wing, where Poppy, Minerva and Hagrid were already waiting for him. Let's head into my personal quarters, the Medowitch suggested, pointing to the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff that was overseeing the hospital wing from the wall in her office. Helga will alert me if I'm needed here. Jade could not help chuckling as they entered the witch's private quarters. Somehow, he had expected her living room to look like her office, filled with dark wooden shelves that were huge and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the weight of hundreds of potions files. However, the living room was a very bright room that was built around a fireplace and was surrounded by bookshelves just like Severus' living room. Another portrait of Helga Hufflepuff was hanging above the fireplace. McGonagall conjured a soft mattress for Jade, and during the next 2 hours, he transformed into several animals, and Poppy and Hagrid busied themselves collecting phoenix tears, basilisk skin, unicorn hair, griffin wing feathers and other valuable potions ingredients from Gowthy's animagus forms. Finally, Poppy handed the glass containers with the ingredients to Misty and asked her to give them to Severus for Christmas from Jade. After taking a short nap on his phoenix perch, glad that his father was busy in his lab, so that he wouldn't notice how tired he was, Jade spent the afternoon together with Severus in the lab to brew fruit drops and several types of chocolates for his friends as well as for the Weasleys, who had invited Severus and him to their home for dinner on Christmas Eve. The twins have 5 siblings, Jade mused as he took a shower in order to get ready for their visit to the burrow a few days later. It must be great to have such a huge family. I hope they're all as nice as the twins. Their brother Percy seems very stern and not funny though. Jade stumbled behind his father out of the fireplace and looked around with interest. While a woman that had to be the twins' mother stepped over to them right away, the twins were standing on the 3rd step from the bottom of a staircase, pointing their wands at a book that was chasing a younger boy with the same red hair as the twins. The boy was trying to evade the book and finally ran upstairs, swearing revenge as he fled. Hello Severus, how nice of you to join us for Christmas Eve, Molly Weasley enthusiastically greeted the potion's master, who had an obvious expression of relief on his face as the witch led off and turned to Jade. And you must be Jade, she continued. The twins told me everything about you. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you so much for the invitation, Jade replied politely, feeling very reassured when the twins came over and began to talk to him in their usual way of communication. Hello, Jade. We're sorry. We'd like to introduce you to our younger brother Ron. He is 10 just like you. But we managed to upset him. Just by a small prank. Fred and George, can you fetch the others please? Mrs. Weasley interrupted the twins' tirade. Dinner is ready in 5 minutes. All right, I'll go, George offered and dashed away, while Fred pulled Jade with him to the table. We thought you'd like to sit between the two of us, he said as he sat down, ushering Jade on the chair next to him. Yes, thank you, Jade said in relief, feeling very uncertain at the thought of being in the company of so many unknown people that stormed into the room within the next 2 minutes. Charlie and Bill seemed to be very nice, just like the twins, Jade thought as he quietly enjoyed his food, while the Weasley children all talked at the same time. Percy and Ron look as if they were in a bad mood, but Ginny seems nice as well. Do you like shepherd's pie, Jade? Mrs. Weasley asked kindly, pulling Jade out of his thoughts. Yes, I love it, Jade replied truthfully. It's my favorite, and yours even tastes better than that of the house elves at Hogwarts. I thought the food at Hogwarts was so wonderful, Ron objected with a strange look on his face that Jade couldn't quite interpret. Anyway, eat up and let's go to our room and practice our act once more, Fred suggested, while George turned to their mother. Mum, we just want to practice once. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Jade happily followed the twins upstairs, glad to be alone with his friends for a moment. Even if the Weasleys seemed to be very kind, he wasn't used to having so many people around him. The twins led him into their room, motioning him to take a seat on the bed between several books, clothes, an empty cauldron and other items. Their room is as chaotic as that of Dudley, Jade mused as he listened to the twins' suggestions for their act. A few minutes later, the friends headed downstairs again, noticing that everyone had finished dinner. Ginny was cleaning the table, while Mrs. Weasley was magically doing the washing up, and Mr. Weasley was engrossed in a conversation with Severus and his older sons. Only Ron seemed to be missing. The twins pulled Jade to the sofa, and as soon as everyone was assembled in the living room, the three boys pulled their colorful balls out of their robe pockets and began to juggle according to the program, which they had used on Halloween at Hogwarts. Instead of the house tables, they made the blue snitches circle around Bill's head, the red snitches jump up and down on Charlie's lap, the green snitches smash periodically into Percy's head, and the yellow snitches circle around Ron making belching noises. That was absolutely brilliant, Ginny commented when they finished their program, causing her parents to agree. Very well done, Jade, Fred and George, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling each of the boys into bear hugs. Now let's have some dessert. Ginny and Ron followed their mother into the kitchen, while Severus and Mr. Weasley resumed their earlier conversation, and Bill and Charlie inquired about the juggling charm they had used. Jade once more sat between the twins at the table, where a plate with assorted desserts was waiting for him. This is as delicious as the shepherd's pie, he thought, and enjoyed the food, until his head suddenly felt very strange. Quietly putting his spoon down on his plate, he carefully brought his hands to his temples, only to realize that instead of his usual skin he was spiking feathers. He tried to whisper to the twins, but his voice came only out as a quack. My head must be that of a duck or something, Jade mused, trying in vain to get a look at his own face. Feeling absolutely uncomfortable, he transformed into his phoenix form without even thinking about the matter. Dad, what happened? He asked anxiously. Was that a prank potion or something? Probably yes, son. Your head suddenly changed into that of a duck. You need to ask your mischievous friends about that, Severus quickly mind thought back, causing Jade to sigh in relief as his father's calming voice penetrated his mind. Thank you, Dad, he trilled back and stepped behind his chair, where he transformed back into his human form. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice, before he quickly sat on his seat, pushing his dessert plate away. What happened? The twins asked in surprise. Oh, now that's enough, Fred and George, their mother immediately scolded them sternly. You should know better than to play pranks on visitors, especially when they're younger than yourselves and are here for the first time. Mum, we can assure you that we didn't do anything, the twins said sincerely. Mum, I'm sure that was Ron, Ginny spoke up, glaring accusingly at her brother. What's so bad? Ron scoffed. When they pranked me with their farting snitches and even put me into Hufflepuff, no one said a word. Ron, you will apologize to Jade now, Mr. Weasley ordered him in a no-nonsense voice. This is not funny. It's all right, Jade threw in hesitantly. It wasn't so bad. Well, you're lucky, because you're an animagus, but I think it's annoying enough that the twins prank everyone. We don't need anyone else to prank us, Ginny objected, causing Ron to leave the room and run upstairs in a huff. I'm sorry, Jade said in a small voice. You don't have anything to be sorry about, Jade, Percy replied firmly. Exactly. Ron can be a real prat sometimes, Ginny agreed. Mum, may we go flying for a while? Mrs. Weasley agreed and instructed everyone to pull on their warm robes, before she handed Jade a present, wrapped in colorful Christmas paper with small reindeers that were flying around. I know it's only Christmas Eve, but I thought you might want to put it under your robes, sweetie, she said gently, motioning the boy to open his present. Jade shot his father a glance, noticing happily that he nodded his agreement, before he carefully opened the wrapping, finding a warm jumper inside. It was dark blue with a green phoenix on the front. Wow, this is very pretty and warm, Jade said in amazement. Is that really for me? Our mother always makes these. For everyone. For Christmas, the twins explained. Thank you so much, Mrs. Weasley, Jade said gratefully, incredulously admiring the jumper. You're welcome, sweetie, Mrs. Weasley replied and motioned him to wear it right away. Jade obeyed and followed the others outside, noticing in excitement that everyone except for Mrs. Weasley and Ron, who hadn't reappeared yet, mounted a broom. They formed two teams, and Jade was made seeker. He took into the air together with the others and began to feverishly look for the snitch that was very difficult to find, even if the snow on the ground made the garden relatively bright. It was nearly midnight when Jade managed to catch the struggling little ball just an arm length before Severus, who played seeker for the other team. Back inside, everyone had a cup of cocoa that felt wonderful warm after flying in the cold December air. However, seeing that Jade was nearly falling asleep over his drink, Severus stepped over to his son. I believe that it's time to head back to Hogwarts, he said quietly. May I flash us? I'm too tired to take the flow, Jade replied softly, causing Severus to quirk an eyebrow but finally nod. All right, if you don't feel too tired to flash. They quickly said their goodbyes to the Weasleys, and Jade exchanged presents with the twins, before he transformed into his phoenix form and flashed home together with his father. That was a cool evening, apart from the fact that Ron doesn't like me for some reason, he mumbled 10 minutes later, already drifting off to sleep as Severus gently tucked him in. Jade woke up to his father's voice. Good morning, Jade. Happy Christmas. He lazily opened his eyes only to shut them again quickly, seeing the rays of the bright morning sun enter his room through the charmed window. Morning, Dad. Happy Christmas to you too, he mumbled, already drifting back to slumber. Severus chuckled. I'm sorry, my boy. I can understand that you're still tired, but we need to attend breakfast in the Great Hall, and I assume that several of my colleagues are eagerly waiting for you to unpack your presents. Presents. Jade thought, remembering the wonderful jumper he had received from Mrs. Weasley the night before. May I wear my new jumper? He asked with excitement. You may do as you wish. However, you need to wear proper robes in any case, Severus replied firmly. Get ready then. I'll wait in the living room. Jade quickly took a shower, dressed and finally followed his father to the Great Hall, which was beautifully decorated. Is that a spell or a charm that makes the snow fall but not land on the ground? He wondered as he absent-mindedly played with his food, until the cat professor brought him back to reality. Jade, what's wrong? Minerva asked in concern. I was just wondering about the snow, Jade blurted out, causing the adults to laugh. That's a charm, which shouldn't be a problem for you, Professor Flitwick spoke up eagerly. I'll teach you after breakfast if you want. Oh yes please, Jade happily agreed and turned to his breakfast, somehow still feeling too tired to eat. He gratefully accepted the present, which the headmaster handed him. A self-refilling box of chocolate frogs, he read in amazement. Wow, that's too cool. Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. You're welcome, my boy. Thank you for your help with my research during the last 6 months and for being such a good friend to Fox, the headmaster replied, and his eyes were twinkling merrily. From Professor McGonagall, Jade received a book, Useful Transfiguration in Everyday Life, and a small box with cat treats. Professor Sinistra gave him a cushion to lie on when he was in his cat form, and in the package Madame Pomfrey handed him he found a book, First Steps in Diagnostics and Healing Spells. Professor Flitwick grinned broadly as he handed him his present. It was another book, entitled, Charms for Fun. Severus couldn't help rolling his eyes at the presents Jade received from his colleagues and let out a small groan when the headmaster said, "There are more presents under the tree." The house elves apparently placed all the presents there. From Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor, whom Jade adored greatly because she was always in a good mood and had taught him many tactic moves on his broom, Jade received a broom polishing kit. Hagrid gave him a book entitled, Magical Beasts and How to Harvest Them for Further Use, and just when Jade thought he was finished unwrapping presents, Fox appeared right in front of him and laid something on the table. What's that? An egg? Jade thought in surprise as he transformed into his phoenix form to speak with his friend. Thank Merlin I brewed the fruit treats for him yesterday morning. I almost forgot to make something for him, he thought in relief. Jade, this is a nestling. She is going to hatch soon, and I want her to become your familiar, Fox informed him curtly. You must keep her warm until she hatches and while she's a baby. I won't tell you yet what kind of phoenix she is. Wait and see. I'll come and help you look after her ever so often. A baby phoenix. Jade trilled in excitement. Wow, that's cool. Thank you so much, Fox. He carefully stepped over to the white egg, noticing that it was slightly moving. Dad, I received a phoenix familiar from Fox, he told his father, noticing from the corner of his eyes that Severus was just unpacking his own present, carefully putting the small files on the table in front of him. What are you going to name her, Jade? Fox asked, curiously fluffing his feathers. I don't know yet, Jade replied absent-mindedly, eagerly observing his father. I hope he'll like the ingredients, he thought worriedly. Dad's expression is unreadable. Severus remained silent for a few minutes. I'm speechless, he said finally. Jade, and whoever helped my son with this. Thank you so much. Madame Pomfrey, Hagrid and the cat professor helped me, Jade informed him. I'm sorry, Dad. I don't know if you can use these, I just thought. Jade, these are absolutely fantastic, Severus said hoarsely, unobtrusively wiping away a small tear that had the gall to leak from his right eye. Do you know that these files altogether are worth several millions of galleons? I can't believe it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'm glad you like my present, Jade trilled happily, curiously tapping the white egg in front of him with his beak. Be careful, nestling, Fox admonished him lightly. I will, Jade chuckled. Can you at least tell me what color she is going to have? It would help deciding on a name. Nope, Fox replied smugly and began to clean his wings. Jade rolled his eyes at the older phoenix's antics and flew down from the table to transform back into his human form. I suggest that we head outside for a snowman building contest, the headmaster spoke up, and the teachers as well as the students, who had remained in the castle over the holidays, enthusiastically stood up from their seats to fetch their warm robes. Jade nearly jumped in surprise when he suddenly heard a cat's meowing from behind. It was the cat professor. Jade, Professor Sinistra, Madame Pomfrey and I want to make a statue of your father in his potions lab. Would you like to help us? Jade changed into his cat form, smiling excitedly at the two cats in front of him. Of course I'd like to help. I'll try to make a cauldron and a few files to go along with it. I'm going to take the egg with me and look after it while you're busy, Fox offered kindly, causing Jade to gratefully agree. Jade and the three witches spent the next 2 hours building a life-size version of Severus in his potions lab, before the headmaster closed the snowman building contest. Finally, everyone walked around the grounds to look at the work of the others behind Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick, who were the jury. Afterwards, everyone returned to the Great Hall for tea to warm up. After taking a few sips from his cup, Professor Flitwick stood on his chair. Thank you, all of you, for the many contributions to our contest. Most of them were so fantastic that it was a very difficult decision. We finally decided to give the third prize, a 5 galleons voucher from Honeydukes, to Professor Sprout for her portrait of Professor McGonagall in her cat form. Everyone laughed at the announcement, and Professor Flitwick continued, the second prize, a 10 galleons voucher each from Honeydukes, goes to the 2 Hufflepuff second-year students, Peter and Maggie, for their miniature version of Hogwarts, and the first prize received the life-size statue of Professor Snape in his potions lab. Professors McGonagall, Sinistra, Madame Pomfrey and Jave Snape each receive a voucher of 10 galleons from the Ink Pot in London. After lunch, Severus and Jade returned to their quarters. Jade noticed in surprise that the house elves had already moved his presents from the Great Hall to their quarters. Jade, Severus spoke up, taking a seat in his favorite armchair. I suggest that you take a short nap. Considering how late it was last night, you must be very tired. However, he added, raising his hand to stop Jade, who was on the verge of objecting, I'd like to give you my present beforehand. Jade sat on the seat right next to his father's armchair, giving him a curious look that intensified when Severus pulled a dark purple envelope from the bookshelf and handed it to him, smirking. He hesitantly opened the envelope and frowned as he tried to comprehend what was written on the card inside, before his eyes widened in surprise as understanding set in. A magical ski resort? Jade asked in surprise, causing Severus to smirk. Well, I thought it would be good to have a few quiet days just for us, Severus replied. We're going to leave tonight after dinner and will come back on New Year's Eve. Professor Sinistra recommended the resort to me after spending her Christmas holidays there last year. We will learn to ski with and without magic, and as far as I heard they even play Quidditch on charmed skis. Wow, that's so cool. Thank you, Dad, Jade replied happily, before he added in a small voice, I've never been on holidays before. I thought as much, Severus mumbled, more to himself than to Jade, before he asked, are you going to take a nap, or do you want to help in the lab? I can't wait to use the Brombilo tears you so kindly provided. Jade chuckled. Of course I want to help, he said happily, jumping up from his seat in excitement. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. But what I'm going to do with the phoenix egg? I already arranged that with the headmaster. Fox is going to look after the egg, while we're away. Oh, that's good. Jade sighed in relief, before he spoke up again with excitement. Dad, when are we going to leave? What should I take with me, and where? Jade, calm down please, Severus interrupted him, groaning inwardly. How could I let Minerva, Aurora and Poppy talk me into going for a trip? He thought grimly. I could have expected Jade to completely freak out at the news. Cicero is going to prepare everything, and we shall leave tonight after Christmas dinner in the Great Hall. If there is anything that you want to take with you, like for example 1 or 2 of the books you received for Christmas, just leave them on the table in the living room for Cicero to pack. Ah, all right, Jade replied and hurriedly skimmed the books, before he placed them all on the table, unaware of the knowing grin that spread over his father's face. Severus and Jade spent the following week in the magical resort. In spite of having taken all his new books with him, Jade didn't manage to even read one of them. Every morning between breakfast and lunch, they had Muggle skiing lessons. Between lunch and dinner they learned how to ski with the help of magic, which, at least for Jade and Severus, was much easier, because they were capable of wandless magic, and after dinner, they played ski Quidditch. At first, Jade had to play chaser, and he didn't overly like ski Quidditch. However, when the trainer suggested changing the positions on the third day, he became seeker, which was much more pleasant. Seeing how good Jade was at catching the snitch, he remained seeker for the remainder of their stay. When Severus and Jade returned to their room after dinner, they turned to the books they had received for Christmas, but on most days Jade could not manage to keep his eyes open for more than 10 minutes. Being out in the fresh air all day is really exhausting, Severus mumbled in amusement as he carried a sleeping Jade to his bed and tucked him in just like every other evening since they had arrived at the resort. Ski Quidditch was the best, Jade excitedly told Minerva when they were back at Hogwarts on New Year's Eve and had dinner in the Great Hall. Oh well, I hope you'll get sorted into Gryffindor next year. I will make sure that Mr. Wood will hire you as seeker for our house team. Minerva laughed, causing Severus to raise an eyebrow at his older colleague, mouthing, Gryffindor. Do you have any preferences, Jade? Is there any house you'd like to get in? Professor Sinistra asked kindly. Jade let out a thoughtful sigh while he busily cuddled the egg of his baby phoenix that was going to hatch soon. Frankly speaking, I have no idea. I haven't even thought about the matter, but I think every house would be fine with me. It would be great if I was together with Hermione and Draco though. Oh well, the twins are in Gryffindor of course, but I will be able to remain friends with them, even if I end up in another house, won't I? He looked anxiously at his father. Of course, sweetie, you can be friends with whomever you want, even if they're not in your house, McGonagall replied reassuringly. Jade, did I ever tell you that your mother was my best friend while we were students at Hogwarts? She was in Gryffindor, and I was in Slytherin. Don't worry about things like houses. It doesn't matter into which house you're going to be sorted, Severus Mine thought to Jade, causing the boy to sigh in relief. He unobtrusively threw his father a grateful look and smiled. Suddenly, Jade heard a small cracking noise. What was that? Did I break the egg? He thought in shock and quickly pulled the egg out from under his left arm. Oh, your baby phoenix seems to be hatching, Severus said, pointing to the large crack at one side of the egg. Everyone observed with interest and amusement how a tiny, beefy baby bird made its way out of the eggshell and stood on the table, shivering violently.
Gowith carefully picked the tiny being up and cuddled her close. Hey little one, he said softly, gently laying his hands around the small body. Gowith, you better transform into your phoenix form and warm her under your wing, the headmaster advised him kindly, and Gowith saw that his eyes were twinkling joyfully. He placed the tiny bird into his father's hands and quickly transformed, before he flew up on Severus' lap, completely covering the small baby with his wings. What am I going to name her? He asked, more to himself than to everyone else, provoking a huge discussion about baby names and bird names in general, in mythology and in the magical world. Can you show him to me for a moment? Poppy asked, smirking, causing Gowith to slightly lift his left wing. The Meadowitch waved her wand at the beeped form, uttering an incantation, before she nodded at Gowith and put her wand away. She's an ice phoenix, she informed the boy. Gowith sighed gratefully. Thank you so much for finding out, Madame Pomfrey. So she will be as white as snow. He threw Severus a grateful look as the potion's master translated his phoenix trills for the healer. Look here then, Professor Flitwick said, waving his wand at the nearby wall, and a huge list with words appeared on the wall. These words mean, snow, in different languages. Those on the right side mean, ice. Yuki, Gowith read. It's the Japanese word for snow. That sounds good. He carefully lifted his right wing just a little bit, noticing that the first white feathers were already beginning to spike. Your name is Yuki, sweetie. Is that all right with you? Love it, the baby trilled back. During the next 2 weeks, Yuki grew to a beautiful ice phoenix. Her feathers were completely white apart from a few feathers in her back that held a light pink color. While she was a baby, Gowith spent much time in his phoenix form, except for a few days at the end of the holidays, when Draco Malfoy came to visit Severus and him. The two boys spent much time playing wizard's chess, talking about Hogwarts or explored unused parts of the castle. However, wherever they went, Gowith always took Yuki with him and cuddled the small baby bird close. Only when he went flying with Draco, he brought her to Fox, knowing that the older phoenix, as mischievous as he was, would take good care of his baby familiar. Finally, the students came back and school began again. As much as Gowith enjoyed being together with Draco, he was happy about having the students back, because the huge castle felt so lonely without their laughing and running around. To his surprise, the twins handed him a letter, curiously glancing over his shoulder as he opened it. Gowith looked at the letter with interest, realizing that it was from Ginny, the twins' little sister. She must be the same age as Luna, he mused and began to read. Dear Gowith, I'm sorry how my brother behaved on Christmas Eve. I'm glad you could take it so well and just transform into your Animagus form. I'd love to become an Animagus as well. Anyway, Since Ron is going to be in the same year as you from September onwards, I'm going to tell you a bit about him, so that you know what to expect. He is very jealous of everything and everyone. This is also the reason why he played the prank on you. He was jealous that you're already living at Hogwarts in spite of being a few months younger than himself and that you are friends with the twins and not with him, although you are the same age as him and not the twins. Well, don't let him get to you. Reasoning doesn't work with him. I just wanted to tell you that. I can't wait to finally be able to go to Hogwarts too. Take care, and I hope you'll visit us again soon. I have instructed the twins to hide their prank potions better now. Ginny, Gowith sighed and pocketed the letter. Well, at least I know that it wasn't my fault that he didn't like me. Ginny seems to be very nice though, he thought and absent-mindedly began to eat his dinner. It seems that you're having a new fan, Gowith, the twins told him, chuckling. All these years she has been a huge fan of Harry Potter. Although she never met him but ever since Christmas Eve. She doesn't speak about anything else but Gowith. The twins simultaneously finished their dialogue, causing Gowith to blush. She is very nice, he replied, feeling very uncomfortable at the attention. At least it is easier to be in her company than in Luna's, he thought. The following months passed fairly uneventfully. In spite of not being a student yet, Gowith was very busy helping the headmaster with his research that remained unsuccessful so far, keeping Yuki company on her first flights around Hogwarts, brewing potions together with his father, playing small pranks together with Fox and the twins, answering infinite letters from Hermione and accompanying Professor McGonagall to another new first year's house. One Friday morning at the end of May, the twins pulled Gowith into the hidden alcove they often used to plan their pranks. Gowith, the twins began with mischievous expressions on their faces that made Gowith inwardly groan in anticipation. As you know, the final Quidditch match is going to take place tomorrow. And of course we hope that Gryffindor will win the Quidditch Cup. Therefore, we want to go to Hogsmeade to buy some butterbeer. After the last afternoon class today, can you come with us and flash us back with the bottles? Gowith rolled his eyes. I'm not sure if I'll be able to properly land with the bottles. Maybe they'll break. Oh, that's true, Fred agreed thoughtfully. But I'll help you carry them, Gowith added quickly. I can flash us to Hogsmeade, and we can walk back through the secret passage. The twins agreed, and after the last afternoon class, the three mischief makers flashed to Hogsmeade.
Jade quickly transformed into his human form and hesitantly followed the twins into the three broomsticks, carefully glancing around. He sighed in relief as he realized that the small town was still relatively quiet. From the few times he had accompanied Severus to Hogsmeade, he knew that this would change soon. The twins bought several bottles of butterbeer, for which they had collected the money in the common room earlier, and the three boys unobtrusively entered Honeydukes.
Thank Merlin, Gowith mused when they made it into the cellar unseen. Unfortunately, the bottles were very heavy, and the corridor was uneven and dark. While he quietly walked behind the twins, he listened to their talk about the Quidditch match that was going to take place in the morning. Unfortunately, halfway through the corridor, he was rudely brought back to reality. One moment of absent-mindedness was enough for Gowith to stumble and fall onto the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his right elbow, before he noticed his right side getting wet as the smell of beer spread through the corridor. Gowith, are you all right? George asked in concern, while Fred cast a Lumos charm. Yes, I'm sorry. One of the bottles seems to have broken, Gowith whispered, pressing his teeth together to not let out a huge moan at the pain in his elbow. That doesn't matter, Fred said, giving Gowith a sharp look. It's only important that you're unharmed, George agreed and quickly cast a repairing charm at Gowith's torn robes. Thank you. Gowith mumbled gratefully and carefully tried to lift the box with the bottles again as soon as Fred had vanished the remaining of the broken bottle. Oh, that hurts, he thought. Something must be wrong with my elbow. Oh no. George suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. We're so stupid. We can just levitate the boxes. Why carry them? Oh right, Gowith agreed, gratefully putting the box down. The twins cast levitating charms on the boxes, and the three friends hurried back to the castle. We should leave the bottles at the beginning of the passage and come to collect them tonight, Gowith suggested. That's a good idea, Fred agreed immediately. But you don't have to worry about that. We're going to bring someone to help us carry them. It's easier for us to get away after curfew than for you, George added, giving Gawith a sharp look. Are you in pain, Gawith? A bit, but it's all right, Gawith hesitantly admitted. You better let your father look at your arm, Fred said in concern. Will do, Gawith mumbled, knowing that he wouldn't tell anyone about the matter in order not to give the twins away. Good night. I'm going to flash back home. Completely forgetting about dinner and not feeling hungry anyway, Gawith transformed into his phoenix form, noticing in relief that he felt much better. He flashed home, startling Yuki, who was just taking a nap on their perch. Hi Yuki, did I wake you up? I'm sorry, he apologized. That's all right, Gawith. Where have you been? Your father was looking for you. Really? Gawith asked. Do you know why? Yuki calmly began to clean her back feathers. No, he only said he was going to attend dinner, she trilled softly. Oh well, I better be asleep by the time he returns, Gawith mused. He won't be happy that I missed dinner. He slowly turned his head to his back and listened to Yuki trilling beautiful melodies that slowly lured him into slumber. By the time Severus returned from dinner, Gawith was already fast asleep, while Yuki was still meticulously cleaning her wings, trilling softly whenever her beak was void of feathers. Gawith is here, Severus said in surprise. Is he all right? Yuki looked up and after a glance at the wind phoenix nodded her head, knowing that Severus wasn't able to comprehend her trills. Oh well, he'll better have a good excuse for missing dinner, Severus thought. He can't have been together with the twins, because they attended the meal. I just hope he didn't play pranks with Fox, otherwise I'll have to think of a bird's detention. He sat in his favorite armchair, pondering what he could make two phoenixes do for detention. Gawith woke up very early in the morning. Turning to Yuki, he asked, Did my father say anything? Was he angry because I missed dinner? The smaller phoenix remained thoughtful for a few seconds, before she replied, I don't think that he was upset. He seemed a bit confused though, because he didn't know where you were. Ah, all right. Oh well, I'm going to go and take a shower, Gawith decided. I have to get a glance at my elbow. I hope it'll be okay. He flashed straight into his own room and transformed, noticing that his right arm felt very sore and that he smelled of butterbeer. That's disgusting, he thought. He quickly grabbed fresh clothes and headed to the bathroom. By the time Severus left his bedroom, Gawith was back on his perch in his phoenix form, greeting his father with a happy trill. Good morning, Gawith, Severus replied sternly. Do you have an explanation as to why you missed dinner last night? I'm sorry, Dad, Gawith trilled, bringing his right foot up to scratch his head, but I was together with the twins, and we separated in the entrance hall, and I completely forgot about dinner, and I was so tired, and I just came here and slept. Oh my, I'm talking like Hermione, he thought, feeling very uncomfortable to lie to his father. I need to tell him about my elbow, but I can't give the twins away, he mused. Hopefully, the pain will go away during the weekend. So far I can just remain in my phoenix form. On the other hand, he might get suspicious if I don't transform at least for the meals. It's time for breakfast, Severus stated, raising an eyebrow at the green phoenix. Are you going to transform, or do I have the pleasure of having you eat from my plate? That depends on what you're going to eat, Gawith chuckled, trying to hide his uncertainty about transforming. All right, I will transform. May I watch the Quidditch match from your shoulder then? Severus nodded, and Gawith flew down to the floor and changed into his human form, wondering why his arm hurt so much. Are you coming with me? He asked Yuki, invitingly holding out his left arm. The white phoenix agreed and sat on Gawithy's left shoulder, picking this and that from his plate as Gawith had breakfast together with a few boys of the Slytherin Quidditch team. I hope you're going to get sorted into Slytherin. I'll retire on the spot, the Seeker told him, causing Gawith to give him a horrified look. Why would you do such a thing? And first years aren't allowed to play anyway. I heard my father say so to Professor McGonagall when she said something about me playing Quidditch for Gryffindor, Gawith replied in surprise. Oh, but I'm sure we'd somehow be able to talk the professors out of that stupid regulation, Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain, told him. Everyone has seen you catch the snitch out of nowhere before. In fact, the other 3 captains and I have an ongoing bet about where you're going to be sorted, and of course I hope to win the bet as well as the most promising Seeker. All right everyone, are you ready to fight for the Quidditch Cup? A bet about where I'm going to be sorted? Gowith thought in disbelief as he absent-mindedly followed the Slytherins out to the Quidditch pitch. You're already famous before even becoming a first year, Yuki chuckled from his left shoulder, causing Gowith to sigh in annoyance.
I think the bet is fun, but I don't want to be famous. In fact, I think it's sad that I have to be sorted into a house. On the one hand, all right, I want to play for a house team, but on the other hand, I'd prefer to go on like I did so far. I love having friends in different houses, he quietly admitted to his familiar.
I don't like the house system very much, Yuki said softly, gently nibbling Gowithy's lap. The other day, Fox told me some things about the Sorting Hat. His decisions seemed to be anything but accurate anyway. Oh no. Don't let Fox teach you pranks, Gowith warned the smaller Phoenix, who chuckled and reassured him that she was not planning on playing any pranks and had already told Fox as much. When they arrived on the Quidditch pitch, he pried his familiar off his shoulder and transformed into his Phoenix form, in which he remained the whole weekend apart from mealtimes.
When Jade transformed into his human form on Monday morning, he noticed that he wasn't feeling well at all.
The pain in his right arm seemed to have worsened overnight, and he had a bad headache. Maybe I should attend classes in my Phoenix form, he thought, but dismissed the idea, because he was supposed to attend the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff first-year potions class in the morning, and he certainly didn't want to miss brewing together with the students, whom he liked very much. His father always paired him with someone who had problems brewing, and Gowith was happy that he could brew together with the students and help them if necessary. On this Monday morning, however, Gowith should be the one that required help. Gowith noticed soon that he couldn't properly concentrate.
His head was pounding terribly, and even his eyes were sore. I have to pay attention. I can't endanger the students by making a mistake, he told himself and was very careful. Nevertheless, he accidentally began to stir the potion in the wrong direction after inserting the fifth ingredient. Fortunately, Lars, the Hufflepuff boy, who had already been his partner several times and with whom he got along very well, had paid attention and quickly directed his hand into the right direction.
Gowith, are you all right? He asked in concern. I'm fine, Gowith whispered back. Sorry for that. Can we change? Can you do the brewing and I prepare the ingredients? Of course, Lars replied readily, sensing that Gowith was not his usual cheerful self. Be careful though. Gowith tried to be careful, however, all of a sudden, a slight shiver ran through his body, causing him to cut his forefinger. He unconsciously let out a small gasp that turned Severus' attention to him. Gowith, what happened? Severus asked, instructing Lars to continue with their brewing. I cut myself, Gowith replied in a small voice. It's all right though. Severus quickly skimmed the table, realizing contentedly that Gowith had only been cutting harmless ingredients so far. He took the boy's hand to examine the cut, noticing that it felt hot to the touch. He quickly healed the cut with a flick of his wand, before he gave his son a sharp look, taking in his glassy eyes and flushed cheeks. Gowith, you're burning up, he said, laying a cold hand on his son's forehead. He turned to Lars and asked him to accompany Gowith to Madame Pomfrey, promising that he would give him full points for the potion that so far looked correctly brewed. Feeling too bad to deny or protest, Gowith obediently left the classroom and walked through the empty halls together with Lars. Gowith, you're lucky that you can stay at Hogwarts during the summer and have such a caring father, Lars suddenly spoke up, causing Gowith to throw him a surprised look. I only have my father, and he is a muggle. He doesn't overly like me. I'm glad that I'm at Hogwarts now, but it's too bad that I have to go home for such a long time. I'm sorry to hear that, Gowith said softly. I know how happy I can be to have found such a nice home, and I can understand you well. Maybe you can come and visit me for a week, if your father allows it. I'll ask Dad later on. Gowith hesitantly took off his robes and showed Madame Pomfrey his arm, causing the healer to let out an exasperated sigh. Gowith, since when did you have this injury? She asked sternly. Friday evening, Gowith supplied and hesitantly told Poppy what had happened. You should know that you have to come to me immediately, she scolded him lightly. If you had come on Friday, I'd have quickly mended the cuts on your arm and sent you on your way. I wouldn't have told your father about the matter. Now however, your arm became infected and you're running a fever. I will heal your arm, but you'll still have to stay here for the rest of today, so that we have to tell your father what happened. I'm sorry, Gowith said, terrified, feeling very reassured that Lars stayed with him while Poppy mended the cuts and applied a healing cream that made him so drowsy that he drifted off to sleep. When Gowithy's mind turned back to awareness, Severus was sitting on a chair next to his bed, reading a potions journal. Poppy, Gowith is awake, he told his colleague, before he turned to his son. How are you feeling? Fine, Gowith replied, realizing that he felt as good as new.
After a quick checkup, he was released and hesitantly walked home next to his father, sensing that Severus was very angry. When they arrived in their quarters, the potions master scribbled a small note and handed it to Yuki. Please flash to Gryffindor and give this to the Weasley twins. Thank you. All right, Yuki trilled and flashed away, while Jade anxiously followed his father into his office, waiting for the punishment that was sure to come. If he'd even began to scold me right away, he mused, fidgeting in his seat behind his father's desk, but this silence is much worse.
After what seemed to be a very long time, the twins knocked and entered the potions master's office. Severus motioned them to sit next to Gowith, before he began to speak in a stern voice. I deem the two of you very responsible. Therefore, I assume that you didn't know that Gowith was injured by pieces of glass of a broken butterbeer bottle on Friday evening. The twins looked at him in shock, before they turned to Gowith, who averted his eyes to the floor. No sir, otherwise, we'd have taken him to you or Madame Pomfrey, they replied firmly. That's what I thought, Severus said, more to himself than to the twins, and told the boys what had happened, before he informed them, the three of you will serve 3 evenings of detention with me, 1 for clearly breaking the rules, 1 for being so stupid as not to carry your butterbeer with magical means, and 1 for not making sure that no one is injured. Yes sir, 3 small voices could be heard. You can deem yourselves lucky, gentlemen, Severus continued, that I am not going to inform your head of house about the matter. This time. Otherwise, your punishment would certainly be more severe and probably even involve your mother. Thank you sir, the twins said simultaneously, looking gratefully at the professor. You will begin tomorrow night after dinner. Gowith is still running a slight temperature, and I had to promise Madame Pomfrey to send him to bed right away, the professor explained and dismissed the twins, before he motioned for his son to follow him into the living room. We're going to have dinner here tonight, and then you will go to bed, he said firmly. I'm not hungry, Gowith replied in a small voice, feeling absolutely terrible at the thought of having caused the twins 3 evenings of detention. As much as I love detentions, they need the evenings to do their homework or have fun in the common room, he thought. You have to eat something, Severus insisted and ordered Cicero to bring dinner for the two of them. Gowith, Severus said in a stern but not angry voice, if the Weasley twins or someone else play a prank or do something that is clearly against the rules, they have to think about all possible consequences in advance. Only if they are sure that they can live with the consequences, they can pull through with their plan. I can understand that you wanted to save the twins from a possible punishment. However, if someone gets injured while doing something forbidden, it has to be the first priority to have someone heal the injury, independently of the question if their actions will be revealed or not. If you had told me on Friday evening, you and the twins probably would have served 1 detention, nothing more. Now however, you spent a full day in the hospital wing, and the punishment for the 3 of you is much harsher. I hope you'll behave more reasonably when you're going to become a student in 3 months' time. Yes Dad, I'm sorry, Gowith replied miserably. Very well then. Eat up and go to bed, Severus said in a softer voice. Gowith could hardly sleep that night. The thought, how could I be so stupid? Now the twins have to do 3 detentions just because of me, kept him awake.
Severus noticed in concern that he couldn't hear any sounds from the boys' room. Normally, Jade used to snore slightly, but the lack of the regular sounds made him quietly look in on the boy every now and then. By the time he wanted to go to bed, Jade had yet to fall asleep. Severus entered his son's room and sat on the edge of the bed. Jade, what's wrong? He asked softly, gently laying a hand on the boy's shoulder.
Gowith slowly turned around to face his father, who noticed in shock that his son's face was tear-stricken. Dad, is there any way that I can serve twice the amount of detentions and you let the twins off? It's not their fault. No Gowith, Severus replied sternly. I assume that it was not your idea to go to Hogsmeade but the twins, and I think they should have made sure that you weren't injured after your accident. But they did, Gowith protested urgently. They asked me if I was all right several times. If I hadn't been so stupid, no one would have known about the matter at all. Please don't punish them. You went on your trip together, and you will undergo your punishment together. If you don't want to fall asleep during your detention tomorrow, I suggest that you sleep now. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll try, Gowith replied, trying in vain to push the thought of the upcoming detention from his mind. Good night, Gowith, Severus said and pressed a key on the boy's forehead, relieved that it didn't feel warm anymore. Unbeknownst to Gowith, he spelled a light calming draft into his son's stomach as he left the room, knowing that it would make his son overcome his worries about the detentions and sleep soon. You will clean out the ingredients cupboard, check the dates on all the files and arrange them in alphabetical order, Severus informed the 3 boys that were standing in front of him. Yes, sir, Gowith and the twins replied and immediately set to work, realizing soon that they would only be able to finish their task within 3 evenings if they did their best. However, as bad as Gowith felt towards the twins, he couldn't help admitting that it was fun to have detentions with them, even if they had to work hard to properly clean the cupboard. Too soon for Gowithy's liking, the school year was over and all of his friends traveled home for the summer. On the one hand, it's sad that they'll all be away for 2 months. On the other hand, when they come back, I'll be a student too, he thought, getting very excited. 2 weeks into the holidays, Lars visited Gowith for a week, and the 2 boys had much fun exploring unused parts of the school building. A pity that I won't be able to attend classes together with Lars anymore, because he's going to be a second year soon, Gowith thought sadly, when his friend returned home. A week later, the twins came to visit him for another week, and Hermione came to see him for shorter visits every now and then, while Luna stayed with her aunt for a whole month. Your schedule is as busy as that of a headmaster, Severus laughed one day. Do you have time to assist me brewing potions for the hospital wing? Of course, Gowith replied chuckling, looking up in surprise when his father announced that they were going to travel to Diagon Alley in the morning to buy his school supplies. In the morning, dark clouds were covering the sky, and it rained cats and dogs in London, so that Severus and Gowith hurried through Diagon Alley in order to finish their shopping as fast as possible.
Dad, do I really have to use a wand? Jade asked quietly when they returned home. It had been difficult to find a wand that matched him at all, and he had already been fed up by the matter, when they finally found one.
Gowith, wandless magic is a very rare ability. Do you really want to attract everyone's attention by using it in class all the time? Severus raised an eyebrow, noticing that Gowith cast him a horrified look. Oh, I didn't think about that, he replied in a small voice. Of course not. Dad, can you teach me how to use a wand? Using a wand was much more difficult than Gowith could imagine, and Severus was glad that they had addressed the problem at that time. When he first showed Gowith how to summon a book from the shelf, a pile of several dozen books crashed onto the table in front of him.
I'm sorry, Jade apologized in shock. You don't have to apologize, Severus said calmingly. Your magic is very strong, and in order to cast wandless spells, you have to release quite an amount of magic each time. However, if you use a wand, you must be careful to not put so much magic into a spell. We'll practice wand magic during the next weeks.
Gowith absolutely hated having to use his wand. However, by the end of the holidays, he was capable of restraining his magic enough to use it. He sighed in relief when Severus told him that he had practiced enough. Now Gowith, during the last week of the holidays, you won't do any school work nor will you help me in the lab. Draco will come to visit you tomorrow morning. He is going to stay until Sunday, and I want you to really enjoy the last days of your holidays. Draco is going to stay for a week? Gowith asked in surprise. Wow, that's too cool. Since the weather was not overly good, the 2 boys spent much time exploring the castle. Behind the Ravenclaw Tower, they found a whole wing of the castle that seemed to be unused. Let's see if we find anything interesting, Draco suggested, and Gowith nodded eagerly, feverishly thinking of a cleaning spell. They carefully tried to clean the dusty corridors before they walked ahead, realizing that the deserted part of the castle was larger than they had assumed. I wonder if this part of Hogwarts is on the Marauder's map, Gowith thought. The twins had returned the map to him, stating that he should have it, now that he was going to become a student at Hogwarts. However, Gowith did not want to use it in front of Draco, knowing that the boy was not supposed to know about his true identity. When Draco took the flow home, Gowith turned to Severus. Dad, do you perhaps know a spell to change the Harry Potter on the Marauder's map to Gowith Snape? Severus raised an eyebrow. I thought that would have changed when I blood adopted you. Unfortunately, I am not very good at charms, he said thoughtfully. Professor Flitwick would surely be able to do something about it. However, are you willing to let him in on your secret? If you think that he'll keep it to himself, Gowith replied hesitantly. He will, Severus reassured him, absent-mindedly playing with the cork of an empty phial. Gowith, there is still something else that needs to be addressed before the beginning of the school year, he said hesitantly. Your scar. It will be difficult to hide it from the boys in your dormitory with a salve or a spell that has to be renewed every day. Therefore, Minerva, the headmaster, Madame Pomfrey and I want to try casting a charm on it and hope that it'll remain invisible for a longer time. If Professor Flitwick knew about your true identity, I'd even suggest requiring his help as well in order for the charm to be as strong as possible. Gowith agreed, and Severus talked with his colleague, who borrowed the map for a few days, promising to come up with an idea. On the last day of the holidays, the teachers gathered in the headmaster's office and simultaneously cast an ancient concealment charm on Gowith's scar. Thank Merlin it's over, Gowith mused when the adults finally let their wands sink. Gowith, you still have to look at your forehead every day. None of us knows how strong the charm is and when your scar might reappear. The headmaster instructed him in a firm voice before offering Gowith a lemo. Drop. Thank you, Gowith replied, chuckling, and helped himself for once. Thank you so much for doing this for me, professors, he added, before he popped the sweet into his mouth. Very well, I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the staff meeting, Dumbledore said and dismissed everyone. Harry Potter. While Severus headed to his meeting right after lunch, Gowith decided to once more explore the unused part of the castle. Professor Flitwick had returned the map to him, and Gowith was not very surprised to see that the unused wing was not on it. He quietly walked through the empty corridors, glad that Draco and he had thoroughly cleaned them, but somehow he realized that it was no fun to explore the castle just on his own. A pity that Draco couldn't remain here until tomorrow. Dad could have taken us to King's Cross together, he mused, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. At first it seemed absurd, but after a few more minutes of roaming the castle just by himself, he decided, I'll flash to Hermione and ask her if she wants to explore the castle together. She'll probably love it, and no one can see us if we remain here in the unused part. He transformed into his phoenix form, concentrated on Hermione and flashed. When the wind around him became calm again, he curiously looked around, finding himself in the Grangers' living room, where Hermione was just having tea together with her family. Knowing that her parents were aware of his phoenix form, Harry hesitantly transformed back and apologized profusely for intruding like that. I should have flashed to the entrance door and rang the bell, he realized, but it was too late. All of a sudden, he felt very stupid. Gowith! Mr. Granger exclaimed, looking at the boy in disbelief. Well, that's a surprise. How nice of you to visit us. Hermione can't wait to go to Hogwarts tomorrow, Mrs. Granger said kindly. Come, sit here and have some tea. Before Gowith could even reply, Hermione swept around the table and pulled him into a bear hug. Gowith, I'm so glad you came. I have so many questions. How long is the train ride going to last? Will we get something to eat on the train? Will we? Can't breathe, Gowith mumbled, causing the girl to let go in shock. Oh, I'm sorry, Gowith. I was just so excited to see you, she said, eyeing him in concern. Are you all right? Yes, Gowith replied, chuckling. Hermione is too funny, he thought. Air. I wondered if you would like to come and explore the castle for an hour or two. And, we can talk if you have questions, which I can answer, he added quietly. Hermione turned to her parents. May I go, please, Mum, Dad? Of course you may, Mrs. Granger said gently. Gowith, be careful flashing together. I will, Gowith promised, glad that the Grangers had become used to him flashing Hermione to Hogwarts and back. Are you ready? He asked and, seeing his friend nod, he transformed, waited until she had gripped his tail feathers and flashed away, concentrating on the unused wing at Hogwarts. Gowith, where are we? Hermione screamed in shock when they arrived in a completely dark place. I have no idea, Gowith replied anxiously and quickly waved his hand. Lumos. This resembles one of the common rooms you showed me earlier this summer, but it's completely dirty, Hermione stated in surprise. That was the Ravenclaw common room, Gowith replied absent-mindedly, looking around with excitement. He quickly cast a cleaning spell at the room, efficiently getting rid of all the dust. Hermione stepped over to one side of the room, from where she could see faint light. Oh look, Gowith. This side has windows. They're just covered by curtains, she said, eagerly trying to pull the curtains open. Wow, they're very heavy. Wait, let me try, Gowith said thoughtfully and magically moved the curtains aside, causing bright sunshine to stream into the room. You're right. This looks like the Ravenclaw common room, but the colors are different. The Ravenclaw common room is mainly kept in blue, but this one is completely white, except from the tapestry over there. Hermione followed his eyes to the opposite side of the room, where the wall was covered by a huge tapestry that was kept in light pastel colors and held a scene with many animals. Magical animals, she realized. Gowith, this room is absolutely gorgeous, but where are we? Gowith had to agree completely. That's true, and I have no idea. He stepped over to the tapestry and addressed the animals. Excuse me, but what is this room here? Where are we? The Merlin common room, where else? The Phoenix replied, glaring at Gowith. Thank you so much for cleaning this room. No one ever came here for several hundred years, the Griffin replied gratefully, lazily stretching its wings. This is the common room of Merlin House, the fifth Hogwarts house, a three-headed snake hissed. The fifth Hogwarts house? Gowith asked in disbelief. The founders made this house for those whom the hat couldn't sort into one of the founders' houses, a unicorn informed him. I've never heard of this house, Gowith said thoughtfully, turning to Hermione, who looked wide-eyed at the tapestry. Wow, Gowith, this is wonderful. There is a fifth house, and probably no one knows about it. Let's go and see where exactly we are, and then we can go to the library and do some research. I want to know when and why it was abandoned, she said, excitedly. All right, Gowith agreed, glancing around. That seems to be a portrait hole, he realized, pointing to one side of the room. Unfortunately, the painting, which apparently had once been guarding the room, was deserted. However, when Gowith addressed the empty portrait, could you open and let us out please? A phoenix jumped into the painting. Oh my, guests, it trilled happily. Don't leave. Stay here with us. This house has been abandoned for a far too long time. We'll come back, Gowith reassured him and stepped out into the hall, realizing that he had been at exactly that part of the corridor just before he flashed away to fetch Hermione. I didn't notice this entrance earlier, he thought, turning around to the girl. Shall I flash us to the library? Let's walk, Hermione replied eagerly. I want to know where we are. Gowith agreed, and the two friends walked to the library, where they spent the rest of the afternoon, feverishly searching for information about the Merlin house. I don't understand it, Hermione suddenly said in an upset voice, stomping a foot on the ground. We have been searching for ages now and didn't find anything. That's just too frustrating. Gowith sighed. That's true, he said sadly. Oh well, from tomorrow onwards, you're going to live here in the castle just like me. We can come back and look for information at any time. I can also ask my father if he knows anything. He looked at his wristwatch that showed him that it was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening and that his father was in his private lab. I think it's time for me to take you back home, my own. I'll see you again tomorrow morning.
All right, Hermione agreed. I can't wait to finally board the Hogwarts Express. I'm so excited, she admitted, causing Jave to chuckle.
Who would have believed that? He thought, raising an eyebrow at his friend in a very Snape-ish manner. Seeing that the girl was looking at him in expectation, he quickly transformed and flashed her back to her home, before he flashed back into his own room, where he changed into his human form and went to see his father. Ah Gowith, good that you're here, Severus greeted him with apparent relief. Can you assist, please? The headmaster came down with a very rare magical disease, the pixie flu, and I have to brew the antidote for him as well as a preventive potion for everyone else. Of course, Gowith replied, and for the next few hours, he helped his father with the potions, so engrossed in the brewing process that he completely forgot to ask about Merlin House. When Gowith entered the living room in the morning, Fox was sitting on his perch, animatedly talking to Yuki. Gowith feigned a groan. "Don't teach Yuki all of your pranks," he lightly scolded the older phoenix, who replied with a happy trill. "I won't, nestling. I just couldn't bear being in the headmaster's office anymore. The headmaster is back to health and bursting with energy. He's just driving me crazy. And the sorting hat is complaining that he has a headache and doesn't want to sort the first years tonight. He is trying to talk Albie into making me sort everyone, so I think I'm going to make myself rare today." Gowith couldn't help chuckling at the bird's antics. "Where would you sort me, if you had to sort the students tonight?" he asked curiously. That's difficult. You'd fit everywhere. However, considering that the teachers are having a bet about the matter, I'd probably sort you into Gryffindor, because Minnie always gives me the nicest phoenix treats," Fox replied thoughtfully. Gowith groaned in annoyance at the bird's reasoning, but before he could reply, Severus entered the living room. "Good morning, Gowith." "Hello, Fox. How is your boss this morning?" he asked immediately at the sight of the fire phoenix. "He is much too well for all of our sake," Fox trilled, and Gowith quickly translated for his father, causing the man to smirk. "Very well then, Gowith, let's go and have breakfast. Afterwards, I'll take you to King's Cross." Gowith happily agreed, although he was much too excited to eat anything. Why don't they let the train leave early in the morning? He wondered. I bet everyone is as thrilled as I, considering how agitated Hermione was already yesterday. He absent-mindedly listened to the teacher's ramblings, lost in thoughts about the strange common room which he had discovered together with Hermione. The time passed much too slow for his liking, but finally, his wristwatch showed 10 o'clock, and Severus suggested to apparate to King's Cross. "Have fun on the train," the cat professor said softly, conjuring a lively conversation as all the teachers simultaneously began to speak about their own first train ride. Gowith chuckled as he left the great hall behind his father, who strode ahead with his robes proudly billowing behind him. "Dad, will you tell me about your first train ride?" he asked on the way down to the apparition point, causing Severus to throw him a surprised look. "There is not much to tell, Gowith. Your mother and I were lucky. We had a compartment just for ourselves and spent the whole time reading, talking and playing wizard's chess. I especially loved the boat ride afterwards though. That was the best part." He let out a long sigh. "Gowith, for you everything will be much easier. You already have several friends, and you know Hogwarts and the teachers. And if you ever have problems, remember that I'm here for you and that you have your own home at Hogwarts. Just come home whenever you want." "Thank you, Dad," Gowith said gratefully, allowing himself to be pulled into a bear's hug, before Severus apparated them to the station. Gowith. Hermione was the first to discover him, right before Draco stepped over and pulled Gowith and Hermione onto the train and into the first compartment that was almost empty. "I just hope he won't use the evil word again that upset Hermione so much when they met the last time," Gowith mused, curiously eyeing the boy, who was already sitting next to the window. "He looks nice," he thought, and began to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Gowith, and these are my friends Hermione and Draco," Gowith said hesitantly. "Hello Gowith, I am Neville Longbottom," the other boy replied, throwing Gowith a shy smile. "Longbottom?" Gowith asked thoughtfully. "Oh, I know. You must be the grandson of Professor McGonagall's friend. She told me about you, and she always promised to invite you, but either she or your grandmother was always busy." "Where do you think you're going to be sorted?" Hermione asked eagerly, just when another boy and a girl entered the compartment and introduced themselves as Susan Bones and Blaise Zabini. "Probably Hufflepuff," Neville replied, giving her a sad look. "My granny always thinks I'm nearly a squib, because my magic is very weak." Gowith looked at the boy sympathetically. "Madame Pomfrey, the healer at Hogwarts, told me that there are stages of magic in people's development. For example, when children become 11, their magic progresses, and then again when they turn 16. But she said it can happen a few months earlier or later. So maybe your magic will still develop," he said kindly. "I'll probably be sorted into Hufflepuff too," Susan said, looking questioningly at Hermione. "Probably Ravenclaw, although I'd prefer Gryffindor, because I like Professor McGonagall very much, and she must be a wonderful head of house," Hermione replied firmly. Draco lifted an eyebrow, before he said, "Slytherin. At least that is what my family expects from me. Although I'd like being together with Gowith, he added as an afterthought. I have no idea, Blaze admitted, shrugging. I don't want to be sorted at all. I just want to be able to study and to remain friends with everyone, independent of their house, Gowith said thoughtfully. By the time they reached Hogsmeade, the 6 students had spent several hours of talking, reading and looking for Neville's toad, and Gowith felt as if he had already gained 3 new friends. Together with Hermione, Draco and Neville, he climbed into one of the boats that took the first years to the castle. Wow, this is so cool, Gowith blurted out as Hogwarts came into sight. Dad was right. The boat ride is the best. Too soon, they reached Hogwarts, and Gowith walked up a flight of stairs together with the large group of first years. The cat professor was waiting for them and led them in the small antechamber of the Great Hall, where she shortly explained about the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Gowith couldn't suppress a small chuckle at the teacher's stern expression. She really looks intimidating, he thought, giggling. Mr. Snape, are there any problems? McGonagall asked with a stern glare. No, I'm sorry, Professor, Gowith replied quickly at the professor's look that seemed to be able to curdle his blood and resolved to never ever get on the bad side of the cat professor. McGonagall excused herself after instructing them to wait for a moment. However, it took quite a while until she came back, and Gowith had the impression as if she was in distress. I am sorry for making you wait for so long, the Scottish Lioness said firmly. We're having some problems with the Sorting Hat tonight. Anyway, follow me into the Great Hall now. Oh right. Gowith remembered what Fawkes had told him in the morning. I wonder if they managed to bribe the hat into sorting us. Gowith walked next to Hermione, while Neville ran ahead, trying to catch his toad, before the group stopped right in front of the head table. Gowith looked at Severus, who threw him a calming look and thought to him, everything will be all right, son. Gowith nodded and turned his eyes to the headmaster, who was deeply engrossed in a discussion with the Sorting Hat and Fawkes. Finally, Dumbledore nodded towards Professor McGonagall, and she placed the Sorting Hat on its stool. Gowith expected him to sing his song, which was told to be slightly different every year. However, the hat began to speak in a quiet voice. I am not in the mood to sing today. Yesterday, something happened that gave me a bad headache, but since no one is willing to take my part today, I'll make it short. There are 5 houses, one for those that stupidly run straight into danger, one for the cuddly ones, one for the know-it-alls, one for the slimy ones and one for the indecisive ones. Now let's begin, and don't try to talk to me. I am the one who makes the decisions. With that the hat quietened. Everyone looked at McGonagall in expectation. The deputy headmistress stood there with a long parchment in her hands, glancing at the headmaster in confusion. Gowith, who was standing nearby, heard her mumble something like, stupid old piece of cloth gone nuts. Now begin, the hat snarled. Sopho, behave yourself, the headmaster chided him slightly, before he nodded at the cat professor. Bones, Susan, McGonagall read from her parchment. Gowith threw his new friend an encouraging look as she glanced around, before she hesitantly sat on the stool. As soon as the cat professor placed the hat on her head, he shouted into the hall, Merlin. Sopho, behave yourself, Dumbledore repeated sternly, and properly sort the first years. I just sorted the first student, the hat growled, and with a huge pop, a 5th house table appeared next to the Gryffindor table, provoking a multiple huge gasp. Gowith and Hermione exchanged a knowing look, while Dumbledore asked Severus for a headache potion, before he explained very slowly with a pensive expression on his face, there is a 5th house, the Merlin house. I only received the information about this house this very minute, but I'll try to explain. Gowith chuckled inwardly as he observed Madame Pomfrey unobtrusively feel the headmaster's forehead, before she looked at McGonagall and shook her head, while Dumbledore continued. The founders themselves invented Merlin House for those who didn't fit into any of the 4 other houses or would have fit into all of them because they were especially open-minded. However, the house was always said to be mysterious, and often strange things happened to its students. It was finally abandoned in 1627 when a group of its students were said to have passed away for an unknown reason. The house was closed and all information about it was banned from Hogwarts. Only yesterday, it seems to have been rediscovered, and now that I as the headmaster have been made aware of the house, all the information about it has been released from its ban.
I assume that you'll be able to inform yourself about the house if you look into a self-updating volume of Hogwarts, A History. Professor McGonagall and Sopho, please continue with the sorting. Ms. Bones, please take a seat at the Merlin table over there. He pointed to the new house table, before he sat down again.
Wow, that's too cool. Hermione and I discovered it, Gowith mused, feeling very excited and just a little proud. I hope Sopho is going to sort Hermione and me into the new house, although it'll be a little sad to not have any older students. We probably wouldn't even be able to set up a Quidditch team. He was pulled out of his thoughts when the cat professor called, Granger, Hermione. Good luck, Gowith whispered to his friend and observed how she hesitantly sat on the stool. Merlin, the hat shouted once again, as soon as he even touched Hermione's bushy hair. Gowith watched his friend walk over to join Susan at the new house table with a huge smile on her face. He saw with interest how Neville and Draco were sorted into Merlin as well, before the cat professor finally called his name. Snape, Gowith. Flashing a smile to his father at the head table, who seemed to be as stunned at the new development at Hogwarts as his colleagues, Gowith stepped over to Professor McGonagall, who motioned for him to sit on the stool. Gowith obliged and felt the hat touch his head. Suddenly, a faint voice penetrated his ears. Ah, it is you to whom I owe this terrible headache. You're too curious and too slimy for your own good. Of course, being friends with that feathered duster of Fox will do that to a boy. But I'm going to get my revenge, and you won't like it. Gowith groaned inwardly. Can't the stupid old rag just sort me wherever it thinks I'd fit? He thought impatiently, wondering where the hat was going to sort him, assuming that he wouldn't like it. I am not an old rag, the hat thought back angrily, before he shouted into the hall, Merlin. I think it's time to think about a new sorting method, Gowith mumbled to the cat professor as he tore the hat from his head and handed it back, causing the teacher to nod her agreement. Stupid Gryffindors, the hat mumbled in obvious annoyance, and Gowith quickly turned around, facing the Merlin table, happy that all of his friends had been sorted there as well. The hat sorted Ron Weasley into Gryffindor and Blaise Zabini into Merlin, before he spoke aloud. Head of house for Merlin shall be the edges of his cramp pulled upwards to an evil smile before he continued, Poppy Pomfrey.
Everyone looked at the hat in surprise, and a multiple gasp could be heard.
Sopho, we used to assign professors as heads of house and not healers, Dumbledore spoke up thoughtfully. This house is special, and considering how dangerous it is, you better have a healer as the head. Moreover, you should make Pomfrey a professor and make the Newt students attend healing classes and figure out what to do against my headache, the hat hissed back. And now leave me in peace. I know what to do against your headache, Fox trilled, smirking. You can join me for my next burning day. Gowith, translate please. Gowith chuckled and translated for everyone to hear, causing a huge fight between Fox and Sopho to begin that only ended when McGonagall took the hat in determination and carried it out of the Great Hall. What was that? Hermione asked, chuckling, causing the whole Merlin table that only consisted of 8 students to laugh. Apart from Gowith, Hermione, Neville, Draco, Susan and Blaise, Millicent Bulstrode and Mandy Brocklehurst had been sorted into the new house. We're 8, so in fact enough to build up a Quidditch team, Gowith mused, although Hermione doesn't like to fly. I love being together with all of you. Although it's a bit sad that we don't have any older students in our house, he said quietly. Would you all be willing to put up a Quidditch team together? First years aren't allowed to play Quidditch, Hermione reminded him sternly, and with a healer as head of house it's the question if we will be allowed to play at all. Gowith couldn't help laughing. I know for a fact that Madame Pomfrey is as fond of playing Quidditch as Professor McGonagall. We should try to talk them into skipping that stupid first-year rule though, considering that our house won't be able to participate in the Quidditch matches if we aren't allowed to play. Let's ask your father later on, Draco suggested, turning around when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Madame Pomfrey. Hello and welcome to the Merlin house. The house elves have prepared a connecting door from my office to your common room. However, does by chance any of you know where the entrance to Merlin house is?
Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Hermione and I know where it is, Jade replied quietly, noticing that the healer's expression turned to a smile. I thought it could have only been you to discover an ancient house, Gowith, she chuckled, causing Gowith to blush and everyone else to laugh. Well then, please lead us to the house right after dinner. We'll have a house meeting to discuss several things, before I will meet with the headmaster and the other heads of house to speak about our new and unexpected situation.
She seems to be very nice, Neville spoke up shyly. My granny told me that she was Professor McGonagall's and her best friend when they were students here. They still are, and yes, she's very nice. If the Sorting Hat would have really wanted to anger me, he should have made Professor Binns, the ghost, or Professor Quirrell our head. I don't like him very much. He stutters, and sometimes my head begins to hurt when I look at him. He's very strange, Gowith said quietly. He looked at the new defense against the dark arts professor, immediately feeling a sharp pain in his head. Gowith, are you all right? Hermione asked in concern, noticing that he gripped his forehead in pain. Yes, of course, Gowith replied firmly. To Gowithy's relief, the feast was over uncharacteristically early, probably because the teachers had much to discuss about the new house. He led the small group to the entrance of Merlin House. Password? The phoenix guarding the portrait hole queried, and Gowith translated quickly, looking at the healer in expectation. Home, she said simply, and the portrait opened. Wow, the house elves did a good job thoroughly cleaning the house, Gowith thought in amazement at how cozy and inviting the room looked. However, when he glanced at the painting with the animals, many of them simultaneously began to speak at him in their different tongues. What the heck? Gowith thought as he tried to understand what seemed to be a mixture of warnings and advice. Pomfrey motioned for them to sit in a circle on the comfortable-looking sofas and chairs and began to speak.
Welcome to Merlin House. Being the head of this house is as unexpected for me as it is for you to have been sorted here. I believe that it might take some time to figure out what it means to be in this house. Personally, I think that it's a bit sad to not have any older students here. However, I will speak with my colleagues about the matter and ask if there's any possibility to resort older students who'd be willing to change to Merlin.
That's a brilliant idea. Thank you, Professor Pomfrey, Gowith threw in, noticing that his 7 classmates nodded eagerly. I've thought of a few house rules, however, there might be more, which I'll add upon realizing that they're needed, the healer continued. Independent from the school's curfew, Merlin House has its own curfew, which is at 9 o'clock. In case we get older students from 5th year onwards, their curfew will be at 10 o'clock. Bedtime and lights out is 11 o'clock for everyone. See that you keep to these times. If you can't manage to finish your homework by then, you may come to my office before your bedtime and speak with me. The door over there leads straight into my office. She pointed to a barely visible door right next to the painting with the animals. I expect you to be on time at all times. You have to attend breakfast, lunch and dinner in the Great Hall, and of course you must be in your classrooms punctually. If you are ill or for some other reason unable to be on time, you must come and inform me immediately. If you feel unwell, I expect you to come to me immediately, before you make yourself worse or get all of your housemates sick as well. I will try to spend at least 30 minutes in the common room every night to give you a chance to speak with me about school matters or private topics. However, depending on the situation in the hospital wing, I might not always be able to come here. We can all understand that, Professor, Hermione said kindly. Provided that I can get away from the hospital wing, we're going to hold a house meeting here in the common room every Friday evening at 8 o'clock. Everyone has to attend. The only excuse would be to be in the hospital wing. Do you have any questions? Gowith was the first to speak up. Can we somehow break the rule that first years aren't allowed to play on their house team and have a Quidditch team, please? Otherwise, our house won't be able to play at all, so he unsurely trailed off. Pomfrey let out a long sigh, mumbling something about spending the rest of the weekends in the hospital wing, but finally said, all right. I'll ask my colleagues, but I think it would only be fair to allow you to play, provided that you have 7 players. She looked into the small faces of the 11-year-olds.
6 of the 8 students raised their hands, everyone except for Hermione and Neville. Hermione sighed. I don't overly like flying, but if the sake of our house depends on it, I'd be willing to participate.
I've never flown before, but I can try, Neville spoke up in a small voice. I don't know if I can fly at all though, because my magic is not very strong. I don't think that there is anything wrong with your magic, Mr. Longbottom. Come to me tomorrow after your last afternoon class, and we'll check what might be wrong, Pomfrey replied gently. All right then. I'll speak with the others, she promised, glancing around. Any more questions? What is the symbol of our house? I mean like the snake for Slytherin or the badger for Hufflepuff? Hermione asked eagerly. As far as the headmaster told me during dinner, It's a phoenix, a white phoenix like Gawithi's Yuki. Everyone looked at Gawith, who looked back, startled, and quietly called his familiar, Yuki. With a small splash of ice, the young phoenix landed on his shoulder, fondly nibbling his earlobe, causing everyone to laugh when Gawith wiped small pieces of ice from his cheek. I have another question, Hermione said thoughtfully. Professor Dumbledore said something about this house being dangerous and that people died in this house. Did he explain what is dangerous or why students died here? No, Ms. Granger. The headmaster apparently doesn't have any further information. Just be very careful, all of you, Pomfrey replied sternly, throwing Gawith a warning look before she rose from her seat. Very well then, let's go and see where the dormitories are. She chose the left of the two staircases at the end of the room and opened the first door. First-year boys, the inscription said. The torches on both sides of the room lit automatically as the small group entered the dormitory. The house elves already brought your luggage. Make yourselves comfortable, and I suggest that you head to bed early tonight. The girls, please follow me to your dormitory. Good night, boys. Good night, Professor Pomfrey, the four boys replied, before they looked for their beds.
I like this room, Jade thought, glancing around in amazement.
The dormitory looked similar to those in Gryffindor and Slytherin, which were the only dormitories he had ever visited before. However, the walls and the furniture were kept in white, while the curtains around the beds had pastel colors. The wall opposite the entrance was one very large window, and Gawith realized happily that his bed was the one right next to the window. Neville's bed was next to his own, while Draco and Blaise slept on the other side of the room. This dormitory is gorgeous, don't you think so? Gawith asked, and the three others agreed immediately. I love Merlin House, Draco stated, although my father is going to kill me for not being sorted into Slytherin. That's not your fault, Draco, Gawith said firmly. My granny was sure I'd be in Hufflepuff, while I'd have preferred Gryffindor, Neville said shyly, but I'm glad that I ended up here. So am I, Blaise agreed, smiling. It's just a bit sad without any older students, but Pomfrey seems to be a good head of house, and maybe she can talk the headmaster into resorting a few older students. At the same time, the 5 heads of the houses were gathered in the headmaster's office, where Pomfrey just addressed the same topic. Poppy, I agree completely, McGonagall said sympathetically. The students learn a lot from their older housemates. Very well then, Dumbledore agreed. Are you up to resorting a few older students, Sopho? No, the Sorting Hat growled, unless anyone sees fit to do anything about my headache. How about Fox? Professor Flitwick threw in. Couldn't he resort the students? Everyone followed Dumbledore's concerned look towards the Phoenix's perch as he explained. Unfortunately, Fox is not feeling well either. He must be very close to his burning day. The good-natured and funny Phoenix was hunched on his perch, looking obviously miserable. His color was dull, and he didn't wear the mischievous look they all knew all too well. All of a sudden, while the teachers were still watching him, Fox left his perch and hopped onto the shelf. Walking over to the Sorting Hat, he made himself comfortable on the hat's large cramp, mere seconds before he burst into flames, causing the hat to succumb to the flames, before baby Fox appeared in the combined ash of his former self and the hat. Well, that looks as if we had finally found a solution to this ludicrous and antiquated sorting procedure, McGonagall said in apparent relief, when all of a sudden a baby hat popped into existence beside baby Fox in the ashes. The teachers let out a multiple groan, before Severus said dryly, since both of them seem to be slightly incapacitated at the moment, I suggest that we ask the students for volunteers. I can imagine that there will be more than enough students, who would appreciate being able to make a new start in a new house. Very well, Dumbledore agreed. However, I suggest that we only allow one student for each year from each house to change to Merlin. If there are so many who want to transfer at all, McGonagall added, seemingly doubtful. We'll see. We'll ask them tomorrow morning at breakfast, and if there are too many, we'll have to think about something, the headmaster decided, before he turned to the Merlin head. Poppy, you must tell the students to be careful. As far as I know, there is no information available as to why so many students died in Merlin House. I already told them to be careful, and I'll do again, Pomfrey confirmed, nodding. There is another issue the students asked me to discuss with you. After a short discussion, Her colleagues agreed to skip the regulation for the first years on the Quidditch team only for Merlin House and for this school year. However, the first years were not allowed to have their own brooms, and if they already had brooms, they could bring them to Hogwarts, provided that they left them in their head's office and only used them for Quidditch practice and the matches. It was also decided that the Merlin students should attend classes together with the Gryffindors and Slytherins, and that from that school year onwards, the astronomy classes should take place at 8 o'clock in the evening instead of midnight. Having 11-year-old students study at midnight is ridiculous, Pomfrey said firmly. I agree completely, Professor Sprout said. During September, April and May, when it's still light at that time, the students can still have theoretical classes. It's not as if they were observing the stars all the time. The teachers were about to end their meeting, when Severus spoke up thoughtfully. What I can't understand is why Merlin House so suddenly popped back into existence. What exactly triggered it? Apparently it was Gowith who discovered it. I didn't have a chance to ask him about the circumstances though, Pomfrey replied, chuckling at Severus' expression of annoyance. However, it seems so very fitting, she added pensively. He's a multiple animagus, and the Merlin common room is dominated by a huge tapestry of magical animals. They were making quite a noise earlier. Moreover, the symbol of the house is a phoenix, just like Gowithy's main animagus form. He seems to be predestined for discovering the house. In the morning, Gowith woke up very early. I must speak with the animals in the painting, he remembered as he recalled the previous evening. I love being in this house with all these magical animals around. I'll probably be able to learn a lot about their kinds of animal, which might help me if I transform into them for some reason. Seeing that his 3 dorm mates were still fast asleep, he quickly scrambled out of bed and traipsed down into the common room. Good morning. Can you understand me if I'm in my human form? He asked the animals. Of course we can understand you, because all of us are magical animals, the phoenix trilled happily. Congratulations for being sorted into Merlin House, the most wonderful house of Hogwarts. Thank you. Gowith chuckled and transformed into his phoenix form. If the phoenix is the one who talks anyway, I can as well make myself comfortable in this form. It's strange to speak with a phoenix in my human form, he mused as he sat on the back of the sofa that was closest to the painting. Can you tell me, he asked hesitantly as he absent-mindedly began to meticulously clean his wing feathers, what is so special about Merlin House? As far as I heard last night, it seems to be very dangerous. The phoenix chuckled. Ah, but that's only for those who are greedy and evil. For pure souls like you, this house is a paradise. Not all the secrets will reveal themselves to you and your housemates right from the beginning though. You or your friends have to gain all the animals' trust first. Each of the animals has its own secret, which they will reveal to you or your housemates as they see fit, and you will be able to inform your friends about it. However, only tell those whom you really know well enough. Otherwise, bad things can happen, very bad things. He let out a sigh and fluffed his feathers, before he continued. Oh well, considering that you're a fellow phoenix, I'm going to let you in on my secret right away. Phoenixes are always good, even if they might be as naughty as Fox. He quickly told Gowith what had happened in the headmaster's office in the evening. Will the hat be all right? Gowith asked in surprise. Sopho will be all right. People have tried to kill him before, but he is a strong piece of magic. He can't be killed. Oh, by the way, I am Marlin. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. Marlin, Gowith repeated in surprise. I am Gowith. Please tell me about your secret. My secret, Marlin began to explain with a mysterious expression on his face, is the room of reversal. The room of reversal? Gowith asked in disbelief. What is this room exactly, and where is it? Marlin looked at him sternly. You will be able to see a door between the 6th years and the 7th years boys' dormitories. That leads to the room of reversal. Everything else is for you to find out. Now since I trusted you with my secret, I won't speak about the matter anymore. Thank you so much for letting me in on your secret, Marlin. I really appreciate it, Gowith replied, feeling very confused. The room of reversal sounds very mysterious. I wonder why everything is so secret here though. Anyway, I better not bring any of my friends, except for maybe Hermione. Who knows what can happen? Maybe that's where people died earlier. All of a sudden, Gowith heard voices, and his classmates began to descend the stairs from the dormitories. He hurriedly transformed back into his human form. Oh, Here you are. I wondered where you were, Neville greeted him, causing Gowith to smile. Good morning. I woke up early and decided to speak with the animals. He glanced at his wristwatch. Oh, it's time for breakfast. And Dad is already in his classroom, he thought to himself. The small group quickly walked to the Great Hall and occupied one end of the Merlin table, which seemed very huge to the 8 first years. When most of the students were assembled, the headmaster rose from his chair. Good morning, students. The 5 heads of the houses decided last night to resort some of you into Merlin. He came straight to the point. Unfortunately, my familiar Fox saw fit to revenge his friend Gowith, who had a small dispute with Sopho at his sorting, and Fox used his own burning day to not only turn himself into a baby but the hat as well. Since the baby hat is not able to resort anyone, I must ask you now to consider if you would like to be resorted into Merlin House. With a flick of his wand, a small parchment and a quill appeared in front of each of the students except for the first years and the 8 children sitting at the Merlin table. If you wish to transfer, please write your name on the parchment and hand it to your professors when they collect the parchments after breakfast. Only 1 student for each house from each year will be able to transfer, and in case there are more volunteers, your professors and I will decide. But now let's have breakfast first. Professor, one question. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, spoke up. Will Merlin House have its own Quidditch team? Yes, of course, Merlin House is going to have all the rights that any other house has, Dumbledore replied, smiling. Did you have a good night in your new house? Severus' voice suddenly entered Gowthy's thoughts, causing him to look at the head table. He unobtrusively nodded at his father, before he returned the smiles from the cat professor and his head of house. Gowith and his friends had barely finished eating, when the headmaster spoke up again. Your heads of house will now give you your timetables and collect your parchments. In case you're going to transfer to Merlin, your timetable will change automatically, and the new timetables will be valid from your first afternoon class onwards. We'll announce who is going to transfer at lunchtime. Gowith looked at the timetable Pomfrey handed him with interest. Wow, we really have healing classes. It says, only for Merlin House, though, Hermione blurted out eagerly. And our first morning class is Transfiguration. We better hurry up. Together with his housemates, Gowith left the Great Hall, only to run straight into the Weasley twins. Hey Gowith, they called him over. We hope that Dumbledore will allow us to transfer together. Really? That would be so great, Gowith said happily. Who would be so stupid as to willingly end up in the House of Lingering Death? Ron Weasley sneered, standing behind the twins. Mum is going to have a fit, and believe me, I'll tell her every detail. Oh, just go to your first class, Ronnikins, and remember. You're only a first year, the twins said in a sing-song together, grinning at Gowith. Oh well, we're off to see the headmaster, Fred said, while George showed Gowith a handful of Phoenix treats. I don't know if he can eat any at the moment, but still. We hope that he'll be able to convince Dumbledore that the Merlin Quidditch team needs some proficient reinforcement. With that the twins dashed away. Gowith chuckled and, suddenly realizing that he remained alone with Ronald Weasley, quickly transformed into his Phoenix form. He flashed right in front of the Transfiguration classroom, grinning inwardly when the youngest brother of his best friends arrived 10 minutes late. He could have asked me to show him the way before I transformed, but he didn't, and considering that he seems to hate me, it serves him right, he thought, inwardly giggling when the cat professor, who had been sitting on her desk in her cat form, suddenly transformed into her human form and offered to transfigure Ron into a watch. If Gowith had been able to use telepathy like Severus, he would have sent his father grateful thoughts upon realizing that he didn't have any problems using his wand. Thank Merlin he practiced with me doing wand magic during the holidays, he thought as he easily transfigured his match into a shiny needle. Very well done, Mr. Snape, Professor McGonagall commended him and awarded 5 points to Merlin House. Our first house points, Gowith realized happily, noticing in surprise that no one else except for Hermione managed the transfiguration during their first class. I didn't think it was so difficult, but maybe it is for students who never cast spells before, he contemplated, looking up startled when everyone rose from their chairs. He had been so deeply engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't heard the cat professor end the class and dismiss them. So many older siblings at Hogwarts and still unable to find the Transfiguration classroom, Weasley? Draco suddenly sneered. Oh, shut up, Malfoy. At least I'm not in a house in which people used to die. Ron gave back and hurriedly left the classroom. Gowith, come on and show us where the charms classroom is. Hermione spoke up, urgently, and Gowith led the class down to Professor Flitwick's classroom, once more inwardly thanking his father for practicing with him during the summer. The rest of the morning passed fairly uneventfully, except for a few comments from Ron. Snape seems to believe he is special, being the son of a professor and sorted into Merlin House, he heard Ron say to Seamus, one of his Gryffindor classmates. Gowith was just about to adequately reply, when he remembered the letter that Ron's sister had sent to him after Christmas, stating that her brother was probably jealous of Gowith. Looking into another direction, he decided to not show any reaction at all. I hope that the twins managed to convince Dumbledore to let them transfer to Merlin House, he thought on his way back to the Great Hall for lunch. He looked up in excitement when the headmaster rose from his chair. I know that I promised to announce the new students for Merlin House at this time. Dumbledore began to speak. However, there is a problem, which I didn't envision in advance, and I have to confer with the 5 heads tonight after dinner, before I'll be able to make my final decision. Please remain patient. I will inform you at breakfast tomorrow morning. A multiple groan followed the headmaster's announcement, and the 8 first years at the Merlin table engaged themselves in a concerned discussion about what could have happened. Even during their first afternoon class, History of Magic, Gowith still pondered the matter. Everything is just strange, he thought. Merlin House is so full of secrets, and I'd feel better if there were older students, whom we could ask for help if something strange happened. However, their last class for the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Gowithy's thoughts were diverted as soon as the professor entered the room and his head began to hurt. He had to try hard to concentrate on the practice and was glad that the professor paired him with Draco, who merely cast him a concerned look and raised an eyebrow but did not comment on his relatively bad performance, knowing that Gowith had been able to flawlessly cast the same spell when they practiced together with Severus during the holidays. During the class, Gowith noticed that his headache became worse when the professor was nearby or turned around, so that he faced the man's smelly turban, while it lessened when the teacher walked to the other end of the classroom. Gowith, are you all right? Hermione asked in concern when they finally left the classroom. Yes, of course. I don't know why Quirrell always gives me a headache, but I'm fine now, Gowith replied, feeling slightly confused about the matter. Well then, shall we go to the library until dinner? Hermione suggested, and everyone happily agreed, eager to get to know the library, of which they had heard Hermione, Draco and Gowith talk. I'll go back to the common room. I'll see you at dinner, Gowith replied, unaware of the worried looks he provoked. This is just the right time to explore the room of reversal, he thought as he hid in a small alcove, transformed into his phoenix form and flashed into the Merlin common room. Back in his human form, Gowith climbed up the stairs, eyeing the barely visible door with the inscription, Room of Reversal, with suspicion. Maybe I shouldn't go in there alone. A voice at the back of his head spoke up. He lingered in front of the door for a few minutes, before he decided not to involve Hermione or any other student. I'm going to ask Dad if he is willing to go in there with me, he decided, transformed into his phoenix form and flashed home. Severus was in his potions lab. I'm too stupid. I should have looked at my watch before flashing here, Gowith thought as he hesitantly entered his father's private lab. Hello Gowith, Severus said in surprise, looking up from his work for an instant, before he turned back to his cauldron. Is everything all right? How was your first day of classes? Thank you so much for practicing wand magic with me, Gowith said gratefully and told his father about his classes. He pondered if he should tell Severus about Quirrell and his headache but dismissed the thought, realizing that the potion's master was obviously busy and not able to put his potion under a stasis spell as he often did when Gowith came to speak with him while he was brewing. Are you busy, Dad? Gowith asked hesitantly and quickly explained what Marlin had told him about Merlin House and the animal's secrets. Could you perhaps come with me, Dad? He asked pleadingly. I'm sorry, Gowith, but I'm in the middle of the brewing process of the goat's flu potion for Hagrid. He came down with the goat's flu when he went to look after the goat of Professor Dumbledore's brother. And in the evening, we have a staff meeting about the resorting, Severus replied thoughtfully. Maybe you could ask Professor McGonagall to accompany you? Perhaps she has time until dinner. Otherwise, I'm willing to go with you tomorrow. All right, I'll ask the cat professor, Gowith replied immediately. Sorry for disturbing you. Or do you want me to assist? I can still explore the room tomorrow. I just thought it would be a good time to go when no one else is around. It is, Gowith, and thank you, but I already finished the ingredients and merely have to brew. So there is nothing you could do, Severus replied, smiling proudly at his son. Come back to talk whenever you have time. I'd love to hear more about your life in Merlin and about your classes. Gowith agreed and left the lab, flashing into a small alcove near the cat professor's office. Fortunately, McGonagall wasn't busy at the moment and agreed to accompany him. Thank you, Professor, Gowith said gratefully and flashed them into the Merlin common room. Here is the door, he said, pointing to the faint line in the wall. Ah, all right. Now I can see it, the professor replied and carefully opened the door, revealing an empty room. That's it? Gowith blurted out, feeling half relieved and half disappointed at the sight of the room. Gowith, McGonagall suddenly said in an uncharacteristically excited voice, making Gowith look at her in surprise. Have you ever heard of the Mirror of Verized? No, Gowith shook his head and stepped next to the professor, only now realizing that the long side of the room, opposite of the door, seemed to be a huge mirror. No, it can't be a mirror, he noticed as he looked closely at the mirror-like wall. He saw himself, brewing a potion together with his father. Professor, this is strange, he spoke up quietly. I see my father, so it can't be a mirror. However, McGonagall didn't reply but instead cried out in shock and reached out for Gowithy's shoulder to steady herself. What's wrong? What happened? Gowith asked in concern, forcing his eyes away from the scene, in which his father was just putting the simmering potion under a stasis charm and pulled himself into a hug. I don't know, the cat professor replied in a strangely thin, anxious voice, but I feel very weird. Weird? Gowith repeated and gave the professor a sharp look, before he let out a huge gasp. I don't understand. What did you see in the mirror, Professor? Gowith stammered in concern. I saw. Oh no, I can't tell you that, McGonagall replied, looking at the mirror in shock. Gowith looked at the cat professor in disbelief. She seemed completely unharmed. Yet her face looked much younger and was void of any crinkles. You look so young, Gowith breathed with a mixture of confusion and amazement, much younger. Is that true? McGonagall asked, alarmed, and hesitantly brought her forefingers to her face to feel her skin. I feel much younger, she said, before she looked down at Gowith and added, terrified, the room of reversal. It must have turned me from a 73-year-old witch into a 37-year-old. Do you still have all your memories of your older self? Gowith asked, feverishly pondering the matter. Yes, at least it allowed me to keep my memories, McGonagall replied, sighing in relief. It's strange that nothing seems to have happened to me though. Anyway, Professor, let's get out of here, Gowith said firmly. He led the still confused Transfiguration professor out of the room and into the nearby 7th-year boys' dormitory, where he motioned her to sit down. I'm going to call Madame Pomfrey, so she can check on you. Maybe she'll be able to change you back if that's what you want, he said tentatively, slightly surprised when the cat professor didn't protest but merely nodded absent-mindedly. Gowith quickly flashed to the hospital wing and informed the healer, who allowed him to flash her to her colleague. Minerva, please tell me exactly what you saw in the mirror, Pomfrey said firmly. Shall I leave? Gowith offered, causing the cat professor to shake her head. Stay. You were with me, and apparently nothing seems to have happened to you, and we must find out why I was hit by the reversal spell and you weren't. However, promise me not to tell anyone about this. I promise, Gowith said sincerely. I was together with Severus, McGonagall hesitantly began to speak. We were just walking around the lake. Ah, and Gowith was sitting on his shoulder, she added hesitantly. I was young in the mirror. About Severus' age. Well, indeed. You're 37, Minnie. Congratulations, Pomfrey replied, chuckling, as she put her wand away. You're very handsome and much healthier than before though. I don't think I should age you up back to 73. I think so too, Gowith said carefully, but why didn't anything happen to me? I was brewing a potion together with my father. We need to speak with Severus and Albus about the matter, Pomfrey said resolutely. No. Gowith objected firmly. I had to promise the Phoenix, who told me about the room of reversal, not to tell anyone about it, except for my friends, and I don't think the headmaster is my friend. Well, thank you for considering the two of us as friends, Pomfrey replied, chuckling again. How are we going to explain Professor McGonagall's de-aging though? Can't you just say that someone slipped her a de-aging potion or accidentally cast a de-aging spell? Gowith suggested. Oh well, let me ask Marlin, the phoenix who told me about the room, if I may tell the headmaster. Gowith and the two teachers returned to the common room, and Gowith sighed in relief when Marlin agreed and suggested the cat professor should use a charm, which would make her gradually look younger to the students, beginning by her former age. Gowith, would you mind accompanying us to the headmaster's office? McGonagall asked, and Gowith followed the two witches in surprise. Maybe I can find out more about Merlin House and the problem with the sorting of older students there, he thought as he entered Dumbledore's office, half-heartedly accepting the offered lemo. Drop. The headmaster listened to his deputy's explanation, deep in thoughts, while he absent-mindedly cradled baby Fox close, apparently to warm the beeped phoenix. May I hold him for a while? Gowith asked hesitantly and carefully took the nestling from the headmaster. Gee-haw, Fox trilled in a small baby language. Yes, it's me, Gowith. You're a beautiful baby, aren't you, Fox? And you're already spiking small red and golden feathers, Gowith whispered, stroking the tiny feathers in amazement. Gwi-ha-ta da bod wam me? Fox trilled again. Fackwes, I need to speak with Gowith for a moment, Dumbledore replied, before Gowith had even understood what he meant. After that, he may transform into his phoenix form and take you under his wing, if he doesn't mind. Of course not, Gowith agreed, smiling. Gowith, what exactly did you see in the mirror? The headmaster queried, a thoughtful expression on his face. After Gowithy's explanation, he remained pensive for a few minutes, before he slowly said, I assume that the mirror is a bit similar to the mirror of Arised, alas slightly different. Like the mirror of Arised, it shows your greatest desire. However, in contrary to the mirror of Arised, this mirror does not only show but also reacts to people's wishes. I suspect that the room didn't do anything to Gowith, because his greatest desire matched the actual situation of himself being together with his father. In Minerva's case, she wished to be much younger and together with Severus, a desire, which made the room reverse her age from 73 to 37. Everyone quietly pondered the headmaster's explanation, before he continued, of course I might be terribly mistaken, but this could be what makes Merlin House so dangerous. If students entered the room with evil thoughts and wishes, it could easily kill them. I could ask Marlin if that is what happened, Gowith offered, looking questioningly at the headmaster, while he still gently stroked Fox's short feathers. If you don't mind flashing there, Dumbledore replied, reaching out to take the tiny phoenix back. Gowith flashed into the Merlin common room and spoke with Marlin, who told him that indeed a group of students, who had the desire to kill all the elves living in a nearby elves' village, had entered the room and met a tragic fate. By chance, they were found dead by a friend, who also knew about the room of reversal but wasn't evil and got away unharmed. That was the main reason why Merlin House was closed several hundreds of years ago, Marlin finished his explanation. But I don't understand, Gowith said in confusion. I thought only those, who were pure at heart, would be sorted into Merlin House anyway. That's true. However, since people are only 11 years old when they are sorted, they might still turn dark while being at Hogwarts, Marlin said gravely. Oh, I understand. With that Gowith profusely thanked the phoenix and flashed back into the headmaster's office to inform his teachers. Thank you, Gowith. Now, since you were the one to discover the house and since you seem to have a special connection to your house, I don't mind you remaining here for my discussion with the professors. Maybe you know one or the other student we're going to talk about. However, I need you to promise that you won't speak to anyone about what has been discussed here. He wants me to stay here when they decide whom to sort into Merlin. Gowith thought in surprise. Of course, Professor. May I transform into my phoenix form to cuddle with Fox like he asked me to do earlier? Dumbledore agreed and placed baby Fox onto his perch, where Gowith gently covered the half-naked bird with his green wings. Only when the other three heads of house arrived and Severus scolded Gowith for missing dinner, the headmaster noticed that they had completely forgotten to eat and ordered sandwiches, before he told everyone what had happened to Minerva and began to explain why he needed his colleagues' help to sort the students. Thank Merlin he didn't mention my father, Gowith mused. The cat professor seemed to be very embarrassed about the scene together with him. There were one or more students from nearly every year, Dumbledore explained. However, from some years there were too many, and we have barely any students from 6th and 7th year. Therefore, I think we should only transfer students from 2nd through 5th year, which would give the Newt class students the chance to concentrate on their studies instead of having to get used to another house. Everyone agreed, and the headmaster continued, "Let's begin with Hufflepuff." He read a long list of names, causing Professor Sprout to let out a thoughtful sigh. "Do you want me to suggest one of them for each year then?" she asked and, seeing Dumbledore nod, continued slowly, "Lars for 2nd year, Cedric for 3rd, Michael for 4th and Ben for 5th year." "Lars comes into Merlin House. That's great," Gowith thought, "and I like Cedric too. He is good at Quidditch, I think." "Ravenclaw next please," Dumbledore said contentedly and quickly read the list of volunteers. Eddie Carmichael, Roger Davis, Penelope Clearwater, Adrian Bones, Flitwick decided. Slytherin. Pusey, Warrington, Bull and Flint, Severus replied thoughtfully. "Weren't there any other 5th years? I just made Flint Quidditch captain." Marcus Flint, another brilliant Quidditch player? Gowith thought in surprise. "Oh, I see, we're getting our team together." "I'm sorry, Severus, but it seems that the younger students are more ready to change houses." "Very well then, Minerva is next, but please let me interfere in this case," Dumbledore said, smirking, remembering his earlier conversation with the twins and with Baby Fox. "I'd like to transfer both Weasley twins together with Katie Bell from 2nd and Oliver Wood from 5th year. We can skip 4th year in favor of 2 3rd years." "Oliver Wood? My Quidditch captain?" Minerva blurted out in shock. "Thank you, Minnie. That's too generous. We need a good captain for our baby team, don't we, Gowith?" Pomfrey threw in, glancing at the Phoenix. Gowith eagerly nodded his head, and Dumbledore continued, "I'm sorry, Minerva, but since he was the only 5th year student from your house, Poppy, out of the 4 5th years, you should decide on one Quidditch captain, and the other 3 will be the prefects." "So we have 2 candidates as Quidditch captain," Pomfrey said, sighing. "Gowith, do you know both of them?" Gowith nodded. "Dad, can you translate please? I know both of them, and they're really good, but I think personally Oliver would be the better captain. He is nicer and more patient with the younger students than Marcus, although I get along well with him." Severus obediently translated, before he mind thought to Gowith, "Why don't you transform and properly participate in the conversation?" Gowith chuckled and slightly lifted his left wing, revealing Baby Fox. The small phoenix was peacefully asleep with his head turned to his back. Who would have thought that Fox, who is always so naughty, would make such a sweet baby? He grinned to himself, glancing at the baby hat on the shelf that was leaning against a book as he slept. Before breakfast began, Dumbledore announced the names of the students, who had been transferred to Merlin House. "Please move to the Merlin table now. The house elves will take your belongings to your new house, and your timetables will adjust automatically." With that, the Merlin table quickly filled under huge applause from the 8 first years, while Professor Pomfrey informed them that Oliver would be the Quidditch captain. "I'm going to speak with Madam Hooch during lunchtime to reserve the Quidditch pitch. I want to hold tryouts as soon as possible," Oliver announced, before he looked around and asked, "Oops, I mean, do we get a team together at all?" Everyone laughed, and 8 students raised their hands. "Oh cool, with me we're 7 players and 2 reserve players. Provided that you don't fight about the positions, we don't even need tryouts. Since I always played keeper, I'd like to continue doing so, and I want Gowith as seeker," Oliver continued with excitement. "What about the others?" After a short discussion, they decided on Fred and George as beaters and Roger, Cedric and Marcus as chasers. Katie and Draco were made reserve players for the beater and chaser positions, while Cedric would play seeker in case Gowith could not play for some reason. "This is too cool to be true," Gowith thought happily. "I'm the seeker on our house team." He glanced at the head table, throwing his father an enthusiastic look. "I believe that I've to try teaching you telepathy," Severus Mind thought back. "I'm glad to see you so happy though." It was good that they did not have to rely on Hermione playing for Merlin. During their first flying class together with the Slytherins and Gryffindors, she nearly crashed into the ground on her broom, which was only prevented by Gowithy's quick actions. Seeing that Hermione had problems, Gowith hurriedly transformed into a griffin and caught his friend, before she could get injured. After that happening, Hermione could barely be convinced to sit on a broom again. Apart from this incident, the first 2 weeks of the school year passed uneventfully. Gowith enjoyed himself very much and was extremely happy. His new housemates were all very open-minded and friendly, and he got along well with all the other first years of the other houses, apart from Ronald Weasley, who continued making unnerving comments about him, his father or Merlin House. Gowith loved practicing with the Quidditch team, and he did not have any problems in his classes, except for defense against the dark arts class. Whenever he was near the professor, his head hurt and he could barely concentrate on the class. Gowith, I can't understand what your problem is, Hermione said thoughtfully after observing Gowith's struggle through the class once again. Is it possible that you're more susceptible to headaches because of being a Phoenix Animagus? Seeing that Gowith cast her a questioning look, she explained, a Phoenix is an absolute pure character, although I have to admit that it's difficult to believe, considering how mischievous Fawkes seems to be. In contrary to that, Professor Quirrell somehow has a dark aura. I think he isn't light at all, although I don't have problems with him. You should speak with Professor Pomfrey about your headaches though. If that continues, you won't be able to practice any of the spells we learn. I know, Gowith said miserably. Fortunately, Dad already taught Draco and me a few spells, when Draco came to visit me during the summer. Anyway, I'll speak with Dad about Quirrell, he promised, knowing that Hermione otherwise wouldn't cease to bring up the matter. One day, Hermione and Draco overheard Ron make a comment about Gowithy's non-existent defense abilities. Weasley, I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Meet me in the trophy room at midnight, Draco said to the other boy, and Ron agreed, giving Draco a hateful look. A wizard's duel? Gowith asked, terrified, when Draco told him what he was planning to do later on. Can you imagine what Pomfrey is going to do with us if we get caught? We'll be grounded for ages. Oh well, we still have 6 weeks until our first Quidditch match, so let her ground us. I don't care, Draco replied smirking and turned to the twins. Would the two of you be willing to supervise our duel? Of course it'll be our pleasure, the twins agreed immediately. Thank you, Fred and George. Gowith, I want you to be my second, Draco said firmly. All right, Gowith hesitantly agreed, ignoring the small voice at the back of his head that reminded him, I promised Dad not to do anything against the rules. In case something happens, grab my tail feathers, and I'll flash us back here, he said, knowing that his friends knew what he meant. You should even flash us there, Gowith, so we won't get caught by Filch or his ugly. Wait a moment, Hermione threw in, wearing an extremely upset expression. You don't think that you're going there on your own? I'm going to come as well, she added in a firm voice. In the end, all the first years wanted to come, and Yuki offered to flash the rest of the class. I need to flash twice in order to take 6 people, but it's no problem, she told Gowith, who smiled at her, gratefully. Gowith agreed, and 5 minutes before midnight, he flashed his 3 friends into a small alcove near the trophy room. I should have talked Draco out of this instead of agreeing to help him, he thought as the 10 Merlin students entered the room that lay completely in the dark. A few minutes after the Merlins entered the trophy room, Ron Weasley showed up, accompanied by Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. All right, everyone except for Ron and one of his friends and Draco and Gowith. Out of the ring, the twins instructed them, before they told Draco and Ron to begin with their duel. Gowith watched with a mixture of amazement and fear as his 2 classmates raised their wands against each other. He had not heard any of the spells before, which the 2 boys began to fire at each other. For 10 minutes, Draco and Ron managed to dodge each other's attacks, before Ron was hit by what seemed to have been some kind of cutting spell, since many small cuts appeared on his face. Oh wait, you be, he shouted and, due to the apparent lack of other spells, punched Draco into the face, breaking his nose. What does he think he is doing? Hermione blurted out angrily. Please keep the duel fair, which means no muggle methods, the twins scolded their brother, who was long enough distracted to give Draco the opportunity to kick him in his wedding tackle. Fred, George, don't you think it's time to end that nonsense? Gowith queried, pointing at the 2 boys, who were busy holding their injured body parts. Let's take them to the hospital wing. Well, let's call it a draw, the twins announced. Draco held his hand out to Ron, but the Gryffindor merely glared at him as his two housemates steadied him and led him to the hospital wing. To the hospital wig, Gowith. Let's flash Hobe, Draco said, holding his nose, while Yuki already flashed the spectators back to Merlin House. Yuki, can you flash the twins as well please? Gowith asked her and instructed the twins to make sure that everyone went to bed immediately. I'm going to take Draco to my father. With that he glanced at his wristwatch to see where Severus was, before he transformed and flashed Draco right into his father's office. Dad, can you mend Draco's nose, please? Gowith trilled to Severus, who looked up from the parchments he was grading in surprise at the sight of his son and godson at that time of the night. What happened? He asked sternly, before he pointed his wand at Draco's nose and uttered an incantation. Draco hurriedly explained everything, and Severus cast the boy and the phoenix a thoughtful look. Well, we're going to speak about the matter tomorrow. For now, return to your house and go to sleep quickly, he said finally. I'm sure your head of house will check on you after healing Weasley's injuries. That'll take a few minutes, Draco chuckled. I cast a cutting spell on him which isn't easily reversible. The cuts will remain and get infected, before they go away. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't cast dark spells, but Weasley is so mean to Gowith that I couldn't resist. Severus merely raised an eyebrow and unobtrusively spelled a few drops of sleeping potion into the boy's systems, before he once more instructed Gowith to flash back quickly. Thank you, Dad, Gowith trilled happily and flashed back into his dormitory together with Draco. By the time Madame Pomfrey entered Merlin House, all of her students were fast asleep. A quick diagnostic spell told her that Draco was completely fine, and she wondered if the three Gryffindors had told her the truth. In the morning, the potions master walked between the Gryffindor table and the Merlin table. Messrs. Malfoy and Weasley, Ronald Weasley, detention with me tonight at 7 o'clock sharp, he said clearly. What? Ron blurted out. You can't do that. I didn't do anything, and your son was out of bed too. Well, it was clear that he wouldn't be punished. I can and I will, Mr. Weasley, Severus returned in a deadly cold voice, and as far as I know, my son did not break anyone's nose. You better take care of your limbs. They might as well end up in a cauldron. 10 points from Gryffindor for your insolence. Gowith chuckled when he landed on one of the bookshelves in his father's office and transformed into a mouse. I wonder if he's going to make them write lines or scrub cauldrons, he mused. Well, in the worst case, I just have to unobtrusively flash into the classroom to watch. A few minutes later, Severus entered the room and prepared a few parchments on his desk, before he leaned back in his seat to relax, until Draco arrived a minute later. Professor, Draco said politely. Draco, Severus acknowledged his godson's presence, pointing at a chair behind his desk. Sit down and write the sentence on the parchment 100 times. Yes, sir, Draco replied and took a seat. To Gowthy's surprise, he began to laugh as soon as he was seated. I am a wizard, and I won't let myself be beaten when my opponent resorts to muggle means, he read aloud. Uncle Severus, is that a joke? Severus looked up from the parchments, which he had just begun to grade, in surprise. Do I look as if I was joking? No, sir, sorry sir, Draco replied, still chuckling as he began to write, unaware of the smirk that flushed over Severus' face. Gowith, however, noticed and couldn't help chuckling as well. What was that? Draco queried, glancing at the bookshelf. Uncle Severus, do you have rats here in the office? No, Draco. Get on with it, Severus sighed impatiently, glancing at his wristwatch. We might have a fly on the wall though, he muttered, more to himself than to Draco, letting his eyes wander over the bookshelf. Oh no. He saw on his watch that I'm here, Gowith realized, terrified, and tried to hide between two books. I hope he won't be too angry, but I just have to watch Ron's detention. He is late though. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Weasley, 10 minutes late, 10 points from Gryffindor, Severus bellowed. I'm only late because I had to go to the hospital wing again, Ron replied in a stroppy tone, due to the nasty spell Malfoy cast at me last night. Do you have a pass from Madame Pomfrey? Severus asked in a bored voice, causing Ron to shake his head. No, sir. No sir, Ron repeated, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Pity, Severus sneered. Yes, Ron mumbled in exasperation. Yes, sir. Do you need extra classes in wizarding behavior, Mr. Weasley? Severus queried, raising an eyebrow at the boy. Otherwise, I suggest that you sit down and begin to write 500 times. I am a wizard and I will not forget that, Ron blurted out, looking at the parchment in disbelief. And 500 times? I hope that you are capable of reading and writing, Mr. Weasley, and if you don't want to spend the night here, I suggest that you begin, Severus replied in a strangely calm voice. No, Ron replied stubbornly. I'm not going to write that 500 times. That'll take all evening, and I still have homework to do. If you're fit enough to have a wizard's duel at midnight, you'll well be able to do your homework at midnight, Severus sneered. And now begin, before I have to take more points off your house. Gowith couldn't help chuckling at Ron's angry expression. However, he quietened down at once when Severus all of a sudden rose from his seat, stepped around his desk and stood in front of the bookshelf. A mouse, he sneered, exactly what I needed to test the potion I'm going to brew tonight. With that he took the small animal that was trying in vain to hide behind a book between his thumb and his forefinger and carried it into his private quarters. A mouse on my bookshelf, Severus whispered as he reached the living room, should know that my office as well as the potions classroom are very dangerous places for mice. They might quickly end up as potions ingredients or guinea pigs. Gowith threw his father an apologetic look, noticing that his father looked stern as he placed him on the table. Gowith, I understand that it must be fun to spy on your classmates. However, I hope that you realize that you were very naughty. He let out a thoughtful sigh, before he continued, if you were not my son, perhaps I'd let you get away with a warning this time. However, since it is my responsibility to teach you proper behavior, I want you to write a few lines as well. He pulled a small parchment out of his robe pocket and pointed his wand at it, making a sentence appear. Write this sentence 100 times, so that you'll remember it in the future. If I catch you again spying on anyone, except for cases in which I might give you my consent in advance for some reason, you won't like the consequences. I want your sentences at dinner tomorrow. Now, considering that you didn't get much sleep last night, I suggest that you return to your dormitory and go to bed early. I need to return to my office, before Draco and Weasley kill each other, Severus said quietly, before he crossed the room towards his office. Thank you, Dad. Good night, Gowith trilled, before he took the parchment into his beak and obediently flashed back to Merlin. However, if he intended to follow his father's advice and get some sleep, he was sadly mistaken. The twins cornered him as soon as he entered the common room and pulled him into their dormitory. Gowith, by chance we overheard that it is Hermione's birthday tomorrow. And we think that we should properly celebrate any birthday in this house. Oh right. Is that already a year? Gowith blurted out in surprise. Okay. Do you already have a plan? He asked suspiciously, seeing the twins grin mischievously. Fred and George chuckled. Of course we have an idea. We thought we could prepare the 6th or 7th year dormitory for a party and have a midnight party there tonight. Gowith groaned inwardly. So much about getting some sleep, he thought tiredly. Very well then, what do you want me to do? In your phoenix form you're bonded to one of the house elves, aren't you? To Nina, Gowith replied. Even in my human form, she is a good friend, although she doesn't have much time, because she has to undergo the training as a house elf. Why do you ask? Could you perhaps ask her if she can help us out with something to eat and drink for our party? Ah, all right, Gowith said and called Nina, who happily agreed to prepare everything for their midnight party. I has some friends who wills helps me prepare everything. Don't worries. We won't tells anyone. We cans also prepare the room. I heard something about the dormitories in Merlin, which can be altered. She slowly trailed of and remained thoughtful for a moment, before she said, I musts asks the older elves, but we wills do everything. Just comes and have your party at midnight. With that she quickly popped away, leaving 3 boys, who looked at each other in disbelief. What was that? The dormitories can be changed. The question is if we would be able to change anything, Gowith said thoughtfully. Did you already tell everyone by the way? Nope. We need you to lure Hermione away for a moment. If possible before Pomfrey comes into the common room. Gowith agreed and returned to the common room, where Hermione was doing her homework together with Millicent, Blaise and Neville. Hermione, do you have a few minutes? he asked hesitantly. "Could you help me practice the defense spells in our dormitory?" "Of course, Gowith," Hermione said readily and followed him out of the common room. As soon as Pomfrey left the common room an hour later, all students of Merlin House went to bed, except for Gowith, who remained in front of the fireplace and began to write, "I must not spy on people," 100 times, only to fall asleep after the 10th sentence. At midnight, the twins stumbled through the boys' dormitories to wake everyone, while Nina kindly woke up the girls. When everyone was assembled in the common room, Gowith introduced Nina to his housemates, and everyone sang the birthday song for Hermione, who stood there stunned with tears leaking from the edges of her eyes. Giggling and chuckling, the students finally followed Nina into the 7th-year boys' dormitory, looking around in disbelief and amazement. Nothing in the room looked like a dormitory anymore. On the window side of the enlarged room, they could see small tables, which were heavily loaded with food and surrounded by many chairs. The center of the room held comfortable-looking sofas, several wizards' chess tables as well as a shelf with games, and the part of the room opposite of the windows had been turned into a swimming pool. Next to the pool was a golden gate, and the students eyed it in confusion. Nina chuckled, before she explained, "If you walk through the gate, your clothes will be changed into swimming suits." "Wow, that's too cool," Gowith thought happily. "I love magic, and Merlin House is just brilliant." "I suggest that we go swimming first and have something to eat afterwards," Oliver announced, and the 24 students quickly queued in front of the Golden Gate in order to step through one by one. Gowith chuckled as his dark blue pajamas were transfigured into green swimming trunks. The Merlins enjoyed themselves greatly in the pool, which was equipped with several whirlpools and slides, and when they finally ended their bath an hour later, they were ravenously hungry. By the time they left the pool, a silver gate had appeared right in front of the Golden Gate, and when Gowith hesitantly stepped through the gate, he felt a drying charm being cast on his skin, before his swimming trunks were transfigured back into his pajamas. "This is my best birthday ever," Hermione sighed happily as they took their seats around the small tables. On the tables, they found pumpkin juice and butterbeer as well as all kinds of delicacies, which they could imagine. Only when they felt completely full in spite of the still full plates that were self-refilling, they headed to the play corner and played wizard's chess and other games. By the time they finally returned to their beds at 3:30 in the morning, they felt extremely grateful that Nina had promised to wake them up in time for breakfast. "I don't think I'll be able to stomach anything for the next 24 hours, Gowith mused as he drifted off to sleep within seconds after scrambling into bed. Seeing that the Merlin table remained completely empty at breakfast, Severus raised an eyebrow at Poppy. Could it be that the Merlin students have somehow got a wrong impression about when to sleep and when to be up and about? He queried, smirking. Poppy returned his look with surprise. "Severus, I have no idea what you're talking about or what's wrong with my students this morning." "Pity," Severus sneered, before he explained, "the night before yesterday, Messrs. Malfoy and Ronald Weasley saw fit to entertain your first years with a wizard's duel." The healer let out a gasp. "That was true. Mr. Weasley said something like that, but I didn't believe him, because everyone in Merlin was fast asleep when I checked on them, and Mr. Malfoy was completely unharmed. After I fixed his broken nose, yes," Severus smirked. "Both culprits served detention with me last night, so they're already punished for that. I just wonder if they're making it a habit to be up and about during the night." Madame Pomfrey rose from her seat in determination. "I can imagine what's wrong with them. It's Ms. Granger's birthday today. I will see to that. The next time they will consider well if they're going to hold a party during the night." Her colleagues grinned as she strode through the great hall in a quick pace. "She's making a good head of house," Minerva chuckled. "I'm looking forward to having the Merlin first years in the first morning class." Gowith and his friends were still getting dressed, trying to wake up, when their head of house entered the common room. Poppy instructed the Phoenix, who was guarding the entrance, to not let anyone out for the moment, before she shooed all students back to their dormitories.
"Oh no, I already have to write lines for Dad," Jade thought in annoyance. "I really can't afford to be in even more trouble." He let out a deep sigh as he took a parchment and a quill and began to continue with his writing, while he was worriedly waiting for his head of house to come into the dormitory. By the time Madame Pomfrey entered the first-year boys' dormitory, everyone but Gowith was fast asleep again, and Neville was snoring slightly. "Good morning,"
Pomfrey said in a strangely friendly voice, making Gowith look at her in surprise. I thought she would be upset, he mused as he absent-mindedly listened when she explained that she wished to give them a potion to prevent them from getting sick to their stomach due to their eating too much during the night. Is that all? He wondered, while he scribbled his 24th sentence. However, he soon realized that something was wrong when he heard Draco gasp and splutter.
This is disgusting, Professor. I am sorry, but this will prevent you from getting sick, Pomfrey replied sternly. Come on and finish your potion. You're already running late for your fist class.
Gowith was the last to receive his file. If he had wondered why the healer waited for each student to finish his potion, before she handed out a file to the next person, he knew the reason as soon as he took the first sip. The liquid did not only have a dark brown color, but it smelled and tasted worse than everything he had ever experienced before. He gratefully noticed that Neville was kindly waiting for him, before he struggled through the rest of the potion, trying hard to not get sick in front of his head of house. Pomfrey smirked as Gowith handed her the file back, shuddering. You're going to be late for your first morning class. Please give this to Professor McGonagall, she said, handing him a small parchment. Thank you, Professor, Gowith said politely and hurriedly left the room together with Neville. During his transfiguration class, the disgusting taste of the potion didn't leave Gowith, although he had to admit that he didn't feel as queasy and tired as before. To his surprise, he was even hungry again at lunchtime. However, knowing that he would not manage to finish his lines between his last afternoon class and dinner, he decided to skip lunch and return to the common room. Gowith, you'll only get into more trouble if you skip lunch, Hermione admonished him lightly. Why don't you write your lines at the Merlin table? You can still take a few bites in between then. Gowith grudgingly agreed and managed to finish his sentences right in time to hand them in at dinner time. Thank Merlin it's Friday, so that we don't have to do any urgent homework, he thought as he once again inefficiently tried to drown the lingering taste of the morning's potion in pumpkin juice, resolving to retreat to his dormitory right after dinner just like each of his housemates intended to do that day. The following few weeks passed uneventfully. Gowith thoroughly enjoyed himself, loving his house, his classmates, his teachers, Quidditch practice, classes, just everything. His only problem remained his recurring headaches in Professor Quirrell's presence. The teacher seemed oblivious about the discomfort he caused his student though. He seemed to accept that Gowith Snape was hardly able to concentrate on the spells he tried to cast without questioning the matter. Every time Gowith struggled through his defense class, he resolved to speak with his father about the matter. However, since his headache always receded as soon as he left the defense classroom, he always forgot about the matter or postponed talking about it. One day, however, his headache didn't clear up after defense, which was Gowithy's last afternoon class. Noticing that he continued rubbing his forehead every now and then, when the first years were gathered in the common room doing their homework, Hermione gave him a sharp look. Gowith, you still have a headache, although defense has been over now for 4 hours, don't you? I'll tell you something. If you don't speak with Pomfrey about the matter when she comes here in a while, then I'm going to inform her. You won't, Gowith said in shock at the sudden threat and glared at his best friend. Try me, Hermione replied firmly, glaring back. Gowith stood up from his chair in a huff, grabbing his parchments. Very well then, I'm going to speak with my father, he said, glancing at his wristwatch before he transformed into his phoenix form and flashed away. Severus looked up from his work in surprise as he noticed the phoenix. Gowith, is something wrong? He asked in surprise, knowing that Gowith often came to visit him during the weekends, but normally not on school days. It's nothing urgent, but there is something I'd like to talk about, Gowith trilled softly, before he hesitantly asked, do you have a few minutes? Of course, Gowith, Severus replied and stood up immediately. Let's go into the sitting room and have some tea. Gowith quickly transformed and followed his father, sighing in relief as he made himself comfortable on the sofa and finally told Severus about his problem with the defense professor. An expression of utmost concern appeared on Severus' face as he listened to his son's explanation. He remained thoughtful for an instant, before he rose from his seat and stepped over to Gowith, carefully prying the boy's fringe from his forehead. There is nothing to see, he muttered, frowning at the warmth of Gowithy's skin. Are you checking your forehead every morning? He queried as he retreated to his seat. Yes, but my scar hasn't reappeared so far, Gowith said reassuringly. Is something wrong with it? No, Severus said pensively, looking sharply at the boy. You seem a bit warm to me though. Are you feeling completely well apart from your headache? If he thought about the matter, Gowith felt that his throat was a bit sore, but it didn't bother him as much as the splitting headache that was becoming worse by the hour. Maybe I've caught a cold or something, but I feel fine. It's just that it's very annoying to get a headache every time I have defense. I understand. We'll have your head of house check on you later on. The matter with Professor Quirrell, however, seems to be more complicated. There's only one person who should be able to make your scar hurt, and that's the Dark Lord. But how? He remained thoughtful for an instant, before he asked, Gowith, is the professor aware of the fact that he causes you pain? I don't think so, Gowith replied, looking at his father questioningly. Very well then, I'll speak with Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Pomfrey, and if they agree, you'll be exempt from your defense classes, and I'm going to teach you in private. Although I don't see an immediate danger for you, even if the Dark Lord has anything to do with it, because they don't know who you are, it doesn't make sense for you to attend the class if you can't properly work anyway. All right. Thank you, Dad, Gowith said, feeling very relieved at his father's reassurance. You're welcome, Gowith, although you should have come and tell me about your problem much earlier, Severus replied, quirking an eyebrow, before he knelt in front of the fireplace and called Pomfrey. He quickly informed the healer about Gowithy's problem, before he told her of his suspicion that Gowith might be ill. You should have come to your father or me when your problem occurred the first time, Pomfrey said reproachfully, before she pulled her wand and cast a series of diagnostic spells. I can't find any problem with your scar, at least not now, but you have caught the wizard's flu, she said finally. I should take you with me, she continued thoughtfully, however, the hospital wing is full of students who are sick with the stomach flu, and I wouldn't want you to catch anything in addition. You can either stay here in your own room for a day or in your dormitory. My dormitory, but won't the others get sick then too? Gowith asked miserably. I'll give them a preventive potion, the healer replied soothingly, as Severus placed 2 phials in front of Gowith which he had just summoned from his lab. Thank you. Gowith sighed in relief as he felt the effects of the potions and his headache receded. I'm fine now. No, Gowith, Severus replied firmly. I know that your aunt always neglected you when you were sick, but you're not fine yet, and you will do exactly as Professor Pomfrey says. Do you understand me? Yes, Dad. Gowith promised and obediently followed the healer back to his dormitory, glad to be allowed to remain with his friends. Thank Merlin she allowed me to stay here and didn't take me with her, Gowith mused as his head of house left after checking on him again in the morning and instructing him to remain in bed. Everyone has gone to class, so this is the right time to bond with the animals in the painting, he thought happily as he dragged himself down to the common room and transformed into a magical tortoise like the one that was guarding the connecting door between the common room and Madame Pomfrey's office. Could you please tell me in case Professor Pomfrey turns to the door to come in here? He asked the old tortoise that gave him a sharp look. You're probably not supposed to be here, but if you behave, I won't tell her, and since it is the first time that you ask this of me, I shall try to inform you as fast as possible, the tortoise replied in a stern voice. Thank you, Gowith said gratefully. Excuse me, but do you belong to the painting of the Merlin animals? Oh yes, of course. I only offered to guard this door for your head of house. As you can see, I am very old, and I always had a special connection to Helga Hufflepuff, your head's original predecessor as the healing professor. I knew her well, because she was a tortoise animagus. She was a very kind witch, just like your head of house. Sometimes, I still go and visit her. Excuse me, but Helga Hufflepuff is one of the founders, isn't she? Gowith asked in confusion. How? Yes, of course, the tortoise replied in apparent annoyance. Maybe at some stage in the future I'll let you in on my secret. However, that depends on your behavior, and at the moment, you're clearly not behaving as if you were worth of my trust, although I appreciate that you came to talk to me. All right, Gowith said in a small voice. Thank you for giving me another chance and for helping me. You're welcome, little one, the old tortoise replied gently, before she ended the conversation by slowly beginning to munch some grass. Gowith transformed back into his phoenix form and, realizing that he didn't feel overly well, pondered if he should go back to bed or speak with another one of the animals. Seeing that the basilisk observed him with clear amusement, he decided to speak with it and changed into a garden snake. instinctively knowing that it would afford less energy than the transformation into a magical animal. "Hello, little SS snake," the basilisk hissed at him. "Can't you transform into a proper SS snake? Well, at least you should be able to communicate like this." "I'm SS sorry," Gowith hissed back. "I'm a bit tired. The next time I'll try to change into a basilisk." "Could you perhaps tell me something about this house? Have you already been here when it was founded?" "Yes, my boy. All of you SSS have been here from the beginning. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff founded this house for students SS like you, while Salazar Slytherin made his Chamber of Secrets SS, where my friend, Amaterasu, live SSS. You should go in." Gowith, transformed back quickly, the phoenix, who was guarding the common room, suddenly trilled with an urgent touch to his voice. Gowith quickly uttered an apology to the basilisk, before he transformed into his phoenix form, flashed back onto his bed in the dormitory and changed back into his human form, scrambling under his covers in exhaustion. "I wonder why the phoenix warned me. Pomfrey wouldn't come through the entrance door, and everyone else is supposed to be in class," he thought. "Well, at least I managed to speak with two of the animals. I hope they will open up to me sometime. I must ask the basilisk about Slytherin's basilisk. I wonder if it is still alive and where it is." Suddenly, the door opened, and his 3 dorm mates entered the room, quietly as not to disturb him, which changed immediately as they saw that he was awake. "Hi Gowith," Draco said aloud. "We thought we'd keep you company and play something." Gowith unconsciously rubbed his forehead. "Don't you have class?" he asked, incredulously. "Yeah, history of magic, but the ghost won't miss us," Blaze replied, smiling. "Or do you want us to leave?" Neville asked shyly. "Of course not," Gowith said, rolling his eyes. "I'm glad to have you here. It's boring. Did you get homework in Transfiguration? We could go to the common room and get a head start on it." "I have a better idea," Draco spoke up thoughtfully. "Do you remember the wizard's chess set for 4 people that was in the 7th year's dormitory, when we had Hermione's birthday party? Maybe you could ask Nina if she can make another one, so that we could play for a while." "All right, but we should be able to take it here or to the common room," Gowith agreed and called Nina, who gave him a thoughtful look. "I has to tries that," Nina said pensively. "I knows not if I cans takes things out of the dormitory, but perhaps I cans makes the chess set here." She concentrated for an instant, and the wizard's chess set for 4 players appeared on Gowithy's bed. The 4 boys made themselves comfortable around the chess set, eyeing it in confusion. "Excuse me, Nina," Draco asked curiously, "what are these chess pieces made of? They feel as if they were chocolate." "Yes, it's a chocolate edition with white, dark, milk and strawberry-flavored chocolate. You cans eats the pieces that you take from the others, and they wills forms again when you begins a new game," Nina explained gently. "That's cool. I'm starving anyway," Blaze blurted out. "Let's begin to play quickly." The 4 boys enjoyed themselves greatly, and to their relief, Pomfrey only came to check on Gowith after the last morning class was over. Seeing that the boys were peacefully playing together, she allowed them to have lunch together in the dormitory. "Thank Merlin that Binns doesn't attend lunch in the Great Hall and can't tell her that you missed history of magic in favor of playing wizard's chess," Gowith chuckled, before he hesitantly took a small bite off Neville's knight. "I should go and speak with the basilisk again," Gowith thought as he drifted off to a small nap, when his friends had left for the afternoon classes. However, when he flashed into the common room later on, knowing that he did not have much time before his housemates were going to come back from their classes, the basilisk was absent. Anguis went to visit a friend, Marlin informed him. "Why don't you speak with the griffin?" Gowith skimmed the tapestry for the griffin. There were so many animals, and a few of them were trying to catch a Grindylow that was running away quickly, jumping here and there to get away from the others. "I wonder what creatures they are," Gowith mused. "At least they seem to be having a lot of fun. But where's the griffin?" "Can't you see her?" Marlin asked, chuckling. "Maybe you can hear her. She is the one snoring." With that, the phoenix took off and landed on something that looked like a brown plush animal and was stretched out on the branch of a nearby tree. Gowith giggled and transformed into a griffin right on time to understand the griffin in the paintings swear about stupid birds that always interrupted nice dreams about a whole field with mice in the sunshine. "You won't find any on the tree," Gowith said in a small voice, causing the Griffin to look down in surprise. "Ah, you decided to pay me a visit. That is indeed honorable. But I tell you now, I'm not going to help you. You must find out everything by yourself." The Griffin chuckled evilly. "Excuse me, sir. I am not a sir. I am a lady," the Griffin interrupted him in a huff, angrily glaring down at him. "My name is Mona, and I was one of Headmaster Godric Gryffindor's familiars." "I am sorry, Lady Mona," Gowith replied, letting out a few coughs. "Are you mocking me?" the Griffin asked in a still upset voice. "No, I'm sorry. That was not my intention," Gowith replied, sighing. "I wonder if I'll be able to get along with her. She seems a bit difficult, and I really don't feel well today," he thought tiredly and decided to try another time. "I'm sorry to have disturbed you, madam. I'll go back to my dormitory now." The Griffin threw him a sharp look. "Oh well, I'll let you go for now. You should go back to bed. However, I'll give you something to think about." Seeing that Gowith looked at her expectantly, she continued, "In aliqua party istius domus extat griffus in pariete. That will lead you to my secret." What? Gowith blurted out in surprise, but the Griffin lay down and drifted back to sleep, ignoring the smaller Griffin in front of the painting completely. "Oh cool. I have no idea what that means. I need to write it down before I forget it. Maybe Hermione can help me to find out what it means." With that he transformed and flashed back to his dormitory, where he quickly scribbled the words on a parchment as far as he could recall them. Hermione looked at the parchment with interest, before she finally admitted, "I have no idea. This looks like a different language. Where did you get that sentence at all?" "The Griffin in the painting gave it to me," Gowith confessed. "I talked to her for a bit this afternoon." Hermione rolled her eyes. "You're lucky that Pomfrey didn't catch you. You were supposed to stay in bed." "Yes, I know," Gowith replied impatiently. "If this is a different language, we should search the library for a spell to translate. What do you think?" Hermione nodded and offered, "I can go to the library and look for a spell if you want." "Or we can go together tomorrow," Gowith replied, sighing inwardly when his head of house entered the dormitory and shooed Hermione out. Unfortunately, on the next day Gowith still wasn't allowed to go anywhere, and, concerned because his recovery took longer than expected, his head of house kept a close eye on him, so that he could neither research the Griffin's secret nor speak with any of the other animals. The following day was Halloween, which turned out so eventful that Gowith nearly forgot about the spell in question. At breakfast, Severus Mind thought to Gowith, "I'm glad to hear that you're back to health. By the way, I spoke with my colleagues, and from today onwards, you're exempt from your defense against the dark arts class. I will teach you in private. Please come to my office after your last afternoon class, so that we can compare our schedules." Gowith looked over to the head table and nodded his agreement, when he suddenly realized that his first morning class was defense. He quickly informed his classmates, knowing that they were all aware of his problem with Professor Quirrell but had promised to keep the matter to themselves. After breakfast, he returned to the common room to catch up on some homework, which he had missed while he was sick and not allowed to study. Totally engrossed in his potions homework, he was nearly late for charms, especially as Pomfrey had forbidden him to transform for a few days, so that he could not flash to the small alcove near the charms classroom and had to walk through the huge castle. Unfortunately, Ron Weasley took the seat that Hermione had reserved for Gowith, and when Hermione saw fit to lecture the Gryffindor how to correctly speak an incantation, the first-year Merlins ended up having a huge fight with Ron after the class. "You think you're better anyway, like all the Merlins, you unbearable know-it-all," he spat. "Like Snape, who can miss classes as he wants because his daddy is a teacher here." "Shut up, Weasel," Draco hissed, "and leave Hermione and Gowith in peace. You know nothing, you." "Draco, stop it. It's all right," Gowith interrupted him, seeing that Hermione seemed very hurt. "I might be a know-it-all," she spoke up in a thin voice, "however, you're a jealous, selfish git, and you should consider your own behavior before criticizing others. No wonder that you don't have any friends, not even in your own house," Draco sneered. "Even your brothers will despise you after hearing what you said to Hermione and Gowith. The twins are best friends with them."
With that, Ron left in a huff and didn't even show up for the rest of their classes. At dinner time, Neville entered the Great Hall and turned to his friends in concern.
"Ron has been in the boys' washing room on the first floor the whole afternoon. He is trying to cast the spell Draco used on him in their duel as well as a blasting spell at the mirror. At least that's what he told me. I left, before he could hit me. He said he was going to miss dinner. Why do we have to care about him? He was the one who attacked Hermione and Gowith, Blaise replied, shrugging. Exactly. I don't think he knows the spell I cast anyway, only the light version of it, which is completely harmless, because Pomfrey can heal the cuts in a blink, Draco said, glancing at the Gryffindor table. I don't care either. It was him who started the fight and not us, Gowith mused. But he's the twins' brother. I could try to get along with him. A voice at the back of his head spoke up. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when all of a sudden Professor Quirrell stormed into the Great Hall, announcing that he had seen a troll in the dungeons, before he collapsed unconscious and the headmaster sent everyone back to their dormitories. Gowith, should we do anything about Ron? Neville suddenly whispered. Somehow, I feel responsible, because I know where he is. Gowith sighed. It's all right, Neville. Go back to Merlin with the others. I'll go and flash him back to Gryffindor. He turned around in surprise when a stern voice caught his attention. Gowith, you're not supposed to transform. Could you perhaps bother to listen to Professor Pomfrey for once? Hermione asked in apparent annoyance. Yes, but this is important, Gowith replied. What if something happened to him? He quickly transformed into his phoenix form and flashed right in front of the boys' washroom, where he changed back into his human form, before he hesitantly entered the room. Ron was sitting on the floor, examining the cuts that were spread over all the visible parts of his body. Ron, Gowith said quietly in order not to surprise the boy. Are you all right? Why do you care? Go away, the other boy replied in a huff. I do care, Gowith replied in a soft voice. You're the little brother of my best friends. Just leave me in peace, Ron growled, pointing his wand at Gowith. There is a troll in the dungeons, and I came to take you away from here. Everyone is supposed to return to their common rooms, Gowith said firmly, not even bothering to pull his wand as well. I'm going to transform into my phoenix form. Please grab my tail feathers, and I'll take you to Gryffindor. Ron swore and turned away, only to pale visibly as he looked straight at the troll, who chose that instant to enter the room through the half-open door. Quickly. Grab my tail feathers. Gowith shouted and hurriedly transformed. With relief he noticed that Ron accepted his offer. As soon as he felt the boy hold on, he flashed away. However, instead of heading to Gryffindor, he changed his mind and took the boy to his head of house's office, knowing that his cuts needed to be mended. Pomfrey looked sharply at the boys, before she turned into healer's mode and mended Ron's cuts in a blink. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Snape, what happened? Did you have a fight? She asked as she slid her wand back into her robe pocket. Gowith, who had transformed into his human form upon arriving at the hospital wing, hesitantly averted his eyes to the floor and merely shook his head, waiting for the other boy to speak up. I just tried a few spells and apparently didn't succeed, Ron explained shortly. Snape came and flashed me away because there was a troll. A troll? Pomfrey queried in disbelief, and Gowith quickly told her about the matter. Shall I flash Ron back to Gryffindor? He asked, causing the healer to glare at him and scold him for transforming and flashing at all. I'm sorry, but I thought it was important to save Ron from the troll, Gowith replied in an upset voice. Pomfrey sighed. 5 points from Merlin for acting against my orders, she said sternly, before she continued in a softer voice, and 10 points to Merlin for helping a classmate in danger. With that she led Gowith through the connecting door to the Merlin common room, before she took Ron through the flow to Gryffindor. Gowith had just told his friends the whole story, when his father's voice penetrated his mind. Gowith, are you busy? If not, could you please flash home for a moment? Severus thought to him. I really should learn to communicate telepathically, Gowith thought and quickly informed his friends, before he transformed and flashed home. To his surprise, Severus was sitting in his favorite armchair with one foot placed on the table in front of him. His right leg seemed to be badly injured. Dad, what happened? Gowith trilled in shock. I'll tell you afterwards. Do you think you could try to heal the injury with your tears? Severus asked softly, and Gowith noticed that his voice was pain-stricken. Of course, he said soothingly and jumped onto the table, from where he leaned over the leg and carefully let a few tears drop into the open wound. It's amazing that Phoenix tears come so easily, I don't even have to be really sad. My concern upon seeing such a wound and my love towards Dad is enough. Gawith thought as he observed the wound heal completely. Thank you so much for healing me, Severus said in apparent relief, before he explained about a three-headed dog that was residing in the castle to guard something. I didn't trust Quirrell and thought that he might have let in the troll in to divert everyone's attention and get around the dog. Unfortunately, the beast bit me. Oh well, I should let you go, before you'll be missed. It's already curfew. All right, Dad. Good night, Gawith trilled and flashed straight into his dormitory, where he quickly changed back into his human form, recalling that Pomfrey had already taken points from him for transforming earlier. Unbeknownst to Gawith, his head of house was angrily awaiting his return in the common room with the intention of teaching him to obey for once. When Gawith slowly descended to the common room, everyone was having tea together, and he realized in annoyance that his head of house was there as well. I just hope she didn't miss me, he thought as he tried to unobtrusively sit between Neville and Blaise. How nice of you to join us, Mr. Snape, Pomfrey spoke up in a stern voice. May I ask where you have been? Gawith quickly considered to lie but dismissed the thought and confessed that he needed to go and help his father with something. Do I assume correctly that you flashed once more against my clear orders? Pomfrey queried, glaring at him. Yes. I'm sorry, Professor, Gawith admitted in a barely audible voice. Pomfrey let out a long sigh. Mr. Snape, it is only an hour ago that I reminded you not to transform let alone flash and that I even took house points, she said in exasperation. You have a Phoenix familiar, who can flash you at any time if you're in a hurry for some reason. If my colleagues or I give you an instruction, it's for a valid reason, and you have to learn to follow instructions. What do you suggest that I do with you, so that you remember to obey our orders the next time? Gawith couldn't help blushing deeply. I'm sorry, Professor, he whispered. I didn't think of asking Yuki. I'll try to remember to obey. Maybe I could serve detention in the hospital wing for a week? No, I don't want you to do additional work, considering that you're not back to your full strength yet after your illness, which is why it is so important that you do not transform, Pomfrey replied thoughtfully. Instead, you will be grounded for a week. Apart from classes and meals, I expect you to be either here or in your dormitory. No Quidditch practice for a week, Gawith thought sadly and turned to Oliver. Maybe you should let Draco play on the match next Saturday if I can't practice with you right before the match. Nonsense, Oliver replied, dismissing Gawithy's idea immediately. Professor, Gawith will be allowed to play in the match, won't he? Of course. 1 week from now ends on Thursday evening, so there is no reason why he couldn't play on Saturday. Thank Merlin, Gawith sighed in relief. The match Merlin vs. Ravenclaw was the first match that was going to take place, and Gawith really didn't want to miss it. Very well then, Pomfrey spoke up. I will speak with Professor Snape and with our colleagues about your plan, provided that he agrees. Please inform Mr. Snape about Mr. Longbottom's idea. With that the healer said good night and left the common room, causing Gawith to look questioningly at Neville. Neville thought that if your father doesn't trust Professor Quirrell, it wouldn't be good to single you out and possibly alert him to the fact that he's able to hurt you. Therefore, he suggested that your father should teach the 8 of us and not only you, Hermione explained quickly, leaving Gawith stunned at his friend's thoughtfulness. That would be fantastic. I'd love to have defense together with the 7 of you, he said eagerly. I hope that my father and the other professors will agree to the plan. Thank you, Neville. No problem, Neville replied. I'd prefer your father over Professor Quirrell, although I think that he hates me, but perhaps it's only because I'm such an idiot when it comes to potions. I never get anything right. Really? Gawith asked in surprise. He had noticed that his father often scolded Neville, but was he really so bad? Let's sit together in potions, he suggested kindly. Maybe I can help you. Thank you, Gawith, Neville replied gratefully, reaching for his potions book when Hermione reminded them that they had still homework to do. Unbeknownst to Gawith, Pomfrey went straight to the potions master's office and had a long conversation with Severus about the first year's defense class and his son's behavior. Severus agreed immediately to teach the 8 first years instead of Gawith alone and even awarded Neville 10 house points for his thoughtfulness. I'm sure Mr. Longbottom will be very happy about the praise, especially if it comes from you, Pomfrey said, smiling. The boy seems to be very afraid of you. Severus sighed. He's an absolute dunderhead at potions. Maybe I should pair him up with Gowith. He might be able to help him. Speaking of Gowith, Pomfrey said thoughtfully, and Severus groaned inwardly upon realizing that the healer's mouth stretched to a thin line. What did he do now? I hope he didn't play any more pranks, he asked sternly. Pomfrey let out a long sigh. No, Severus, he didn't prank anyone. However, he seems to live in his own world. He always tries to help others regardless of any orders that I or any of his other teachers have given him. For example, I forbade him to transform into any animal for at least 2 more days due to his recent illness. However, this evening he saved Ronald Weasley from the troll and flashed him to the hospital wing. And shortly afterwards he flashed to you and back in spite of the fact that I already took points from him. Severus, I'm at a loss. I'm sorry, Poppy. I didn't know that he was not supposed to transform and asked him telepathically if he could flash to me for a moment, because I needed his help, Severus said thoughtfully. In that case it's all right that he went to see you, although all students were supposed to remain in their common rooms. However, he should have asked Yuki to flash him instead of transforming again, Pomfrey replied in a still upset voice. I grounded him for a week, although I somehow doubt that it'll help. I hope that's all right with you. Of course, Poppy. You're his head of house, and I agree completely with your methods of education. You have my full support, Severus said firmly. In that case I won't invite him to brew together during the weekend. Thank you, Severus, Pomfrey said gratefully. I really like Gowith. He is such a sweet child, but he has to learn to obey, especially as he is very reckless towards himself, which is probably still caused by his childhood upbringing. If I'm grounded, maybe I'll be able to talk with the animals in the painting, Gowith thought when he returned to Merlin House after his last class on Friday afternoon. However, during the week, he never was alone in the common room. Someone always kept him company, so that he didn't have a chance to secretly speak with any of the animals. Neither could he go to the library to check out the Griffin's text, which was very frustrating. On Monday morning, he decided to ask his father if he knew a spell to translate other languages into English. I can look it up, Severus offered gently. In fact, I feel a bit guilty to have lured you into my quarters, which caused you to become grounded. I'll contact you later on. Thank you, Dad, Gowith said gratefully. But it's not your fault. I was stupid, because I forgot that I could ask Yuki to flash me. Still, I'd be glad if you could help with the text. When dinner was nearly finished, Severus strode behind the Merlin table and said in his soft, baritone voice, Mr. Snape, please follow me. Gowith eagerly followed his father out of the great hall, giving him an expectant look when he stopped in the entrance hall and turned around. Gowith, the text is Latin, and I'm not sure if my translation is absolutely correct, but it probably means the following. Somewhere in this house, there is a griffin on the wall. Does that make sense? Was it a griffin that gave you the text? Yes, Dad. Thank you so much for finding out the meaning, Gowith said gratefully. I'll probably have to search the whole house. Maybe being grounded is not so bad. He chuckled, causing his father to roll his eyes and smirk in obvious amusement. Gowith, please behave yourself. Severus slightly admonished his son and gently pulled him into a slight hug. During the following days, Gowith spent every free minute checking the walls in Merlin House. However, he didn't find as much as the trace of a griffin and finally decided to ask his classmates for help, wondering why the other 7 first years seemed strangely busy that week. If Gowith had hoped that his relationship to Ronald Weasley might have improved by the events on Halloween, he was sadly mistaken. Ron ceased to openly attack Gowith, but his behavior towards his Merlin classmates did not change at all. Thank Merlin that he isn't on the Quidditch team, Gowith thought as he readied himself for his first real match. Due to being grounded for a week, he was well rested and was looking forward to the match, at least until he sat at the Merlin table for breakfast on Saturday morning. Gowith, you need to eat, Hermione admonished him for the umpteenth time. Yeah, right after the match, Gowith replied absent-mindedly, when his father mind thought to him, Gowith, are you excited? Be glad that you're only playing against Ravenclaw and not Slytherin. Gowith threw a menacing glare at the head table, seeing Severus smirk. Don't worry, son. You'll do fine, the potions master added calmingly, causing Gowith to relax just a little bit. As soon as he took into the air together with his teammates, the excitement was completely gone, and Gowith concentrated on finding the snitch, which was efficiently hiding between the low-hanging white clouds. It looks as if it was going to snow, Gowith mused, skimming the white sky for small golden wings. Unfortunately, it began to snow after a few minutes, and it became nearly impossible to spot the snitch. Gowith feverishly searched for his favorite ball, glad to notice that the Ravenclaw seeker apparently had no clue on the whereabouts of the small, golden ball either. About 2 hours into the match, he suddenly felt as if someone was trying to pull his broom backwards. He looked around in shock, only to see the twins right behind him. "Go on and catch the snitch, we're freezing," the twins said, laughing. "I know. Sorry," he apologized and dashed away upon finally spotting the snitch a short distance away. Seconds later, he laid his right hand around the struggling ball and made his way down to the ground, escorted by Fred and George. As soon as he landed on the ground and held the snitch up for everyone to see, Madame Hooch ended the match and announced, 470 to 180, Merlin wins. "We won," Gowith mused happily as he hurried inside to take a hot shower. "I wonder if the twins have planned a party." To Gowith's surprise, it wasn't the twins but the 17 Merlin students who were not on the team, who had arranged for a huge party in the party room turned 7th-year boys' dormitory. The room was similar to the last time, however, there was only one huge table, surrounded by 24 chairs and loaded with delicacies and drinks, and the swimming pool looked like a Quidditch pitch above the water. "We did a bit of research," Hermione began to explain upon seeing the team's disbelieving looks, "and we thought that it must be possible to play Quidditch in the water. If you use your magic to jump instead of flying, it should work. We even talked about it with Madame Hooch, and she told us that there is indeed a sport called aquaquid. She said you should try it out," Neville threw in. "That's why I was alone in here so often, only with the other team members," Gowith thought in surprise. He had already wondered where the rest of his housemates used to spend their evenings while he was grounded during the week. Only during the team's practice, his friends had always shown up to keep him company. "The idea is brilliant, but we need to eat something first," the twins shouted, and everyone happily stormed the buffet. Later on, someone shouted, "Now, let's play aquaquid," and everyone lined up in front of the Golden Gate. They formed 2 random aquaquid teams with Oliver and Marcus as the captains, and Gowith sighed in relief when Marcus immediately chose him as seeker. "Thank Merlin I don't have to play any other position," he thought. However, he realized soon that it was very difficult to coax his magic into making him jump far enough to be halfway able to catch the snitch, and an hour later, neither he nor Cedric, who was playing seeker for the other team, had managed to grab the small ball out of the air, although he had spotted it several times and was sure Cedric had as well. It was nearly dinner time when Gowith noticed that he was slowly becoming exhausted from swimming after flying for a few hours, and he decided to take an extraordinary method to finish the match. Hoping that his plan worked and glad that he was allowed to transform again, he waved Cedric over and whispered, "Let's catch the snitch together." Ignoring the boy's questioning look, he carefully changed into his phoenix form, before he transformed into a dolphin. Lowering his back towards Cedric, he motioned the older boy to sit on his back with a move of his head, before he took a huge jump in the direction of the goalpost, where the snitch had been hovering for a few minutes. While their housemates hurried to the sides of the pool in surprise, Cedric caught the snitch from the dolphin's back, and under huge applause the unusual couple returned to the water. Only when Gowith had transformed back into his human form, he realized that his surroundings had become very quiet, and he slowly followed his friend's looks to the door. Their head of house was standing in the doorframe, observing the scene in front of her with surprise. Apparently unaware of her students' anxious looks, she finally spoke up. You're having a wonderful party room. And that was very well done, Mr. Diggory and Mr. Snape. I'm sure you would be able to win aquaquid over every other possible Hogwarts team." "Professor," Cedric spoke up thoughtfully, stepping through the Golden Gate, "Madame Hooch told the others that it should be possible for us to play aquaquid. But neither Gowith nor I were able to jump high enough to catch the snitch." "Did she say that?" Pomfrey asked. "Well, then she should teach you aquaquid. Perhaps it affords too much wandless magic for students of your age. I'll ask her later on. Congratulations to your victory, by the way. I'm very proud of you." On Sunday morning, Gowith finally spoke with his classmates about the griffin that was supposed to be on one of the walls, and the first years spent the whole morning inefficiently skimming the walls of Merlin House. "You better ask the griffin once more," Draco advised Gowith when they still hadn't found anything by lunchtime. "I'll do so," But she really is a snob. It's not easy to talk to her, Gowith replied, glad that he had an appointment with his father right after lunch. Maybe I'll speak with her during the winter holidays, he mused as he slowly walked down to the dungeons, wondering what his father wanted to brew. Perhaps we could brew some fruit drops for my friends for Christmas, he thought as he entered their quarters. With surprise he realized that his father was just having tea together with the cat professor. Hello Gowith, the two professors greeted him and motioned him to sit on the sofa and have some tea as well. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, he said hesitantly. That's all right, Gowith, Severus replied, smiling. We called you here for a reason. In fact, we wanted to discuss something with you. Seeing that Gowith threw him a questioning look, he continued. Professor McGonagall and I would like to get away from our meddling colleagues during the holidays. We were thinking about spending a few days at Prince Manor, my ancestors' home, and we'd like you to join us. Gowith looked at the adults in shock. Since he had come to Hogwarts, Severus had never spent as much as a night anywhere else, except for their ski trip last year. And now he wants to go on holidays together with the cat professor? He wondered. I don't have any other plans, but wouldn't it be much nicer for you to go just by yourselves? He asked hesitantly. Gowith, you're Severus' son, and of course we want you to accompany us, McGonagall replied in a soft voice. Otherwise we wouldn't have asked you. You don't have to decide now, Gowith, Severus said gently. Just think about it. It's still a few weeks until then. However, we'd like you to keep the matter to yourself. We wouldn't want to cause uproar among the students because of knowing that the Gryffindor and Slytherin heads spend their holidays together. Gowith laughed in understanding. He and the two teachers spent a while drinking tea and talking about this and that, before McGonagall excused herself and Severus asked Gowith if he wanted to brew something. For the rest of the afternoon, the two Snapes busied themselves in the potions lab, brewing several kinds of fruit and chocolate drops as Christmas presents for their friends. Is Dad interested in the cat professor? Gowith mused, absent-mindedly counting to 36 as he stirred his potion clockwise. I always thought that Professor Sinistra was interested in him, but Dad apparently doesn't overly like her. But the cat professor? Oh well, I'd prefer her over Sinistra. It would be so cool if they got together. I'd love to have a real family with a father and a mother. He was pulled out of his thoughts when Severus gently laid a hand on his shoulder and queried, Are you feeling all right, Gowith? You seem strangely absent-minded today. Sorry Dad. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something, Gowith said quickly and tried to concentrate on properly finishing the potion he was just brewing. I won't go with them, he decided on the way back to Merlin later on after having dinner at home together with Severus. I'll ask my head of house if she can help me to feign being ill or something, so that I can't go and they can spend some quality time together. Little did he know that the problem was going to resolve itself in a tragic way. During the following weeks, Gowith was busy with Quidditch training, homework, teaching Neville potions, assisting his father and closely examining the walls of Merlin House in order to find a griffin somewhere on the wall. One night, he woke up to Fox and Yuki having a trilled conversation right next to his ears. What is it? He asked sleepily, causing the two birds to chuckle. I just thought that you have been such a good boy recently, so studious and boring, Fox trilled. I believe that it's time for a nice prank. A prank? Gowith sighed, glancing at his alarm clock that showed 4 o'clock in the morning. He hurriedly transformed into his phoenix form, before he said, Let's flash into the common room, so that we won't wake up the others. Fox and Yuki obeyed, and the three phoenixes made themselves comfortable on the back of a sofa in front of the painting with the animals. Fox, don't you think that I've been in enough trouble recently? Being grounded for a whole week and such? Gowith trilled in exasperation, fluffing his feathers in anticipation of Fox's reaction. Ah, but that was for a good reason. That was no fun, Fox replied and quickly let out a series of ideas in order to prank the headmaster, the whole staff or all of the students. Suddenly, Marlin, who had been following their conversation with interest, threw in, I like the one with the bathtub. That sounds like much fun for everyone. And how am I supposed to cast such a spell? Gowith asked, annoyed. You're capable of wandless magic, aren't you? Marlin queried and, seeing Gowith nod, continued, do you know if anyone else can do wandless magic as well? The twins, Gowith replied thoughtfully. At least they managed to do the juggling charm together with me. The twins of hell? Marlin chuckled. I love them. Fox taught Gowith 2 spells and advised him to cast the first one together with Fred and George. Please do it at dinner tonight. I'm going to attend, and I'm in dire need of a good laugh. At breakfast, Gowith quietly informed the twins, who agreed immediately that it was time for a few pranks. We should do that one in the Gryffindor common room, where the 2 gits of our brothers are doing their homework, they chuckled together. But the cat professor would know that it was this, because no one except for me can easily get into Gryffindor, Gowith disagreed. Apart from that, the Gryffindors are in a bad mood anyway after losing the Quidditch match against Slytherin, and they think that it's our fault, because so many members of the former Gryffindor team transferred to Merlin. No, let's do it at dinner tonight. After their last afternoon class, the 3 boys retreated to the unused 6th-year boys' dormitory in Merlin and practiced the spell that Fox had told Gowith. Deciding that they did not even have to cast the spell wandlessly, they finally headed to the Great Hall for dinner and sat on the opposite side of their normal seats in order to have a good look at the head table. As soon as the teachers had begun to eat, apparently deeply engrossed in multiple conversations, Gowith unobtrusively nodded at the twins and pointed his hand at the head table, while the twins waved their wands under the table. The whole school watched with excitement as the head table was transfigured into a huge bathtub. Plates, glasses and everything that had been on the table were now floating on the water. When the teachers bravely continued their meal, Gowith once again unobtrusively waved his hand, quietly uttering an incantation. Thank Merlin Pomfrey is not here tonight. She'd probably know that it was me, because she somehow seems to be able to look through me, he mused, observing the mess at the head table which he had just caused by adding waves to the bathtub. Tea and pumpkin juice was spilled, and the water in the bathtub was soon decorated by tomatoes, broccoli and other vegetables. Everyone looked at the head table in amusement that quickly turned into anticipation when the headmaster slowly rose from his chair and waved his hand over the great hall, quietly uttering a long incantation. Suddenly, from above all 5 house tables it began to rain butterbeer that poured down on the tables and their occupants, turning everyone and everything brown and sticky. I'm sure that was the twins. It's their fault that we can't properly eat our dinner, Gowith heard Ron complain from the nearby Gryffindor table, when everyone quickly left the Great Hall in order to possibly be the first to be able to take a shower. Thank Merlin we're so few people in our house that we can shower all at the same time. Otherwise, we'd have to ask the house elves to change our party room to a huge bathroom, Gowith thought, chuckling, as he cleaned himself from the stinky brown liquid. Suddenly, Severus' voice penetrated his mind. That was a good prank, Gowith. Well done. My father knows that it was me, he told the twins later on. He didn't seem angry though. That's good because we want you to ask him if we can brew a prank potion to give to everyone at the leaving feast. Gowith groaned. And what might that be? He asked, raising an eyebrow at the twins in a very Snape-ish manner. Oh, wait and see, you don't have to help, although we'd appreciate your brewing proficiency, the twins laughed. I really need Dad to teach me how to contact him telepathically, Gowith thought and resolved to flash home for a few minutes. Severus agreed to teach Gowith telepathy during the winter holidays, and he also allowed the 3 boys to brew their prank potion in the potions classroom on Sunday morning, knowing that all 3 of them were very responsible when it came to potions. During the leaving feast that took place on Friday evening, all the students' heads transformed into that of Santa Claus with red hats and long white beards that could rival that of Albus Dumbledore. Everyone except for Ron Weasley laughed about the matter. He is a stupid git, Fred said to Gowith. He complained so much about Hogwarts and whatever and insisted on going home tomorrow. Originally, he was supposed to remain at Hogwarts over the holidays just like us. I'm glad that you're going to stay, and that all of our housemates agreed to remain here until Christmas morning, Gowith replied, smiling. Well, it was nice of your father to make portkeys for all of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return home on Christmas Day, George said thoughtfully. By the way, don't you think that it's time to plan our Christmas party? Fred continued. Of course it is. Let's talk with Nina tomorrow morning, when everyone else accompanies the others to the station. Gowith, Severus' voice suddenly penetrated Gowithy's mind. Considering that it's difficult to learn how to use telepathy, I suggest that we have lessons every morning, beginning tomorrow right after breakfast. Is that all right with you? Gowith slowly turned around to face his father and unobtrusively nodded, before he grabbed his forehead as a sharp pain shot through his scar when he looked at Professor Quirrell, who was sitting next to Severus. I must ask Dad if he could find out anything, he resolved as he quickly finished his meal, glad to be able to leave the Great Hall. The telepathy lessons turned out to be much more difficult than Gowith had anticipated. You must try to clear your own mind from all thoughts and concentrate on my mind in order to be able to communicate through telepathy, Severus explained patiently. But how do I clear my mind? Gowith asked helplessly as he feverishly tried to push the thoughts of the twins away, who were just meeting with Nina to plan their Christmas party. Severus smirked. It works a bit similar to occlumency, which I would recommend for you to learn as well. You must try to bundle your thoughts on an image. Try to get a picture in front of your mind. For example, I use a picture of a silver cauldron, in which a calming draft is simmering. You can as well use a picture of a snitch or whatever. Try to fully concentrate on the image that you want to use. You don't have to tell me what it is if you don't want to. Gowith remained thoughtful for a short while, before he said slowly, there are white clouds in the sky, and a wind phoenix is flashing here and there, causing the clouds to whirl around in the whirlwind it causes. That's a very good and fitting image, Gowith, Severus said warmly. Now try to concentrate on it. Don't think about anything else. If that was so easy, Gowith thought in exasperation as he tiredly walked home after his third lesson with his father, when he suddenly saw Professor Quirrell walk straight into the Forbidden Forest. I wonder what he is up to, he mused. I really don't trust him. Unfortunately, neither Gowith nor his housemates, with whom he spoke about Professor Quirrell, were able to find out anything about the strange teacher. When Gowith asked Severus, his father merely instructed him to be extremely careful around the man and promised to inform Gowith right away as soon as he knew anything that was based on facts and not on mere assumptions. One night, Gowith was exhausted but wide awake after practicing to clear his mind for a while. Noticing that his roommates were already fast asleep, he decided to return to the common room and try to speak with the griffin. A few minutes later, he was standing in front of the painting of the animals in his griffin form. Lady Mona, may I disturb you for a moment? He hesitantly asked the griffin that was playing soccer with a unicorn. The griffin looked down at him and chuckled. I watched your efforts, little one. Everyone here is having much fun observing you and your housemates search for the griffin on the wall. Unfortunately, you forgot something essential in order to be able to see the griffin. Excuse me, Lady Mona, but what? Gowith slowly trailed off, eyeing the older griffin in confusion. Well, it's the griffin's secret, Mona replied, smirking. I'm glad to be able to give you something to think about, little one. And now off to bed with you, before I have to instruct the tortoise to fetch your head of house. It's nearly midnight. Gowith let out a disappointed sigh. All right. Good night, Lady Mona, he said and transformed back into his phoenix form to flash back to bed. She really is a beep, he thought in annoyance as he lay down and pondered the matter until sleep claimed him. Perhaps you have to be in your griffin form in order to be able to see the griffin, Hermione said thoughtfully, when Gowith told his classmates about his conversation with Mona. Leave it to our Hermione to get the clue, Millicent spoke up excitedly. I think that's it, Gowith. Can you search again in your griffin form? I'll try in the afternoon, Gowith promised and flashed home for his telepathy and occlumency lesson. In the afternoon, Gowith searched the whole house in his griffin form without any success. Very frustrated, he returned to the common room, where his housemates were trying to cast wrapping spells at the Christmas presents for their families. Did you search the girls' dormitories as well? Mandy queried. Right, Hermione agreed. After what you told us about how the griffin loves to emphasize that she is a lady, it is well possible that her secret is placed within or between the girls' dormitories. That sounds logical, Gowith agreed thoughtfully. However, how am I supposed to get there? The stairs are charmed so that boys can't get upstairs. Yeah, but you won't go as a boy but as a griffin, Neville threw in. Maybe that's different. Gowith sighed and already transformed back into his phoenix form in order to change into a griffin, when Hermione held him back. It's nearly dinner time, Gowith. Why don't you leave that for tomorrow? That's true, Gowith agreed, feeling tired of searching the house anyway. At breakfast, the headmaster announced that everyone was allowed to go to Hogsmeade for the day in case they wanted to do last-minute Christmas shopping, provided that they remained in groups of at least 3 students. Oh no, Gowith groaned inwardly. By the time my morning class with Dad is finished, they'll all have already left. However, suddenly Severus' voice penetrated his mind. Gowith, arrange something to meet with your friends at lunchtime. I'll take you to Hogsmeade after our lesson if you want. Gowith turned around to face the head table and threw his father a grateful look, only to turn back quickly when he met the defense teacher's gaze. Seeing that his hand automatically moved to rub his forehead, Hermione asked in concern, "Are you all right, Gowith?"
Of course. I just have to remember to evade Quirrell's look, Jade replied in annoyance, before he changed the topic. My father told me to meet you at Hogsmeade for lunch.
We'll wait at the Three Broomsticks then, Draco reassured him, and the other 6 first-years nodded their consent. Gowith, last night I went to see a Gryffindor friend after curfew, Oliver said in a small voice, and I overheard your father speak with Professor Quirrell. Seeing that everyone looked at him expectantly, he continued. Quirrell seemed to be angry about the fact that he is teaching the first-year Merlin's defense against the dark arts in spite of him being the defense teacher. Oops, and what did my father say? Gowith asked in concern. He said something like, you should know best why I can't entrust my son and his friends to your guidance. I don't remember the exact words. I'm not really sure what he meant anyway. Just Professor Quirrell didn't seem very pleased, and well, I was glad that I wasn't the one your father was talking to in the tone he used. Gowith, do you have an idea why your head always hurts in Professor Quirrell's presence? I mean that's absolutely not normal, Hermione asked thoughtfully, giving Gowith a sharp look. I really need to tell my housemates or at least the 7 first-years the truth about my real identity, Gowith mused, before he replied, I'm not exactly sure. I must ask my father. Maybe he can explain it to me. I'll ask him later on. It's time for me to head to the dungeons anyway. However, before Gowith could move from his chair, a sharp pain struck his forehead, and a small moan escaped his lips. Gowith, don't rub your forehead. Leave your hands on the table, Blaise, who was sitting opposite of Gowith, suddenly hissed. Quirrell is looking here, and we don't want him to know that he causes you pain. That's right, Gowith replied miserably. I didn't know that he could do that if I'm not even looking at him. Blaise, is my father still there? No, he left a few minutes ago, the other boy replied.
Take care, Jade. We'll meet you at lunchtime, Hermione said softly.
Gowith agreed and hurriedly left the Great Hall after confirming with a glance at his wristwatch that Severus was already at home. As soon as he closed the door behind him, he transformed and flashed home, heading straight for his perch. Gowith, what's wrong? Severus queried in surprise, seeing that Gowith did not immediately transform as usual but remained on his perch and fluffed his feathers. Dad, can we talk for a few minutes, before we begin practicing? Gowith asked pleadingly and hopped onto the table. Of course, Severus replied softly. Did something happen? Gowith carefully stepped onto Severus' knee and told his father about his worries about Professor Quirrell. He attacked me. No, he didn't attack me, but he looked at me from behind, and it hurt terribly. Do you think he can find out who I am and willingly try to hurt me? Somehow, he had the impression as if there was a scene, which he remembered, but it was very faint and he couldn't place it. Maybe it was only a dream, he mused, but I'm afraid. Gowith, that might be possible, Severus said softly. Therefore, it's very important that you're careful, and I also want you to never be alone with Professor Quirrell. If you see him when you're alone, try to unobtrusively transform and flash away. I'll do that, Gowith promised. Severus cast him a concerned look as he thoughtfully changed the topic. There is something else that we need to discuss, Severus said hesitantly. Normally, the students receive pocket money from their parents before they come to Hogwarts, especially those above 3rd year, who are allowed to regularly visit Hogsmeade. However, since you're living here and can come home at any time, there was no need for us to think about it before. For today, I will give you a small bag with 3 galleons. I don't think that you'll need that much money, but take it with you just in case. Anyway, I suggest that we discuss the matter about pocket money during the holidays, and I should also take you to Gringotts some time, so that you can activate your vaults. My vaults? Gowith queried in surprise. Yes, Gowith, your parents were not poor, and they left you a lot of money. Frankly speaking, I don't want you to use any of that money at least before you finish Hogwarts, and there might even be vaults, which you will only be able to access when you turn 17 anyway. However, I believe that you should be informed about your possessions. All right, Dad. Thank you, Gowith trilled, not really sure what to think of the matter. Now are you feeling well enough and up to practicing telepathy, or would you prefer brewing something together first? Severus asked gently, looking at the phoenix on his knee in concern. My head doesn't hurt anymore, at least not in my phoenix form, but I don't know if I'll be able to concentrate enough, Gowith replied thoughtfully. Maybe it would be good to brew something first. Oh, by the way, Dad, do you have an idea what I could give your colleagues for Christmas? I'll give the fruit drops, which we brewed last weekend, to my friends, but considering that I already gave the teachers fruit drops last year, Gowith let out a long sigh. You could brew a similar potion, but instead of making fruit drops from it, you can give it to them as a flavored liquid to put into their tea, Severus suggested. We can do that right away. I'll assist. Thank you so much, Gowith said in relief and hopped down to the floor, where he transformed into his human form. The two Snapes headed into Severus' private lab, where the potion's master laid out a recipe in front of his son. Feel free to add whatever flavor you think they'll like, he said, smirking as he swiftly began to prepare the ingredients. An hour later, Gowith had brewed 5 different kind of flavored liquids, which he filled into very tiny phials. Dad, can you please show me how to magically label the phials? He asked pleadingly. So far, Severus had always refused to that certain request, insisting that he only taught students how to magically label a phial after they had taken their potions owl with an excellent grade. Well, your brewing is already at owl level, and considering that it is for a present for my colleagues and that your handwriting is atrocious, Severus said, smirking, and finally taught Gowith the spell. The boy sighed in relief. Thank you, Dad. May I ask Cicero to give it to everyone on Christmas Day? Of course, Gowith. You know how to call Cicero, don't you? Severus replied, surprised, and waved his wand around the room to clean up. Now then, let's get to our lesson. Do you want to practice here or in the office? Here, Gowith replied and tried to concentrate on the task ahead. 2 hours and several inefficient efforts to think to his father later, Gowith happily followed Severus to the entrance hall in order to spend the afternoon with his friends in Hogsmeade. Gowith, Minerva and I will chaperone your visit. We have to take turns with Professors Sprout and Flitwick, Severus informed Gowith on their way out of the dungeons. Therefore, we're going to meet Minerva in the entrance hall. Dad? Gowith whispered, before he could stop himself, is the cat professor your girlfriend? Severus nearly chocked as understanding set in of what his son was implying. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, he replied, she is a colleague of mine, nothing else. She even was my teacher when I was a student here, and she is the Gryffindor head of house, if I might remind you. Do you think it's surprising that we get along well, considering that we have people like Professor Quirrell among our colleagues and everyone else is much older than us? No, of course not. I'm sorry, sir, Gowith replied, suddenly feeling very stupid. When they met with Minerva in the entrance hall, he couldn't help blushing deeply. The 8 Merlin first years spent a happy afternoon at Hogsmeade, buying last-minute Christmas presents as well as a few sweets for themselves. Do we need to buy anything for our Christmas party? Gowith asked the others, knowing that everyone else had made plans for their party, while he was having his lesson with his father. No, Oliver and the twins said they were going to buy a few things, but we don't need much, considering that we can ask the house elves for nearly everything, Draco informed him. Now, can we go back to Hogwarts? It's freezing out here. Everyone agreed, and the group of first years swiftly returned to the castle. When Gowith tiredly stepped down to the common room in the morning, the twins cornered him. Gowith, what do you think of a snowman building contest? Fred asked eagerly. I think that's a brilliant idea, provided that you don't pull through with it before lunch. I have to go home for my lesson with my father, Gowith replied slowly, throwing the twins a questioning look. No problem, we can wait and do the contest after lunch, the twins agreed immediately. Are you going to involve the teachers as well? Hermione, who had just witnessed their conversation, threw in. Why not? Gowith replied. Shall I flash to the headmaster's office and ask Fawkes to suggest the contest to Professor Dumbledore? That's a good idea, the twins agreed. Gowith transformed into his phoenix form. It's time to play Fawkes a visit anyway, he thought as he flashed straight to his friend's perch. Gowith nearly fell from the perch upon realizing that he had arrived right in the middle of one of the fights between Fawkes and the Sorting Hat, who had already grown back to his usual self. "You stupid, reckless murderer," the hat hissed, apparently in reply to something Fox had said. "I just meant well when I tried removing some dust off you, you dirty rag, but unfortunately, you're as rotten and dusty as before, you filthy know-it-all," Fox replied angrily, fluffing his feathers in a huff. "Fox, please behave yourself," the headmaster gently admonished his familiar, before he turned to Gowith, who was quietly sitting next to the phoenix. "Hello Gowith," Dumbledore said gently. "Why don't you transform back and sit here with me for a while, seeing that Fox seems to be too preoccupied at the moment?" Gowith jumped down to the floor and changed back into his human form. "Good morning, Professor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." "No problem, my boy. I always like having quiet people around, who don't shout at each other," Dumbledore replied, glaring at Fox and the hat, before he offered Gowith a lemo. "Drop." "Thank you sir," Gowith said and quickly filled the headmaster in about the twins' newest plan. "A snowman building contest sounds like a lot of fun," Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, "and after lunch is not bad either, because it gives me some time to arrange for the prizes." "Very well, my boy. However, we'll only announce the matter at lunchtime." "Thank you, sir," Gowith replied happily, when all of a sudden an idea crossed his mind. "Professor, would it perhaps be possible to have a contest of Merlin House against the teachers and the few remaining students of the other houses?" he asked hesitantly. Dumbledore remained thoughtful for an instant, before he smiled and said, "All right, my boy. In that case, I will look for an impartial jury." Gowith thanked the headmaster profusely, and after a short conversation with the old wizard about his studies he transformed and flashed back to Merlin to inform the twins and Hermione, before it was time for him to flash home for his morning class. By the time he returned to the common room, his housemates greeted him with excitement. "Gowith, Lars had a brilliant idea," Hermione blurted out, before Gowith had even transformed back. "For the snowman contest we're going to build the animals from the painting," the twins explained quickly. "However, you'll have to transform into the respective animals, so that we know what they look like and can build them," Lars added hesitantly. "That's all right, Lars," Gowith replied eagerly. "I think it's a brilliant idea." Right after lunch, the snowman building contest took place. The headmaster had invited his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, to make the jury and decide which of the two teams won the contest. While the teachers and the few remaining students from other houses constructed a miniature version of Hogwarts, the Merlins built a herd of magical animals that were grouped around a phoenix, the symbol of their house. Aberforth Dumbledore finally decided that both parties had worked extremely well and called it a tie. "I suggest that you eat the first prize, a huge package with chocolate frogs, altogether," the old wizard laughed, before he called his goat that was playing at the edge of the forest and took his leave just when Fox arrived with the Sorting Hat in his beak and placed the angrily whinging hat on the snow basilisk's head. "Fox, behave yourself," Dumbledore said in exasperation and released the Sorting Hat from his predicament. The next day was finally Christmas Eve. If Gowith had hoped that Severus would not insist on having their telepathy and occlumency class, he was disappointed. "What is so urgent that you have to do it in the morning of Christmas Eve?" Severus queried, raising an eyebrow at Gowith. Nothing. But your friends are all going to wait for the evening, unable to think of any other action, especially considering the snowstorm we're having today that prohibits it to go flying. Therefore, you won't miss anything," Severus predicted, causing Gowith to smile. "Oh, I could think of many things to do, like trying to play Aquaquid or searching for the griffin," Gowith thought to himself but didn't talk back to his father. When he returned to Merlin after having lunch at home with his father, he realized immediately that Severus had been right. Everyone was reading, talking or observing the animals in the painting and seemed very bored. Why is Dad always right? He mused in half-hearted annoyance, noticing that he somehow felt proud of his father. It's already 2 years since I came to live with him. Thank Merlin I chose him at that time. I'm at least as happy now as I was unhappy at the Dursleys. Gowith, we talked Pomfrey into allowing us to have dinner in our party room tonight, so that we can begin our party earlier, Blaise informed him, smirking. Gowith glanced at his wristwatch, seeing that his father was in his lab. We still have 3 hours left. I'll go and search for the griffin, he decided and transformed into his griffin form, rolling his eyes at Mona in the painting as he saw her throwing him an amused look. Gowith, I'll accompany you, Susan offered kindly and walked next to him to the stairs that led up to the girls' dormitories. Together with his classmate Gawith climbed upstairs, realizing in surprise that he was even able to enter the girls' dormitories in his griffin form.
However, he could not find a griffin on the walls. Only on their way back, when they had nearly reached the common room, he saw faint lines on the wall just between the common room and the first steps. It was the outline of a life-size griffin. It's larger than my form in any case. But what am I going to do with this griffin? It's not even a picture I could talk with, he wondered as he carefully touched the wall with his right front paw.
Did you find something? Susan asked with interest. Gawith transformed back into his human form, anxious if he would still be able to see the griffin. Here, he ran his finger along the outline of the animal. Can you see it? Yes, but only now that you showed it to me, Susan replied in awe. What does it do though? That's a good question, Gawith thought. He and his classmates spent the rest of the afternoon trying to find out the griffin's possible secret. However, by the time the twins shouted that the party was going to begin, they still had not made any progress. Gawith motioned for his classmates to go ahead, before he transformed into his griffin form and stepped in front of the painting, seeing that Mona had been observing them, chuckling, the whole afternoon. Happy Christmas to you too, Lady Mona, he said in a polite voice but with clear displeasure showing on his face. Ah, you must be patient, little one, Mona replied, giggling. Merry Christmas. Don't drink too much butterbeer. I won't drink any at all, Gawith thought, shuddering at the taste, and changed into his phoenix form to flash right into the 7th year's dormitory. Gawith. A multiple groan greeted him, causing him to look around in surprise. What did I do? He wondered. Gawith, you managed to extinguish all the candles on the tree by the whirl of wind that accompanied your landing, Hermione informed him, chuckling. Only now Gawith realized that he was sitting right next to a huge Christmas tree. I'm sorry, he trilled and uncertainly fluffed his feathers, completely forgetting that no one except for Severus could understand his phoenix's language. You must be more careful, Yuki slightly admonished him, suddenly showing up from nowhere. You could have burned yourself badly. Gawith took a few steps away from the tree and transformed back into his human form, taking in his surroundings with amazement. The room looked beautiful with Christmas decorations everywhere. It was similar to the last times. However, the huge tree, under which lots of presents were scattered, replaced the playing area, and the swimming pool was completely covered with ice. Let's go ice skating before dinner, the twins shouted, and everyone except for Hermione and Neville eagerly stepped through the Golden Gate, emerging on the other side in winter attire. The group had much fun ice skating, although Gawith noticed quickly that it looked easier than it was, and he and the twins decided to come back and practice during the holidays. Afterwards, they had dinner, which took what seemed to be ages, because the house elves served the same menu as in the Great Hall, and it was already late in the evening, when the group gathered around the Christmas tree, ready to open their presents. Did by chance anyone invite Professor Pomfrey? Hermione asked suddenly. Oops, no, I think we forgot that, the twins replied, slapping their foreheads. Gawith, can you fetch her? We just need to see her face when she opens our present. Gawith chuckled. Well, she won't know that it's a prank until our first healing class anyway, he replied but obediently transformed and flashed away to fetch his head of house, so that they could all open their presents. It was shortly after midnight, when the Merlins ended their party and returned to their dormitories. That was great fun, Gawith mused as he readied himself for bed. But somehow, I'd like to spend Christmas night at home. He quickly informed his roommates and Yuki, who offered to flash him.
Thanks Yuki, but it's all right. I can flash myself. I'll be back before breakfast. With that, Jade transformed and flashed home, knowing from a glance at his wristwatch that his father was still in the living room.
Hello Dad. Merry Christmas, Gawith trilled, hopping onto the ground to transform back. Are you all alone here? He asked in concern, wondering if he should have come home earlier. Gawith, Severus said in surprise. No, the other 4 heads of house have been here for tea until a few minutes ago. I heard that you had a wonderful Christmas party. Gawith chuckled. Yes, it was great. Although ice skating is a bit difficult, and I ate too much, but the food was so good. And I received so many sweets from my friends for Christmas. A huge yawn escaped from his lips. Well, you should go to bed anyway. It's late enough. Just tell me one thing. Poppy told us that you gave her a large photo for her office and a magical thermometer. What exactly? Seeing that his father raised an eyebrow at him, Gowith quickly interrupted him, chuckling. The photo is just, well, it has a small photo of all of us, and everyone is whispering or singing or doing something, not at the same time of course, but one after the other. I just transform into a few animals and back, before Hermione complains that Pomfrey forgot to give us homework and Fred asks her if she can get Binns to stay in the hospital wing, so that History of Magic will be cancelled. The thermometer is similar to the one we always have to use on the dummy in class to check if our partner cast the spell correctly. This one however flares blue and says, "Wrong again." Who the heck taught you, you dunderhead? The twins and I went to ask Professor Flitwick for help with both presents, he admitted, still chuckling. Severus shook his head in amusement. Clearly the students are having too much fun, he muttered to himself, before he asked Gowith, "Are you going to stay here tonight?" "If you don't mind," Gowith said reluctantly, sighing in relief when his father reassured him that he would love to have him at home. "Good night, Dad," he said softly when Severus followed him into his room and gently tucked him in. "Good night, Gowith," Severus replied, smiling. "Sleep well," he added, hearing his son's breathing become regular, before he had even left the room. On Christmas morning, Gowith flashed into the common room to say goodbye to his housemates, who returned home with their porkies before breakfast, leaving only the twins and him in Merlin over the rest of the holidays. "It's very quiet here, isn't it?" he asked the twins. "Oh well, I suppose it's time for breakfast in the Great Hall anyway." "Wait, Gowith," George said, chuckling. "Let's give you your present here," Fred added with an equally mischievous expression on his face as he handed Gowith a present. Gowith quickly removed the wrapping, glancing at the book that was entitled, "How to Use Magical Animals Efficiently," quirking an eyebrow. He hesitantly opened the book, realizing that it held many potions recipes for prank potions in combination with magical animals. There were recipes to make someone's head look like a certain animal. Others could be used to make someone let out animal sounds instead of human speech. "Wow, this is brilliant," he blurted out. "Thanks a lot." "You're welcome," the twins replied, smirking. "In fact, we already chose 3 victims for your first prank." 3? Gowith asked in surprise. "And who might that be?" "Just so you know, I will not prank my father or Pomfrey. Everyone else is all right though," he added quickly, causing the twins to laugh. "Pranking your father would be more than stupid. No, we thought of Ron, Percy and Quirrell." "Oh well, that might be a good idea," Gowith agreed thoughtfully. "Would you mind me showing the book to Dad? Maybe he can give us some advice." The twins agreed, and the 3 friends finally headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, before Gowith busied himself in the common room, trying to make the outline of the griffin on the wall do something. However, as much as he touched the griffin or spoke to it, it remained irresponsive, while Mona observed his efforts with amusement and the twins tried to give him useful tips. Finally, Gowith slapped his hand against the wall in frustration. "Oh, I give up. I need to go home to have Christmas with my dad anyway instead of wasting my time here." "Gowith!" The twins suddenly shouted simultaneously and pulled him back, while they looked wide-eyed at the griffin that let out a small hiss. Gowith followed his friend's look and noticed that the griffin's mouth had changed and now looked like a handle. "Is that a door?" he asked incredulously and carefully tried to pull the handle downwards. The griffin slid sideward, revealing an opening in the wall. "This is Dad's living room," Gowith realized in surprise and slowly stepped through the open door. "The griffin is a door, and it's possible to open it by saying where we want to go," he said to the twins, who were watching him in amazement. He walked in front of the painting, from where Mona was observing him, clearly amused. "It will only work for those whom you let in on my secret, but let me warn you, don't tell many people. I believe that your twin friends and your father are enough. The connection to your father's quarters will remain, until you or anyone knowing the secret change it to a different destination." "Thank you," Gowith replied. "I'll try it out right away. Oh wait, will it work on the way back too?" "You should know that you have to transform in order to communicate with me," Mona told him, sounding very bored. Sighing, Gowith quickly transformed, before he repeated his question. "You can either leave the door open or just tap the wall at the same spot and say that you want to go home to Merlin." "All right. Thank you, Lady Mona," Gowith said gratefully and changed back into his human form. He fetched the books that he had received from the twins, walked back to the griffin on the wall and laid his hand on it, whispering, "To my father's quarters, please." As earlier, the door opened towards Severus' living room, and Gowith stepped through, seeing that his father was sitting in his favorite armchair, reading a book, which he had received from Poppy. Next to him on the floor was a huge present, wrapped in dark green paper with small white animals playing on the wrapping. "Gowith, this is from Minerva, Poppy, Professor Flitwick and me together," Severus explained and motioned for Gowith to open the large present. Gowith obeyed and carefully took the wrapping off, revealing, "What is this?" he asked in surprise, causing Severus to laugh. "Gowith, this is a cat's bed. Something for cats to play in, just like your perch when you're in your phoenix form. The useful point about it is that you just have to tap it with your paw or whatever you have in the form you are, and it'll transform to suit the animal form that you have." "Wow," Gowith said, stunned. "That's a brilliant idea. Thank you so much," he added, chuckling at the idea of changing into an elephant and making the cat's bed transform to suit that form in his dormitory. "Gowith," Severus' voice pulled the boy out of his amusing thoughts. "Thank you very much for the memories you gave me. That was a surprise to say the least." "You're welcome," Gowith replied softly. "I love the memories of you and Mum together. You were so sweet." Severus raised an eyebrow. "I see that my meddling colleagues did a great job assisting you." Gowith grinned. "Yes, Dad, the headmaster, the cat professor, my head of house and Professors Sprout and Flitwick helped me with that, especially Professor Dumbledore. He taught me how to use his pensieve and put the memories into files for you." He hesitantly showed Severus his new book. "The twins gave this to me, and we'd like to somehow prank their brothers and Professor Quirrell. Could you perhaps help me decide on something that's not dangerous for anyone?" Severus threw his son a sharp look and let out an exasperated sigh. "Gowith, what did I advise you about playing pranks on people? Let me tell you something." Seeing that Gowith looked at him expectantly, he continued, "The next time you're grounded, you will spend the time here at home, and I'm going to keep an eye on you." "Yes, Dad," Gowith replied quietly, averting his eyes to the floor. "He is right. I'm nearly as bad as Fox," he thought, feeling very uncomfortable at the thought. "I promise not to do so much nonsense anymore." "Very well then, may I borrow your book until tomorrow? I'll think about something for the 3 candidates you mentioned," Severus promised, smiling at his son. "Yes, thank you, Dad. I only have time in the afternoon though. Madam Hooch promised to teach the twins and me Aquaquid in the morning, and in the evening, I have to assist the headmaster with his computer research," Gowith replied thoughtfully. "My, you're having a busy schedule, aren't you?" Severus asked, smirking, causing Gowith to chuckle. "Yes, especially now that I've resolved the griffin's secret, I need much time to speak with the animals in order to find out more secrets," he mused, unaware of the fact that the griffin's secret would come in very handy sometime. "You mustn't try to fly, Gowith. You have to imagine swimming 3-dimensionally, even if there isn't any water," Madam Hooch explained patiently. "The instant you physically leave the water, it'll give you a push and your magic takes over. Then you'll be able to swim upwards through the air and catch the snitch. If you fly on a broom, you just think about flying and not about jumping to catch it, right? It's very similar." "Oh well, yes," Gowith had to admit, and spent the rest of the morning together with the twins, practicing to catch the snitch while swimming. By the time they had to go to the Great Hall for lunch, the 3 boys managed to play Aquaquid without problems. "Thank you so much, Madam Hooch. We'll teach the others when they come back," he happily thanked the teacher.
"You're welcome," Hooch replied, grinning. "Maybe we can teach the other houses too and set up an Aquaquid tournament on the lake in summer. I'll suggest the matter to the headmaster."
After lunch, Gowith accompanied his father home. I wonder if he chose a prank potion and which he decided on, he thought, but hesitated to ask. "Well, are you up to brew to potions?" Severus queried, smirking at his son. "Of course," Gowith said eagerly. "What are we going to brew?" "I thought we could brew a combination of these 2 pranks," Severus replied, showing Gowith 2 different recipes. "I don't think it's worth using it on Professor Quirrell though, considering that he is stuttering anyway." Gowith looked at the recipes with interest, realizing that one of them changed someone's head into that of a griffin, while the other made people let out sounds of a griffin instead of human words whenever they opened their mouth. Wouldn't it be better to choose a snake instead of a griffin, considering that we want to play the prank on 2 Gryffindors? He asked hesitantly. Severus agreed, and the 2 Snapes spent the afternoon in the potions lab brewing 2 prank potions, which they mixed, before Severus added a few more ingredients. When they were done, they filled the liquid into 2 small phials, and Severus promised to spell the potions straight into Ron's and Percy's drinks at the welcoming feast. Let's have dinner at home tonight, Severus finally suggested, and they ate together in their small kitchen. Gowith, Professor McGonagall and I thought about leaving for Prince Manor the day after tomorrow. Is that all right with you? We can take your book with us and brew a few more potions at the manor. We have a fully equipped potions lab on the top floor. I'd love that, Gowith replied smiling, and of course it's all right. I need to speak with Pomfrey tonight when I'm back from the headmaster's office, he decided. She has to help me, so that Dad and the cat professor can go alone and really enjoy their holidays. Later that evening, however, when Gowith was on his way back from the headmaster's office, something strange happened. Gowith was still deep in thoughts about the problem with the headmaster's computer.
They still hadn't managed to get it to work at Hogwarts. Maybe the wards at Hogwarts are too strong. Perhaps it would work at a different place within the magical world, Jade wondered. We could take it to Aberforth Dumbledore in Hogsmeade and try if it works there. He pondered if he should go back and suggest his idea to the headmaster. However, seeing that it was nearly curfew, he dismissed the thought as he recalled that he wanted to speak with his head of house.
Gowith hurriedly turned to the huge staircase, when he suddenly heard a strange voice hiss something. He could barely understand the words, but it sounded like, "This is the boy. I can sense him. Carinus, you must kill him." Who is talking and whom are they speaking about? He wondered and slowly turned around when he suddenly felt himself being pushed backwards and fell down the stairs. The last thing he knew was that he fiercely hit his head against the stone wall, before the world turned black. "Where is Gowith?" the twins asked Poppy, when she came into the common room to speak with her little Merlins after curfew. "Maybe he decided to stay at home overnight," Poppy replied, frowning. Normally, Gowith or at least Severus used to inform her if the boy wanted to spend the night in his own room. On the other hand, it was the holidays, and Gowith wasn't obliged to contact her every time he decided to stay with his father. The twins told their head of house about their Aquaquid lesson, causing the healer to smirk. "Well, at least it seems a little less dangerous than Quidditch, although I have to admit that I always liked playing Quidditch, until I became the Medowitch here." The twins laughed and bade their head of house good night, before they climbed up to the first-year boys' dormitory and waved their wands at Gowithy's bed. "This is the perfect opportunity to play a prank on him," George chuckled, observing the mattress and sheet turn into water. "Does this look normal?" Fred queried, casting a charm that made the transfigured bed look like a normal one. "Yes, it does," George grinned as he carefully pulled the covers over the bed. "I hope we'll notice when he comes back. I can't wait to see his face." Madame Pomfrey returned to the hospital wing to look after Hagrid, who had caught some kind of stomach bug from his flobberworms, before she took the Hogwarts internal flow to Severus' quarters, where the other 4 heads of house were having tea together. "How is Hagrid?" Professor Flitwick asked in concern. "He's recovering nicely," Poppy replied, accepting the mug that Minerva was handing her. "Thank you, Minnie. I'll probably be able to release him in the morning. I'm just glad that it's the holidays, so that none of the students came in contact with the sick flobberworms. They're disgusting anyway," Minerva threw in, shuddering at the thought. "Exactly," Poppy agreed, yawning. The 5 colleagues spent the rest of the evening talking about their plans for the week until the students would return. Each of them except for Professor Sprout, who had to look after some very rare plants, were planning to go on holidays for a few days. "Gowith seems to be uncomfortable at the thought of accompanying Minerva and me," Severus spoke up thoughtfully. "He seems to think that there was more between the 2 of us and that he'd be in our way. I could kill the Dursleys for making him believe that he was a burden to everyone." "I hope you made it completely clear to him that he belongs to you," Poppy replied in concern. "He is such a sweet boy. I'd hate him to believe that he was a bother." "Exactly," Minerva threw in. "I told him, but perhaps we'll have to tell him again." Speaking of Gowith, Pomfrey remembered to ask, "Is he all right, Severus? He was in bed fairly early tonight, wasn't he?" "Gowith? Severus queried in surprise, raising an eyebrow at his colleague. I have no idea. He's not here. Wasn't he in the common room? No, Poppy replied worriedly. That's why I assumed that he was here. Well, I only stayed until about 15 minutes after curfew, but normally, Gawith is very punctual. I haven't caught him out after curfew even once. She slowly rose from her chair. Oh well, I'll go and check on him. It's time to head to bed anyway. However, before she could make it to the fireplace, the headmaster's voice sounded through the castle. Poppy and Severus, come to the entrance hall immediately. We have an emergency. The teachers exchanged an alarmed look, before they rushed out of the dungeons towards the entrance hall, taking in the unmoving boy at the bottom of the stairs leading towards the headmaster's office. Is he dead? Minerva asked, horrified, as Poppy and Severus knelt next to the child. I'm not sure, Poppy said gravely, leaning over the prone figure. No, there is a faint pulse, but she slowly trailed off as she hurriedly conjured a stretcher, looking very distressed for the usually calm healer. He is in a coma, she explained later as she gently tucked Gawith into the bed next to her office and mended a small cut right above his right eye with a flick of her wand. He must have fallen down the stairs and hit his head against the stone wall. He has a bad concussion and is completely irresponsive. We can only wait and see. With that she hurried into her office to fetch 2 files, before she spelled the potions straight into the boy's system. Severus noticed in concern how his good friend, who had much experience as a healer and couldn't be touched easily, unobtrusively wiped a tear from her cheek. Oh no. Is it so bad? He thought, horrified. Utmost concern flashed over his face, before it was proficiently hidden behind a blank mask. Minerva waved her wand and conjured a comfortable sofa right next to the bed, before she sat down and gently pulled Severus onto the sofa next to her. Severus, Gawith is strong. He will pull through, she whispered to her colleague, who remained completely silent as he stared at the unmoving form of his son. Minerva, Severus, there is nothing you can do for Gawith at the moment, Poppy said gently. Go and sleep for a while. I'll alert you immediately if his condition changes. However, let me tell you now that it might take days or even weeks, before we might see any improvement. I will not leave my son like this, Severus replied firmly. Who knows what happened to him? Maybe someone pushed him down in order to kill him. Poppy, you can go to bed. I'll fetch you immediately if Gawith needs you. Pomfrey let out an exasperated sigh and said sternly, Very well then, Minerva, I insist that you go to bed. You can't afford sitting up here all night. Remember why I ordered you to go on holidays in the first place. I'm going to sleep here for a while, Minerva replied softly and leaned her head against Severus' shoulder, tiredly closing her eyes. If the situation wasn't so grave, Severus would have been amused by his colleague's uncharacteristic action. However, hearing that her breathing became regular, he gently pushed her over so that her head came to rest on the other edge of the sofa. Before he pulled a tissue out of his robe pocket and pointed his wand at it to transfigure it into a light blanket. He gently draped the blanket over Minerva and leaned forward, taking his son's small hand into his own. Gawith, he slowly began to whisper. I've never loved any woman apart from your mother. She was a wonderful girl and later on the kindest and most brilliant witch I ever met. We lived nearby, and we played together on the playground since we were able to walk, Lily, Petunia and I. We often played catchball, however, Petunia was faster than Lily, and when we were 3 or 4 years old, Lily suddenly began to summon the ball, before Petunia could catch it. She didn't do it consciously, but it was enough for me to notice that she could do magic. When I told her that she was a witch, a few years later, after my mother had told me that I was a wizard, Petunia was very upset, thinking I had called Lily a beep. However, from the time she realized what it meant, she began to hate me, accusing me of taking her sister away from her. He gently brushed an errant strand of hair from Gawithy's face as he continued, Unfortunately, when we attended Hogwarts, Merlin House was not discovered yet, and Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, while I became a Slytherin. However, we still remained best friends until our 5th year. Severus spent the rest of the night telling Gawith everything about his own Hogwarts years, Lily and the Marauders, knowing that he wouldn't speak with Gawith about the matter if the boy was awake. I should at least tell him about Lily though. He should know what a brilliant woman she was. He mused as he carefully released Gawithy's hand and leaned back, tiredly closing his eyes when the first rays of the early morning sun streamed into the hospital wing. Your mother was a wonderful woman, and you're very much alike her. I love you, Gowid. Please come back to me soon, he mumbled, more to himself than to his adoptive son. He was just about to drift off to sleep, when a soft voice penetrated his mind. Thanks for telling me, Dad. I love to hear about my mum. Was she really that good at potions? Severus cracked his eyes open and jerked around only to see that Gowid was still lying there, unmoving. I must be overtired. He probably won't wake up that early, he thought sadly. But maybe, he once again squeezed his son's hand. Gowid, do you know what happened? Did someone push you down the stairs? He asked urgently, wondering if Professor Quirrell or someone else had found out about his son's true identity. Yes, Dad, Gowith replied slowly, and mind thought to his father what he had heard the evening before. You managed telepathy. Congratulations, son, Severus said dryly. Now it's time to wake up and talk to me though. Gowith felt nothing but pain, before he suddenly could hear voices, hushed voices. They sounded panicked. Finally, he could make out Severus, Minerva's and Poppy's voices, and suddenly the pain receded some. That was Pomfrey. Thank Merlin, he thought, and tried to say something. He knew that he urgently had to tell his father something, although he couldn't remember what it was. However, somehow he couldn't manage to speak or to move at all. He felt himself being surrounded by fog, and he couldn't see anything. He only heard voices, and he listened with amazement as his father began to tell him about his mother. My mum must have been wonderful, he thought sadly. I wished I had a mum. Oh well, I'm very happy to have such a great father. He must have been talking to me for hours. I'm not tired at all though. But why can't I see him? Everything is just a white mist. I love you, Gowith. Please come back to me soon, he suddenly heard his father say. I must tell him that I love him too, he thought urgently, trying to focus on the idea and on Severus' mind, and forced all his magic into the attempt of telepathy. Thanks for telling me, Dad. I love you too. And I love to hear about my mum. Was she really that good at potions? Severus and Gowith exchanged a few words, before Severus told him that he was going to sleep some, and he should try to get better and wake up soon. Feeling utterly exhausted from his first successful attempts at telepathy, Gowith tried to rest as well, but sleep didn't come. Instead, the twins' cheerful voices penetrated his foggy mind. Gowith, what are you doing to yourself? How dare you maneuver yourself into the hospital wing just the night when we managed to play our first prank on you? Prank? Gowith mused. However, he slowly felt his head begin to hurt again and was not ready to use telepathy on his friends. He inwardly sighed in relief when he heard his head of house shoo the twins out, before he heard her speak to him in a soft voice and felt the pain recede once more. Thank you, he gratefully thought to the healer, who nearly dropped her wand in surprise. Gowith, are you awake? She queried, sounding very astonished. What's wrong with me? I can't see, only hear things, Gowith asked. Pomfrey let out a long sigh. Gowith, you fell down the stairs and hit your head against the stone wall. You have a bad concussion, and probably because it remained untreated for a few hours, you're in a coma, she explained patiently. How are you feeling? Are you in a lot of pain? No, you made me all better, Gowith replied softly. Thank you. All right then, Gowith, try to rest. Your concussion is still very bad. Please only use telepathy if necessary, because it might further aggravate your condition. Tell me, however, if you feel your potions wear off or sense any change of your condition. Okay, Gowith replied quickly. What can I do to wake up though? I believe that you can't do anything but wait, sweetie, Pomfrey said softly and gently placed a cold cloth on his forehead, wondering if the boy was able to feel any touch. She refrained from asking, however, to give him his much-needed rest. I'm glad that you're awake and able to communicate with us. Now try to sleep. Your father and Professor McGonagall are sleeping here on a sofa next to your bed, and I'm sure the twins will sneak in here again to see you at the next opportunity. That's true, Gowith mused, feeling very happy to have his family and friends around as he slowly drifted off to a much-needed healing unconsciousness. Gowith remained in a coma for nearly a week. It was early in the morning on New Year's Eve that he finally managed to open his eyes, noticing that it was dark and the hospital was only sparsely lit by a single torch between the windows near his bed. I'm really awake, and I can move and see again. The strange fog is gone, he realized, sighing in relief as he let his eyes wander to take in his surroundings. Right next to his bed was a sofa, on which his father was fast asleep in a half-sitting position with the sleeping cat professor tucked loosely in his arms. Gowith couldn't help chuckling at the sight, causing Severus to jerk awake. "Gowith, you're awake," he said quietly, and for an instant, the blank mask that used to cover his face was replaced by an expression of utmost relief. "Oh Gowith, thank Merlin you're all right," McGonagall said sleepily, quickly shifting away from her colleague's embrace. "It's all right, Professor. I witnessed all of your conversations, so you don't have to hide anything from me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't turn the voices out," Gowith added, noticing that the Scottish lioness blushed deeply as she glanced at his father. "That's all right, Gowith. We're only glad to have you with us again," Severus replied soothingly. Pomfrey grudgingly released Gowith but instructed him to either stay in his father's quarters or in Merlin and rest for a few more days. "No running around the corridors, no Quidditch, Aquaquid or any other sports at least until the end of the holidays," she said sternly. "Also, I don't want you to transform into any animal until I'll tell you otherwise." Seeing that Gowith threw her a terrified look, she rolled her eyes and explained, "Perhaps 2 more weeks." She held out a small phial. "Your head might still hurt. In that case, take a sip of this headache potion. However, I want to know whenever you needed to take it. You can tell me when I come to the common room and check on you in the evenings. If your headache doesn't go away, come to see me right away." "Okay," Gowith promised half-heartedly and followed his head of house into the common room. Realizing that he felt rather weak, he didn't protest when Poppy suggested that he should rest on the sofa. "I believe that the twins will be very happy that you managed to wake up in time for New Year's Eve," the older witch said, smiling. "They have been planning a huge party in your party room just in case you woke up in time." This would be such a good timing to speak with the animals, Gowith thought sadly as he absent-mindedly stroked Yuki's head feathers, glad that his familiar had come to keep him company as soon as she had sensed him return to Merlin. He observed the phoenix on the tapestry ride on the unicorn, before it suddenly flashed right onto the branch over that on which the griffin was resting, spilling a huge splash of water onto the larger animal. "He's a water phoenix," Gowith said to Yuki in surprise. "I didn't even think about asking him what kind of phoenix he was. I need to practice flashing a bit more. Then I can try to flash right in front of him and cover him with ice," Yuki chuckled, causing Gowith to grin. "Maybe you could try that on Fox first. I think he is in dire need of someone playing a prank on him," he said, smirking as he continued to observe Marlin's antics. He was pulled out of his thoughts when the twins entered the common room, cheering upon Gowithy's sight. "Now I told you, Forge, that our Gowith would make it on time." "Cool Gred, let's proceed with our preparations then. We must send out the invitations." The twins finished their dialogue together and fetched parchment and 3 quills from a nearby table, placing one of each in front of Gowith. "Can you write one too, please?" Gowith raised an eyebrow at the twins and remained unmoving. "I believe that I have a bone to pick with the 2 of you," he said quietly, causing the twins to exchange a surprised look. "You told me that you played a prank on me," Gowith added, slightly reproachfully. "Oh, we're sorry, Gowith, everything is already reversed." The twins chuckled and explained how they had prepared Gowithy's bed a week ago. "That sounds like a lot of fun," Gowith replied dryly. "How about playing that prank on these 2 brothers of yours, before they come back to Hogwarts the day after tomorrow?" "That's a brilliant idea," Fred and George agreed, "and it would make the perfect addition to the prank potion that you brewed for them for the welcoming feast. Can you flash us to Gryffindor right away?" "I'm not allowed to transform," Gowith said, rolling his eyes. "Yuki, could you flash us to the Gryffindor common room please?" "Of course," the Snow Phoenix agreed and turned her back towards the boys. Seconds later, the 3 mischief makers found themselves in Gryffindor. "Now, where do we begin?" Gowith asked, mischievously. "Ronnikins first," the twins chuckled and led Gowith to the first-year boys' dormitory. Gowith watched in amazement how the twins proficiently prepared their brothers' beds, before they returned to their own common room, where they quickly scribbled the invitations for their party for all the teachers except for Professor Quirrell and asked Yuki to deliver them at breakfast in the Great Hall. To Gowithy's relief, Professor Quirrell was absent from breakfast. Thank Merlin, he thought. I don't want to meet him, especially not so soon. Gowith, please come to my office after breakfast. We need to speak about what happened. The headmaster turned to him as he absent-mindedly played with his food. No, Albus, the Merlin head of house replied in a voice that didn't allow any protest. Gowith is not allowed to go anywhere apart from attending the meals, and he is not well enough for such kind of conversation yet. Maybe tomorrow. I'll let you know. Thank you. Gowith gratefully thought to his head of house, feeling glad that no one except for his father, the cat professor and the healer knew that he was capable of communicating telepathically. Although he could remember what had happened, he wasn't yet ready to talk about it to anyone except for his father, whom he had already informed. Apart from that, he still had a headache from flashing with Yuki and the twins earlier. Gowith and the twins spent the whole day in the common room, resting and making more plans for pranks to play. Finally, dinner time came around, and all the teachers except for Professors Flitwick and Sprout, who had to eat dinner in the Great Hall together with the few students from their houses, who had remained at Hogwarts over the holidays, gathered in the Merlin common room. We took the liberty to reserve our party room for tonight, the twins announced and led the surprised professors to the 7th-year boys' dormitory.
Jade followed the group and looked around with interest. The twins hadn't let him in on what they had planned for tonight. The room looked quite normal. The tables and chairs on the right side had been replaced by one larger table, and there was the empty playground in the middle. Do we need a playground for the teachers though? He wondered. And the pool is missing, but well, I'm not allowed to play Aquaquid anyway.
After dinner, the twins motioned for everyone to move to the playground. Only when Gowith entered that part of the huge room, he realized that there were spectator seats on one side and an enormous bookshelf that covered 3 sides, only interrupted by one single chair on the wall opposite of the spectator seats. In the middle of the room was a huge circle. Gowith threw the twins a questioning look, unaware of the fact that each of the teachers did the same. Professor Flitwick and the house elves were so kind and helped us charm this room and the books in the shelf, George explained, smirking. We want each of you to choose a book of your liking and take turns reading a part of it to the others, Fred added with a mischievous grin on his face. Well, there is no better way to spend the time until midnight than to read to each other, Professor Flitwick agreed, grinning in anticipation. Oh no, I wonder what they did now. I really like Professor Flitwick. He's always ready for a good joke, Gowith mused as he stepped in front of the bookshelf, wondering what to choose, before he finally pulled Hogwarts, a history, from the shelf. Gowith, we haven't heard from you in such a long time. Why don't you begin? The twins suggested, causing Gowith to inwardly groan. He opened the book and chose the very first page where the 4 founders of Hogwarts were introduced. 2 married couples, Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor, as well as their best friends Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin, began to build the castle. At first Gowith interrupted himself and looked up in confusion as he heard a multiple gasp from the teachers. In the circle right in front of him, a white mist appeared out of nothing. It suddenly turned into 4 persons, 2 women and 2 men, who instantly began to bicker. Salazar, if you add one more of these horrible tripping staircases, I'm going to transfigure you into a baboon, the woman that seemed to be Rowena stated in a very upset voice. Just try, but better be careful that I won't use your limbs as potions ingredients, Salazar sneered, raising an eyebrow at his colleague. Ah, but Rowena, a bit of fun must be, Godric threw in, before he suddenly found himself staring at the tip of his wife's wand and was transfigured into a baboon, who was joined by a second animal of the same kind almost instantly. The 2 baboons ran around the small circle, pointedly turning their red backsides towards Rowena, who stood there, chuckling. This is quite fun indeed, but don't you think it's time to transfigure them back? Otherwise, Hogwarts will stay a baby forever instead of growing to a huge magical castle. Helga slightly chided her best friend, who obeyed and changed the 2 wizards back to their usual selves. Gowith, you only have to close the book if you want them to go back into it, the twins informed him, giggling. No, wait a moment, McGonagall said in excitement, laying a hand on Gowithy's arm. Let's watch them a little longer, this is interesting. 3 hours and many conversations of the 4 founders later, Gowith, the twins and their teachers decided to close the book for the time being and to come back to listen to the founders at a different time. The twins ushered them back to the dinner table, where tea and biscuits were already waiting for them. Gowith, Fred pulled him back as he was just about to take a seat next to his father. "You better don't drink any tea," George whispered into his ear. "Okay. Thanks," Gowith replied, gratefully noticing that a goblet with pumpkin juice appeared in front of him. He felt even more thankful towards the twins when everyone else's heads suddenly changed into cuckoo clocks, displaying the current time. Only 10 minutes left until the new year, he thought. I wonder if they will change back at midnight. That was not me, he explained hastily, feeling all of the clock's eyes glaring at him. I was only warned not to drink any tea, because I'm not allowed to transform. The teachers nodded in understanding and continued their conversation. Merely their voices sounded a bit bird-like. At exactly midnight, all of the clocks began to chime, and on the 12th multiple, cuckoo, everyone hurriedly turned to the so far unused part of the room, from where they heard a huge boom as an enormous firework display began. Happy New Year, everyone cheered, and Gowith chuckled as the teachers' heads one by one began to change back to their usual forms. Severus used the opportunity that everyone headed towards the fireworks to pull his son into a slight embrace. Happy New Year, Gowith. I'm so glad to have you back, son. Thank you, Dad. Happy New Year to you too, Gowith replied quietly. I'm glad to be back too, and I'm very happy for you and the cat professor. Now we only need to find a way to do something about Professor Quirrell, and I'll be the happiest person in the world. Good luck, Gowith, Severus said firmly. I'll do whatever I can to find a solution. It was late in the morning when Gowith woke up to a bucket of ice-cold water being poured in his face. Spluttering and coughing, he opened his eyes, taking in the mischievous faces of the twins. Happy New Year, Gowith, Fred and George cheered. Sorry for waking you up, but we thought you shouldn't sleep all day. Look, it's beautiful weather for a snowball fight. Gowith glanced out of the charmed window, seeing that the grounds were covered by a thick layer of snow that twinkled in the blazing sunshine. A smile crept over his face. However, the dull ache behind his temples reminded him of Poppy's warning. I don't think I'm supposed to participate in a snowball fight yet, he said hesitantly, and I really need to speak with my father and the headmaster about Professor Quirrell. That's true, George said thoughtfully. Can we talk to them together? Fred added. We want to know everything in order to be able to help you in case you need us. Gowith agreed, and after lunch in the Great Hall, the headmaster, Minerva, Poppy and Severus visited Gowith and the twins in the Merlin common room. Severus explained shortly what had happened to his son the day after Christmas, mainly to the twins, because he had already filled in his colleagues during the previous week. So you suspect that Quirrell is being possessed by Voldemort? Dumbledore queried, offering Lemo drops to Gowith and the twins. Gowith, where is the map? You know how should show up on that. If he's really possessing Quirrell, that might be, Severus agreed with the twins, looking inquiringly at Gowith. I'll fetch it. I have it at home, the boy replied and strode to the Griffin door to fetch the map from his own room. Unfortunately, Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen on the map. I wonder where he went, Dumbledore said pensively. However, there's quite a possibility that Professor Snape's assumption might be correct. Voldemort has 2 reasons to be at Hogwarts. He turned to Gowith. Gowith, do the twins know? The twins know about my real identity, Gowith replied hesitantly. However, they're the only students who know. And they have been keeping your secret well, Dumbledore said, nodding contentedly. Thank you, boys. This makes me hope that I can entrust you with another secret. We swear to keep any secret, the twins replied simultaneously. Albus, do you think it's wise? The headmaster sighed.
Yes, Minerva. I believe that we can openly discuss the matter in front of Jade and his best friends.
Well, one reason for him to be here is that Harry Potter is supposed to be at Hogwarts from this school year onwards, and it seems that he has already spotted him. The other reason is something, which I hid somewhere in this school, and he badly wants to have it. The item is relatively safe, but I fear that it's not safe enough, and it would be disastrous if Voldemort managed to lay his hands on it, Dumbledore explained gravely. Gowith, you should transform into a magical dove and speak with Alina here. Marlin suddenly spoke up from the tapestry, pointing to the white dove on the tree next to him. I'm sorry, Marlin, but I'm not allowed to transform at the moment, Gowith replied hesitantly, sighing in exasperation. Alina will be able to help you finding a really safe place. Tell the headmaster. Gowith quickly translated, before he cast a puppy dog look at his head of house. Please, may I transform only this one time, Professor? Pomfrey shot Gowith a sharp look. I don't like it, Gowith. You know the conditions, under which I released you. Yes, I know that, but I think a worsened headache would be less bad than having Voldemort get what he wants, Gowith insisted. I promise that I'll do exactly as you tell me afterwards. Gowith Minerva began softly, but interrupted herself when Severus laid his hand on her arm to stop her. Minerva, Gowith is right. As much as I'm concerned about his health, the Dark Lord getting the stone would be much worse. All right, Poppy grudgingly agreed. You may transform, but only this one time. Thank you, Gowith said in relief and transformed into his phoenix form and further into a white dove like the one on the tapestry. Hello Alina. Happy New Year. Marlin instructed me to speak with you. He told me that you might be able to help me find a safe place for something. Hello Gowith. It's time that you finally change into my form and speak with me, Alina replied crisply, causing Gowith to inwardly sigh. Oh no, I hope she is not another Lady Mona, he thought, when the dove continued. Yes my boy. I have just the right place for you. There is a safe room in Merlin House, but only a real Merlin can enter it. A real Merlin? Gowith asked curiously. Excuse me, but... The dove chuckled. A real Merlin is a witch or wizard, who is an Animagus, is sorted into Merlin House and is able to communicate with at least one of the animals here on the tapestry. Ah, and where is this safe room? Gowith queried, trying feverishly to remain calm. Please hurry up and tell me everything I need to know. I want to change back, because I have a splitting headache, he thought but patiently waited for the dove to slowly begin to explain. Somewhere in this house you'll find the stairs that lead down to the Merlin dungeons. In the dungeons are several rooms, and the one you need is the one with the white dove on the door. The password is, Alina's safe room. Before Gowith could even ask where he could find the stairs, the dove took into the air and flew away. Gowith transformed back into his phoenix form and remained unmoving for an instant, closing his eyes at the pain the transformation had caused his achy head. Are you all right, Gowith? Severus asked in concern. Yes. Give me a moment please, Dad, Gowith replied, before he turned to Marlin. Marlin, can you tell me where the entrance to the dungeons is? The water phoenix on the tapestry smirked. I'm sorry, my boy, but that's not my secret to tell. All right, Marlin. Thank you, Gowith replied, groaning inwardly as he recalled the search for the griffin on the wall. He transformed back into his human form and slowly brought his forefingers to his temples to massage them in a faint attempt to feel even a slight relief from his headache. Gowith, come on, lie down on the sofa for a while, he heard Minerva's voice and allowed the cat professor to lead him to one of the sofas and help him to lie down, before Poppy pressed a phial against his lips and ordered him to drink. He instantly felt the headache subside and gave the healer a relieved smile. Thank you, Professor. Turning to the headmaster, he explained about the Merlin dungeons, finishing, I suppose we have no choice than to search the whole house once again. Gowith, you won't go anywhere for the time being, the Merlin head said sternly. We're enough people who can search, while you stay here and rest for a while. The twins and the teachers spread over the house and began to search, while Gowith rested on the sofa with his eyes closed, letting his mind wander around the house pondering where the entrance to the dungeons could be. Only a while later, when he felt someone sit on the edge of the sofa and heard the cat professor ask, Are you feeling better, Gowith? He opened his eyes again, only to jerk up in surprise. Look, over there, he exclaimed in disbelief. That must be the entrance. The door is new. Right next to the tapestry, a barely visible doorframe had appeared on the wall. Let's go and have a look, he said excitedly, and together with an equally thrilled Minerva he hurried to the door. However, the door did neither open, nor was it guarded by a portrait. Marlin, can you tell me what we have to do, please? Gowith asked urgently. You must transform into an animal and talk to one of our midst, who will then go to the door and let you through, Marlin informed him curtly. Oh Marlin, you know that I'm not allowed to transform, couldn't you please? He begged the phoenix, before he translated to Minerva what Marlin had told him. Wait Gowith, would it help if I changed into my cat form? Minerva asked thoughtfully, eyeing the animals on the tapestry. A non-magical cat might still be able to communicate with the lynx or the griffin, but I'm not sure, Marlin replied. I'll ask them. Gowith groaned in annoyance as he heard Marlin talk to Lady Mona. You expect me to confer with a simple muggle cat? Mona queried in an upset voice. She is not a random muggle. She is the head of Gryffindor, you arrogant beep, Marlin sneered. But it's all right. Sorry for asking, Mona. He then turned to the lynx, who agreed, smiling, and traipsed to the door next to the tapestry. Hello there, he greeted the small tabby cat. Where do you want to go? We would like to visit the safe room in the Merlin dungeons, Mr. Minerva replied, meowing softly. I am sorry, but I can't grant you access to that room. You're not a real Merlin. I can only let you in if a real Merlin asks me. Gowith groaned in annoyance and quickly transformed into a magical lynx. Please let us into the safe room, he asked the lynx and changed back right away, biting his lips to prevent himself from showing any pain on his face. The door finally opened, and Minerva and Gowith excitedly walked down a very long and narrow staircase that ended in a small hall. On the left-hand side, they could see a door. Alina's safe room. Gowith uttered the password, and the door opened, revealing a small room that contained nothing but a small box. I wonder if it's all right to look what is inside, he mused, but before he could voice his thought, Minerva pulled him out of the room. Gowith, let's return to the common room, so that you can rest some more before Poppy is going to kill me because of aggravating your condition. Now that we know how to come back here. Okay. Gowith agreed immediately and followed the professor upstairs, realizing in surprise that everyone was assembled in the common room, sitting there quietly and with shocked expressions on their faces. What happened? Minerva queried, looking from Severus over Poppy to the headmaster. Quirrell is definitely possessed by the Dark Lord, Severus explained, pointing to the Marauder's map that was still lying open on the table, there in his office. Gowith let himself sink back onto the sofa, while Minerva searched the map for the defense against the Dark Arts professor's office. There was only one black spot with two names next to it, Carinus Quirrell and Tom Riddle. We found the safe room, she informed the others, and we should retrieve the stone and put it there as soon as possible. Which is impossible at the moment, because Phileas had to go home over the weekend for his granddaughter's wedding. He will only be back in time for breakfast the day after tomorrow. He has excused himself from the welcoming feast tomorrow evening, Dumbledore said gravely. Very well then, Severus and I will do some intense research about spirits. Other than that, let's act towards Carinus as if we didn't know his secret. Now I'm going to attend dinner in the Great Hall so as to not make him suspicious, but if you want to eat here together to further discuss the matter. Everyone agreed and had dinner together in the Merlin common room. Halfway through the meal, Poppy glared at Minerva. Can you tell me what the two of you did to aggravate Gowithy's condition even further? I had to transform once again, Gowith admitted quietly. I'm sorry, Professor. Poppy shook her head in exasperation and looked at Severus. Severus, I'm at a loss what to do with your son. Poppy, I'm sorry. It's my fault as well, Minerva threw in and explained what had happened. Gowith, if this happens again, you'll be grounded for a month, and you will spend the month at home, not here together with your friends. Severus spoke up sternly. Do you understand me, Gowith? If you're not responsible enough to take care of yourself, I'll have to keep an eye on you. I think it is responsible to try preventing the Dark Lord from getting the stone, Gowith mused but didn't want to talk back. Yes, Dad, he said quietly. After dinner, Pomfrey ordered him to go to bed right away, and Gowith complied, not only because he felt miserable enough to obey, but also because he wanted to have some quiet time to think of a way to retrieve the stone as soon as possible, now that they knew a safe place to keep it. I wonder what the stone does, he thought. Why does the Dark Lord want to have it? Gowith? Are you awake? The twins' voices penetrated his mind, causing him to blink. Hi, he said tiredly but felt suddenly wide awake when the twins motioned for him to get up and follow them back into the common room. Pomfrey is going to kill me, he whispered, anxiously glancing around. Don't worry. She was called to Hufflepuff and said she'd return after curfew to check on you, Fred reassured him. Gowith, let's go and retrieve the stone, George said urgently. We can use the Gryffindor, can't we? Gowith put a hand to his forehead in shock. Of course. How could I forget that? I didn't even think of it, he thought in amazement. Okay. Let's try. He strode to the griffin door and pleaded, "Please take us to the Philosopher's Stone," as he placed his hand on the wall. The door opened, and the three boys stepped through, noticing that the door indeed didn't lead to Severus' living room anymore. Instead, they found themselves in a dark stone room. "There," George shouted, pointing to a red stone that hovered just a little above their heads in the middle of the room. "That looks like a stone, but why is it red?" Gowith wondered. However, as much as they tried to grab the stone out of the air, the red object firmly remained in its position. "We probably have to try with magic," Gowith suggested, although he had no idea what spell they could possibly use, except from Accio, but it was very unbelievable that such a simple spell would work. "Gowith, didn't you manage to do wish magic last year?" Fred remembered. "Right. Maybe you can try to summon it," his brother agreed. I'm not sure, but I can try," Gowith said pensively and concentrated on the stone that he wished to take into safety, using all the magic he could summon. However, the stone remained unmoving. Before the three boys could further discuss the topic, they heard quick steps from behind and turned around in shock. "What do you think you're doing, Gowith?" Severus asked sternly as he stepped next to his son. "As far as I understood, your head of house ordered you to remain in bed for the rest of the evening." Gowith groaned in exasperation. "Dad, that's completely unimportant now. How can we retrieve the stone, so that we can place it into the safe room?" he asked, impatiently, and explained what they had tried so far. Severus remained thoughtful for an instant, before he instructed the twins to put their right hands on Gowithy's before he laid his own hand on top. "Now, you need to push your magic in the direction of Gowithy's hand, so that he can use your magic in addition to his own, which might still be too weak to summon such a powerful object. I will assist using my own wish magic." Gowith felt his father's and his friend's magic, and together with Severus he once more wished the stone to come into his hand. All of a sudden, the stone vanished from its spot, and when Gowith carefully opened his right hand, he realized that he was already holding the stone in his hand. "All right then, let's return to Merlin and put it away," he suggested, and the four wizards quickly stepped back through the griffin door. "Fred? George?" Gowith asked quietly, "Could you please transform into your parrot forms and try to speak with the animals? We need one of the animals to come and open the door to the dungeons, heir to the safe room, for us." The twins agreed, but before they could even transform into their parrot forms, Marlin showed himself from his best side and opened the door himself. "I'm sorry that I got you into trouble earlier, Gowith," he apologized to the boy. "That was not my intention." "Thank you, Marlin," Gowith replied softly and led the twins and his father down to the dungeons. Gowith and the twins entered the safe room, however, Severus was not able to step inside. "Oh right," Gowith remembered what the dove had told him, "you can't enter the room, because you're not a Merlin. Just wait here, please." On the other hand, why was the cat professor able to get inside the room then? That's strange. "Gowith, can you call Yuki and ask her to fetch one of our pillows?" Fred suggested, and his brother agreed immediately. "That's a good idea. Who knows who might enter this room? The stone will be safer inside a harmless-looking pillow." A few minutes later, anyone entering the room would only be able to see a small box as well as a normal pillow that did not look as if a very strong magical object was hidden inside. Gowith shortly contemplated exploring the box. However, he didn't feel overly well and decided to rather come back at a different time, glad that none of the others suggested opening the box. When the four wizards returned to the common room, Severus glared at his son. "Gowith, as much as I appreciate that the stone is safe now, you need to obey. Do you remember what I told you earlier about what would happen if you disobeyed your head of house again?" "Yes, Dad. I'm grounded in your quarters for a month," Gowith replied, sighing. "Dad, can't you just forgive me this one more time? It was really important, and Pomfrey doesn't know anyway." "Professor Pomfrey," Severus automatically corrected his son. "Please Professor, it's our fault because we dragged him with us. It was our idea," the twins explained quickly, causing Severus to smirk. "Only if you promise to keep an eye on him," he said finally. "If he does anything stupid again, the two of you will serve detention in the potions classroom. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir. Crystal clear, sir," the twins replied. "That's unfair, and I don't need babysitters," Gowith mumbled quietly, before he suddenly remembered to ask, "Dad, what is the Philosopher's Stone?" Why does the Dark Lord want to lay his hands on it? Severus sighed as he slowly ran his hand through his hair. As far as I know, the owner gains immortality. However, the less people are aware of this, the safer the stone will be. We won't tell anyone, the three friends promised, sincerely. Thank you so much for telling us, Dad, Gowith added, before he said good night to his father and friends and went back to bed, pondering what would be the next problem that was going to occur around him. On the following day, the students returned from their winter holidays. Before Gowith knew what happened, Hermione pulled him into a bear hug and said reproachfully, "You didn't even write once. You know that I don't have an owl and can't write if you don't send me a letter first." "I'm sorry," Gowith apologized and whispered into her ear what had happened, before he carefully freed himself from the girl's embrace. "But keep quiet about it. No one is supposed to know about the matter. The twins, the five heads and the headmaster know, that's all." Hermione looked at her friend in shock. "Well, I just hope they'll be able to do something about him quickly. You shouldn't be alone in the halls in any case." Why do witches always have to make such a fuss? Gowith thought, feeling annoyed but also grateful towards his classmate. When their housemates heard about the New Year's Eve party, they wanted to try out the book's corner right away. "Let's have a welcoming reading party tonight," Cedric suggested eagerly. Oh, good idea, but I don't think our head of house will agree. We had a bit of trouble with her last night due to some unplanned activities. And she is in a very bad mood today, the twins admitted. Sorry, Gowith muttered and averted his eyes to the table, evading the inquiring looks from his housemates. "Oh well, then we'll do it on the weekend," Katie said softly. "We can wait a few days." "No, I have a better idea," Draco spoke up. "Let's have a midnight party tonight." Everyone agreed, and at exactly midnight, the twins, who had offered to stay awake, began to rouse their housemates. While Fred hurried through the boys' dormitories, George changed into his parrot form and flew up to the girls' dormitories and woke up Katie and her roommates, who had agreed to wake up the girls. Unfortunately, the tortoise that was guarding the connecting door between the common room and Madame Pomfrey's office, a good friend of Helga Hufflepuff like she had told Gowith a few months ago, noticed that all Merlin students headed up to the unused boys' dormitories. She informed Helga's portrait in the healer's office of the students' atrocious behavior, and Helga's portrait in Poppy's bedroom alerted the Merlin head of house, who knew immediately where to find her wards and ended the party before it had even begun. "If you had asked me, I'd certainly allowed you to have a reading hour before going to bed," she said in an angry but quiet voice. "However, I will not tolerate nightly activities. You need your sleep, which is very important in order to stay healthy and be able to study properly. For a week from tomorrow onwards, your curfew and bedtime will be 1 hour earlier. And now go back to bed before I remember to take house points." With that, Poppy returned to the common room and observed the students hurry back to their dormitories. In spite of her harsh words and the punishment, she felt very proud of her students, who got along with each other so well compared to what she used to hear from other houses. The following week passed relatively uneventfully, especially for Gowith, who was neither allowed to participate in Quidditch or Aquaquid practice nor to transform into any animal. While the Merlin students did not mind their earlier curfew, because they loved to hang out in the common room together anyway, they were very annoyed by their early bedtime and resolved to not break the rules for at least a few weeks. However, that was easier said than done, at least for Gowith and his best friends. Just on the day after his head of house had allowed him to slowly begin to transform again, Gowith saw by chance that Professor Quirrell headed into the Forbidden Forest right after the last afternoon class. "I wonder what he is up to," he thought, and hurriedly transformed into a Lesothosaurus, a small magical dinosaur that could run very fast and was able to change its color, before he rushed into the forest after the possessed professor. Carefully adjusting his color to the surroundings in order not to be seen, Gowith followed Quirrell deep into the Forbidden Forest, hiding behind a tree when the professor suddenly stopped walking. Horrified, Gowith observed how the man began to slaughter a unicorn.
However, remembering by whom the man was possessed, he didn't dare interfering. Instead, he quickly turned away, feeling very nauseated and unable to watch even more. As fast as his dinosaur feet carried him, he left the forest and strode back to the castle. "I need to tell Dad," he thought as he went, so shocked that he completely forgot that he had a faster method to travel if he transformed into his phoenix form. He was pulled back to reality when Hagrid suddenly stepped into his way.
Avenue I, add a bit much tear drink, or do we, Avenue Illosothosaurus onto Hogwarts grounds? Hagrid shouted with apparent enthusiasm. I could tell him about the unicorn, Gowith mused and transformed back into his phoenix form and further into his human form. Ah, Gowith, Hagrid exclaimed. I already thought me eyes were playin' pranks on me. Hagrid, I must tell you something, Gowith whispered, anxiously glancing around. I just saw Quirrell kill a unicorn. You wha? Hagrid asked in disbelief. Can ye show me? Gowith hesitantly nodded. Grab my tail feathers, he instructed the half-giant, before he transformed into his phoenix form and flashed Hagrid into the forest, where only the dead unicorn was left. Wow, Hagrid is really big and heavy. It's much more difficult to flash him than Dad or the twins, he mused, quickly turning away from the horrible sight. Are ye sure it was Professor Quirrell did this? Hagrid queried, causing Gowith to nod. Well, then flash me back to my hut and tell me what you tear do in the fours anyways and why you were in a Losothosaurus form, Hagrid suggested. Gowith obeyed and looked around curiously, while Hagrid put on the kettle and prepared tea, placing a small plate with rock cakes in front of the boy. Suddenly remembering why he was there, he told Hagrid that he had seen Quirrell and had followed him to see what he was doing in the forest, because he had noticed him enter the forest several times before. What's this? He suddenly interrupted himself, pointing to an egg that was lying in front of the fireplace and suddenly began to crack.
That is a dragon's egg, Jade, Hagrid replied proudly and told the boy how he had ever wanted to have a dragon's egg and finally managed to receive one. Oh, I think it's time for dinner. Ye can come back later in the evening, if interested. It might a hatched by then.
I'd love to see that, Gowith replied warmly. Would you mind if I brought my best friends? Of course not, Hagrid laughed, patting Gowithy's back. Bring as many as you can fit in here.
Thank you, Hagrid, Jade said, smiling, before he left the hut together with the half-giant to head to the Great Hall. I'll ask the twins, Hermione and him, perhaps Draco. Or Neville, both, but we can't just leave Blaise out. I'd have to invite him too, but that's too many people in Hagrid's hut. Oh well, then I'll only ask Hermione, Draco and the twins, he mused while he absent-mindedly ate his dinner. Neville probably wouldn't dare leaving the house after curfew anyway.
Gowith, are you all right? Hermione suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. My own, I need to speak with you, Draco and the twins in secret, Gowith thought to the girl, who let out a gasp but quieted when Gowith shot her a warning look. Yes, I managed telepathy, but so far no one except for my father and our head of house know. During the evening, Gowith managed to speak with Hermione, Draco and the twins, and the five friends decided to meet in Gowithy's dormitory and flash from there in order not to be seen by the old tortoise. As soon as Pomfrey had bid everyone good night and had returned to the hospital wing, the five friends excused themselves and hurried towards the first-year boys' dormitory. Fred and George, could you perhaps change into your parrot forms and fly outside? I already flashed Hagrid this afternoon, and I don't think I can flash all the four of you together, Gowith asked the twins, who agreed and transformed right away. You should do that more often, Hermione said in amazement. I had already forgotten how beautiful your forms were. That's true, Draco agreed. Their colors are absolutely cool, and their parrot forms really fit them. Now shall we go? Okay. Meet us in front of the entrance doors, Gowith instructed the twins, before he transformed and flashed Hermione and Draco out onto the grounds, which were still covered by a thick layer of snow. A few minutes later, the twins arrived and transformed back into their human forms, unbeknownst of the pair of eyes that was interestedly observing their actions from within the castle. Giggling and chuckling, the five friends walked down to Hagrid's hut, glad that the snow made everything so bright that they could easily recognize the way. It took a few minutes before Hagrid opened the door and let them in, hastily wiping a few flames from his beard. Hagrid, what happened? Hermione asked in shock. A real dragon! The twins exclaimed as Hagrid tried to grab a moving something that blasted more flames towards the group. Ah no, Norbert, stop misbehavin', Hagrid gently scolded the dragon. Norbert? Hermione asked incredulously. You named a dragon Norbert? Yeah, I though, it was fittin'. Bless, I am. Isn't he cute? He just hatched. Only an hour ago, Hagrid replied, trying to make the dragon baby lie down in front of the fireplace. Now be a good lad, Norbert, he cooed, making everyone laugh.
Cute. Jade mused, quirking an eyebrow. I'd rather think he is dangerous, even if he's still a baby. Maybe I should transform into a dragon and speak with him, but the hut is too small. Maybe I can ask Hagrid if we can take him outside, he resolved.
Hagrid, can we take Norbert outside, so that I can transform and speak with him for a while? The half-giant nodded eagerly and scooped the dragon up in his arms to head outside. Behind the hut, Gowith transformed into a dragon and addressed the baby dragon.
Hello Norbert, do you understand me? Please be nice to Hagrid. He is a very good man, and on Saturday, I'll come and play with you.
I'd love that. I don't like it in there. I can't even properly spread my wings, the baby dragon replied, causing Gowith to nod in understanding. It's a bit small for you in the hut. I understand that. On Saturday, we'll try to fly together. And I'll ask Hagrid to think about keeping you outside, Gowith promised. Oh yes, that's better, Norbert replied contentedly, blasting a small amount of fire at Hagrid, who was standing nearby.
Seeing that his friends seemed to be freezing in the cold winter air, Jade told the baby dragon, I'm sorry, Norbert, but for the time being we have to return inside.
The dragon grudgingly agreed, and Gowith quickly transformed back. As soon as the friends had once more made themselves comfortable in Hagrid's hut with huge mugs of hot tea in front of them, he explained to the others what Norbert had said and that he had promised him to go flying together. Hagrid, if you don't mind me asking, Draco began to query, when they heard a sharp knock at the door. Oh no. Hagrid groaned and hurriedly threw a thick blanket over Norbert, which did not go well with the baby dragon. Before Hagrid had even reached the door, the blanket stood in flames. Don't cover me, you idiot. It's too dark, Gowith heard the baby dragon mumble in an upset voice. Shush, Norbert, it's all right. We need to hide you for a moment, Gowith said soothingly, carefully placing a hand on the small dragon's back in an attempt to calm the animal. Hagrid, as you probably know, our brother Charlie works with dragons. Shall we ask him to fetch Norbert and keep him for you? The twins asked, while they magically extinguished the flames. Yay, I won't be able to keep him, Hagrid replied sadly, quickly wiping a huge tear from his cheek, before he finally opened the door. Seconds later, Professor McGonagall entered the hut, followed by a protesting Ronald Weasley. Oh no, I'm so stupid. We shouldn't have watched Hagrid trying to hide Norbert. We should have hidden as well, Gowith groaned inwardly. The friends hadn't even thought about it. No, Mr. Weasley, your classmates should know who alerted me to their presence here, the cat professor said firmly, letting her sharp eyes wander around the room. I was unaware of the fact that Professor Pomfrey set a later curfew for Merlin House this week, she finally continued, glaring at each of the 5 friends as she was speaking. No, Professor, sorry, but we needed to discuss something with Hagrid, Gowith spoke up quickly, while the twins shot murderous looks at their younger brother. This afternoon, I saw Quirrell go into the forest and kill a unicorn, he telepathically informed the professor, not wanting to discuss this in front of Ron. You could have come during the day or ask your head of house for a special permission, Minerva said sternly. Follow me back to the castle. Ron, you're stupid. Is that your way of making friends with your classmates? The twins asked, glaring at their brother. They don't want to be friends with me anyway, because they think they're better than everyone else because of being in Merlin. Ron gave back snippily as he walked next to the professor, followed by the 5 Merlin students, who were quietly talking with each other. The cat professor strode ahead and ushered the small group into the entrance hall. Thank Merlin. At least it's warm here, Gowith thought, throwing the teacher an anxious look. McGonagall sternly eyed the 6 students, her mouth stretched to a thin line. The 6 of you will serve an evening of detention with Professor Snape. I'll inform you at breakfast tomorrow about the exact time. The 6 of us? Draco couldn't help chuckling, causing Ron to throw the professor a livid glare.
I didn't do anything, he complained indignantly. Mr. Weasley, let me remind you that you were out of Gryffindor after curfew, the Gryffindor head replied sternly. You will serve your detention together with the others. Excuse me, Professor, but does it have to be my father? Jade spoke up hesitantly. Does Dad have to get to know everything? He thought in annoyance.
Minerva sighed. Mr. Snape, your father insists upon overseeing all detentions involving you and the twins in the near future. However, tomorrow probably won't be convenient for your father. She unobtrusively glanced at Gowith, noticing that he apparently didn't understand the hint. Now I suggest that you head back to your houses, before I remember to take house points.
Oh no. I hope he won't ground me, Jade said on their way back to Merlin and explained to Hermione and Draco about his father's threat. I don't think he'll ground you. Since we were all together. But he threatened to give us detention, the twins replied, exchanging an exasperated look. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.